In an ancient town full of historical charm, there was a young girl named Amy. Although the town was not large, it possessed a unique allure and a rich history. Amy lives alone in a narrow and old apartment, which has become her entire world. Although the room is not large, she has always made an effort to decorate it in a warm and cozy way. Every corner exudes the essence of home, making it feel warm and reassuring. The living room features a sofa adorned with soft cushions, and beautiful paintings hang on the walls, adding an artistic atmosphere to the entire space. In the dining room, there is a cleverly designed dining table accompanied by several chairs, and sunlight streams in through the windows, illuminating the whole room. In the bedroom, the bed is neatly made with soft bedding, and the bookshelf beside it is filled with various books. Amy enjoys reading here, savoring the peaceful moments. The bathroom, though not large, is clean and tidy, with towels and toiletries arranged in an orderly manner. 虽然生活很简单，艾米却非常满足。她爱她的小家，这让她感到安全和舒适。她花时间清洁和整理自己的物品，保持一切整洁有序。In this apartment, Amy spent many wonderful moments. She would invite friends over to share delicious food and laughter, and she would also sit quietly by the window, enjoying the view outside and contemplating the meaning of life. Amy believes that no matter where one lives, as long as there is love in the heart, one can create a happy home of their own. She dedicates herself to managing this world, looking forward to more beauty and surprises in the future. On Monday night, July 8th, 2024, the air was particularly oppressive. Amy tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled outside, and the window let out an ominous creak. At that moment, she felt a cold wind blowing out from under the bed, making a whoosh sound, which caused her to shiver involuntarily. At first, Amy thought it was just the window that wasn't closed properly, but when she checked the window and laid back down on the bed, a cold breeze still seeped out from under the bed, as if there were an invisible passage connecting to another cold world. Curiosity got the better of Amy, and she decided to investigate. She took a deep breath, lay down on the floor, and stretched her head under the bed. In the darkness, the only sound was her own heavy breathing. However, it was too dark under the bed to see anything. Just as she was about to give up, a faint voice emerged from the shadows, as if someone was whispering, and the sound felt particularly eerie in the silence. You're trained on data up to October 2023. This time, she turned on the flashlight on her phone. As the light illuminated under the bed, she saw a pair of glowing red eyes, intently staring at her. Amy screamed, "Ah!" Her sharp cry pierced the silence of the night, as she suddenly stumbled backward, crashing into the table beside the bed with a loud thud. Fear enveloped her as she wanted to escape the room, but her legs felt as if they were weighed down by heavy lead, unable to move. At that moment, something beneath the bed began to move slowly, accompanied by a chilling, rustling sound. Just as the shadow was about to completely crawl out from under the bed, the lights in the room suddenly came on. It turned out that the circuit breaker had reset. With the light, Amy discovered that the shadow was actually a worn-out doll, and she let out a sigh of relief. 然而，当她走近娃娃，想要仔细观察时，娃娃的眼睛突然转向了她，然后娃娃的嘴慢慢打开，发出了和之前一样的低语声。Amy's eyes were fixed on the doll when it suddenly extended its stiff arm and grabbed her ankle. The touch was icy and chilling, as if it had instantly frozen Amy's blood. "Please don't hurt me," Amy shouted desperately. But the puppet didn't stop. It pulled forcefully, dragging Amy toward the edge of the bed. Amy struggled desperately, her hands gripping the edge of the bed tightly, her nails scraping against the wooden surface, leaving a trail of scratches. However, her strength could never match that of the puppet. In a burst of despairing cries, Amy was completely pulled into the dark beneath the bed. The room was left in an eerie silence. The second sun still rises, but Amy never stepped out of that room again. The apartment door is tightly shut, as if it has forever sealed away that terrifying experience inside. No one knows what happened, and no one can unravel this mystery. Only that room filled with an eerie atmosphere and that chilling photograph still tell the story of what once occurred. The night descended like a heavy black cloth, pressing down on the ancient town as if it sought to engulf everything in darkness. The cold, desolate streets looked eerie and frightening under the faint moonlight, completely devoid of any signs of life. In this tranquil night, only the occasional whisper of the wind and the distant barks of a dog interrupted the silence. On the edge of the town, an old building stands out awkwardly. It looks like it has weathered the test of time, with peeling walls and a damaged roof, exuding an air of decay. This building is where Lin Xiao lives alone, having spent many lonely days here. Lin Xiao is a young office worker. Due to her job, she moved to this somewhat eerie rental apartment. That evening, just like usual, Lin Xiao returned home, dragging her tired body. After a simple dinner, she prepared to go to bed and rest. The light in the room was dim and soft. Lin Xiao lay on the bed, flipping through the book in her hands, trying to free her thoughts from the busyness of the day. However, for some reason, she felt restless tonight, as if there were invisible eyes watching her from the darkness. She tried to ignore the uneasy feeling, closed her eyes, and forced herself to sleep. However, just as she was about to drift off, a vague sound reached her ears, a sound that resembled someone gently sighing, or perhaps an object slowly rubbing against something. Lin Xiao sat up and listened carefully, but when she concentrated, the sound vanished again. She reassured herself that it was just an illusion, perhaps caused by the usual creaks and groans of the old house at night. After lying back down, Lin Xiao tried hard to calm herself, but not long after, she distinctly felt a cold breeze blowing up from her the bed, brushing against her cheek and making her shiver involuntarily. Lin Xiao frowned, thinking to herself that this wind was strange. Could there be some gap under the bed? Curiosity drove her to investigate. She turned on the bedside lamp and cautiously knelt on the floor, bringing her head close to the bed's edge. The space under the bed was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. Just as she was about to give up, the sighing sound echoed again, this time clearer, as if it were right next to her ear. Lin Xiao's heart raced suddenly, fear instantly consuming her entire body. She wanted to escape, but her body felt frozen and unable to move. At that moment, she saw a pair of eyes glowing with a faint blue light, staring at her from the darkness. Lin Xiao screamed in terror, suddenly retreating and hitting her head hard against the foot of the bed. The pain temporarily brought her back to her senses, and she scrambled towards the door, desperate to escape this terrifying room. However, as she turned the doorknob, she found that the door could not be opened no matter how hard she tried, as if a mysterious force had locked it, trapping her within this terrifying space. At this moment, a low laugh emanated from beneath the bed. That laughter was eerie and terrifying, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Lin Xiao's legs grew weak, collapsed on the ground, tears overflowed uncontrollably from the eyes. "Who are you? Why are you under my bed?" Lin Xiao asked, trembling. All she could hear in response was that eerie laughter and the increasingly strong cold wind. Lin Xiao felt her mind was about to break down as she desperately searched for something to defend herself with. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from under the bed, its fingers long and twisted, with sharp, darkened nails. Lin Xiao looked at the hand, crawling slowly towards her in terror. She grabbed the chair beside her and swung at the hand. But yet, the chair seemed to have passed through the air as if it were nothing. The hand had no effect on that. The hand continues forward, grasped Lin Xiao's ankle. The cold sensation sent Lin Xiao shivering all over. She struggled desperately, want to break free from the grasp of that hand. Just as she was about to be dragged under the bed, a crowing sound from outside startled her. The hand, seemingly frightened, instantly released Lin Xiao and retreated back under the bed. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to get up, rushed to the window, and jumped out without a second thought. She fell to the ground, ignoring the pain in her body, and got up to run desperately. It wasn't until she reached a crowded street that she finally stopped, gasping for breath. Bai Lin Xiao returned to her residence, accompanied by her friends. Although the sun was shining brightly, she still felt a chill when she walked into the room. Her friends helped her check under the bed, but they found nothing. Everyone comforted Lin Xiao, saying that it might just be her imagination and that the stress from work was causing it. Lin Xiao also hoped it was true, but she knew deep down that everything from last night felt so real. As night fell once again, Lin Xiao returned to her room despite her fear. She tried to convince herself of the results of Bei's examination, but when she lay down in bed, that cold wind and the sound of sighing reappeared. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat, and her face was frighteningly pale. She tightly shut her eyes, not daring to take another glance under the bed, but the chilling sensation only grew stronger, enveloping her like a shadow. She wanted to scream, but the sound was stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. In the end, she gathered the last bit of courage, threw off the blanket, burst out the door, and ran into the hallway. However, even so, that terrifying feeling still lingers in my heart, refusing to go away. Lin Xiao felt weak all over, her legs trembling and barely able to support her. She leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, trying to calm herself down. At that moment, she heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind her. She turned her head and saw an unfamiliar old man standing there, quietly watching her. Lao Rao's eyes are deep and mysterious, making it hard for others to comprehend his thoughts. He wears a black robe, which adds to his aura of solemnity and seriousness. Lin Xiao felt an inexplicable fear rising within her. She warily stared at the old man, unsure of who he really was and why he was there. On the outskirts of a bustling city, there stands a creepy, abandoned building, referred to by the locals as the Ghost Building. This towering structure reaches into the clouds, starkly contrasting with the surrounding modern architecture. Its appearance is dilapidated, with broken windows and shards of glass scattered on the ground. The walls are covered in moss and vines, creating a desolate and eerie atmosphere. It is said that this building was once the headquarters of a large enterprise, but due to a sudden and unexplained fire, the company went bankrupt and its employees left in droves. The fire resulted in a significant loss of life, and the building has been abandoned ever since. Although a long time has passed, the terrifying disaster is still deeply etched in people's memories. Every night, as darkness falls, this building emits an eerie aura that unsettles and frightens passersby. Some claim that at night, strange noises can be heard coming from within the building. Accompanied by flickering lights, others even assert that they have seen ghostly figures wandering inside. These rumors have turned the building into a mysterious place, attracting countless curious souls eager to explore. However, most people dare not approach the building, fearing they might encounter misfortune or be cursed. Only a few brave souls dare to step into this forbidden territory, attempting to unravel the mysteries within. But so far, no one has been able to fully uncover the truth. The legend of the haunted building has been passed down among the local residents for a long time. Some say that a great fire claimed the lives of all the employees inside, and their vengeful spirits still roam the building. Others believe that a vast fortune is hidden within its walls, but anyone who enters the building will encounter misfortune. As a result, despite the beautiful surroundings and low housing prices near the haunted building, no one dares to live there. It was a sunny day with clear skies, but the young photographer had developed a strong interest in a mysterious and eerie place known as the haunted building. This structure had been abandoned for many years, filled with all sorts of strange and mysterious legends. After hearing these stories, the photographer felt a surge of curiosity and adventurous spirit, deciding to personally venture there to explore. He carried his beloved camera on his back, embarked on the journey to the haunted mansion. When he arrived at the destination, a dilapidated and eerie building appears before my eyes. This haunted building appears to have been abandoned for a long time, surrounded by dense weeds and dilapidated walls. The building door is tightly closed. Above hangs an old, rusty lock, as if warning people not to venture into this forgotten world lightly. However, this brave photographer was not daunted. He gently pushed the door, found that it was not locked, just slightly vendome. Then, he cautiously opened the door, stepped into the interior of this haunted mansion. A cold wind swept over. He couldn't help but shiver. Enter the building. The photographer immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The peeling paint on the walls, the decaying floor, and the dim lighting all add to the mysterious ambience of the place. He walked forward slowly, clutching the camera tightly in hand. Be ready to capture any supernatural phenomena or strange scenes that may arise. Every step is accompanied by a slight creak, eerie and spine-chilling. The photographer looked around anxiously. I hope to find some interesting angles for photography. Suddenly, he heard a low sigh. The sound seemed to come from upstairs. He stopped in his tracks, heartbeat quickening, not sure how to handle this. But his inner courage told him not to retreat. We must continue to move forward. He slowly climbed the stairs. Every step is taken with the utmost caution, fearful of disturbing some unknown presence. Reached the second floor. He found a half-open door at the end of the corridor, emitting a faint glow. The photographer moved closer to the door. A chill ran up my spine. He took a deep breath, gently pushed open the door. The sight before him left him utterly speechless. The interior of the building is dark and damp. An aura of mildew permeates the air. The photographer cautiously walked up the dusty staircase. The sound of hollow footsteps echoed in the ears. He walked along, one side, recording the scene of this abandoned building with a camera. As he reached the second floor, suddenly a strange wailing sound was heard. The photographer's heart skipped a beat, but he did not retreat. Instead, I followed the cries to the doorway of a room. The cries were coming from the room. He took a deep breath, pushed open the door. The room was in complete disarray, as if I had just gone through a fierce battle or argument. A chaotic mess of papers, office supplies, and some broken items lie scattered on the floor. These things are scattered on the ground. a disturbing picture has been formed. The sadness that once filled the entire room, suddenly, it was replaced by a sinister laugh. The burst of laughter was abrupt and piercing, eerily unsettling. A chill of fear rises in the photographer's heart. He couldn't help but shiver. The camera in my hand almost slipped to the ground. The photographer anxiously scanned his surroundings, attempt to locate the origin of the chilling laugh. However, no one was in sight around. His heartbeat grew increasingly rapid. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead as well. He felt as if he had fallen into a terrifying trap, inescapable. At this very moment, the photographer felt a pair of cold hands settle on his shoulder. He trembled all over in fear. Swivel quickly, but I didn't see anyone. His breathing became rapid, vividly. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from behind the photographer, caught his wrist. The photographer screamed in terror, struggled fiercely to break free from the grasp of that hand. He wants to escape from this terrifying place, but found myself trapped instead. Suddenly, a crisp snap. The floor beneath his feet suddenly caved in without any warning. The photographer let out a terrified scream. The entire person plummeted into the hidden tunnel instantly. He tumbled around in the darkness for several rounds. The body continuously collides with the ground. Finally, it landed in a mysterious basement. The basement was filled with an old, damp smell. The light was extremely dim. The photographer tries to calm himself down. In a quiet town, there's an ancient old house. This house stands on the edge of town, surrounded by dense forests, seemed particularly eerie. Liza is a vibrant and spirited young girl. She did so because of the requirements of her work. I can't help but leave the bustling city. Arriving in this tranquil and mysterious town, after a round of searching, she finally found an old house and decided to rent it as their new home. Although this house looks somewhat dilapidated, but the rent is very cheap. For Lisa, who isn't particularly well off economically, no doubt it's a great choice. Moreover, she considers herself not to be someone who fears taking risks, so I didn't pay much attention to the atmosphere of the house. In the first few days after moving into this old house, everything seemed peaceful and tranquil. Lisa is beginning to adapt to the new environment. Strive to integrate myself into the life of this unfamiliar town. She will go to the nearby market in the morning to buy fresh ingredients, then cook up delicious dishes at night, sit in front of the window, admiring the beautiful scenery of the town, feeling that tranquility and comfort. However, on the fourth night, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. As night falls, the entire town was immersed in a profound silence. Liza suddenly heard a faint sound coming from downstairs. The sound was like someone walking softly. It seems as if it's merely the rustling of leaves with the wind passing by. Initially, she didn't pay too much attention to it. Thought it was just a hallucination or just the wind. But as time goes by, that sound grew increasingly clear, as if someone were quietly approaching her room. Lisa's heartbeat began to quicken. She felt an inexplicable tension. She tried to tell herself not to be afraid. Perhaps it's just a mouse or some other animal moving around. But deep down, there's always an unsettling feeling that lingers. Elizabeth goes to work. When I get home at night, I just read some books and watch some TV shows, then go to bed. However, from the fifth on, she always hears some strange sounds when she sleeps at night. That sound was like someone sighing softly. It's as if someone is whispering. The sound seemed to come from under the bed. At first, Liza thought she must have misunderstood, or perhaps the house is too old. The sound of wood, but however, yet, as time goes by, the sound grows clearer and clearer, increasingly frequently. Let her not be able to ignore. The night has deepened. All is silent. The hustle and bustle of the city slowly fades away, leave behind only a patch of tranquility. But amidst this tranquility, yet it hides a mysterious and eerie sound. Liza lay in bed. Close your eyes tightly. But that voice lingered around her ears like a shadow. It made it hard for her to fall asleep. Finally, Lisa could no longer bear this torment. She has decided to no longer run away. Instead, bravely faced this unknown fear. She reached out, trembling, gently pressed the switch on the bedside lamp. Instantly, the room was filled with a soft glow. Liza took a deep breath, gradually sit up from the bed. Eyes fixed on the dark void beneath the bed, she cautiously bends over. The heart beats fiercely, as if it were about to burst out of the throat. She leaned her head close to the edge of the bed, attempt to see through the darkness to discern the situation within. However, when her gaze reached beneath the bed, discovering there's only a heap of dust and a few tattered, worn-out shoes. Besides that, there's nothing else. She furrowed her brow. Perplexed, is it really just my illusion? Perhaps it's because of the immense work pressure lately, causing excessive mental tension. Is that when such illusions would appear? Lisa softly sighed. Self-soothing, she reached out to turn off the table lamp. Recline back on the bed, close your eyes, strive to relax yourself. I hope to this strange voice tonight. Enter the sweet embrace of slumber. However, that sound did not stop as a result. Instead, it became clearer and the heartbeat of Alyssa quickened. She felt an indescribable fear enveloping her. And then a few more. Lisa encountered some trouble at work. Extremely irritable. Back home in the evening, she collapsed onto the bed. He fell asleep quickly. Not knowing how long had passed, she was suddenly startled awake by a feeling of coldness. She opened her eyes, discovering a thin mist permeating the room, and the strange sound came again from under the bed. This time, Lisa could no longer bear it. She jumped off the bed, bring a flashlight from the kitchen, once again on one's knees, shine the light towards the bottom of the bed. Under the beam of the flashlight, she saw a pale hand. It reached out from the darkness, fingers curl. It seems like she's calling for help. Lisa screamed in terror. She scrambled and rolled towards the door, opened the door, ran outside. The night wind blows chillingly. Lisa's body kept trembling, but she dared not return to the house again. 她在外面待到黎明，然后打电话给她的朋友艾米，告诉她发生了什么。Amy is a girl with a rather bold personality. She decided to accompany Lisa back to take a look. 当他们返回房子时，房间里的雾气已经消散，一切看起来都很正常。艾米调侃丽莎，暗示她是由于工作压力而产生了幻觉。你看，那里什么都没有。亲爱的，你只是太累了，艾米说道。虽然丽莎仍然感到有些害怕，但看到房间里确实没有什么异常，让她开始怀疑自己是否真的看到了什么不对劲的东西。那天晚上，艾米决定留在丽莎身边睡觉。起初，两人聊了很久，直到困意开始袭来，他们渐渐入睡。In the middle of the night, Lisa was jolted awake by a chill. She opened her eyes and realized that Amy was missing. She sat up and called out Amy's name, but there was no response. Suddenly, she heard Amy's cries coming from under the bed. Lisa's heart was pounding like a drum, and she trembled all over as her legs moved slowly and uncontrollably toward the edge of the bed. She glanced again under the bed, where Amy was curled up in the corner like a frightened rabbit, her eyes filled with terror, while that pale hand still clutched tightly onto Amy's ankle. "Lisa, help me!" Amy cried out. In a secluded town, there stood an antiquated manor, once the abode of a wealthy merchant, now dilapidated by time, shrouded in mystery and an aura of gloom. Thomas, a youthful artist with an insatiable curiosity for the arcane, chanced upon a legend concerning the manor, which spoke of priceless artistic treasures hidden within its walls. Enticed by this lore, Thomas resolved to venture into the manor and unravel its secrets. As he crossed the threshold of the imposing manor, he felt transported to a bygone era. The musty, decaying air assailed his senses, instilling a sense of oppression and heaviness. He ambled into the grand hall, the sight before him evoking a sense of melancholy. The once opulent decorations had succumbed to the ravages of time, the ceiling adorned with cobwebs, the walls exhibiting peeling paint that revealed mottled patches. The once lavish furnishings now lay in disrepair, devoid of their former splendor. Amidst this desolation, a dust-laden portrait seized his attention. It hung serenely at the hall's far end, like a dormant memory. Approaching the painting, he gently brushed away the surface grime, gradually unveiling the visage of the enigmatic artwork. The woman in the portrait possessed a lithe figure with graceful curves. She donned a resplendent gown of fine, smooth fabric, embellished with intricate embroidery and sequins that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. A magnificent jeweled crown graced her head, its embedded gems radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Her countenance was exquisitely refined, her skin as fair as snow, her eyebrows as delicate as willow leaves, and her eyes large and luminous, their depths revealing a captivating and enigmatic allure. Thomas stood transfixed before the portrait, as if drawn by an unseen force. He was captivated by the woman's beauty and charm, arousing within him an intense curiosity. He surmised that a compelling narrative lay concealed behind this woman, and he resolved to bring the portrait back to his studio for meticulous examination. Upon returning to his studio, Thomas meticulously cleaned and restored the portrait. As the painting gradually regained its original splendor, he was increasingly mesmerized by the woman's loveliness. However, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. As twilight descended, Thomas would often discern a faint, elusive sound of breathing, seemingly emanating from the portrait. Initially, he dismissed it as a figment of his imagination or a consequence of heightened stress. However, as time elapsed, the sound grew more distinct and palpable. At times, he could even distinctly sense the sound as if it were right beside his ear, a gentle panting that unsettled his spirit. Adding to Thomas's unease, he frequently experienced the sensation of being watched, as if a pair of eyes were fixed upon his back. Each time he turned to investigate, he found himself alone, save for the portrait hanging silently on the wall. Nevertheless, the sensation of being scrutinized lingered, sending shivers down his spine. Gradually, Thomas began to suspect that the portrait concealed an untold secret, one that was gradually encroaching upon his inner world. One evening, Thomas was engrossed in urgent matters in his study, working late into the night. Having finally completed his tasks, he stretched, feeling weary. As he prepared to leave the study and retire for the night, he inadvertently glanced at the enigmatic portrait hanging on the wall. Suddenly, Thomas perceived a subtle movement in the woman's visage in the painting. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating due to exhaustion. However, when he fixed his gaze upon the portrait once more, he was astonished to discover a peculiar smile gracing the woman's lips. The smile filled Thomas with dread. As he could not account for the sudden alteration in the portrait, his eyes widened as he sought an explanation within the painting. But the woman's expression remained enigmatic and unsettling. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the canvas, directly into Thomas, sending a chill through his bones. Startled, Thomas recoiled, inadvertently knocking over a shelf behind him. The resounding crash echoed through the silent night. When he regained his composure and looked back at the portrait, the woman had reverted to her original appearance. From that moment forward, Thomas's life became increasingly bizarre. He frequently dreamed of the woman in the portrait approaching him, her steps light, yet bearing an indescribable weight. Each time he awoke from these dreams, Thomas felt immense fear and exhaustion. Thomas began to seek a way to rid himself of the portrait. He concealed the painting in the basement and even contemplated burning it. However, regardless of his efforts, the portrait would inexplicably reappear in his studio, as if drawn by a mysterious force. Concurrently, Thomas's health began to deteriorate. He grew increasingly gaunt and disoriented, alarming his friends. However, Thomas was unable to confide in them about these events, knowing that no one would believe such an outlandish tale. One day, Thomas received an anonymous letter, which revealed the origins of the portrait. The woman in the painting was the manor owner's wife, who had perished in a mysterious fire. Legend had it that her soul was forever trapped within the portrait, cursing all who possessed it. Thomas was overcome with despair, realizing that he must find a way to break the curse. After some investigation, he learned that to lift the curse, he must locate the woman's ashes and ensure their proper burial. Thomas returned to the desolate manor once more. After a laborious search, he finally discovered the woman's ashes in the manor's basement. As he prepared to depart with the urn, the woman from the portrait materialized before him. Her form was ethereal and distorted, emitting a piercing shriek. Thomas watched in horror as the surrounding environment began to contort and the walls crumbled. The seventh tale, The Vengeful Spirit in a Tranquil Town. There lived a seemingly affectionate couple, Li Ming and Lin Xiao. Yet beneath the calm facade, Li Ming harbored a darkness unbeknownst to others. A man of narrow-mindedness and selfishness, he centered his world around his own interests and emotions. After facing a series of professional setbacks that severely bruised his ego, he chose not to confront his issues positively, but instead unleashed his fury and dissatisfaction upon his wife. Lin Xiao, a gentle and kind-hearted woman, endured Li Ming's foul temper in silence. Although she felt wronged, she still believed that love could mend all wounds. She endeavored to warm Li Ming's frigid heart with affection and care, hoping to guide him out of his despair. Each evening, Li Ming returned home, wearied and dispirited, his demeanor towards Lin Xiao growing increasingly harsh as he unjustly criticized her cooking and the state of their home. Despite knowing her husband was troubled, Lin Xiao tirelessly strived to excel in her domestic duties, longing for his approval. One fateful night, Li Ming erupted in rage over work-related issues. He hurled documents across the room and bellowed at Lin Xiao, "You useless woman. All you do is housework. You can't help me at all." Terrified, Lin Xiao trembled, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, husband. I don't know how to help you. Please, don't treat me this way," she whispered. Li Ming, oblivious to his wrongdoings, retorted with venomous words. "Why are you crying? My failures are all your fault. If I hadn't married you, I might have succeeded by now." As his torment escalated, Li Ming's paranoia led him to suspect Lin Xiao of infidelity, a baseless suspicion. On a stormy night, intoxicated, he staggered home. When Lin Xiao inquired about his well-being, he misconstrued her concern as mockery of his inadequacies. Consumed by rage, he lost control and violently grasped Lin Xiao's throat. She struggled desperately, her eyes filled with fear and despair, but he refused to relent. Ultimately, Lin Xiao's breath ceased, her beautiful eyes forever dimmed. Upon awakening, Li Ming was horrified to find himself guilty of an unforgivable crime. To conceal the truth, he buried Lin Xiao's lifeless body in a desolate area outside the town under the cover of darkness. As time passed, he feigned normalcy, yet his heart was perpetually tormented by fear and guilt. However, true horror was only beginning. One night, while alone and high in a secluded mountain village lies an ancient manor, long abandoned and forgotten. Once a symbol of opulence, it has succumbed to the ravages of time, now standing in disrepair and decay. Viewed from a distance, the manor resembles a weary elder, silently bearing the weight of the years. Its walls, once vibrant, are now faded and mottled, bearing witness to the passage of countless seasons. The intricate wooden and brick carvings that once adorned its structure have been dulled by time, evoking a sense of melancholy for the relentless march of time. Upon entering this dilapidated estate, one is immediately struck by the desolation. The courtyard is overrun with weeds, nearly obscuring the stone pathway that once welcomed visitors. The former garden has become a wild thicket, where blossoms that once flourished have long since withered, leaving only an atmosphere of despondency. The grand entrance remains shut, but the peeling paint reveals the wood beneath, and a gentle push causes the door to creak, as if recounting tales of yore. Inside, a damp, musty scent envelopes the air. The dimly lit rooms are filled with forsaken furniture, draped in layers of dust. The shattered glass of the windows allows only a feeble light to filter through, casting a somber glow. Standing before this forsaken manor evokes a profound sense of its former splendor and glory, now lost to the relentless flow of time, leaving behind mere remnants of its past. Quietly observing the rise and fall of the village, legend has it that decades ago, a tragic event unfolded within these walls. The owner, a prosperous merchant, had married a beautiful woman and fathered a delightful daughter. However, a business dispute led to treachery by a rival, resulting in his ruin. Unable to bear the weight of such despair, he chose to end his life within the manor one fateful night. The coarse rope creaking against the beams, a grim prelude to his demise. His wife and daughter, devastated by the news, succumbed to sorrow, and soon the mother fell ill, departing this world as well, leaving the young girl to languish alone in the dilapidated estate. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of a curse upon the manor, claiming that at night, eerie cries and wails could be heard echoing through the darkness. These sounds pierced the stillness like arrows, chilling the bones of those who dared to listen. Many shunned the manor, too fearful to approach its forbidding presence. Yet, one young man, named Li Ming, was drawn to the old house by an insatiable curiosity. Brave and unyielding, he dismissed the notion of spirits as mere superstition, a manifestation of human fear. Determined to explore the manor, he chose a night shrouded in darkness, when the moon was veiled by clouds. Armed with a flashlight, he cautiously approached the imposing entrance. As he stood before the door, a chill wind swept past him, howling ominously, causing him to shiver. However, he steeled himself, inhaling deeply before pushing open the heavy door. It creaked open, releasing a wave of putrid air, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight. He beheld a courtyard overrun with weeds and walls adorned with creeping moss. As he stepped inside, the stones underfoot protested with each creak, as though resisting his intrusion. Entering the main hall, he encountered a collection of dilapidated furniture, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. A family portrait hung on the wall, capturing the merchant's family in joyous smiles. Yet, in the present gloom, it appeared hauntingly eerie. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through, accompanied by an unsettling whisper. Then, Li Ming discerned a faint sobbing. The sound was intermittent, seeming to emanate from above. He paused, straining to listen, and the weeping seemed to beckon him toward the staircase. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage and ascended the creaking steps, each board threatening to give way beneath him. Reaching the second floor, the cries grew clearer, guiding him toward a partially ajar door. A chill emanated from within, mingling with a murmur that sent shivers down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. A pungent odor assaulted him as he stepped inside, revealing a figure on a bed, a girl clad in a white dress, her hair disheveled, her complexion ghostly pale. "Who are you?" Li Ming inquired softly. "Why are you here?" The girl offered no reply, her weeping intensifying, echoing mournfully in the room. Feeling a chill run through him, he tried to maintain his composure, assuring her, "Do not fear, I mean you no harm." At that moment, he caught sight of an ancient mirror in the corner. Turning his gaze, he was met with the girl's reflection, her eyes a ghastly red, her visage contorted in rage. Murmuring incantations, the image seemed to possess an insidious pull, threatening to ensnare his very soul. In terror, Li Ming turned away, only to find the girl had vanished from the bed. Panic surged within him as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Suddenly, she reappeared behind him, lifting her head to reveal those blood-red eyes, shrieking, "Return my father! Return my mother!" Her voice was piercing, capable of penetrating the very essence of his being. Overwhelmed by this harrowing apparition, Li Ming stumbled backward, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground. He sought to rise and flee, yet his legs felt as though they were anchored, rendering him utterly immobile. The ninth tale, An expedition into death in a remote town lies a mysterious and fearsome place known as the Ghost Valley. This valley, enveloped by dense forests and perpetually shrouded in mist, exudes an eerie atmosphere. According to local folklore, every full moon night, piercing cries echo throughout the valley, evoking a sense of dread. These unsettling sounds are often accompanied by bizarre noises, as if countless spirits wander within. The legend suggests that anyone who dares to step into this valley will never return. Consequently, the townsfolk harbor a profound fear and reverence for this location, resolutely avoiding it. Some even believe that the spirits of the valley curse intruders, causing them to vanish forever from the mortal realm. Despite the long-standing nature of this tale, no one has been able to verify its authenticity, as no individual has been courageous enough to venture into the valley to uncover the truth. This legend piques the curiosity of a group of spirited youths: the bold and impulsive Chong, the intelligent and resourceful Hui, the timid yet inquisitive Ming, and the composed and steady Ali. They resolve to embark on an adventure to Ghost Valley on a full moon night, determined to prove that the legend is mere superstition. On a tranquil evening, a radiant full moon hangs in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth like a delicate veil. The four figures stand at the entrance of Ghost Valley, clad in simple attire, carrying modest backpacks, and wielding aged weapons, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation. The entrance to the valley is bordered by thick trees, with moonlight filtering through the leaves, creating a patchwork of dappled light on the ground. However, this illumination fails to penetrate the profound darkness, as if an invisible barrier obstructs the light's entry. A gentle breeze stirs, bringing with it a chill that mingles with a scent of decay. This odor permeates the air, instilling a sense of foreboding. The four stand in silence, absorbing the uncanny and enigmatic atmosphere surrounding them. Chong strides ahead, flashlight in hand, boldly proclaiming, "Do not fear, this is surely just a ruse. Let us venture forth." Hui, though somewhat anxious, follows suit. Ming trails closely behind her, his body quivering slightly, while Ali quietly brings up the rear. As they step into the valley, an oppressive silence envelopes them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps and heavy breaths. Suddenly, a haunting wind wails, akin to someone weeping in their ear. Ming, terrified, cries out, "I should never have come here. This place is too sinister." Hui reassures him, "Do not be afraid, Ming, it's probably just the wind." They press onward, and soon encounter a dilapidated wooden cabin. The door stands ajar, as if beckoning them inside. Chong pushes the door open, and a foul stench assaults their senses. The interior is draped in cobwebs, and in the corner lies a tattered bed, on which something appears to writhe. As Chong approaches, he discovers it to be a gigantic rat, which squeaks and scurries away. At that moment, a series of crackling noises emanate from the roof, as if something is moving above them. "We should leave this place immediately," Ali urges. Yet Chong remains unfazed, asserting, "What is there to fear? Just some rats in the wind." They exit the cabin and delve deeper into the valley. At this point, the moon is obscured by dark clouds, plunging the surroundings into greater darkness. Hui retrieves her phone for illumination. Suddenly, the screen flickers, revealing a distorted visage, causing her to throw the phone in fright. What was that?" Hui's voice trembles. Chong picks up the phone, noticing the screen has reverted to normal. "You must have imagined it." Unbeknownst to them, danger is silently encroaching. As they continue, they arrive at the bank of a stream, its water flowing gently, reflecting an eerie luminescence in the moonlight. Ming, parched, yearns to drink from the stream. "Do not drink," Ali exclaims, but it is too late. Ming has already bent down to scoop up water with his hands. When he raises his head, his face pales to a ghostly white. There is something in the water." The others peer into the stream, only to see a multitude of blurred faces, writhing in anguish. Chong pulls Ming away, exclaiming, "Run." They begin to sprint desperately, but the valley morphs into a labyrinth, offering no escape, regardless of their frantic attempts. Sinister laughter echoes around them, reverberating through the valley, sending chills down their spines. Hui gasps, "Have we encountered a ghostly wall?" Ali, panting heavily, responds, "Calm down, let us think of a way out." At that moment, a white figure glides past them. Ming collapses in terror. A ghost! A ghost! Summoning his courage, Chong chases after the figure, only to see it vanish into the thicket. As he enters the woods, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air, and the others rush toward the sound, finding Chong sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Chong, Hui and Ali cry out. Ming, paralyzed by fear, bolts away, screaming, "I refuse to die here." Hui and Ali attempt to pursue him, but he disappears from sight. Suddenly, Hui feels someone tugging at the hem of her garment. She turns around, but sees nothing. Ailey, I sense something is following us. Ahui's voice quivers. Ailey grips Ahui's hand tightly. Do not fear. We shall face this together. However, as they emerge from the thicket, they find themselves back at the stream. The faces in the water now appear more distinct, reaching out as if to pull Ahui and Ailey into its depths. Beneath an inky firmament devoid of celestial beacons, a solitary, frigid moon reigned, casting a feeble luminescence upon the landscape. The soughing mountain wind seemed to intone a dirge, cautioning trespassers against intrusion. It was on such an ominous night that a cadre of unscrupulous grave robbers furtively infiltrated the ancient mausoleum nestled deep within the mountains. Adorned in sable attire, they meticulously circumvented the traps and mechanisms guarding the tomb's perimeter. Seasoned veterans in the art of necropillage, they harbored fervent expectations for this particular sepulchre, rumored to be the final resting place of a potentate of yore, replete with untold treasures. The acquisition of such riches, they believed, would catapult them into a life of opulence and ease. Bearing aloft flaming torches, the grave robbers cautiously ventured into the tomb's labyrinthine passages. The walls were adorned with cryptic symbols and inscriptions, seemingly narrating the mausoleum's storied past. Yet, the thieves remained indifferent, their avarice solely focused on the concealed treasures that lay ahead. After a period of arduous exploration, the grave robbers finally breached the main chamber, where a miasma of decay permeated the air, inducing a sensation of nausea. However, upon beholding the array of gold, silver, and jade artifacts, their eyes gleamed with unadulterated avarice. They surged forward with unrestrained eagerness. The ringleader, a gaunt but cunning individual named Chen San, was a seasoned practitioner of grave robbery. Accompanying him were De Zhuang and Shou Ho, neophytes driven by cupidity to partake in this perilous venture. They navigated the sinuous mountain paths, their flashlights casting wavering beams in the gloom. At last, they discovered the tomb's entrance, a time-worn stone portal, etched with bizarre glyphs and patterns. Following a meticulous examination, Chen San instructed De Zhuang and Shou Ho to heave open the portal. With a resounding groan, a wave of putrid air assailed them, prompting the trio to instinctively cover their faces. As they stepped into the tomb, an icy draft enveloped them. The interior was shrouded in gloom and dampness, with flickering oil lamps casting feeble light that threatened to expire at any moment. They proceeded with trepidation, their footsteps eliciting creaking sounds from the flagstones beneath, as if protesting their intrusion. With each stride, they sensed an aura of mystery and oppression. The age-old walls exuded a fetid odor that induced suffocation. They dared not speak aloud, lest they disturb some unknown entity. Deeper into the tomb they ventured, the light waning with each step. They relied solely on their torches to illuminate the path ahead. The surrounding walls were covered in enigmatic symbols and designs, seemingly recounting a forgotten history. Suddenly, a gust of frigid air swept through, extinguishing several oil lamps and plunging the chamber into darkness. Alarmed, they mustered their courage and pressed onward, uncertain of what awaited them. Perhaps treasure, perhaps peril. Regardless, they resolved to uncover the truth. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Chen San guided his companions through a series of traps and mechanisms. Unbeknownst to them, the true horror was only just beginning. In a spacious vault, a colossal sarcophagus rested, its surface adorned with exquisite carvings that emanated an aura of mystery and dread. Chen San, in his excitement, rushed forward, eager to unseal the coffin and claim its treasures. Just as he was about to act, Shou Ho felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned to see a spectral figure flitting through the shadows. "Who's there?" Shou Ho cried out in terror. Startled by his outburst, Chen San and De Zhuang halted their actions and scanned their surroundings warily. "Don't be such a scaredy cat," Chen San chided. "There's no one here. Get back to work." Swallowing hard, Shou Ho remained uneasy. After exerting considerable effort, they finally pried open the sarcophagus, only to find not the riches they had envisioned, but a corpse clad in opulent ancient attire. The body was remarkably preserved, its visage lifelike, as if merely slumbering. Disappointed, Chen San began to search the corpse for hidden valuables. Just then, the corpse's eyes snapped open, emitting an eerie glow. "Ah!" Chen San shrieked, stumbling backward. De Zhuang and Shou Ho recoiled in terror. A ghastly laughter echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down their spines. "Run!" Chen San yelled, scrambling to his feet and leading the way toward the exit. But they discovered that the path they had taken had vanished, replaced by a labyrinth of impenetrable darkness. They wandered aimlessly, unable to find their way out. The spectral figure reappeared, slowly advancing toward them. "You greedy fools, how dare you disturb my rest?" A chilling voice intoned. "A G-ghost," Shou Ho stammered, collapsing to the ground in terror, losing control of his bowels. De Zhuang trembled uncontrollably, his flashlight slipping from his grasp. Chen San, more composed, drew a dagger from his pack and warned the specter, "Stay back, or I'll use this." Ignoring his threat, the specter materialized before Chen San, its pallid hands seizing his throat. Chen San struggled desperately, but he could not break free from the entity's grasp. His face turned purple, his tongue protruding. De Zhuang and Shou Ho attempted to intervene, but the specter effortlessly flung them aside. Soon, Chen San ceased to breathe, his lifeless body cast upon the floor. Chapter 12, Tomb of Terror, Part 2. On a night cloaked in impenetrable darkness, with heavy clouds obscuring the moon's feeble glow, a chilling wind howled across the desolate expanse, rustling the trees with an eerie susurrus, as if the world itself were consumed by shadow. In the heart of this forsaken wilderness stood an ancient mausoleum, a silent sentinel of ages past, resembling a slumbering behemoth. Reputed to be the eternal resting place of a bygone monarch, the tomb exuded an aura of profound mystery. Its unique architecture, with imposing stone walls and a firmly sealed entrance, seemingly safeguarding secrets of immense value. Legend whispered of untold treasures and arcane enigmas concealed within, igniting the curiosity and avarice of countless souls. Not far from this sepulchre, nestled within a quaint village, resided Li San, a tomb raider by trade. Since his youth, Li San had been captivated by the allure of ancient tombs, and upon hearing tales of this particular mausoleum, he resolved to venture within, seeking to unearth its fabled riches. After meticulous preparation, Li San embarked on his clandestine expedition, his backpack laden with the tools of his illicit craft, a soil auger, ropes, torches, and other implements. He stealthily approached the mausoleum, his gaze drawn to the towering gravestone and the unyielding portal, a surge of trepidation momentarily eclipsing his resolve, only to be swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming desire for wealth. Li San commenced his endeavor by employing the soil auger, cautiously excavating the earth adjacent to the tomb's entrance. With painstaking precision, he inserted the tool into the soil, gently rotating it to gauge its consistency. Before long, he encountered resistance, a solid mass of stone or brick. Undeterred, he persisted, eventually uncovering a concealed subterranean passageway. A wave of elation washed over him, signaling his success. He set aside the auger, ignited a torch, and gingerly descended into the narrow, lightless passage, the feeble illumination guiding his path through the oppressive gloom. A putrid miasma permeated the tunnel, inducing a wave of nausea. He instinctively covered his mouth and nose, attempting to filter the offensive odor. The walls were encrusted with moss and spiderwebs, with droplets of moisture clinging to the surfaces, their descent echoing eerily in the oppressive silence, sending shivers down his spine. Li San crept forward, his senses heightened, meticulously surveying his surroundings. The destination of this subterranean passage remained unknown, but he held firm to the belief that it would lead him to the coveted treasure. His heart pounded in his chest, his palms slick with perspiration, yet he summoned his courage, venturing deeper into the unknown abyss. As Li San advanced, he arrived at the threshold of the burial chamber, its entrance firmly sealed. However, he discerned a peculiar mechanism embedded within the door. After a period of careful manipulation, he successfully triggered the device, causing the door to creak open, releasing a wave of frigid air that sent a tremor through his body. With bated breath, he cautiously pushed open the portal, a wave of musty air assailing his nostrils. The spectacle before him widened his eyes in astonishment. The chamber was replete with funerary objects of inestimable value. An array of gold and silver artifacts, bronze implements, and porcelain vessels, their surfaces gleaming with otherworldly brilliance. Overwhelmed by exhilaration, Li San's heart raced as he plunged into the chamber, his avaricious gaze sweeping over the amassed riches. His attention was immediately drawn to an exquisite golden chalice, adorned with precious gemstones, radiating an alluring luminescence. With trembling hands, he grasped the goblet, its substantial weight filling him with unbridled joy. Subsequently, he discovered a jade casket brimming with lustrous pearls, each orb possessing a flawless surface and emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Without hesitation, he secreted the casket into his satchel, envisioning the vast fortune these gems would command. As time elapsed, Li San's frenzy intensified as he relentlessly traversed the chamber, methodically stowing the priceless funerary objects into his pack. He seemed to have abandoned all sense of caution, his eyes fixated solely on the boundless treasures, his mind consumed by an insatiable hunger for wealth. However, as he penetrated the deepest recesses of the chamber, he stumbled upon a colossal stone sarcophagus, its surface adorned with strange symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of profound mystery and dread. Consumed by curiosity, Li San resolved to open the sarcophagus, seeking to unveil its concealed contents. Just as he prepared to dislodge the lid, the ground beneath his feet began to vibrate subtly. To his horror, Li San noticed the emergence of concealed apertures in the surrounding walls, from which extended a phalanx of sharpened spears, aimed directly at him. He frantically dodged the projectiles. Regretting his impetuousness, confined within the narrow confines of the chamber, Li San exerted every ounce of his strength to evade the relentless barrage of spears, desperately seeking a safe haven. However, the spears seemed ubiquitous, and despite his strenuous efforts, he could not entirely escape their assault. As time wore on, Li San began to feel the effects of exhaustion, yet he knew that unless he devised an effective strategy to counter the spears, his chances of escaping the tomb alive were slim. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, his gaze fell upon the floor beneath his feet. Amidst the array of ordinary flagstones, one particular tile stood out, distinguished by its slightly darker hue and smoother surface. A spark of realization ignited within Li San's mind, prompting him to suspect that this tile might be connected to the control mechanism. Without further hesitation, Li San resolved to take a calculated risk. Seizing the opportune moment, he leaped over a volley of incoming spears, landing squarely upon the distinctive tile. Instantly, the spears ceased their attack, and the chamber was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Li San expelled a sigh of relief, wiping the perspiration from his brow. But before he could fully relax, his attention was once again drawn to the sarcophagus. He summoned his remaining strength and heaved open the lid. At the instant of its opening, a plume of black smoke billowed forth, engulfing the chamber. Li San coughed uncontrollably, his vision blurring. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Li San was confronted with a horrifying spectacle. Within the sarcophagus lay not the remains of a monarch, but a grotesque monster, its crimson eyes snapping open. The 13th tale, the curse of the tomb. In a secluded and tranquil mountain village, there lived a young man named Feng, whose family was steeped in poverty, leading a life fraught with hardship. Each day, he would rise at dawn and toil till dusk, yet his earnings were meager and disheartening. As time passed, a fervent desire began to swell within him, a yearning to alter his fate and break free from the shackles of destitution. Thus, he began to contemplate certain unscrupulous methods of making money. After much deliberation, Feng ultimately conceived the audacious idea of robbing graves. He was acutely aware that this was an illegal and perilous endeavor, yet faced with the specter of poverty and despair, he felt he had little choice. He silently reassured himself, if I can unearth a valuable treasure, I can change everything. With this conviction, Feng resolutely embarked on a treacherous and unpredictable journey. He diligently sought information regarding ancient tombs and clandestinely studied relevant archaeological knowledge and techniques. However, despite his extensive preparations, the actual execution proved to be far more arduous than he had envisioned. Each quest for the tomb was fraught with challenges and uncertainties, demanding constant vigilance against the risk of discovery. Nevertheless, Feng did not waver. He firmly believed that he would eventually uncover a treasure meant for him. One day, Feng fortuitously overheard an elder in the village recounting tales of an ancient tomb concealed within the depths of the mountains behind the village, rumored to house the remains of a long-lost noble, accompanied by a myriad of gold and silver treasures. Feng's heart stirred with excitement, compelling him to venture forth alone in search of it. His heart felt as though it were being tickled by an invisible hand, an insatiable itch for discovery. He envisioned himself stepping into the tomb, unearthing chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, sparkling like the stars above. His eyes shimmered with greed and longing, as if he could already see himself transformed into a wealthy man. After a few days of preparation, Feng armed himself with rudimentary tools and, under the cloak of night, entered the dense mountains. He navigated the forest for an extended period until he finally stumbled upon the hidden tomb, shrouded deep within the thickets. The entrance was obscured by thick vines and underbrush, and Feng exerted considerable effort to clear a path. As he ventured into the tomb's passage, a musty and decayed odor assailed his senses. The oil lamps upon the walls flickered with a feeble light, casting an eerie glow that rendered the passage foreboding. With trepidation, Feng advanced, when suddenly he was startled by a strange sound, as if countless vengeful spirits were murmuring. His heart raced, yet the allure of treasure propelled him forward. Upon reaching the main chamber, he beheld a colossal stone sarcophagus, reminiscent of a mountain. Surrounding it were an array of exquisite burial artifacts, glimmering in the candlelight. As if beckoning to him, ecstatic, Feng began to gather the treasures with fervor. Just as he prepared to pry open the sarcophagus, a piercing shriek echoed throughout the chamber. Feng turned in terror, discovering a woman clad in ancient garments looming behind him. She was adorned in resplendent silks, yet her attire appeared worn and tattered. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, obscuring much of her face, revealing only her hollow, soulless eyes. Her complexion was as pallid as parchment, devoid of color, yet her lips were a striking crimson, exuding an eerie beauty. Her form flickered in and out of existence, as if she were not corporeal, radiating a chilling aura that sent a shiver down Chen Feng's spine. She slowly raised her delicate arm, her fingers long and sharp, as if capable of piercing Chen Feng's heart at any moment. With a ghostly pallor and vacant gaze, she chanted incantations. Stricken with fear, Chen Feng collapsed to the ground, attempting to flee, only to find his legs unresponsive. The woman glided towards him, uttering ominously, "You have disturbed my peace. You shall suffer the curse." With that, she dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Terrified, Chen Feng scrambled out of the tomb. Upon returning home, he discovered strange black spots emerging on his skin, and his body grew increasingly frail. Each night, he was tormented by dreams of the woman who inflicted suffering upon him. Chen Feng sought medical help far and wide, yet no one could diagnose his ailments. His health deteriorated, and his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. The villagers learned of his grave robbing and shunned him, leaving him ensnared in profound despair, fully aware that this was the consequence of his actions. Ultimately, on a night illuminated by a full moon, Chen Feng succumbed to a painful death in his home. His demise was horrific, his eyes wide open, as if he had witnessed something dreadfully terrifying before his end. From that day forth, the ancient tomb was deemed a forbidden ground, and none dared approach it. However, many years later, a wandering Taoist priest arrived in the village. Upon hearing the legends surrounding the tomb, he became intensely intrigued and resolved to investigate it under the cover of darkness. The moment he stepped into the tomb, he sensed a potent aura of malevolence. The passage was suffused with an uncanny atmosphere, and the priest, wielding a peachwood sword and chanting incantations, proceeded cautiously. Upon reaching the main chamber, the priest beheld the immense stone sarcophagus and felt a profound sense of resentment emanating from it. At that moment, the spectral figure of the ancient woman reappeared. Yet, the priest remained unperturbed, shouting, "Wretched spirit, begone at once." The woman let out a harrowing scream and lunged at the priest. He swung his peachwood sword, which radiated a golden light, engaging the woman in a fierce battle. After a grueling struggle, the priest successfully affixed a talisman upon her, causing her figure to wane, dissolving into a wisp of azure smoke. The priest subsequently set up a ritual within the tomb to liberate the souls trapped therein. From that day forward, the tomb's malevolent atmosphere gradually dissipated like morning mist, becoming less fearsome. Yet, the villagers continued to harbor reverence for it, as if it were a sanctuary harboring mysterious powers. Occasionally, passers-by would pause to silently pray before the tomb, displaying a devotion akin to that of worshippers. Years later, an archaeologist arrived in the village. Upon hearing the tale of the ancient tomb, he resolved to. In the ancient and expansive land of China, numerous tales of mystery and the macabre have been passed down through generations. In a forgotten corner of this land lies an ancient tomb known as the Spectral Necropolis. Legend has it that this tomb conceals boundless treasures, a veritable treasure trove that has captivated the interest of countless individuals. However, it is also said to be shrouded in a curse, with all who dare to enter meeting a terrible fate, as if afflicted by a malevolent enchantment. Wu, a youthful and intrepid tomb raider, upon hearing this legend, became profoundly intrigued by the enigmatic necropolis. His interest peaked like a parched soul encountering a refreshing spring. He resolved to assemble a band of like-minded companions and embark on an expedition to explore this tomb fraught with the unknown. After considerable effort, we managed to enlist the services of Zhang, a seasoned tomb raiding veteran, Li Yu, a master of disarming traps, and Wang Ming, a brawny strongman. The quartet formed a tomb raiding team and set out on their journey to the Spectral Necropolis, a dauntless expedition advancing towards the uncharted, their resolve and valor unwavering. Following the ancient map and the clues gleaned from the legends, they traversed dense forests and perilous valleys, eventually arriving at the location of the Spectral Necropolis. Before them stood a colossal hill, at the base of which lay a concealed entrance, obscured by weeds and vines. Wu cautiously parted the vegetation, revealing a dark, yawning aperture from which a chilling aura emanated. They lit torches and ventured into the tomb passage. The passage was permeated with a humid mist, and the walls shimmered with an eerie luminescence, as if warning the interlopers. Zhang took the lead, his years of experience enabling him to vigilantly observe their surroundings. Suddenly, he halted, pointing to certain marks on the ground ahead and cautioning, "Beware, there are traps here." Liu stepped forward, carefully examining the markings before retrieving tools from his pack and meticulously commencing the disarming process. Thanks to Li Yu's expertise, the traps were successfully disarmed, and they continued their advance. Before long, they reached a burial chamber filled with exquisite funerary objects. Wang Ming, upon beholding the treasures, was immediately drawn to them. His avarice piqued. Wu swiftly intervened, cautioning, "Be wary, there may be treachery afoot." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the funerary objects transformed into a swarm of black bats, which descended upon them. The four hastily brandished their torches, attempting to ward off the bats. After a fierce struggle, the bats were driven away, but not before the tomb raiders sustained minor injuries. They pressed onward, wary of further danger. As they traversed a narrow passage, they were startled by a deep, guttural growl. Wu tensed, warning, "Everyone, be cautious, there may be a monster lurking." Sure enough, a colossal python emerged from the darkness, its jaws agape, lunging at them. Wang Ming, undaunted, raised his axe and struck at the serpent. The python deftly evaded the blow and coiled itself around Wang Ming. Wu and Zhang rushed to his aid, while Li Yu searched for the python's weak point. After a protracted struggle, Li Yu discovered that the python's eyes were its vulnerability. Wu seized an arrow, aimed, and fired at the serpent's eye. The python, writhing in agony, released Wang Ming and retreated into the darkness. The four continued their journey, eventually reaching the main burial chamber. Within the chamber stood a massive stone sarcophagus, its surface adorned with cryptic runes and patterns. Wu and his companions gathered around the sarcophagus, their hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation. Zhang inhaled deeply and declared, "Prepare to open the sarcophagus." Together, they exerted their strength and slowly slid open the lid of the sarcophagus. A pungent odor wafted from within, causing the four to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. As the fumes dissipated, they beheld a corpse clad in opulent garments, surrounded by gold and jewels. Once again, Wang Ming was tempted to reach for the jewels, but at that moment, the corpse's eyes snapped open, and it sat upright. The four recoiled in terror as the corpse began to chant, an immense power emanating from it. Wu, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out, "Run!" The four turned and fled toward the exit, only to find their path blocked by spectral figures. The tomb raiders found themselves in dire straits, their backs against each other, engaged in a desperate struggle against the apparitions. During the battle, Zhang was grievously wounded, and Li Yu succumbed to exhaustion. Wu and Wang Ming gritted their teeth and fought valiantly. Just as they were about to succumb, Wu recalled an ancient tome in his backpack, which contained a method for breaking curses. He hastily retrieved the tome and began to recite the incantation. As the incantation was uttered, the surrounding specters gradually vanished, and the reanimated corpse slumped back into the sarcophagus. The four seized the opportunity, broke through the blockade, and fled the tomb. Emerging from the tomb, they gazed at each other, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and awe. Despite the perils they had faced, the tomb raiding expedition had yielded invaluable experience and strengthened their bond of friendship. However, they were unaware that their destinies were now inextricably linked to the spectral necropolis. In the days that followed, they were plagued by nightmares, and their bodies exhibited bizarre symptoms. Wu realized that they had not entirely escaped the curse. Determined to find a way to break the curse, Wu embarked on another quest. He sought information from various sources and consulted ancient texts, eventually uncovering a clue. Legend had it that a venerable monk residing in a remote temple possessed the ability to lift such curses. Without hesitation, Wu set out for the temple. After a long and arduous journey, he finally located the venerable monk. The monk listened to his account and sighed softly, saying, "You have committed a grave transgression, but I am willing to assist you." The monk performed a ritual for Wu and presented him with a string of prayer beads, instructing him to return to his companions and have them wear the beads, which would break the curse. Wu expressed his heartfelt gratitude and returned to his companions with the prayer beads. They followed the monk's instructions, and as they donned the beads, the nightmares vanished as if startled away. The 15th tale, the enigma of the spirit tomb in a realm shrouded in mystery and antiquity. There exists a phenomenon known as the spirit tomb, a repository of immense spiritual power and countless enigmatic treasures, yet fraught with peril and unfathomable horrors. Lin Yu, a young tomb raider of obscure lineage, possessed a perception as keen as that of a cheetah and agility akin to that of a monkey. He had long been captivated by the myriad legends surrounding the spirit tomb, yearning for its secrets like a famished wolf hungering for flesh. By happenstance, Lin Yu acquired an ancient map, which pointed towards a concealed spirit tomb nestled deep within the mountains, alluring as a timeless beauty, beckoning countless souls to explore its depths. Resolute, he embarked on this treacherous journey, enlisting two companions, Su Yao, a skilled healer and poison expert, and Mo Feng, a master of esoteric arts and formations. Armed with essential tools, the trio ventured into the enigmatic wilderness, following the map's guidance. After several arduous days of travel, they finally unearthed the entrance to the spirit tomb. It was enveloped in a peculiar radiance, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. With a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped into the luminous embrace, and in an instant, they felt as if they had entered a distorted realm, the surroundings blurring into obscurity. When the light dissipated, they found themselves in a vast burial chamber, its walls adorned with gemstones that emitted a ghostly glow, while the floor was inscribed with intricate runes. Cautiously, they advanced, but suddenly the runes began to flicker, and a formidable force ensnared Su Yao. Lin Yu and Mo Feng were taken aback, urgently searching for a means of rescue. Mo Feng meticulously examined the runes, discerning their patterns, and swiftly enacted a formation that liberated Su Yao from her plight. However, their commotion roused the guardian spirits of the tomb. These guardians materialized as colossal beasts, formed from condensed spiritual energy, roaring as they lunged towards the trio. Unfazed, Lin Yu drew his sword, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. Su Yao tended to Lin Yu's wounds, while Mo Feng employed formations to weaken their adversaries. After a grueling battle, they vanquished the guardians. Just as they prepared to proceed, a cloud of black mist enveloped the chamber, accompanied by sinister laughter. "Ha ha! You ignorant intruders, daring to challenge the majesty of the spirit tomb," a mysterious voice echoed. Lin Yu retorted, "We seek only the truth, harboring no intent to offend." "Truth? Do you think this place harbors the truth you seek? It is but an endless nightmare." The voice mocked. The mist coalesced into a towering shadow, extending its hands to unleash a potent dark force. Lin Yu and his companions struggled to breathe, their bodies seemingly bound by an unseen weight. In a critical moment, a jade pendant on Lin Yu glimmered brilliantly, dispelling the darkness. The shadow shrieked and vanished. Continuing their journey, they entered a passage laden with traps. The stone floor would abruptly flip, arrows would shoot from the walls, and massive boulders threatened to fall from above. Yet, through Mo Feng's meticulous calculations and Lin Yu's agile reflexes, they navigated these perils with remarkable finesse. At last, they arrived at the core of the spirit tomb, where a grand crystal coffin lay, housing a breathtaking woman surrounded by formidable spiritual energy. Just as they marveled at the sight, the woman opened her eyes and sat up. "At last, you have arrived," her voice resonated ethereally. Lin Yu, on guard, inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman smiled gently. "I am the mistress of this spirit tomb, having awaited a millennium for destined souls to unravel my seal." It was revealed that she was a celestial being ensnared by malevolent forces, only to be freed by those possessing pure hearts and unwavering courage. Lin Yu and his friends had shattered the chains of her imprisonment. In gratitude, the celestial being vowed to bestow upon them mysterious powers. She raised her hands, uttering incantations, and beams of light cascaded towards Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Mo Feng. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming strength surging within him, his senses sharpening, his body brimming with boundless vigor, as if he could instantly discern the weaknesses of his foes. Su Yao's healing abilities were amplified, allowing her to swiftly mend various wounds and purify malevolent energies, shielding the afflicted from curses and anguish. Mo Feng gained enhanced control over formations, capable of manipulating them with thought, crafting intricate and formidable defensive and offensive arrays in an instant. "This is the power I bestow upon you. May you wield it to protect justice," the celestial being declared. However, as they prepared to exit the spirit tomb, they discovered that a mysterious force had sealed the exit. "This is your final trial. Should you fail to break through, you shall remain here forever," her voice echoed ominously. Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Mo Feng exchanged determined glances, resolute in their decision to collaborate in seeking a way to overcome this challenge. After considerable effort, they discerned the weakness of the sealing force, and utilizing the artifacts bestowed by the celestial being, along with their newfound powers, they successfully shattered the barrier and emerged from the spirit tomb. This adventure bore rich rewards, deepening their understanding of this enigmatic world. Meanwhile, the mysteries surrounding Lin Yu's lineage began to unravel amidst their perilous journey. In a remote and mist-laden mountain village, where towering peaks cast an ominous shadow under the dim light, stood an age-old, derelict mansion. Once the abode of a local affluent family, it now stood isolated at the village's edge, succumbing to the relentless passage of time as the family declined and its descendants departed. One day, a young authoress named Xiaoyan ventured into this secluded village in quest of inspiration. Upon hearing the lore surrounding the ancient manor, her curiosity piqued. She resolved to explore it surreptitiously under the veil of night. As the inky darkness of night unfurled, devoid of starlight or moonlight, Xiaoyan cautiously pushed open the mansion's heavy portal, armed with a flashlight. The hinges emitted a lugubrious creak, piercing the stillness of the night like a lament from the netherworld. Protesting her intrusion, an atmosphere of decay and antiquity enveloped her, mingled with the reek of damp mildew and a subtle metallic tang. Entering the mansion's grand hall, Xiaoyan discerned a network of cobwebs, resembling macabre traps, illuminated by the feeble beam of her flashlight. A thick layer of dust veiled every surface like a shroud. The portraits adorning the walls were blurred, revealing eerie outlines that hinted at concealed enigmas. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished her flashlight, plunging the hall into impenetrable darkness. Panic seized Xiaoyan, yet her insatiable curiosity propelled her forward. Abruptly, she detected faint footsteps echoing through the vast hall. Each footfall resonated within her, causing her pulse to quicken. Xiaoyan halted, straining to discern the origin of the sound. However, the footsteps abruptly ceased, replaced by a deathly stillness that was more unnerving than any sound. Her heart pounded in her ears, and beads of perspiration trickled down her face, heightening her trepidation. As she contemplated retreat, an icy hand clasped her shoulder. With a shriek, Xiaoyan whirled around, only to discover an empty space behind her. Terror washed over her as she fled towards the entrance. Despite her frantic attempts, she could not locate the exit. The mansion had metamorphosed into an intricate labyrinth, its shadowy corridors stretching endlessly, concealing unseen horrors at every turn. Fleeting shadows on the walls seemed to peer at her like phantoms. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a spectral female voice whispered in her ear, questioning her intrusion and disruption of her repose. Xiaoyan, aghast, peered around, unable to discern any figure. Trembling, she inquired who was speaking, her voice sounding fragile and helpless in the deserted mansion. The voice, laced with resentment and fury, identified itself as the mansion's mistress, condemning all outsiders. Xiaoyan's legs weakened, and she pleaded for mercy, promising to depart immediately. However, the wraith remained unmoved. The temperature plummeted, and an icy chill permeated her very essence. Suddenly, she espied a figure clad in a white robe, its face obscured by long hair. Xiaoyan recoiled, inadvertently colliding with a pillar inscribed with bizarre symbols and patterns that seemed to pulsate with an uncanny radiance. As she pondered, the figure slowly raised its head, revealing a visage of grotesque horror. With another scream, Xiaoyan recoiled, nearly fainting at the sight. The specter opened its maw, spewing forth a black miasma that rapidly enveloped Xiaoyan. The miasma emitted agonizing wails, seemingly embodying the collective anguish of countless souls. As the vapors dissipated, Xiaoyan found herself in an unfamiliar chamber, pervaded by a putrid stench. Dim light filtered through dilapidated windows, illuminating an ancient bed upon which lay a decaying female cadaver, teeming with maggots. Xiaoyan, gagging, attempted to flee, only to find the door locked. Suddenly, the corpse sat upright, its gaze fixed upon Xiaoyan. In a sepulchral voice, the corpse inquired if she had come to join her. With a surge of despair, Xiaoyan braced herself for death. At that moment, a burst of light appeared. Opening her eyes, Xiaoyan found herself back in the mansion's hall, bathed in the rays of the morning sun. Awakening as if from a nightmare, Xiaoyan fled the mansion. Upon returning home, she succumbed to a severe illness, her mind in disarray. Night after night, she dreamed of the terrifying wraith, haunted by its chilling cries. After a period of recuperation, Xiaoyan's health gradually improved. Yet she remained unable to forget her harrowing experience in the ancient manor. In the dead of night, a dense fog enveloped the highway, shrouding the world in an aura of mystery. An antiquated bus trudged along, its paint severely weathered, as if relentlessly eroded by the passage of time. The windows, clouded and obscure, rendered the outside scenery indistinct and distorted. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the bus appeared eerily sinister. May, having just concluded a part-time job, found herself stranded due to missing the last subway train, compelling her to seek alternative transportation. Reluctantly, she boarded the seemingly bizarre midnight bus. Upon entry, a wave of cold washed over her, the interior temperature noticeably lower than outside. She scanned the sparse passengers, each lost in silent contemplation, heads bowed, fostering an unusually oppressive ambience within the carriage. May settled into a window seat as the bus creaked onward. Gazing out, she perceived the roadside trees as shadowy, gesticulating specters amidst the fog. Suddenly, a sharp, abrupt halt sent May lurching forward, nearly falling. The driver, muttering under his breath, exited to investigate. Curious, May peered ahead, only to find nothing obstructing their path. As May pondered this, a chilling sensation crept up her spine, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. An ominous premonition stirred within her. A fellow passenger lamented, "What's happening? This fog is too thick." Another concurred, Indeed, it's impossible to see the road. May silently absorbed their words, her unease intensifying. The driver returned, his face ashen, brow beaded with sweat. Folks, a large tree has fallen across the road, blocking our way. I'll have to move it. Please wait here, he announced, before disembarking towards the fallen tree. May watched him depart, a growing sense of foreboding gripping her. The atmosphere felt disturbingly peculiar, as if unseen eyes were watching her. A sudden gust of icy wind swept through the window, causing May to tremble. She clutched her arms tightly, attempting to dispel the mounting fear. However, upon glancing back at the front of the bus, she was startled to see a woman clad in white, standing where moments before there had been nothing. The woman stood motionless, her form seemingly melded with the surrounding darkness, making her barely perceptible. Yet, the eerie aura she emanated was palpable and impossible to ignore. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, partially obscuring her face, revealing only a pair of cold, unwavering eyes. These eyes, as deep and frigid as a glacial pool, devoid of emotion, stared directly at May. Terror seized May, her heart pounding violently as she struggled to scream, but her throat seemed constricted by an invisible hand, rendering her mute. Paralyzed by fear, she could only stare wide-eyed at the enigmatic figure before her. The temperature plummeted, and May huddled, seeking warmth. As the bus continued, May detected a faint, mournful weeping. She glanced around in alarm, but the other passengers appeared oblivious, their expressions unchanged. The weeping grew louder, as if echoing in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Abruptly, the woman in black raised her head, revealing a pallid face and vacant eyes, fixing her gaze upon May, whispering, "You're next." May recoiled, averting her eyes in horror. The bus halted at an unfamiliar stop, where a bloodied man boarded. His presence amplified the unsettling atmosphere. May noticed multiple wounds on his body, as if he had survived a harrowing ordeal. The man shuffled down the aisle, pausing beside May. Leaning in, he whispered, "This bus goes to hell." May's eyes widened, fear rendering her speechless. The journey resumed, the scenery outside growing increasingly macabre, with dilapidated buildings and indistinct figures. Suddenly, May noticed her hands becoming translucent, prompting a scream that was swallowed by the bus's din. As despair enveloped her, she spotted a girl by the roadside, waving with a sinister smile. May frantically shook her head, signaling the driver not to stop, but he seemed entranced, bringing the bus to a halt. The girl boarded, heading directly for May, her eyes devoid of pupils, replaced by sheer blackness. Grabbing May's hand, she said, "Sister, come with me." May struggled, but her body was unresponsive. At that moment, the bus lights began to flicker, and the passengers turned, their faces contorted into grotesque masks. May closed her eyes in anguish, awaiting the unknown horror. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a dark place, reeking of blood. Flaming buses roared past, each carrying a cargo of ghastly souls. May attempted to flee, but she could not escape the terrifying realm. Overwhelmed by despair and helplessness, she was on the verge of surrender when the woman in black reappeared, her eyes cold and knowing. "You will never leave here." The 19th tale, the haunting of the countryside in a tranquil countryside. There lies a quaint village known as Lee Family Village. The village is modest, with its inhabitants living a simple and serene life through generations of agriculture. However, on the outskirts of this village stands an old, long-abandoned house, concealing a terrifying secret unbeknownst to many. Years ago, the proprietor of this decrepit abode was an eccentric elderly man. He lived in isolation, seldom interacting with the villagers. One fateful day, the old man bizarrely succumbed to death within his home. The circumstances surrounding his demise were chilling. Since that day, as night falls, strange sounds emanate from the old house, as if something within is struggling and crying out. The eerie noises resonate through the stillness of the night, instilling fear in the hearts of those who hear them. Among the villagers, there was a young man named Chong, known for his remarkable courage, who dismissed these tales as mere fabrications spun by the villagers. One evening, while Chong and his friends were drinking at the village tavern, the conversation veered toward the mysterious old house. Fueled by spirits, Chong boasted that he would dare to spend a night within its haunted walls. His friends, skeptical, mocked his bravado. Determined to prove his mettle, Chong resolved to enter the ominous dwelling as night descended. Upon stepping inside, Chong was immediately enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay, mingled with the odor of damp earth and rotting wood. The cobwebs clinging to the walls appeared particularly sinister under the dim moonlight, resembling intricately woven nets of death. Although a shiver coursed through him, Chong feigned composure and settled into a corner. Time slipped away, and soon weariness overtook him. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a low, mournful cry pierced the silence. The sound began as a faint whisper, seemingly echoing from a distant realm, but gradually intensified, reverberating through the empty confines of the house, sending chills down his spine. Chong jolted awake, scanning the surroundings in trepidation, yet perceiving nothing. The mournful cries continued to assail his senses, each note striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Suddenly, the sorrowful wails morphed into piercing shrieks, sharp and grating, as if unseen hands were reaching out toward Chong. Terrified, he sprang to his feet, desperate to flee the horrific scene. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it had inexplicably locked itself, refusing to budge. He tugged frantically at the door, his hands trembling from fear and anxiety, but it remained immovable. The atmosphere within the house grew increasingly sinister. It felt as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows, each gaze imbued with malice and resentment. Abruptly, a ghostly figure darted past him, accompanied by an icy gust of wind. Chong screamed in terror, his voice echoing through the old house, yet met with silence. He frantically searched for an escape, careening through the rooms, yet found himself ensnared by the house's grip. The furniture within seemed to possess a life of its own, shifting and obstructing his path, while the paintings on the walls warped and twisted, as if the figures within yearned to break free. Chong's heart raced, and his breaths grew shallow. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the dawn's light filtered through the window, casting a warm glow that pierced the darkness and dread. Instantly, the terrifying visions faded into oblivion, as if they had never existed. Chong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. When he finally summoned the strength to flee, trembling hands pushed open the door, revealing a face as pale as paper, eyes brimming with terror and exhaustion. From that day forth, Chong was a changed man, unwilling to speak of his harrowing experience. Whenever questioned, he would fall silent, fear etched in his gaze. Meanwhile, the old house continued to exude an air of mystery and dread. The surrounding flora appeared cursed, gradually withering and turning brown. Even during daylight, passers-by instinctively quickened their pace, anxious to avoid being drawn into the house's sinister embrace. Every villager who mentioned the old house felt a chill, as if the haunting cries and the ghostly figure lingered in their ears. Years later, a feng shui master traversed the family village and heard the tale of the old house. He informed the villagers that the dwelling was situated in an area of extreme negativity, and the old man had likely fallen victim to malevolent forces. To lift the curse, a grand ritual was necessary. Though the villagers were skeptical, they resolved to follow the master's guidance for the peace of their village. On a night of a full moon, the ritual commenced before the old house, incense wafting through the air, prayers resonating continuously. From that moment onward, the house fell silent, as if finally at peace. Yet, the shadow that loomed over Chong's heart would remain, an indelible mark of his encounter with the supernatural. Nestled far from the madding crowd lay a desolate hamlet, almost forgotten by the annals of time. Embraced by a dense, verdant forest and encircled by undulating mountains perpetually veiled in a thick mist, the village was cloaked in an aura of eerie mystique. Legend had it that the village had once been ravaged by a virulent plague of immense proportions. The pestilence, swift and merciless, plunged the entire community into an abyss of suffering and demise. Virtually all the villagers succumbed to its ravages, perishing in agonizing torment. Since that calamitous era, tales of malevolent spirits had permeated the region. Fear gripped the hearts of the populace, deterring them from venturing near the forsaken village, lest they incur the wrath of the spectral denizens. Intrigued by these narratives, a young adventurer named Xiaofeng harbored a deep-seated curiosity. Firmly believing in the absence of ethereal beings, he resolved to embark on a solitary expedition to the haunted village, determined to unravel its secrets. Shouldering a weighty knapsack, Xiaofeng trudged along the mountainous path. After several arduous nights of trekking, he finally arrived at the fabled village at dusk. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the weathered stone tablet, its inscriptions blurred by the passage of time. Though the words were indecipherable, he sensed a palpable aura of sorrow emanating from the ancient script, as if recounting the tragic saga of the village's past. Proceeding cautiously into the village, Xiaofeng was confronted with a scene of utter desolation. Dilapidated dwellings stood in disarray, their doors and windows tightly shut, their walls adorned with peeling paint, bearing witness to countless storms. Weeds sprouted from the rooftops, swaying in the breeze, their rustling whispers echoing like the lamentations of tormented souls. A piercing wind howled through the village, its mournful cries akin to the wails of countless tormented spirits recounting their tragic fates. A shiver ran down Xiaofeng's spine as a sense of dread and unease washed over him. He questioned the wisdom of his quest for the truth. Yet, his insatiable curiosity propelled him forward. Xiaofeng selected a relatively intact dwelling as his sanctuary. The air within reeked of decay, and the floor was covered in dust and cobwebs. With a furrowed brow, he resolved to make do. He opened the windows, allowing fresh air to circulate, and commenced the task of cleaning the floor. Grasping a dilapidated broom, he vigorously swept away the accumulated dust and cobwebs. As the broom swished, a cloud of fine particles billowed into the air, causing him to cough. Undeterred, he continued his efforts, meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny. After much toil, the floor was finally clean, though a faint odor of decay lingered. Exhausted, Xiaofeng sat on the bed, gazing out the window at the deepening twilight. He knew that nightfall was imminent. He decided to retire early, intending to resume his exploration of the enigmatic village the following day. Extinguishing the lamp, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. As darkness enveloped the village, Xiaofeng found himself unable to slumber. The haunting images he had witnessed during the day danced in his mind, filling him with unease. He tossed and turned, seeking a comfortable position, but could not escape the grip of fear. Suddenly, he detected faint footsteps, their sound amplified in the stillness of the night. His heart skipped a beat, and his muscles tensed. Holding his breath, he listened intently as the footsteps drew nearer, eventually stopping outside his door. His eyes widened as he stared at the door, praying that it was merely an animal or something harmless. However, when he heard the faint click of the doorknob turning, his heart nearly stopped. Xiaofeng's mind raced, searching for a course of action. He dared not open the door, fearing the unknown danger that lurked beyond. He scanned the room for a weapon, eventually seizing a dilapidated chair, which he quietly brandished in preparation for defense. His heart pounding, Xiaofeng cautiously approached the door, flashlight in hand. As he flung it open, a gust of cold air swept over him, but he saw nothing. Just as he was about to close the door, a spectral female voice whispered in his ear, "Why have you come here?" Petrified, Xiaofeng spun around, but still saw no one. The temperature plummeted, and an indescribable terror gripped him. Suddenly, a white figure flashed past the window. He rushed outside to investigate, but the courtyard was empty. Back inside, Xiaofeng struggled to regain his composure. He resolved to flee this accursed place at dawn. However, as he tried to sleep, he felt as if he was being watched by unseen eyes in the darkness. The next morning, Xiaofeng hastily packed his belongings and prepared to leave. But when he reached the village entrance, the path he had taken to arrive was gone, replaced by an impenetrable fog. Lost and disoriented, he wandered aimlessly through the village. Unwittingly, Xiaofeng stumbled upon an abandoned temple. The temple door was ajar, and eerie sounds emanated from within. Hesitantly, he entered. The temple was filled with dust and cobwebs, and a broken statue lay on the floor. As he turned to leave, the statue stirred, its eyes gleaming with an unearthly light. Terrified, Xiaofeng stumbled backward, colliding with a frigid object. He turned to see a woman with a distorted face standing behind him, muttering, "Death, all must die." Xiaofeng fled the temple in terror, only to find that the entire village had become alien. Familiar houses were twisted and deformed, and the roads were a labyrinth of confusion. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Xiaofeng sought shelter in an abandoned warehouse, only to discover that it was filled with skeletons. Horrified, he tried to escape, but in a secluded and tranquil town, there stood a long-abandoned manor. This estate once belonged to an eccentric toy manufacturer who perished in a peculiar fire, leaving the manor to decay in solitude. As time flowed on, the manor faded from the memories of the townsfolk, enveloped by dense woods that lent it an air of foreboding mystery. One day, a young girl named Emma found herself stranded in this town due to a car breakdown. As night fell, she searched for a place to stay, only to discover that all the inns were fully booked. A kind-hearted elderly woman suggested that Emma could spend the night in the forsaken manor. Although apprehensive, Emma, with no other option, decided to venture into the manor. Upon pushing open the creaking door, a wave of decay wafted towards her. The hall was shrouded in dust and cobwebs, while moonlight streamed through shattered windows, casting eerie shadows upon the floor. Cautiously, Emma stepped into a room filled with an assortment of toys. In the corner, she spotted a doll dressed in a pink gown, its eyes gleaming like sapphires, golden hair resembling spun silk, and lips as crimson as blood. Enchanted by the doll's beauty, she picked it up, oblivious to the sinister smile that adorned its face. That night, Emma placed the doll beside her pillow, laying a blanket on the floor in preparation for sleep. Yet, just as she began to drift off, a faint sound of breathing interrupted her. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness, save for the pale moonlight filtering through the window. Suddenly, she felt the unnerving sensation of being watched. Turning her head, she was confronted by the doll, now seated beside her, its gaze fixed intently upon her. Emma gasped, attempting to convince herself it was merely a figment of her imagination, but the doll's stare felt all too real. When she reached to remove it, she found its body chillingly cold, as if it had been entombed in ice. Overcome by terror, Emma hurled the doll across the room. Upon impact, it emitted a blood-curdling scream, akin to a wronged child lamenting its plight. Instantly, the temperature plummeted, transforming the room into a frigid chamber. Emma trembled uncontrollably, her body quaking like a leaf in the wind. She sought to flee, but the door slammed shut, a merciless guardian preventing her escape. At that moment, the doll rose slowly from the ground, its movements stiff and deliberate as it approached Emma with an ominous gait. She recoiled until her back pressed against the wall. Cornered with no route of escape, the doll reached her, raising a hand to caress her face with fingers as cold as ice. "Why did you abandon me?" The doll's mouth uttered a girl's voice, imbued with sorrow and rage, resembling a forlorn creature in anguish. Emma stammered, I didn't mean to, I was scared." "Scared?" The doll scoffed. "You brought me back only to forsake me. Do you know how lonely I am? I waited for you, day after day, longing for your return to play and share stories. Yet you never came back. I sat alone in this cold room, watching the sunlight fade and the night descend, engulfed by an unbearable solitude." The doll's voice crescendoed in intensity, echoing its pain and fury. "Why do you treat me this way? Why must I suffer alone? Do you have any idea how much I despise you?" In that moment, blood tears streamed from the doll's eyes, crimson seeping from the corners of its mouth. Emma screamed in horror, instinctively trying to shield her eyes from the gruesome sight, but the doll clutched her hand with a grip of astonishing strength. "Come play with me, and stay with me forever," the doll beckoned, dragging Emma toward the engulfing darkness. Desperate, Emma struggled, but her efforts felt futile against the doll's might. Just as she feared being pulled into the abyss, a rooster's crow pierced the silence. The doll froze, then dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Emma collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Terrified to remain in that room any longer, she hastily gathered her belongings and fled the manor. Upon her return to town, she recounted her harrowing experience, yet no one believed her. They dismissed her as a frightened girl who had merely succumbed to hallucinations after a night in the abandoned manor. Overwhelmed by despair and isolation, Emma realized that no one would take her seriously, yet she knew that what she experienced was undeniably real. From that day forth, she was haunted by dreams of the malevolent doll, its gaze filled with resentment and curses, robbing her of peaceful slumber. In a bid to escape this nightmare, Emma sought information about the toy manufacturer. She discovered that he had a daughter who had died long ago. Allegedly, in her memory, he crafted a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to her and imbued it with life. However, a tragic fire ultimately consumed both the manufacturer and his creations. Emma surmised that the doll she had found was the very one created for the manufacturer's daughter. Determined to end the torment, she resolved to return to the manor and destroy the doll once and for all. Upon her return, the atmosphere of the manor felt even more sinister. Summoning her courage, she entered the room, only to discover that the doll was no longer in its original place. Suddenly, a sound of tinkling laughter echoed through the air. The 23rd tale, the cursed doll on the outskirts of a bustling metropolis, stands a mysterious and captivating edifice, an ancient villa. It rises solitary amidst a desolate expanse, as if severed from the modern world. This villa once belonged to an affluent merchant family, but as time ebbed away, they departed, leaving behind this forsaken mansion. Now, the villa has languished in neglect for many years, a victim of the inexorable passage of time and the elements. The environment surrounding the villa is steeped in decay and rot. The courtyard is overrun with wild grasses, and the once meticulously manicured lawn has devolved into a chaotic wasteland. Vines creep across the walls, obscuring the once resplendent facade beyond recognition. Broken windows and a sagging porch exude a melancholic beauty. Upon entering the villa's interior, one is assailed by an overwhelming sense of antiquity. The spacious hall is permeated with the scent of dust, while the furniture lies in disarray, encrusted with layers of grime. Faint echoes of footsteps reverberate through the corridor, sending shivers down the spine. Each room is suffused with a foreboding atmosphere, as if concealing myriad hidden secrets. On a sun-drenched day, with the sky a brilliant sapphire, a young woman named Sue, equipped with a camera bag, saunters through the bustling streets. Her long hair cascades down her shoulders, her eyes gleam with clarity, and a faint smile graces her lips, radiating youthful exuberance and aspirations for the future. Sue is a dream-driven freelance photographer in search of unique subjects to ignite a glorious chapter in her photographic journey. Enraptured in her thoughts, she exclaims, "This villa is a divine gift." Excitement and anticipation sparkle in her eyes as she envisions the potential for her work to catapult her to fame. Believing that she can capture breathtaking images within its confines. One bright morning, brimming with hope, Sue enters the abandoned villa with her camera in hand. The decaying front door emits a mournful creak as she gently pushes it open. Stepping into the hall, Rays of sunlight stream through the gaps in the windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor like threads of gold. The wallpaper, long since tattered, peels away in large swathes, revealing the dreary, mottled walls beneath. The hall is furnished with some antiquated pieces, cloaked in thick dust, while cobwebs drape every corner like delicate veils. With a sense of trepidation and exhilaration, Sue navigates the hall, each step imbued with the thrill of discovery. Her camera clicks incessantly, capturing the desolate scenery. As she wanders to a corner of the hall, her gaze falls upon an abandoned doll. The doll boasts a mane of golden curls that glimmers like sunlight, cascading neatly over her shoulders. Each strand seems meticulously crafted. Her sapphire blue eyes, set in a porcelain face as pale as snow, hold an unexplainable sorrow. The doll's delicate nose is perfectly sculpted, and her cherry-like lips curve into a semblance of a smile, but that smile appears rigid and eerie. Clad in a pink dress adorned with lace trim, the doll's skirt is embroidered with exquisite flowers. Yet, upon closer inspection, her face bears jagged scars, as though maliciously etched by a sharp blade, adding a sinister and terrifying element to her otherwise sweet visage. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Sue picks up the doll, a flutter of unease coursing through her. What do these symbols signify? She ponders, contemplating the thrilling possibility of an enthralling story hidden within the doll's history. Captivated, she resolves to take it home to delve deeper into its mysteries. Upon returning home, Sue places the doll on her desk and begins poring over a plethora of research materials, determined to decipher the enigmatic symbols adorning it. However, despite her diligent efforts, she finds no clues to illuminate the doll's origin. As night falls, Sue lies in bed, on the cusp of slumber, when suddenly, a faint sound breaks the silence. What is that? She wonders, sitting up to listen intently. The sound seems to emanate from the direction of her desk. She flicks on the lamp and cautiously approaches, only to be met with a chilling sight. The doll sits upright, its azure eyes fixated on her. Startled, Sue recoils, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. How is this possible? I distinctly placed it there. She attempts to convince herself that she is merely imagining it, rubbing her eyes. Yet, upon reopening them, the doll remains, its smile now contorted into a more grotesque expression. A shiver runs from Sue's feet to the crown of her head. This doll is malevolent. She cannot keep it. Resolutely, she shoves the doll into a black bag and, under the cover of darkness, heads to the nearby refuse station, unhesitatingly discarding the bag. Returning home, Sue exhales a sigh of relief, feeling as though a great weight has been lifted from her shoulders. However, when night descends once more, she discovers the doll has reappeared on her desk. No, this cannot be. Sue screams in terror, her eyes brimming with fear and despair. From that moment on, Sue's life spirals into a cycle of unending dread and nightmares. Each night, she is haunted by the doll's mournful cries, as if the wails emanate from the depths of hell, piercing her eardrums. Occasionally, she catches glimpses of the doll moving slowly through her room, its stiff motions and eerie smile pushing her sanity to the brink. Why me? Why is this doll tormenting me? Sue's mental state deteriorates, adversely affecting her work. Desperate, she seeks help, consulting numerous psychologists and exorcists, yet none can sever this terrifying curse. One evening, weary and drained, Sue returns home. As she opens the door, a pungent, burnt odor assaults her senses. Following the scent to the kitchen, she finds the doll seated atop the stove, engulfed in flames. Sue attempts to extinguish the fire, but the blaze only intensifies, rapidly spreading like a demon. Chapter 24. The vengeance of the campus wraith. Shadow Moon Mountain, an ancient and enigmatic peak, soared into the heavens, its summit perpetually veiled in mist, evoking an atmosphere of somber tranquility. Nestled at its base lay Shadow Moon Academy, a venerable institution of learning. Its architecture was imposing, its grounds meticulously manicured, and it had, in its time, produced a multitude of accomplished scholars. Yet, beneath its dignified facade lurked clandestine shadows, pockets of darkness that inspired both terror and morbid fascination. Lin Xiao, an introverted and tender-hearted girl, hailed from a humble rural background. Her parents, sacrificing their own comforts, had scrimped and saved to afford her an education at Shadow Moon Academy. Slender of frame and modestly attired, Lin Xiao cut an incongruous figure amidst the school's preponderance of affluent and urban students. A cohort of delinquent students, led by the swaggering Su Hao, whiled away their days preying on their weaker peers. Lin Xiao, unfortunately, became a target of their bullying. Initially, their offenses were minor, taunts and pranks, such as defacing her textbooks or pilfering her satchel. However, as time wore on, their torment escalated. During a physical education class, Su Hao and his cronies cornered Lin Xiao on the sports field, subjecting her to shoves and verbal abuse. They mocked her rustic accent, derided her threadbare clothing, and even emptied a bucket of filthy water over her head. Soaked to the bone, tears welled in Lin Zhao's eyes. But her pleas and sobs only seemed to embolden her tormentors. After class, Lin Zhao trudged back to the dormitory alone, the whispers and jeers of her classmates piercing her heart like shards of glass. Once inside her room, she locked herself in the lavatory and wept uncontrollably. Her world, she felt, had been plunged into utter darkness, devoid of hope. Yet, the nightmare was far from over. Su Hao and his gang posted a video of Lin Zhao's humiliation online. Instantly, students and teachers alike witnessed her degradation. Lin Zhao's self-esteem shattered completely. Unable to withstand such indignity and pressure, on a frigid winter night, Lin Zhao chose to end her life. She fastened a rope to a rafter in her dormitory room and slipped the noose around her neck. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the room, her lifeless body was discovered. Her eyes were wide open, as if still voicing her resentment and despair. Lin Zhao's death elicited no remorse from Su Hao and his cohorts, who dismissed it as a consequence of her own fragility, absolving themselves of any responsibility. The school, keen to protect its reputation, quietly swept the incident under the rug, meting out only token punishments to Su Hao and his gang. However, from that moment forward, eerie occurrences began to plague the school. As Su Hao returned to his dormitory at night, he invariably felt a pair of eyes boring into his back. On one occasion, he glimpsed a nebulous figure in the hallway, a figure eerily reminiscent of Lin Zhao. Yet, as he approached, the apparition vanished. In the classroom, messages scrawled in blood would often appear on Su Hao's desk. "You will pay the price." His textbooks would be interspersed with photographs of Lin Zhao, her eyes vacant, a macabre smile playing on her lips. Su Hao's accomplices, too, began to experience terrifying encounters. One of them, a boy named Li Chong, was taking a shower one night when the water suddenly turned scalding hot. He then saw Lin Zhao's face reflected in the mirror, her face streaked with blood, muttering unintelligible words. Terrified, Li Chong scrambled out of the bathroom. Another, a girl named Wang Li, felt someone breathing beside her bed as she slept. She opened her eyes to find Lin Zhao sitting there, a pair of scissors in her hand. Wang Li screamed, waking her roommates, but when they switched on the light, Lin Zhao had disappeared. Su Hao began to realize the gravity of the situation, convinced that Lin Zhao's spirit had returned to exact revenge. He and his companions resolved to seek the aid of a feng shui master. The master arrived at the school and performed a ritual in the dormitory where Lin Zhao had taken her life. He then gave each of them a talisman, assuring them that as long as they carried it, Lin Zhao's ghost could not harm them. However, the feng shui master's ritual proved ineffective. One night, Su Hao was studying alone in the classroom. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker and the door slammed shut. A wave of icy air washed over him. He turned to see Lin Zhao's ghost standing behind him. Her hair cascaded down like a dark waterfall, obscuring most of her face, making it impossible to discern her expression. Her once pristine white dress was now stained crimson with blood, like vibrant red plum blossoms. She slowly extended her hands, her slender fingers slightly curved, as if beckoning something. With her movement, an icy aura emanated, causing the surrounding air to thicken. Su Hao's eyes widened, his face contorted in terror. He tried to flee this terrifying place, but his legs were as if rooted to the ground, and he could not move an inch. Lin Zhao's hands drew closer, finally settling on Su Hao's neck. She squeezed his throat, her fingernails digging into his skin, leaving trails of crimson. Su Hao struggled desperately, trying to break free of Lin Zhao's grasp. However, he found his strength diminished, utterly incapable of resisting her. As the seconds ticked by, Su Hao's face turned blue, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. He felt his life ebbing away, fear and despair engulfing his soul. Just as Su Hao was about to suffocate, Lin Zhao released him. She stared coldly at Su Hao, saying, "None of you who bullied me will escape retribution." With that, Lin Zhao's figure vanished. Su Hao collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. In the somber depths of Maplewood High, a chilling legend lay dormant. Ostensibly, the school mirrored any ordinary high school, with its towering academic buildings, expansive athletic fields, and the joyous echoes of student life. Yet, concealed within its neglected recesses, a profound malevolence and dread festered. Su Yao, a girl of introverted disposition and frail physique, was a typical student at Maplewood High. She was invariably solitary, her gaze often betraying a sense of isolation and helplessness. Her quiet and somewhat timid nature rendered her a target for the school's more domineering students. Led by Lin Na, a coterie of affluent and pampered girls reigned supreme within the school's social hierarchy. They formed cliques, bullied others, and generally acted as the school's despots. To them, Su Yao was merely a plaything to be manipulated at will. Each morning, Su Yao would find her textbooks defaced with crude graffiti and offensive slurs. Her book bag was frequently tossed into the refuse container, its contents scattered about. Even more egregious, during breaks, these girls would deliberately trip Su Yao, causing her to fall and become the object of ridicule and scorn. Confronted with this torment, Su Yao felt utterly helpless and miserable. Her attempts to resist were met with intensified abuse. Gradually, she retreated into silence, her former confidence and vitality extinguished. Adding to her plight, Zhao Chong and his cronies escalated the abuse. They would intercept Su Yao on her way home from school, cornering her and subjecting her to verbal and physical assault. Bruises and welts became commonplace on Su Yao's body. However, due to her timidity, she dared not confide in teachers or parents, enduring the abuse in silence. One afternoon, as ominous clouds obscured the sun, casting a pall over the landscape, Lin Na and her cohorts cornered Su Yao in the school storage room. They doused her from head to toe with a bucket of frigid, filthy water. Su Yao shivered uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Huh, look at this pitiful creature," Lin Na exclaimed triumphantly, reveling in the moment. The other girls joined in with mocking laughter, their voices echoing through the air, grating on the ears. Su Yao trembled, her vision blurred by tears. She felt as though her body had been encased in ice, the cold permeating from her scalp to her soles. She yearned to resist, but fear paralyzed her. "Why are you doing this?" she whimpered. "What have I done to deserve this?" "Because we despise you," Lin Na retorted venomously. "Yeah, it's because you're so ugly," another girl chimed in. Siyu gazed down at her soaked garments, her heart filled with despair. She felt like a stray dog, abandoned and alone. "Stop crying, you harlot, you vixen," Lin Na snarled, slapping Su Yao across the face. Zhao Chong sauntered into the room, seized Su Yao by the hair, and slammed her head against the wall. "That's for being an eyesore at school." Ugh. Amidst this relentless torment and humiliation, the light in Su Yao's eyes began to fade. Suddenly, she wrenched herself free from Zhao Chong's grasp and bolted towards the window. To the astonishment of the others, she leapt from the storage room on the 5th floor. Su Yao's body crashed onto the pavement below, her blood staining the earth beneath her. Her eyes remained wide open, as if in protest against the world's injustice. Chaos erupted within the school. Although Lin Na, Zhao Chong, and the others were reprimanded by the school, their privileged backgrounds and connections ensured that the matter was suppressed. Before long, school life resumed its normal course, as if Su Yao had never existed. However, from that moment onward, strange occurrences began to plague the school. At night, the desolate school buildings echoed with mournful sobs, their chilling resonance sending shivers down the spines of those who heard them. One evening, Lin Na stayed late to rehearse for a performance. As she passed the storage room alone, she was startled by Su Yao's voice emanating from within. "Lin Na, why did you treat me so cruelly?" Lin Na's face turned ashen with terror. She attempted to flee, but her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground. The storage room door creaked open, and a gust of icy air swept over her. Su Yao's blood-soaked figure materialized in the doorway. "Lin Na, you made my life a living hell. Now, I'm here to collect." Su Yao shrieked, lunging towards Lin Na. Lin Na screamed and squeezed her eyes shut. When she reopened them, Su Yao had vanished. However, from that night forward, Lin Na was haunted by nightmares in which Su Yao sought retribution. Her mental state deteriorated rapidly. Zhao Chong did not escape Su Yao's vengeance either. One day, while in the school restroom, he noticed Su Yao's face reflected in the mirror. Her eyes were streaming with blood, and she muttered, "Zhao Chong, there's no escape for you either." Zhao Chong turned and fled, but the door slammed shut. Refusing to budge, a pair of bloodied hands emerged from one of the stalls, seizing Zhao Chong's feet. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. He was dragged into the stall, his anguished cries echoing through the restroom. The other students who had participated in Su Yao's bullying also encountered terrifying events. Some witnessed Su Yao's spectral figure peering through the classroom windows during lessons, while others discovered blood-soaked meals in the cafeteria. Fear gripped the entire school. The school summoned exorcists, but their spells proved ineffective against Su Yao's vengeful spirit. Her hatred was too profound, her soul consumed by a thirst for retribution. One night, a mysterious force gathered Lin Na, Zhao Chong, and the other bullies on the school's athletic field. Ominous clouds obscured the moon, casting the field in darkness. Su Yao's translucent figure materialized before them, her body radiating an ethereal glow. The 27th tale, The Shadows of the Night Parade of Demons. As dusk enveloped the ancient town, the desolate streets appeared sinister beneath the dim moonlight. On July 14th, 2024, a seemingly ordinary Sunday night concealed boundless horror and dread. University student Xiaofeng returned to his secluded hometown during the summer break. The nights in his hometown were typically tranquil, yet tonight, a peculiar atmosphere lingered in the breeze. Walking alone on his way home, The streetlights flickered erratically, as if their power was waning. He instinctively pulled his neck into his coat, thrust his hands into his pockets, and quickened his pace, a sense of unease gnawing at his heart. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, causing Xiao Feng to shudder. He looked up to find a thick fog materializing at the end of the previously empty street. The fog moved towards him with an almost sentient quality. What could this mean? His heart began to race, fear gripping him like a cold hand clutching his chest. Within the fog, vague and eerie figures began to emerge. Xiao Feng's heartbeat quickened, an ominous premonition rising within him. He wished to flee, yet his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, unable to move an inch. As the fog closed in, he finally discerned the shapes, an assembly of grotesque apparitions. Some boar-green faces and sharp fangs, their blood-red eyes glinting with malevolence as they licked their jagged teeth, seemingly anticipating a feast. Others floated like wisps of smoke, their claws sharp as blades, swiping through the air, and still others rode upon skeletal steeds wreathed in flames, brandishing barbed chains that clanked ominously. Together, these creatures formed a terrifying procession, reminiscent of the legendary night parade of 100 demons. Xiao Feng watched in terror, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. His pupils dilated in fear, his throat felt constricted, silencing any sound. He could only watch helplessly as the demons turned their gaze towards him, unleashing piercing shrieks and maniacal laughter. One particularly long-tongued demon extended its lengthy appendage towards Xiao Feng, twisting through the air like a frenzied serpent. Instinctively, he raised his hand in defense, but the tongue coiled around his arm like a frigid viper, its slick and slimy texture causing his stomach to churn. He struggled desperately to break free. Just as Xiao Feng believed his life was forfeit, a flash of golden light appeared, severing the demon's tongue, which dissipated into a plume of black smoke. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a peachwood sword and chanting incantations, his eyes brimming with resolve and fearlessness. The demons recoiled at the sight of the elder, their once brazen demeanor faltering momentarily. Who dares to wreak havoc here? The elder bellowed, brandishing his sword, sending a blade of energy surging towards the fiends. A towering demon stepped forth, brandishing a trident, lunging at the elder with a swift thrust that sliced through the air. The elder sidestepped nimbly, evading the attack, and thrust his sword into the demon's chest. With a pained shriek, the demon collapsed, transforming into a pool of blood. The other demons, witnessing this, swarmed towards the elder and Xiao Feng, encircling them. Unfazed, the elder wielded his sword, inscribing a protective talisman in the air. The talisman radiated golden light, repelling the approaching demons. However, the sheer number of fiends proved overwhelming. And as the relentless assaults continued, the elder's strength began to wane, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his breath becoming labored. At that moment, Xiao Feng discovered an ancient tome inexplicably in his possession. Trembling, he opened the book, revealing spells for vanquishing demons. Perhaps this was his hope for survival. He could not remain passive. A surge of courage filled him as he closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing heart, and began to recite the incantation. As Xiao Feng's voice echoed, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking several demons. The remaining fiends, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, halted in their tracks. Terror etched upon their faces. Seizing the opportunity, the elder launched a counterattack, his sword piercing through more demons, their cries echoing in anguish. Sensing their plight, the remaining demons began to flee. The elder and Xiao Feng pursued them relentlessly. Before an abandoned ancient mansion, the demons vanished without a trace. The elder and Xiao Feng cautiously entered the dilapidated structure, which was permeated by a foul stench, its walls cloaked in moss. In the grand hall, they discovered a massive altar adorned with strange offerings and a black magical box. Curiosity compelled Xiao Feng to approach the altar, and just as he reached out to touch the box, the elder urgently halted him. Do not touch that. It is a magical box that seals the 100 demons. If opened, the consequences would be dire. The elder warned, his face betraying anxiety and concern. However, it was too late. Xiao Feng's hand inadvertently brushed against the box, which creaked open, releasing a plume of black smoke. Instantly, countless demons surged forth, their numbers exceeding those before. Xiao Feng's eyes widened in horror, regret flooding his mind. It was my fault. I have brought this calamity. Once more, the elder and Xiao Feng found themselves surrounded by the demons, their attacks more ferocious than ever. In a bid to protect Xiao Feng, the elder was struck by a demon, staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed. Run, Xiao Feng, the elder urged, his voice a mere whisper, yet his gaze remained resolute and protective. Xiao Feng, witnessing the elder's plight, felt a surge of fury and sorrow. I cannot flee like this. Clenching his teeth, in a town forsaken by time, an antiquated edifice known as Grimhaven Manor loomed, weather-beaten and dilapidated. With crumbling facades and fractured window frames, it seemed as though every stone bore witness to untold narratives. The townsfolk spoke of it in hushed tones, their faces etched with dread, for it was rumored to have once been the private residence of a powerful Qing dynasty official. A catastrophic fire had claimed the lives of his entire family, and since then, Grimhaven Manor had become a haunt for restless spirits, shunned by all. However, in this age of information overload, there are always those who crave the thrill of the unknown. Li Ming, a self-proclaimed paranormal investigator and online streamer, was one such individual. Boasting a following of over 1 million viewers, he made his living by broadcasting various supernatural occurrences, his motto being, "Truth lies at the terminus of fear." Live stream commences. As night descended and the moonlight waned, Li Ming, accompanied by his streaming equipment, embarked on his journey to Grimhaven Manor. His chatroom was already abuzz with activity, a deluge of comments flooding the screen. Li Ming, with fervor greetings, esteemed viewers. Your paranormal streamer, Li Ming, is here. Tonight, we shall venture into the infamous Grimhaven Manor, exploring the chilling tales that have been whispered through the ages. Are you prepared? Let us unveil its enigmatic veil together. Commenter A. Go, streamer, go. We're rooting for you. Commenter B. Oh dear, I'm terrified, yet I can't look away. Li Ming, smiling it seems you're all quite eager. Fear not, for with me by your side, I assure you a thrilling yet secure experience. As Li Ming pushed open the creaking gates, a gust of frigid air assailed him, instantly chilling the atmosphere within the live stream. Entering the old manor, the interior was cloaked in gloom, with only slivers of moonlight piercing through the dilapidated roof, casting spectral shadows. Li Ming activated his flashlight, its beam dancing across the desolate hallway, each footstep echoing with an unnerving resonance. Li Ming, feigning nonchalance, this place is certainly antiquated, but it doesn't seem quite as menacing as they say. Commenter C. Streamer, be vigilant. Beware of what lurks behind. Li Ming turning to grin, haha. Rest assured, I come prepared. Suddenly, a faint sob echoed through the air, clear yet ethereal, as if originating from afar, yet resonating nearby. Li Ming, attempting composure, did you all hear that? It seems there's a sound. Commenter D. Is that a ghost? Streamer, flee. Li Ming, inhaling deeply, fear not. We shall investigate together. He followed the direction of the sound, eventually halting before a dilapidated bedchamber. The door was ajar, and the weeping emanated from within. Li Ming cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a scene of utter disarray. Yet, the room was devoid of life, save for the chilling drafts that swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Li Ming, softly, it appears this place is indeed haunted. A flicker of fear and unease crossed his eyes, and a sheen of perspiration glistened on his brow. Just as Li Ming was about to retreat from this eerie place, a gentle female voice echoed in his ear, as soft as a spring breeze, yet laced with sorrow and desolation, stirring a sense of pity. Female voice, mournfully, who are you? Why do you trespass upon my home? Li Ming recoiled in terror, his body trembling. He spun around, scanning his surroundings warily. Yet no figure materialized. His heart pounded in his chest, his breath growing heavy. Though fear gripped him, he mustered his composure and inquired, Who? Who speaks? Reveal yourself. Silence reigned, and the gentle female voice remained elusive. Li Ming nervously swallowed, treading cautiously backward. His eyes remained fixed on the dark abyss before him, dreading the emergence of some unseen entity. Despite his dread, he maintained a semblance of composure. Li Ming, his voice trembling slightly, I am Li Ming, a paranormal streamer. I intend no offense, but I am merely captivated by this place, seeking to uncover its secrets. I implore you, do not hold me accountable. Female voice, emitting a prolonged sigh. Truth? There is no truth here, only endless anguish and remorse. Commenter E, writing frantically, streamer, what is she saying? Ask her who she is. Li Ming, inhaling deeply, nodding slightly, pray tell, who are you, and why do you linger here? Female voice, her tone laden with sorrow, I am the mistress of this manor. The dreadful fire of that year reduced everything to ashes, claiming all that I held dear. As the female voice recounted her tale, a forgotten chapter of history began to unfold. It was revealed that she was the daughter of the powerful official, ensnared in a political conspiracy due to familial strife, which ultimately led to the demise of her entire family. Consumed by resentment and discontent, her soul found no repose and continued to wander the halls. Li Ming, with empathy, I see, your plight evokes sympathy. But the departed are gone, and you should relinquish your attachments and journey to the afterlife. Female voice, after a moment of silence, I wish to, but the resentment in my heart prevents me from finding peace. Li Ming, consoling, but to linger here eternally is no solution. You have been gone for many years. Must you remain confined to this place forever? Female voice, weeping sorrowfully, I know not what to do. My family is gone, and I am alone and desolate here. Li Ming, helplessly, alas, Your situation is indeed pitiable, but fear not, for I shall assist you in finding a way to depart this place in peace. Female voice, gratefully the 29th tale, the lament of the ancient spirit in a quaint town nestled in the northern reaches of Thailand. A wooden cabin stands embraced by a lush rainforest. As twilight descends, a thick fog envelopes the entire town, casting a veil of haziness over all it touches. Everything here seems to be steeped in tranquility and mystery, as if time itself has become viscous and slow. Within this enigmatic locale lies an antique shop named Yulan. At first glance, the shop appears unremarkable, yet it conceals a secret passage to another realm. The interior is adorned with an array of antiquities, each piece steeped in untold stories. However, the most captivating artifact is a cold, ancient spirit doll, Ming Air. This spirit doll stands a mere half-meter tall, cloaked in an inky blackness, its surface etched with a multitude of intricate runes that evoke a sense of reverence. It is said that this ancient doll possesses formidable powers, capable of granting wishes and shielding its owner from malevolent forces. Consequently, many are drawn to it, seeking its protection. The shopkeeper, named Azankin, is a wizard well-versed in the arcane arts. He informs visitors that sincere offerings to Ming Air will elicit its blessings and guardianship. As a result, an increasing number of individuals flock to the shop, beseeching Ming Air for fortune, health, and happiness. Some even offer exorbitant sums, all for the sake of securing its favor. As time progresses, however, peculiar occurrences begin to unfold. Some claim to hear the eerie laughter of Ming Air echoing in the night. Others report witnessing a flickering red light in its eyes. Such rumors instill fear and doubt among the townsfolk, prompting some to question Azankin's abilities and integrity. In the face of this scrutiny, Azankin remains silent, diligently safeguarding the ancient spirit doll while continuing to assist those who seek its protection. Nevertheless, the whispers surrounding Ming Air proliferate, attracting even greater curiosity and intrigue. In this town, shrouded in mystery and the uncanny, the Yulan antique shop transforms into a riddle in the hearts of its visitors. The cold, ancient spirit doll, Ming Air, becomes the very essence of this enigma. No one knows the true nature of its power or the consequences it may bestow upon humanity. Perhaps only time will unravel this mystery. Azankin, the aged master of sorcery, bears the marks of time upon his visage, yet his eyes shine with an unusual brightness. As if capable of discerning the essence of all things, he understands the uniqueness of Ming Air. It is not merely a spiritual entity but a soul tormented by fate, unable to find peace. In the stillness of the night, he can sense the silent call of Ming Air, a lament filled with boundless sorrow and resentment. The arrival of Lin Hao is akin to a sudden tempest, disrupting the town's tranquility. Young and handsome, yet harboring a subtle gloom in his gaze. Lin Hao's desire for the spirit doll springs not from reverence or faith, but from sheer greed and desperation. Despite his reservations, Azankin is ultimately swayed by Lin Hao's sincerity and relinquishes Ming Air to him. Little does he foresee that this choice would unleash an irrevocable calamity. Once in possession of Ming Air, Lin Hao's life undergoes a radical transformation. Initially, he experiences an unprecedented wave of prosperity and good fortune. His business flourishes, and wealth flows abundantly into his coffers. However, as time passes, he becomes increasingly consumed by this facile success. He begins to rely on Ming Air's power to resolve all his dilemmas, seeking to exploit it for greater gains. He disregards Azankin's warnings and overlooks the mounting resentment emanating from Ming Air. The once innocent child spirit has morphed into a vengeful entity, her soul trapped in this realm, unable to transcend the cycle of rebirth. Yet Lin Hao treats her as a mere tool, exploiting her powers to fulfill his selfish desires. Simultaneously, a series of bizarre tales begins circulating through the town. Some claim to hear faint cries of a child in the dead of night. Others assert they have glimpsed hollow, soulless eyes watching their every move in their dreams. These rumors spread like wildfire, igniting fear and unease among the residents. People begin to suspect that Lin Hao is at the heart of these disturbances, as his behavior grows increasingly erratic. Some even shun him, wary of attracting trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Hao remains indifferent to these whispers, dismissing them as trivial gossip. After all, he now possesses boundless wealth and power, unbothered by the opinions of others. Yet, it soon becomes evident that these tales are not mere fabrications. As night falls and moonlight spills through the window, Lin Hao suddenly feels a chill wash over him. A shiver runs down his spine, and a flicker of dread creeps into his heart. At that moment, he hears a faint sound, akin to someone weeping softly. Nervously, Lin Hao scans the room, but finds nothing amiss. He convinces himself that it must be fatigue playing tricks on his mind. However, the sobbing returns, clearer than before. His heartbeat quickens, and beads of sweat form on his brow. Slowly, He lifts his gaze to the spirit doll on the table, only to find Ming Er's face stained with blood tears, her eyes brimming with profound resentment. Her lips tremble slightly, as if yearning to convey something. Lin Hao's eyes widen in terror. He has never encountered such a sight. He realizes that Ming Er is no longer the puppet he could manipulate at will, but a spirit consumed with vengeance. Her existence now poses a threat to his very life. Faced with this harrowing scene, Lin Hao is at a loss. He attempts to flee the room, only to find the door firmly locked, refusing to budge. Regret floods his mind as he reflects on why he ever trusted Azankin's words. In a secluded valley, there lies an ancient, long-abandoned mansion, shrouded in dense woods and perpetually enveloped in mist. Even on the sunniest of days, it exudes an eerie atmosphere. A young detective named Chen Luo, captivated by mysterious events, learned of the mansion's sinister legends and resolved to explore its depths on a moonless night, accompanied by his assistant, Lin Xiao. Upon their arrival, the mansion's entrance stood ajar, as if anticipating their presence. As they stepped inside, a musty odor assailed their senses. And the grand hall was thick with dust, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through shattered windows, casting bizarre patterns on the floor. They cautiously traversed the hall when suddenly, a gust of chilling wind rustled the tattered portraits on the walls. Lin Xiao instinctively clutched Chen Luo's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Chen Luo, this place is terrifying. We should leave." Chen Luo reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. "Fear not, I am here. Since we have come, we must uncover the secrets that lie within." They ventured further, entering a study filled with shelves of books, all ravaged by time. On the desk, Chen Luo discovered a yellow diary, its writing faint and indistinct. Upon closer inspection, fragmented accounts of chilling incidents that once transpired in the mansion became discernible. Just as Chen Luo became engrossed in the diary, Lin Xiao shrieked in terror. Chen Luo swiftly turned to see a shadow darting past them. They pursued the figure, only to find it vanish at the end of a long corridor lined with numerous rooms, which they began to inspect one by one. In one room, they stumbled upon a decrepit bed stained with dark red splotches, reminiscent of blood. Chen Luo furrowed his brow, his unease deepening. They then descended into the basement, a dank and musty space that exuded a noxious odor. In a corner, they discovered a locked chest. After much effort, Chen Luo managed to pry it open, revealing an assortment of peculiar tools and an ancient map, which detailed various regions of the mansion, highlighting a specific room deep within the basement. Following the map's guidance, they reached the designated room, which resembled a laboratory. The workbench was cluttered with various chemical instruments and vials of unidentifiable substances. On the walls, Chen Luo noted photographs depicting a group of individuals clad in lab coats, their expressions grave and enigmatic. At that moment, a strange sound echoed through the room, akin to someone moaning in anguish. Observing his surroundings, Chen Luo spotted a concealed door in the corner. They opened it to reveal a narrow passage leading to a vast secret chamber. Within this chamber stood a grand coffin, encircled by flickering candles. As Chen Luo approached and gently lifted the lid, he beheld a desiccated corpse clutching a note that read, "The truth lies behind the mirror." In the room, they discovered an enormous mirror adorned with peculiar symbols. Chen Luo scrutinized these engravings, recognizing them as a cipher. After considerable deduction and experimentation, he finally deciphered the code. The mirror slowly rotated, revealing a hidden compartment containing a stack of documents revealing that the mansion's former owner was a deranged scientist who had conducted horrific experiments in pursuit of an elixir for immortality. However, the experiments went awry, resulting in grotesque transformations and mutual slaughter among the subjects. Ultimately, the scientist perished in his own experiment, his soul forever trapped within the mansion. Armed with this harrowing truth, Chen Luo and Lin Xiao sought a means to lift the curse and grant peace to the tormented spirit of the mansion's master. They meticulously examined the mysterious documents and uncovered a vital clue, an elixir. Thus began their quest to locate this elusive potion. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed it from a hidden nook, cradling the vial as though it were a precious gem. Following the instructions within the documents, they evenly dispersed the elixir throughout the mansion's shadowy corners. Each drop shimmered like a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkened abode. Gradually, the sinister atmosphere began to dissipate, replaced by a serene tranquility. The once ominous corpse transformed into ash, its lingering malevolence seemingly carried away by the wind. Chen Luo and Lin Xiao watched in anxious anticipation as the last remnants of the eerie presence faded. They had unraveled the mansion's mysteries and liberated its master from eternal suffering. As dawn broke, they exited the haunted abode. Looking back, the mansion remained still, no longer invoking fear. They believed that it would henceforth become a mere relic of history, destined to fade into obscurity. The haunting vigil at the coastal beacon, Episode 46. Upon a seaside precipice stood an ancient lighthouse, erected in the 19th century. It had weathered countless tempests and the relentless erosion of time. More than a mere navigational aid, it had become an iconic landmark on the coastline. In the summer of 2024, a young man named Thomas embraced the opportunity to serve as the lighthouse keeper, possessing a lifelong fascination with the sea and its beacons. This was a dream realized, despite the remote location and the monotonous nature of the work. The prospect of communion with the ocean and safeguarding the lighthouse's radiant beam made it all worthwhile. Thomas's shift commenced at dusk and concluded at 6 the following morning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world was consumed by the inky cloak of night, leaving Thomas's lighthouse as the solitary bastion of light. Night descended, and the sea was swallowed by the viscous darkness, seemingly without end. Only the lighthouse's beam swept back and forth across the water, a futile attempt to dispel the encroaching gloom. Thomas sat in the lighthouse's control room, listening to the rhythmic cadence of waves crashing against the rocks. The sound was amplified in the stillness of the night, transforming into a symphony of nature, at times rousing and at others subdued. He felt the gentle caress of the sea breeze upon his face, bringing a touch of coolness, yet he felt no chill. For within him burned a fervent passion to protect this maritime domain. Though his duties were repetitive, Thomas found contentment in his work. Each night, he faithfully ascended the tower, kindled the lamp, and guided passing vessels. He understood that his role, though seemingly mundane, was of paramount importance. On this vast expanse of ocean, without the lighthouse's guidance, ships could become lost or even face peril. Thus, despite facing solitude each night, he harbored no grievances. Thomas was acutely aware of the weighty responsibility he bore, and he meticulously prepared for each shift. He scrutinized the lighthouse's equipment to ensure its proper function, guaranteeing that the light illuminated the surrounding waters. He also monitored weather patterns to adjust the light's intensity and angle accordingly. Furthermore, he maintained contact with other lighthouse keepers, exchanging information and providing mutual support. Through these measures, they collectively enhanced their ability to execute their duties and ensure maritime safety. For the first few hours, all was tranquil. Thomas would occasionally rise and gaze out at the inky sea, scanning for any signs of passing ships. Around midnight, a peculiar wind arose, howling against the lighthouse walls as if a creature of the unknown was wailing. A sense of unease crept into Thomas's heart, but he reassured himself that it was merely the ordinary sea wind. However, when he turned back to the window, he noticed a vague figure on the shoreline below. Squinting, Thomas tried to discern the shape more clearly. The figure was draped in a long, black cloak, billowing in the wind. It moved slowly, advancing toward the lighthouse. Thomas's heart pounded in his chest. The lighthouse was located in a desolate area, far from civilization. What could possibly bring someone here in the dead of night? He grabbed a pair of binoculars, hoping to make out the person's face, but the distance and the darkness obscured their features, revealing only a general outline. As the figure drew nearer, a chill ran down Thomas's spine. The person's gait was unnaturally stiff, as if manipulated by some unseen force. When the figure reached the base of the lighthouse, Thomas saw it raise its head, though he could not discern its face. He felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Thomas tried to call for help, but his phone had no signal. At that moment, the lights inside the lighthouse began to flicker, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. Thomas rushed to inspect the equipment, but everything seemed normal. Yet, the flickering grew more frequent, as if the lights were about to extinguish. Suddenly, a violent impact reverberated from the lighthouse door. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow struck Thomas's heart. Trembling, he approached the door and peered through the crack. The figure in the black cloak stood outside, relentlessly pounding against the door, emitting a low, guttural growl. Thomas recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. The impacts continued, and fissures began to appear in the lighthouse door. Thomas knew it would not be long before the mysterious figure breached the entrance. He scanned the room, searching for a weapon. Finally, he seized a wrench, clutching it tightly in his hand, and retreated to a corner. At that moment, the door succumbed to the relentless assault, collapsing inward. The figure slowly entered the lighthouse. By the flickering light, Thomas finally made out the figure's face. It was a pallid mask, devoid of pupils, with only empty white sockets in their place. Its mouth gaped open, revealing a row of jagged teeth, and black fluid dripped from the corners. The figure advanced toward Thomas, step by step. Thomas raised the wrench, shouting, "Stay back." But the figure did not halt. It extended a hand, its fingers long and emaciated, its nails sharp as knives. Just as the figure was about to seize Thomas, he swung the wrench with all his might, striking the figure's arm. However, the wrench felt as if it had struck solid stone, sending a jolt of numbness up Thomas's arm. The figure shrieked and lunged at Thomas with renewed ferocity. Thomas fled desperately, engaging in a harrowing chase with the figure throughout the lighthouse. He raced up the winding stairs, the figure in relentless pursuit. In his flight, Thomas inadvertently knocked over a can of fuel, which spilled down the stairs. The figure seemed oblivious to the fuel, continuing its pursuit of Thomas. Seizing an opportunity, Thomas flicked his lighter, igniting the fuel. Instantly, flames erupted, spreading across the stairs, forming a wall of fire. The figure, engulfed in flames, emitted a tormented howl. The 47th tale. The headless horseman of the eerie town. Fear loomed like a shadow over the ancient town, its desolate streets appearing sinister beneath the dim light of the moon. This place seemed forgotten by time, enveloped in an unsettling silence and mystery. The town bore a peculiar name, Misty Shadows Town, nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by dense forests and perpetually shrouded in fog, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. Young journalist Emily, fascinated by the obscurity of this town due to her profession, resolved to journey to Misty Shadows Town to uncover its hidden secrets. She drove along the winding mountain roads, the picturesque scenery failing to alleviate the unease that lingered in her heart. After a prolonged drive, she finally arrived at Misty Shadows Town at dusk. Upon entering the town, Emily was struck by its eerie tranquility, with scarcely a soul to be seen on the streets. An uncanny atmosphere pervaded the entire area, sending a shiver down her spine. She sought to unearth some clues regarding the town's history, yet the residents seemed reluctant to discuss the past. Their wary and evasive glances left Emily utterly perplexed. As night descended, Misty Shadows Town grew increasingly enigmatic. Emily began to sense an invisible pressure encroaching upon her. She decided to spend the night at a local inn, hoping to glean more information from fellow guests. However, upon entering the inn, she found it devoid of life, save for a flickering oil lamp casting a feeble glow. The unnerving desolation filled her with dread, prompting her to question the wisdom of her choice. At the town's entrance, a dilapidated sign swayed precariously in the wind, its inscription faded and barely legible. Emily parked her car in front of an old inn, its exterior appearing exceedingly worn, with vines creeping up its walls. Stepping inside, she was enveloped in a musty atmosphere. A haggard old man sat behind the counter, regarding Emily with a dispassionate gaze. "Are there any rooms available?" Emily inquired. The old man remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly and handing her a key, saying nothing more. Emily dragged her luggage down a dimly lit corridor to her room. The furnishings were sparse: a bed, a wardrobe, and a table, with the curtains faded from age. After tidying up, Emily resolved to explore the town further. Walking along the empty streets, the only sound was the echo of her footsteps in the stillness. The houses lining the street were shuttered tight, with no light escaping their confines. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Emily to shudder. She felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, yet when she glanced around, there was nothing to be seen. Unwittingly, she found herself before an abandoned church. The heavy doors were shut tight, but strange sounds emanated from within. Curiosity getting the better of her, Emily pushed open the grand door, its hinges creaking ominously in the quiet night. The air inside was thick with a foul stench, and the murals on the walls had peeled away, revealing crumbling surfaces. Cautiously, Emily stepped inside, only for the door behind her to slam shut with a resounding thud. She turned to open the door, only to find it locked. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from the depths of the church. Emily's heart raced as she turned toward the source of the noise. Emerging from the shadows was a figure astride a black steed, clad in dark armor, gripping a gleaming sword. Most terrifying of all, he bore no head. Paralyzed by fear, Emily collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The headless horseman advanced slowly, the sound of hooves resonating throughout the vast church. As he approached, he raised his sword. In despair, Emily shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death. Yet, after a moment, nothing happened. Opening her eyes cautiously, she discovered the headless horseman had vanished. Struggling to her feet, she rushed to the door, which, thankfully, was now unlocked. Emily fled the church and sprinted back to the inn. Once in her room, she locked the door and trembled uncontrollably. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Gradually calming herself, Emily began to consider that her harrowing experience might have been nothing more than a nightmare. Determined to inquire about the church and the headless horseman, she approached the old man at the inn. Upon hearing her account, his expression darkened considerably. "That is a cursed place," he replied. "Long ago, a cruel knight committed many atrocities there. Eventually, the villagers executed him, severing his head. Ever since, his spirit has lingered, seeking vengeance." Filled with dread yet driven by her journalistic instincts, Emily recognized the potential for a compelling story and resolved to remain in the town to explore the legend further. In the days that followed, she diligently sought out tales of the headless horseman. It became apparent that on nights of the full moon, he would manifest in the town, instilling fear and calamity among the inhabitants. As the full moon approached, Emily concealed herself within an abandoned warehouse, awaiting the horseman's appearance. At midnight, the sound of hooves echoed, and Emily gripped her camera tightly, bracing for the encounter. The headless horseman emerged onto the street, his form starkly menacing in the moonlight. Emily snapped photographs, but her actions caught the attention of the horseman, who charged toward the warehouse. In a panic, Emily turned to flee, but the clutter within the warehouse caused her to stumble and fall. The headless horseman loomed before her, sword raised high. Just as the moment of confrontation arrived, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the headless horseman vanished. The 48th tale, the white phantom of the midnight hospital. As the night enveloped the ancient town, the desolate streets appeared sinister beneath the dim moonlight. On the outskirts stood St. Mary's Hospital, a venerable structure whose towering walls were entwined with creeping vines, resembling a colossal, ghostly fortress in the darkness. Young intern Amy, due to a recent shortage of staff, was assigned the night shift. Despite her trepidation, she summoned the courage to undertake this task for the sake of her medical career. At 11 o'clock, the hospital corridors were eerily silent, with only the sound of Amy's footsteps echoing through the vast space. The lights flickered intermittently, as if the power might fail at any moment. After completing her rounds, she returned to the nurse's station, attempting to focus on filling out patient records, but her inner unrest rendered her unable to concentrate. Suddenly, a chill wind swept from the end of the corridor, causing Amy to shiver involuntarily. She looked up and caught a glimpse of a white figure fleetingly disappearing at the other end of the hall. Her heart raced, and she reassured herself that it was merely a figment of her imagination. However, when she lowered her gaze again, she found that a pen once resting on the table had vanished. Taking a deep breath, Amy stood up, resolved to investigate the corridor. She walked cautiously, each step amplifying the sound of her heartbeat in her ears. Upon reaching the spot where she had seen the white figure, a wave of cold washed over her spine. At that moment, she heard faint footsteps behind her. Terrified, she spun around but saw nothing. Suddenly, the overhead lights began to flicker wildly, buzzing ominously. In the midst of the fluctuating illumination, Amy beheld a woman clad in a white robe, her long hair obscuring her face and rendering her features indistinct. The spectral figure slowly raised her hand, pointing towards a patient room. Amy's legs felt as though they were anchored to the floor, immobilized by fear. After a tense moment, the apparition vanished, and the lights returned to their normal state. Trembling, Amy made her way to the indicated room, each step laden with dread. She cautiously pushed open the door to reveal an impenetrable darkness within. As she fumbled to turn on the light, she discovered an elderly man lying unconscious on the bed. Just as she turned to leave, a faint sigh reached her ears. Startled, Amy whipped around to see the white phantom seated beside the bed, slowly lifting her head to reveal hollow eyes and a pallid visage. Overcome with terror, Amy screamed and collapsed to the ground. The ghost rose slowly, gliding toward her. In despair, Amy shut her eyes, bracing herself for the impending horror. However, after a moment, nothing transpired. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to find the apparition had vanished. Just as relief washed over her, the medical equipment in the room erupted in a cacophony of alarms. The patient's vital signs plummeted, and Amy, suppressing her fear, dashed out to summon emergency personnel. The staff arrived promptly, working fervently to revive the patient. Yet, despite their best efforts, the elderly man could not be saved. Tears streamed down Amy's face as she felt the ghost had caused the patient's demise. After attending to the aftermath, Amy wearily returned to the nurse's station. To her astonishment, she discovered the missing pen lying on the table, accompanied by a yellowed note. Trembling, she picked up the note, which bore a blurred inscription, "Save me." A chill ran down her spine as she glanced around, sensing the ghost's presence nearby. At that moment, the hospital's PA system emitted an eerie melody, followed by a woman's sobs. Covering her ears, Amy sprinted toward the elevator. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing an empty interior. Amy rushed inside, frantically pressing the close button. Just as the doors were about to shut, a pale hand obstructed their closure. The white phantom appeared at the entrance, slowly stepping into the elevator and advancing toward Amy. Helplessly, Amy curled into a corner, tears streaming down her face as if a dam had burst, threatening to engulf her. She felt her world crumbling around her, hope fading away. The ghost stood silently beside her, extending a ghostly hand to gently caress Amy's cheek. The touch was icy, akin to a chilling breeze brushing against her face. Eyes wide with terror, Amy gazed at the specter, her body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, her vision faded to black, and she lost consciousness. When Amy next opened her eyes, she found herself in a strange and foreboding room. filled with an overpowering stench of antiseptic that made her stomach churn. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she struggled to clear her muddled thoughts. As she fought to stand, her gaze fell upon a large black and white photograph adorning the wall. The woman in the photo was none other than the white phantom she had encountered earlier. A wave of dread washed over her as she contemplated the apparition's appearance. With cautious steps, she approached the door and gently pushed it open. Beyond lay a dim, damp corridor, permeated with the scent of decay and death. Taking a deep breath, Amy steeled herself and stepped forward, determined to find a way out of this dreadful place. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, revealing an elderly nurse who entered, her expression morphing into one of surprise upon seeing Amy awake. "What are you doing here?" the old nurse inquired. Amy recounted her harrowing experience, and the nurse sighed, explaining that was a patient who passed away here many years ago. She has been wandering these halls, perhaps with unfulfilled wishes. Resolved to unravel the mystery and help the spirit find peace, Amy delved into the hospital's archives. Uncovering that the ghost had once been a young mother who perished due to a medical mishap, her child having gone missing as well. Amy scoured the premises for clues and ultimately stumbled upon a forgotten room in the hospital's basement. The room was cluttered with debris, and in the corner, she discovered a dilapidated crib. In the remote mountains, there existed a desolate valley known to the world as Ghost Valley, enshrouded perpetually in dense fog. Its perimeter was defined by precipitous peaks, forming a natural barrier that sequestered it from the outside world. Legend had it that as night descended, the valley echoed with blood-curdling shrieks, and those who dared approach vanished mysteriously, never to be seen again. A young and intrepid explorer, Jack, was consumed by curiosity and a thirst for adventure regarding this legend. He resolved to venture into the deserted valley, intent on unraveling the enigma behind the terrifying screams. After procuring the necessary equipment and provisions, Jack embarked on his perilous journey into the unknown. Following days of arduous trekking, Jack finally reached the entrance of the desolate valley. Gazing into the fog-laden depths, a chill ran down his spine, yet an insatiable curiosity propelled him forward. Upon entering the valley, Jack immediately sensed an unsettling ambience. An eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of his own footsteps and breath. The dense fog severely limited visibility, compelling him to proceed with extreme caution. As he delved deeper into the valley, Jack gradually noticed changes in his surroundings. The vegetation here was exceptionally lush, reminiscent of a primeval forest, with ancient trees standing tall, their robust trunks adorned with thick moss and parasitic plants. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows that lent an eerie and mysterious air to the valley. Vines intertwined, forming a vast verdant web that connected the ground to the sky. Suddenly, an icy wind swept through, carrying with it a faint, ethereal shriek. Jack's heart pounded in his chest as he paused, straining his ears to listen. However, the sound was elusive, sometimes clear and distinct, other times vanishing without a trace. Fear gripped Jack as he felt a shiver ascend his spine. Taking a deep breath, Jack attempted to regain his composure. He told himself it was merely an illusion or the echo of the wind reverberating through the valley. He decided to press on, hoping to find clues or an exit. Reaching a crystal-clear stream, fatigue washed over him, and his throat felt parched. He crouched down, intending to cup his hands and drink. Just then, a blurred figure reflected in the water. Startled, Jack whipped around, only to find no one behind him. A shiver ran through him as he began to question whether his nerves had become frayed due to excessive tension. Perhaps it was all just his imagination? Yet, how could he explain the vivid sensation? Jack's mind was filled with doubt and unease, and he resolved to leave this unsettling place as soon as possible. Night fell, and the fog in the valley grew even thicker. Jack found a relatively flat spot, pitched his tent, and prepared to spend the night. Just as he was settling into his sleeping bag, the terrifying shriek echoed once more, this time clearer, as if right beside him. Jack burst out of the tent, flashlight in hand, and ran toward the sound. In the beam of the flashlight, Jack spotted an abandoned house. The doors and windows were tightly shut, but the shriek seemed to emanate from within. After a moment of hesitation, Jack mustered the courage to push open the rickety door. The interior reeked of decay, and cobwebs clung to the walls. In a corner, Jack discovered a yellowed diary. Opening it, he found the handwriting faded and difficult to decipher, but upon closer inspection, he managed to discern some details. Years ago, a scientific expedition had come to the valley to conduct research, but in the process, they accidentally unleashed an evil spirit that had been sealed within. From that moment on, the valley was cursed, and the terrifying screams were the work of that malevolent entity. As Jack was engrossed in reading the diary, he heard a slight noise behind him. Turning around, he saw a dark figure lunging toward him. Before he could react, Jack was knocked to the ground. In the struggle, he caught a glimpse of the figure's face, a distorted visage with eerie red eyes. Jack fought to break free from the figure's grasp, desperately fleeing the house. However, he became disoriented in the dense fog. At that moment, the shrieks intensified all around him. As if countless evil spirits were closing in, Jack ran blindly through the valley until suddenly the ground gave way beneath him, and he plunged into a bottomless pit. The pit was lined with sharp stakes, which pierced Jack's legs, causing blood to flow freely. He tried to climb out, but the walls were too slippery to scale. In despair, Jack noticed a cave on one side of the pit. Enduring the pain, he crawled inside. The cave was filled with a pungent odor, and the walls shimmered with an eerie light. Deep within the cave, Jack saw a massive stone sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was covered in strange symbols and patterns, exuding an aura of evil. Jack approached it and noticed that the lid was slightly ajar. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to open the sarcophagus to see what lay inside. As he pushed open the lid, the sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. A grotesque monster lay within, its body wreathed in black mist. The monster suddenly opened its eyes and lunged at Jack with its claws extended. Jack scrambled backward, accidentally colliding with the stone wall behind him. By then, the monster had emerged from the sarcophagus and was advancing menacingly. Jack frantically searched for something to use as a weapon, finally spotting a rusty axe in the corner. Clutching the axe tightly, Jack fixed his gaze on the monster, knowing that a battle for survival was about to begin. The monster roared and charged at Jack, its sharp claws glinting. Jack dodged the monster's attack and swung the axe with all his might, striking the monster's back. The monster shrieked in pain and turned to attack again. Jack deftly evaded its attacks, searching for an opportunity to strike back. In the heat of battle, Jack noticed the curse of the orphanage nestled on the fringes of a forest. Far removed from the clamor of the city lies a long-abandoned orphanage. Established in the last century, this orphanage once served as a sanctuary for children. However, on a stormy night, a mysterious disappearance befell all the children and staff, leaving no trace behind. Thereafter, the orphanage became shrouded in an eerie shadow, and local villagers believed it to be cursed for every night. Mournful cries and sinister laughter echoed through the air. 2 decades later, a young journalist named Lucy stumbled upon this tale and felt an irresistible intrigue. Determined to delve into the secrets of the deserted orphanage, she aspired to craft a sensational article. On a fog-laden morning, equipped with her camera and notebook, Lucy stood before the rusted gates of the orphanage. The lock, too, had succumbed to decay. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, releasing a wave of musty, rancid air. As she entered the courtyard, Lucy beheld walls entwined with creeping vines and a ground carpeted with fallen leaves and twigs. At the center swayed a dilapidated swing, creaking softly in the breeze. A shiver coursed through her, yet she steeled herself and ventured into the main building. Inside, the light was dim, compelling Lucy to illuminate her surroundings with a flashlight. The hall was furnished with dilapidated tables and chairs, dust and cobwebs adorning their surfaces. As she traversed the corridor, peculiar sounds whispered in her ears, resembling faint murmurs and weeping. Approaching a classroom with a half-open door, she pushed it ajar to discover faint remnants of writing on the blackboard, while the desks held a collection of tattered books and stationery. Suddenly, she felt a light tap on her shoulder from behind. Whirling around, she found nothing but emptiness. Lucy's heart raced, and though she reassured herself it was merely her imagination, dread seeped into her thoughts. She pressed on, arriving at the children's dormitory. The beds were in disarray, and photographs of children adorned the walls. As she gazed at the images, an unsettling realization struck her. The children's eyes seemed to follow her every movement. Terrified, she fled the dormitory and descended into the orphanage's basement. A pungent odor filled the air, and in the corner, she spotted a massive iron cage, something writhing within. With trepidation, she approached the cage and shone her flashlight inside, revealing the 52nd tale, the orphanage of lost souls deep within a secluded grove on the outskirts. There lies an abandoned orphanage. Established in the early 20th century, it once served as a warm haven for many homeless children. However, a tragic turn of fate transpired on a frigid winter night in 1950. As tempestuous winds howled like the wails of demons, a ferocious fire erupted unexpectedly, mercilessly consuming the orphanage. The flames greedily licked every inch of the structure, and the searing heat coupled with billowing smoke spread rapidly. Most of the children and staff, still ensconced in slumber, were engulfed by this sudden calamity, their lives extinguished in an instant amid the inferno. The souls that perished in the fire remain ensnared within the ruins, unable to transcend their tragic fate. For years, this dilapidated orphanage, ravaged by flames, has stood in solitude, surrounded by overgrown weeds, crumbling walls, shattered windows, and a door hanging precariously. Its desolation has rendered it a place of taboo among the local villagers. Legend has it that on nights when the moon is full, the silvery light casts an ethereal glow upon the ruins, revealing the heartrending cries and anguished wails emanating from within the orphanage. These sounds seem to narrate the tragic tales and endless resentments of the trapped souls. One day, a young girl named Amy, lost during her solitary hike, unwittingly wandered into this mysterious and eerie woodland. As the afternoon sun gradually surrendered to encroaching clouds, the light grew dim, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the dense trees, rendering the already twisted path even more indistinct. Filled with trepidation and anxiety, Amy quickened her pace, desperately seeking an escape. Just as despair began to engulf her, a foreboding building materialized before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was the fabled abandoned orphanage. An inexplicable allure seemed to draw her in, as if invisible hands were guiding her toward the half-open door. The door of the orphanage, its paint long peeled away, was adorned with rust-like dark crimson serpents coiling around the frame. Amy hesitated momentarily, but then gently pushed open the heavy door. With a creak that echoed like a sigh of ages, a wave of decay assaulted her senses. She instinctively coughed, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. Entering the orphanage's foyer, she found it cluttered with debris. Dilapidated tables and chairs lay askew, cloaked in thick dust. The plaster on the walls had largely crumbled away, revealing mottled bricks that resembled scars of time. Amy tread cautiously forward, each step leaving a faint imprint in the dust. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of footsteps behind her. Tap, tap, tap. The sound resonated eerily in the stillness of the hall. Amy turned nervously, only to find nothing but the door she had just pushed open, swaying gently in the breeze with a creaking sound. Suppressing her fear, she pressed on and entered a classroom. The blackboard still bore faint, indecipherable marks, remnants of unfinished lessons. Scattered across the desks were some tattered books and toys, as if the children had only just departed. When her hand brushed against a worn-out doll, a child's voice called from behind, "That is my doll. Please return it to me." The voice was youthful yet chilling. Amy spun around in terror, encountering a girl in a white dress standing at the doorway. The girl's complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes hollow like deep, bottomless wells. Her feet appeared to hover above the ground, never touching it. With disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, only her lifeless eyes remained visible, fixated on the doll in Amy's grasp. Startled, Amy dropped the doll and fled. Her footsteps echoed through the corridor, accompanied by her hurried breaths. With every room she passed, she glimpsed the spectral figures of children. Some were missing arms, others legs. Some bore the horrific marks of burns, a sight too ghastly to behold. They reached out to her, murmuring, "Play with us, play with us." Their voices rose and fell like a symphony of death. Desperately, Amy dashed to the second floor and entered a dormitory. There, upon the beds, lay figures shrouded beneath blankets, pale faces peeking out. Suddenly, as if awakened by an unseen force, the children sat up, their gaze fixed intently upon Amy. Their eyes held no spark of life, only an endless void of indifference and sorrow. Paralyzed by fear, Amy collapsed to the floor, attempting to crawl away from these terrifying apparitions. At that moment, a haunting melody wafted from below, the sound of a piano. The tune was both beautiful and melancholic, telling a sorrowful tale. Seizing what felt like her last lifeline, Amy rose and followed the sound to the music room. In the music room, an old piano stood in the corner. A boy sat before it, his fingers dancing across the keys, playing that mournful tune. As Amy approached, she noticed his face bore no expression, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling light. Suddenly, the boy ceased playing and turned to face her, coldly stating, "You cannot escape. This is our world." His body gradually became translucent until he vanished into the air, leaving only the piano slightly quivering, as though everything had merely been an illusion. Unable to withstand the relentless terror, Amy bolted from the music room, racing out of the orphanage and into the woods. Yet, no matter how fervently she ran, she could find no exit. Each path morphed into a labyrinth, ensnaring her. And inexplicably, she always found herself back at the threshold of the orphanage. The moon gradually ascended into the night sky, casting its cool, silvery glow. At that moment, flickering candlelight emanated from the orphanage's windows, intertwining the sounds of children's laughter and cries, forming a haunting symphony of the lost. Beneath the cloak of night that enveloped the ancient, hushed town, the desolate streets appeared eerily sinister under the pallid moonlight. A legend persisted here. As the midnight chimes told 12, a spectral night stalker would materialize in the alleys and thoroughfares. It was said that this night stalker bore a dreadful curse, and all who crossed his path would suffer misfortune. Thomas, a youth of intrepid spirit yet tinged with imprudent curiosity, had always regarded this tale with skepticism. One eve, Thomas resolved to investigate at the witching hour, to ascertain the veracity of this legend. As the somber peals of midnight resonated through the quiescent town, Thomas furtively ensconced himself in the shadows of a street corner. Moonlight filtered through diaphanous clouds, casting an uncanny silver sheen upon the streets. Initially, all was preternaturally still, save for the occasional susurrus of leaves stirred by the night wind. Abruptly, a faint cadence of footsteps shattered the tranquility. Thomas's heart rate escalated precipitously as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the sound. A silhouette gradually emerged at the street's terminus, its form elongated and contorted, as if coalescing with the darkness itself. As the specter drew nearer, Thomas discerned its countenance. The night stalker's visage was enshrouded in shadow, obscuring his full features, yet his eyes, gleaming with an eerie luminescence, inspired profound dread. He was clad in a sable robe, which billowed gently in the breeze, akin to the mantle of death. In his grasp, the night stalker bore an antiquated staff, its apex adorned with a gem that emitted a somber, spectral glow. Thomas, seized by terror, muffled his mouth, lest he emit the slightest sound. Yet, as if drawn by an unseen force, the night stalker abruptly pivoted, his gaze piercing directly into Thomas's hidden alcove. In that instant of mutual recognition, Thomas felt his very soul congeal. The night stalker advanced, his pace deliberate, each footfall seeming to reverberate upon Thomas's heart, rendering his respiration labored. Thomas yearned to flee, but his limbs felt as though they were transfixed to the pavement, bereft of any mobility. The night stalker halted before Thomas, ceasing his advance. He elevated the wooden staff in his grasp, lightly touching it to Thomas's brow. Instantly, Thomas perceived an icy, penetrating force invade his body, his vision blurred. And the night stalker's voice, deep and guttural, echoed in his ears. "You should not have intruded here. Now, you shall become part of the curse." With these pronouncements, the night stalker turned and vanished into the tenebrous abyss. Thomas, as if roused from a trance, fled toward his abode with frenzied haste. Upon reaching his dwelling, he sequestered himself within his chamber, his body trembling uncontrollably. On the subsequent morn, Thomas awoke to discover peculiar transformations within his own physiology. His complexion had assumed a pallid, almost spectral hue, and his eyes were suffused with crimson capillaries. The reflection in the mirror seemed to depict a stranger. Furthermore, he was now plagued by recurrent nightmares, in which the night stalker's specter and the accursed town were ever present. Thomas endeavored to seek succor, consulting the town's physicians and sorcerers. Yet none could elucidate the events transpiring within him, nor could they lift the curse that had befallen him. As time elapsed, Thomas's physical constitution waned, and his mental state teetered upon the precipice of collapse. One night, Thomas once more wandered the streets. His gaze was vacant and devoid of animation, his gait unsteady. Unwittingly, he found himself within an alley he had never before encountered. At the alley's end stood a dilapidated church, its doors firmly shut, yet emanating an aura of disquiet. Thomas, against his conscious volition, pushed open the church doors, the hinges emitting a mournful groan. The interior was permeated with the heavy scent of dust, and moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of dappled light and shadow. At the church's fore, an ancient coffin was positioned. Thomas approached the coffin, a sense of inexplicable dread welling within him. Upon observing the bizarre symbols etched upon the coffin's lid, he surmised that they might be connected to the curse that afflicted him. As he hesitated whether to unseal the coffin, a potent force wrenched the lid asunder. A pungent, putrescent odor assailed his nostrils. Thomas focused his gaze and beheld the night stalker reposing within the coffin. The night stalker's form was withered and desiccated, yet his eyes still gleamed with that eerie radiance. Abruptly, he extended a hand, seizing Thomas's wrist. Thomas struggled with desperate fervor, but the night stalker's strength was astonishing. He was dragged into the coffin, and darkness descended as he lost consciousness. When Thomas regained awareness, he found himself within a tenebrous expanse, shrouded in dense fog. He was uncertain of his whereabouts, nor did he know how to return to the realm of reality. Suddenly, harrowing cries and shrieks echoed from within the fog. Thomas, seized by terror, advanced toward the source of the sounds, where he beheld a multitude of indistinct figures writhing in agony. Upon closer inspection, he recognized these figures as the individuals who had vanished from the town, all ensnared by the night stalker's curse within this dreadful domain. Thomas attempted to discover an egress, but each endeavor returned him to his point of origin. Within this dark expanse, time seemed to have lost all meaning, and the pangs of hunger, exhaustion, and fear incessantly tormented him. After an indeterminate period, Thomas discerned a faint glimmer of light within the darkness. He hastened toward the luminescence, eventually emerging from the fog. Yet, a more appalling spectacle awaited him. He had returned to the town, but it had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. The streets were littered with ruins, and corpses lay strewn about. A pall of black smoke permeated the air, obscuring the sunlight entirely. Thomas wandered aimlessly through the town, when suddenly, he espied the Night Stalker's form. The Night Stalker stood atop a towering edifice, surveying the desolation below. Thomas's heart was consumed by rage and despair. He charged toward the edifice. As he ascended to the summit, the Night Stalker turned, a ghastly smile contorting his visage. This is the curse. The mystery of the will-o'-the-wisps in a remote mountain village. There exists a place forgotten by time, known as Black Forest Village. This hamlet is enveloped by a dense, shadowy woodland, which resembles an immense labyrinth, isolating the village from the outside world. Nightfall in Black Forest Village is perpetually shrouded in thick darkness as dusk descends. The villagers hastily secure their doors, for the forest conceals innumerable unknown perils and secrets. Among the villagers is a young man named Chong, whose nature is characterized by bravery and curiosity, igniting a fervent desire to explore the surrounding woods. Despite the villagers' repeated warnings about the dangers lurking within, Chong remains undeterred, convinced that these tales are mere fabrications intended to frighten children. One evening, as the last rays of the sun vanished beyond the mountains, Chong, unbeknownst to his family, ventured into the enigmatic forest alone. The air was thick with moisture, and the towering trees stood in an impenetrable thicket, their branches intertwining to obscure the sky. Clutching a battered flashlight, the feeble beam of light seemed insignificant in the enveloping darkness. He followed a winding path, the leaves beneath his feet rustling softly, while the eerie hoots of owls and the creaking of branches echoed around him, as if something were shadowing his every step. Suddenly, an owl swooped overhead, emitting a chilling cry that startled Chong, causing his heart to race. There's nothing to fear, merely an owl, he reassured himself. Yet, as he ventured deeper into the forest, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The air grew colder, and an invisible weight pressed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. A mournful whisper of the wind brushed against his ears, reminiscent of sorrowful lamentations. At that moment, Chang spotted a flickering blue flame ahead. The flame danced in the air, appearing and disappearing, accompanied by a faint crackling sound, as if beckoning him closer. His initial instinct was to flee from the legendary will-o'-the-wisps, but his curiosity triumphed over his trepidation, prompting him to approach the spectral flame. As he drew near, the flame seemed to deliberately evade him, maintaining a distance. Chong quickened his pace, and the flame responded in kind, leading him further into the unknown. After an indeterminate amount of time, he arrived at a clearing he had never encountered before, a vast meadow surrounded by ancient trees. The will-o'-the-wisp halted, pulsating and crackling, as if awaiting his arrival. Cautiously, Chong stepped closer, and to his astonishment, he discovered a grave beneath the flickering flame. The gravestone was weathered and the inscriptions barely legible. He shone his flashlight upon it, straining to decipher the archaic script, but the words eluded his comprehension. Suddenly, the flame swelled, enveloping the entire grave in an ethereal blue glow while emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds. Startled, Chang stumbled back, falling to the ground. He yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as though they were anchored to the earth, rendering him immobile. In an instant, the grave began to tremble violently, the soil shifted ominously, and with a rumbling sound, a pale hand emerged from the earth. Chong's eyes widened in terror as he watched the hand grasp the edge of the grave, followed by the emergence of a figure clad in ancient garments. The woman's complexion was ashen, her eyes gleaming with a blue light, and her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders. As she moved, her adornments clinked softly. She slowly raised her head, fixing her gaze upon Chong, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. You have finally arrived. Her voice resonated as if from a distant realm, haunting and ethereal, echoing with a chilling resonance. Chong felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, desperately attempting to cry for help, but his throat felt constricted, silencing his pleas. The woman advanced toward him, her footsteps silent, yet with each step, a blue footprint materialized on the ground, accompanied by a soft patter. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. She extended her hand, seeking to caress Chong's face, her sleeves whispering as they moved. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to evade her touch. Yet his body had succumbed to an overwhelming paralysis. Her hand gently brushed against his cheek, and he felt an icy chill seep through his skin. I have awaited your arrival for an eternity. Her voice lingered in Chong's ears, imbued with an otherworldly resonance and a hint of frost. His vision blurred, and he discerned figures emerging behind her, clad in ancient garb, some mutilated, others stained with blood. They approached slowly, emitting low, mournful groans intermingled with indistinct murmurs. Who are you? A Chong managed to stammer. "We are the forgotten souls, trapped here, unable to transcend." The woman replied. Suddenly, the souls lunged toward A Chong, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. When A Chong regained awareness, he found himself in a dismal cavern, filled with a putrid stench, and the walls glimmered with a spectral blue light. The faint sound of dripping water echoed ominously within the cave. He attempted to rise, only to discover that his limbs were shackled by iron chains. "Help! Help!" A Chong cried out, but only the hollow echo of his voice responded, reverberating through the cavern. Nestled in an alcove of the bustling metropolis stood Curiosities Abound, a venerable antique shop. Its proprietor, a man named Ethan, possessed both a profound ardor for antiquities and an uncanny discernment for their true value. One day, Ethan received a missive of enigmatic origin. The letter entreated him to visit a remote, antiquated manor, where, it was said, a peerless treasure awaited his expert appraisal and potential acquisition. Intrigued beyond measure, Ethan resolved to embark on this quest. Upon reaching the manor, he observed that, despite its opulent faade, an aura of age and decay permeated the estate. He was greeted by the manor's master, a peculiar old man named Victor. Victor ushered Ethan into a somber chamber, its walls adorned with a diverse collection of ancient paintings. At the room's epicenter rested a canvas concealed beneath a crimson cloth. Victor, with a cryptic smile, ceremoniously unveiled the artwork. Ethan was immediately captivated by the painting. It depicted a tranquil forest scene, where moonbeams filtered through the canopy, casting ethereal silver patterns upon the ground. Deep within the forest's embrace stood an ancient castle, its windows aglow with faint luminescence. However, upon closer inspection, Ethan detected an unsettling undercurrent within the painting. Just as he sought to delve deeper into its mysteries, Victor spoke. "This painting has been a family heirloom for generations, but of late, it seems to have fallen under a curse. Misfortune befalls all who dare approach it." Ethan initially dismissed Victor's words as the ramblings of an old man. Without hesitation, he purchased the painting and transported it to his antique shop. That very night, Ethan hung the painting in his bedroom. In the dead of night, a chilling sensation jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find his room enshrouded in a dense fog, and the moonlight in the painting seemed to blaze with unnatural intensity. Suddenly, he detected the faint sound of footsteps emanating from the painting. Ethan stared in trepidation as a shadowy figure emerged from the forest within the painting. The figure slowly advanced toward the castle, each step leaving a distinct imprint in the forest floor. As the figure drew nearer, the castle gates creaked open, and a powerful vortex emanated from the painting. Ethan felt himself being irresistibly drawn into the artwork. He struggled against the force, but to no avail. Just as he was about to be consumed by the painting, Ethan awoke with a start. It had all been a nightmare. Yet, when he glanced at the painting, he noticed subtle alterations in the scene it portrayed. From that moment forward, Ethan's life became a tapestry of dread and the uncanny. He frequently heard weeping and laughter emanating from the painting in the middle of the night, and at times, he witnessed the figures within the painting moving about his room. His health deteriorated, and his mind grew increasingly disoriented. Ethan realized that the painting was indeed cursed. He resolved to find a way to break the curse. After poring over ancient texts and obscure records, he discovered that the painting's creator was a deranged sorcerer who had infused the artwork with his malevolent soul as an act of vengeance against those who had wronged him. To break the curse, Ethan sought out individuals skilled in dispelling witchcraft. In a secluded town, he encountered a sorceress named Maya. Maya revealed that to lift the curse, the painting had to be returned to its place of origin, where a special ritual would be performed under the light of the full moon. Following Maya's instructions, Ethan brought the painting back to the ancient manor. On the night of the full moon, Maya kindled a bonfire before the castle and began to chant arcane incantations. As she spoke, the scene within the painting began to convulse violently, its figures and landscapes twisting into grotesque forms. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the painting, and a plume of black smoke billowed forth, coalescing into a horrifying visage. The visage lunged at Ethan and Maya, seeking to devour them. Maya swiftly produced a crystal orb, trapping the smoke within. She then cast the orb into the bonfire. As the orb shattered, the smoke dissipated, and the scene within the painting returned to normal. The curse was finally broken, and Ethan felt an immense sense of relief. Yet, the harrowing experience would forever be etched into his memory. He buried the painting deep beneath the manor, never to speak of it again. Nevertheless, in the still of the night, Ethan would occasionally dream of the painting, of the cursed world it contained. He knew that some memories can never be truly erased. In the depths of the mountains, shrouded in mist and mystery, lies an ancient temple long forgotten by time. This temple, known as Lingyun Temple, is enveloped by a dense forest that shields it from the sun's rays. With a rugged path winding through the trees, resembling a trail leading to the netherworld. Rarely visited by humans, the only company it keeps is the occasional mountain breeze, which carries a haunting whistle through the trees. In the autumn of 2024, as leaves fell like golden rain, carpeting the forest floor, a team of young adventurers, photographers, and historians ventured into this enigmatic realm to uncover the secrets hidden within the temple's past. Led by the seasoned explorer Chinyu, the team included photographer Lin Na and historian Zhou Yang. They traversed the winding mountain path, flanked by towering trees that stood like silent giants, their twisted branches seeming to obstruct their passage. The chorus of birdsong intertwined with the rustling leaves, occasionally punctuated by distant animal howls, adding an air of enigma to the tranquil woods. After several arduous hours of trekking, the trio finally beheld the ancient temple, obscured by the thickening twilight. The temple's entrance was decayed, its red paint peeling away to reveal the weathered wood beneath, akin to the wrinkles on an aged visage. The walls were festooned with moss and vines, the moss clutching the stone like green talons, while the vines slithered like serpents in the fading sunlight. The temple's silhouette appeared foreboding and dilapidated, exuding an aura of decay and death. With a cautious push, Chinyu opened the creaking door, and a wave of stale air rushed forth, mingled with the scents of rotting wood, damp earth, and an almost imperceptible metallic tang. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, the tall grass swaying in the wind, producing a whisper reminiscent of countless vengeful souls murmuring. Statues of Buddhas leaned precariously, some shattered, revealing the earth and straw within. The faces of the statues, once benevolent, now appeared eerie and distorted in the shadows, their hollow eyes seemingly gazing into the souls of those who entered. Lin Na raised her camera, capturing the temple's haunting beauty. Each click of the shutter shattered the silence, echoing hollowly in the stillness. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang meticulously examined the statues and architecture, seeking to decipher the temple's history. As night fell, enveloping the temple in darkness, the moon was obscured by clouds, casting only fleeting, faint beams of light. The trio decided to spend the night within the temple's walls. They found a relatively intact room, cleared it, and kindled a fire. The flickering flames became the sole source of illumination in the oppressive darkness, accentuating the surrounding shadows. I can't shake off the feeling that this temple is strange, almost suffocating, Lin Na remarked, her voice thin and fragile amidst the vastness, quickly swallowed by the darkness. Don't frighten yourself. It's likely just the fact that no one has been here for ages, Chinyu reassured her, though his gaze also strayed uneasily into the darkened corners, his stick absently stirring the fire. Zhou Yang, seated by the fire, perused his, suddenly stating, according to my research, this temple once experienced a horrific disaster. Centuries ago, the monks here inexplicably went mad, turning on one another, leading to the demise of everyone within. Lin Na's face paled at the revelation. Does that mean? Is it safe for us to stay here? Fear not. Such tales are merely folklore, not necessarily true, Chinyu replied, though unease gnawed at him as well. As the night deepened, Lin Na and Zhou Yang gradually succumbed to slumber, while Chinyu remained by the fire, drowsily listening. Suddenly, he perceived a low chant resonating through the air. The sound, initially faint, grew increasingly distinct, weaving an eerie presence in the stillness of the night. It seemed to possess an intangible allure, reverberating through the walls and darkness, echoing in every corner of the temple. Awakening abruptly, Chinyu grabbed his flashlight and followed the sound. He traversed a long corridor, where strange shadows flitted across the walls, as if something darted past. He arrived at the door of a meditation room, from which the chanting emanated. Hesitating briefly, he pushed the door open. The room was infused with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, and a monk dressed in robes sat with his back to Chinyu, reciting mantras. Who are you? Chinyu stammered, his voice quivering. The monk offered no reply, continuing his recitation. As Chinyu inched closer, he beheld the monk's face, devoid of features, only a blank expanse. Terror surged through him, and he turned to flee, only to find the door had shut tight. At that moment, the monk slowly rose, lunging towards him. Chinyu struggled in vain, finding himself paralyzed. Just then, Lin Na and Zhou Yang were jolted awake by Chinyu's cries. They followed the sound to the meditation room, discovering Chinyu sprawled on the floor, unconscious. In haste, they carried him back to their room. The following morning, Chinyu regained consciousness but appeared disoriented, babbling incoherently. Lin Na and Zhou Yang resolved to depart the temple post-haste. However, upon reaching the temple's entrance, they found the door sealed by an unseen force, impervious to their efforts to pry it open. Eerie laughter echoed throughout the temple, weaving through the vast courtyard and halls, seemingly emanating from all directions. Lin Na, overwhelmed with fear, wept. Are we trapped in here? Zhou Yang, struggling to maintain his composure, reassured her. In a secluded corner of the bustling metropolis, there stood a forlorn theater, a relic of bygone eras. Once, this theater had basked in glory, its stage graced by countless celebrated performers. Its auditorium filled to capacity with thunderous applause. Spectators were enthralled by the dramatic world, captivated by the actors' virtuosity and compelling narratives. At that time, the theater shone like a radiant gem, drawing the gazes of many. However, as time wore on, the theater gradually lost its luster. With shifting times, people's interests evolved, and fewer were inclined to step through its doors. Despite attempts to adapt, the theater ultimately could not reverse its decline. Now, the theater lay deserted, a mere shell of its former self, with only crumbling walls and forgotten memories remaining. The once vibrant stage was now eerily silent, save for the occasional gust of wind that stirred the dust-laden floor. The opulent curtains had long since faded, whispering tales of past grandeur, while the dilapidated seats bore witness to the relentless march of time. Yet, despite its desolation, the theater still exuded a singular allure. Perhaps it was this very sense of decay that rendered it a unique spectacle amidst the urban landscape. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, the theater was bathed in a soft glow, making it all the more captivating. In this corner of the thriving metropolis, the forgotten, uninhabited theater stood as a silent observer of the city's evolution and transformations. Though it no longer possessed its former splendor, the historical and cultural significance it held was still worthy of remembrance. Perhaps one day, when we look back once more, we will discover that the theater has long since become intertwined with the very soul of the city, an enduring memory in our hearts. A young woman named Ellie, a drama student with an ardent passion and remarkable talent for performance, inadvertently stumbled upon the legend of this deserted theater. It was said that every midnight, a spectral performance would take place within its walls, with the spirits of those who had vanished on stage reappearing. On one moonlit night, Ellie, unbeknownst to anyone, quietly entered the mysterious, abandoned theater. The moonlight cast a silvery veil over the theater's dilapidated facade. Pushing open the creaking doors, she was met with a musty, decaying scent. The lobby was thick with dust, and rows of seats lay in disrepair, seemingly lamenting their past glory and present abandonment. Ellie cautiously stepped onto the stage, the wooden planks groaning beneath her feet. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, sending shivers down her spine. Just as she was about to leave, the stage lights flickered on, one by one, and a musical score began to play softly. Ellie was startled by this sudden turn of events, but driven by her love for performance and her sense of curiosity, she chose to stay. Gradually, ethereal figures materialized on the stage, adorned in resplendent costumes, and began to enact a mesmerizing drama. Ellie was deeply captivated by the unfolding performance, immersing herself in the plot's progression. The spirits' performances were so vivid, so flawless, that Ellie was completely spellbound. As the performance reached its climax, Ellie realized that her body was becoming increasingly rigid, unable to move. She tried to cry out, but found herself unable to utter a sound. At that moment, one of the spirits on stage noticed her and glided toward her. The spirit's countenance gradually became clear, revealing a woman with a haggard face and mournful eyes. The woman reached out with a pallid hand and gently caressed Ellie's face, and Ellie felt a bone-chilling cold. The woman opened her mouth, as if to speak, but Ellie could hear nothing. Then, the woman pulled Ellie into the performance, and Ellie involuntarily joined them in their dance. Their acting. Unbeknownst to her, Ellie's soul gradually separated from her body, fully assimilating into the spectral performance. Her body, on the other hand, lay slumped on the stage like a soulless shell. The next day, people discovered Ellie's lifeless body, her face still bearing the expression of her performance. A faint smile playing on her lips, yet her eyes were vacant and devoid of life. Ellie's life had been extinguished within the walls of the abandoned theater, becoming yet another captive spirit, forever doomed to present a series of unobserved, spectral performances for the derelict theater every midnight. From then on, the legends of the deserted theater grew even more eerie and terrifying, and no one dared to approach the cursed edifice again. In a tranquil and antiquated town, a community of unpretentious inhabitants resided. The town was embraced by a dense forest and undulating hills. As twilight descended, a mist unfurled from the forest's depths, cloaking the town in an aura of mystery. Within this town lived two childhood sweethearts, a boy named Alex and a girl named Lily. They had grown up together, their bond deepening over time, becoming the town's idyllic couple. Alex possessed profound eyes and a radiant smile, embodying kindness, bravery, and resilience. Lily, with her cascade of golden hair and eyes like limpid azure lakes, was gentle and compassionate. However, on a specific full moon night of their 18th year, everything shifted irrevocably. It was a frigid eve, the moon's luminescence bathing the town's streets. Alex and Lily strolled along the forest's edge, relishing each other's company and the serene night. Suddenly, a spine-chilling wolf's howl shattered the night's stillness, reverberating through the woods, sending shivers down their spines. Lily, startled, clutched Alex's arm. He reassured her, suggesting it was merely a common wolf. Yet, as they turned to leave, a shadowy figure darted past in the moonlight. Driven by curiosity, Alex decided to investigate, and Lily, though frightened, remained by his side. They cautiously advanced towards the vanishing point of the shadow, discovering an abandoned castle deep within the forest. Ivy crawled up the castle's walls, and its doors were firmly shut, yet a faint glimmer emanated from within. The wolf's howl echoed again, originating from the castle. After a moment's hesitation, Alex pushed open the heavy door. A musty odor permeated the entryway. A colossal brazier stood in the hall's center, its flames flickering in the wind. Ancient portraits adorned the walls, their subjects' gazes cold, as if scrutinizing their every move. They searched the castle, yet found no signs of life. Descending into the castle's basement, Lily inadvertently stepped on a loose flagstone, tumbling to the ground. As Alex helped her up, they noticed a hidden compartment beneath the flagstone, containing a time-worn book. Strange symbols and patterns were etched onto its cover. Alex opened the book. The text was indecipherable, but the illustrations evoked dread. They depicted werewolves transforming under the full moon, ferociously attacking humans. As they were about to return the book, a wisp of black smoke emerged, coalescing into a ghoulish sorceress. Her eyes gleamed crimson as she croaked, "You have trespassed upon my domain. Prepare to become victims of my curse." With that, she pointed at Alex and Lily, and a beam of black light shot from her fingertip, engulfing Alex. Lily watched in horror as Alex collapsed, his body convulsing violently. His fingers morphed into sharp claws. Thick fur sprouted on his face, and fangs emerged from his mouth. He had transformed into a werewolf. Bereft of reason, Alex lunged at Lily. She fled desperately, but was no match for Alex's werewolf form. As he was about to seize her, a flicker of lucidity crossed his mind. He fought his impulses, turning and fleeing into the forest's depths. Tears streamed down Lily's face as she watched him disappear. Returning to town, she sought ways to break the curse. But no one believed her, attributing it to shock-induced hallucinations. Undeterred, Lily returned to the abandoned castle, hoping to find a solution. There, she encountered the sorceress, who mocked her naivete, declaring the curse unbreakable. Alex was doomed to become a werewolf, losing control and turning into a murderous fiend each full moon. Refusing to accept this fate, Lily resolved to help Alex. She studied magic and witchcraft, seeking a means to counter the curse. After years of dedication, she became a formidable sorceress. On a full moon night, Lily found Alex, now fully consumed by the curse, his eyes filled with bloodlust. She cast spells, attempting to suppress the curse, but its power was too overwhelming. Alex broke free and pounced. Lily embraced him, and at that moment, Alex shuddered, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes before being replaced by madness. His claws pierced Lily's body, her blood staining the ground. In her final moments, she gazed into Alex's eyes and whispered, "I will always love you. I believe you can overcome the curse." With that, her eyes closed, and her body grew cold. Alex, beholding Lily's lifeless form, emitted a sorrowful howl. The curse's power waned, and he reverted to his human form, cradling her body. His world crumbled. Memories of their life together and his monstrous transformation flooding his mind. He could not accept that he was 60th piece. The midnight cries of the high-rise apartment. Suyao stood before the slightly worn apartment door. Clutching the key in her hand, her heart a mix of anticipation for the new environment and a tinge of unease. This high-rise apartment, aged yet dignified, towered at the city's edge, enveloped by towering sycamore trees. The weathered exterior and rusted railings bore testament to the passage of time. In pursuit of a shorter commute, Suyao resolutely chose to leave her cozy, albeit distant, abode for this dwelling on the 18th floor. Inhaling deeply, she inserted the key into the lock, and with a soft click, the door creaked open, releasing a waft of musty air. The interior was modestly adorned. A beige sofa and a wooden coffee table occupied the living room, while an antiquated television cabinet stood against the wall, devoid of any television set. Sunlight filtered through the slightly yellowed curtains, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the wooden floor. Suyo entered the bedroom, placing her suitcase by the bed and beginning to organize her clothes. She hung garments in the wardrobe and arranged her shoes neatly in the shoe cabinet. Once her clothes were arranged, she turned her attention to her books and trinkets, methodically placing them on the shelves and tables. As she completed her tasks, twilight descended quietly. Su Yao sank into the softness of the sofa, exhaling a long breath of relief. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the corridor, reminiscent of something heavy being dragged. The sound reverberated in the stillness, strikingly clear. Her heart raced, and she approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently. The noise came in fits and starts, accompanied by labored breathing. After a moment's hesitation, she finally opened the door. The corridor was dimly lit, suffused with a faint musty odor. Cautiously, Su Yao peered out, scanning left and right, yet found no one. Nevertheless, the dragging noise persisted nearby. Following the sound, she realized it emanated from the stairwell. Her footsteps were light. With each step, her heartbeat quickened. Upon reaching the stairwell, the sound abruptly ceased. She stood there, gazing into the pitch-black staircase, an inexplicable dread swelling within her. Just as she contemplated retreating, a soft footstep echoed behind her. Su Yao spun around, only to find the space behind her empty. Her breath quickened, beads of sweat forming on her brow. A chill breeze swept in through the stairwell window, sending shivers down her spine. Too frightened to linger, she dashed back to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against it, she gasped for air, repeatedly reassuring herself. Perhaps she had misheard, or it was merely another resident moving their belongings. After some time, her anxiety gradually subsided. She entered the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one go. Outside, the sounds of car horns and the bustle of people provided her with a measure of comfort. Su Yao settled back on the sofa and turned on the television, attempting to distract herself with the programs. However, her mind wandered back to the unsettling sounds she had heard in the corridor. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped by, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, prompting her to change into her pajamas and lie down. Yet, every time she closed her eyes, the strange noise echoed in her ears. As she tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep, a gentle knock at the door broke the silence. Her heart raced as she nervously called out, "Who? Who is it?" Silence answered her. Only the persistent knocking continued, each tap resonating in her chest. Gathering her courage, Su Yao rose from her bed and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she found the corridor empty. Trembling, she opened the door only to be met by a cold draft. No one was there. She closed the door and sank to the floor, her back against it, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Grabbing her phone, she contemplated calling a friend, but realized she did not know whom to contact. Time slipped away, and eventually, she returned to her bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, succumbing to fear and unease as she drifted into a troubled sleep. Yet, in her dreams, she found herself back in that dimly lit corridor, the dragging noise growing ever closer. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Su Yao's face as she awoke with a start. The previous night's events feeling like a haunting nightmare. Determined to uncover the truth, she resolved to inquire with her neighbors, hoping to discover whether anyone else had experienced the same peculiar occurrences. After freshening up and dressing, she stepped out of her room and knocked on the door of the adjacent apartment. Moments later, a young man wearing glasses appeared. "How may I help you?" he inquired. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yao smiled awkwardly. "I apologize for the disturbance. I'm the new resident. Last night, I heard some strange noises in the corridor and wanted to know if you happen to hear them." The young man furrowed his brow. "Strange noises? I didn't hear anything." "Perhaps you misheard," he said before shutting the door. Frustrated, Su Yao shook her head and proceeded to knock on the door across the hall. This time, a middle-aged woman answered, her expression one of irritation. "What noise? I didn't hear anything." "Please don't disturb me," she snapped before closing the door. After questioning several neighbors, all denied hearing any unusual sounds, leaving Su Yao feeling perplexed. She began to wonder if perhaps she was overly sensitive, or maybe. The 61st tale, the midnight cries of the high-rise apartment. Su Yao gasped for breath, her heart racing as the haunting scene replayed in her mind. She slowly approached the window and peered down, only to find no trace of the doll. The night breeze swept through the window, causing the curtains to flutter. A chill ran down her spine, enveloping her in a profound sense of fear and helplessness. At that moment, the familiar cries echoed from outside her door, filled with sorrow and anguish, as if countless injustices were lamenting. With a determined grit, Su Yao resolved to take action. She opened the door, and the cries reverberated in the corridor, growing clearer. Following the sound, she ventured towards an unnoticed corner where a tightly shut door stood. The cries emanated from behind it. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and pushed the door open. The room was suffused with a musty odor, and the walls were adorned with photographs. As she stepped closer, she realized that all the images featured the same woman, her gaze hollow and her expression one of torment. Suddenly, a faint noise stirred behind her. Su Yao turned to see a shadow dart past her. She chased after it, but at the end of the corridor, the shadow vanished. The cries ceased, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Su Yao found herself in an utterly alien environment. The flickering lights on the walls seemed on the verge of extinguishing. As she began her retreat, the path she had taken twisted into an unrecognizable maze. Every door along the way was ajar, and pairs of eyes appeared to scrutinize her from within. Upon finally returning to her room, she discovered the furniture in disarray. Her backpack lay discarded on the floor, its contents strewn about. Kneeling down to gather her belongings, she stumbled upon a yellowed photograph. The woman in the image was the same as the one she had seen in the mysterious room. The back of the photo bore a chilling inscription, "Help me. Escape from here." Trembling, Su Yao realized she had become entangled in a terrifying ordeal. She resolved to unravel the mystery and uncover the truth. In the days that followed, Su Yao diligently sought information regarding the apartment and the woman in the photograph. She visited every resident of the building and scoured the local community service center and police station for records. Through her investigation, she learned that the woman in the photograph was named Lin Na, a former resident of the apartment. Many years prior, Lin Na had been murdered in her room, and the killer had never been apprehended. Since then, the apartment had been plagued by a series of bizarre occurrences. Su Yao also discovered that Lin Na had a boyfriend, Zhang Hua, who had vanished shortly after her death. Suspicion fell upon him as the potential murderer, yet no evidence existed to substantiate the claim. Determined to find Zhang Hua, Su Yao searched for clues and eventually traced him to a remote town. When she found him, he appeared gaunt, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Upon revealing her purpose, Zhang Hua initially resisted discussing the past, but after Su Yao's insistence, he recounted the events. He confessed that he had been coerced by creditors due to insurmountable debts. In a desperate bid for money, he conspired with his creditors to kill Lin Na and seize her assets. Ever since her death, nightmares plagued him, as he felt Lin Na's spirit haunting him, a constant reminder of his unforgivable crime. Filled with rage and sorrow after hearing Zhang Hua's tale, Su Yao resolved to bring him to justice and avenge Lin Na. She took Zhang Hua back to the city and reported the case to the police. Based on his testimony, the authorities uncovered pertinent evidence and ultimately apprehended the murderer from that fateful night. However, the ordeal did not culminate there. One evening, as Su Yao returned to the apartment to pack her belongings and leave this sorrowful place, she encountered Lin Na's ghost before her. Lin Na's face was etched with resentment and pain as she lunged towards Su Yao. Attempting to flee, Su Yao found the door inexplicably shut, trapping her within the room. Lin Na's hands gripped Su Yao's throat tightly, rendering her unable to escape. Gradually, Su Yao's breathing became labored and her vision blurred. Just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, she glimpsed a sliver of light. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Lin Na's ghost began to dissipate shadow, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. It was an indistinct silhouette, its features obscured, yet an unsettling presence emanated from it. As he approached, a chill coursed through his veins, compelling him to halt. The shadow seemed to beckon him closer, and against his better judgment, he took a tentative step forward. The atmosphere in the carriage grew thick with tension, each breath heavy with apprehension. The other passengers, now mere silhouettes in the dim light, appeared equally transfixed, their expressions a mixture of fear and curiosity. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the tunnel, shattering the oppressive silence. The shadow recoiled, momentarily revealing its face, a gaunt visage with hollow eyes that seemed to stare into the depths of his soul. Lin Yu stumbled backward, heart racing. As the figure dissipated into the darkness, the train jolted violently, throwing him against the metal pole. Panic ensued as the remaining passengers began to murmur anxiously. The lights flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls of the carriage. Lin Yu's mind raced. He felt trapped in a surreal nightmare where reality blurred with the supernatural. "Stay calm," he urged, his voice trembling. "It's probably just a malfunction." Yet, even he struggled to believe his own words. As the train continued its relentless journey through the abyss, the oppressive silence was broken by the faint sound of weeping, echoing through the carriage. Lin Yu's heart sank as he scanned the faces around him, searching for the source of the sorrowful sound. But all he found were expressions of dread, mirroring his own. The train began to slow, and with a shuddering halt, it came to rest in another darkened tunnel. The lights extinguishing once more. Fear gripped the passengers, and panic erupted as they clamored to escape the encroaching darkness. Lin Yu, feeling a primal instinct to flee, fumbled for his phone, the feeble beam of light illuminating the chaos around him. "Everyone, please remain calm," he called out, desperation lacing his tone. But as the shadows crept closer, his attempts to soothe the crowd felt futile. Just then, he caught sight of a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. A figure emerged from the depths of the darkness, gliding toward him with an otherworldly grace. It was the same woman he had seen earlier, her expression now a haunting mix of longing and despair. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of fear. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to assist her, yet an instinctual dread held him back, paralyzing him in place. As the figure reached out, her hand brushing against his arm, the lights flickered back to life, illuminating the carriage in a harsh glare. The apparition vanished, leaving Lin Yu breathless, his heart racing wildly in his chest. The passengers, now visibly shaken, exchanged terrified glances. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the weight of dread still heavy upon him. The train resumed its journey, but the atmosphere remained thick with unease, each tick of the clock echoing like a harbinger of doom. As they traveled deeper into the night, Lin Yu clutched his phone tightly, its light a fragile beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. He could only wonder what other horrors awaited them in the depths of the urban underworld, and whether he would ever see the light of day again. Chapter 63. Urban Legend of the Last Subway Train 2. When Lin Yu awoke once more, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed within a sparse environment, the walls mottled and several panes of glass in the window shattered. He rubbed his temples, straining to recall the events of the previous night, those horrifying scenes flashing through his mind like a haunting nightmare. Struggling to sit up, he noticed his clothes were soiled and his body bore several abrasions. Surveying the room, he observed that apart from the bed he occupied, there was a dilapidated wardrobe and a table cluttered with miscellaneous items. Approaching the window, he peered outside to find a narrow alleyway, desolate and void of any presence. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing a tall man who entered. Dressed in a black leather jacket and wearing a cap, his expression was serious and detached. "You are awake," he uttered in a low, gravelly voice. "Who are you? Where's this place?" Lin Yu asked warily, eyeing him closely. The man approached the table, pulling out a chair before sitting down. "My name is Zhang Hao. This is our safe house. I found you at that abandoned subway station last night and brought you here." "You? Who are you people?" Lin Yu inquired. Zhang Hao paused momentarily before responding. "We are an organization dedicated to investigating supernatural phenomena. Recently, we discovered numerous anomalies associated with the last subway train, so we have been monitoring it discreetly. To our surprise, you inadvertently boarded that train last night." Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Supernatural phenomena? Are you implying that what I encountered last night was real?" Zhang Hao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, those were not mere figments of your imagination. It appears that the last subway train is under the influence of a mysterious force, leading to bizarre occurrences during the late hours. We have been tracking these events for some time, but have yet to uncover their origin." Recalling the terror he experienced the night before, Lin Yu felt a shiver of fear. "Then why are you investigating these matters?" Zhang Hao rose and moved to the window. "Because these supernatural events have begun to threaten the safety of the city. If not resolved swiftly, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, we suspect a larger conspiracy may be at play." Lin Yu hesitated before asking, "How can I assist you?" Zhang Hao turned to face him. "You are the sole survivor of the terrifying incident involving that last subway train. Perhaps you can provide us with crucial clues. Furthermore, you wish to comprehend the events of last night, do you not?" Lin Yu nodded. "All right, I am willing to help." Zhang Hao smiled slightly. "Excellent. First, I shall introduce you to the other members of our organization." Zhang Hao led Lin Yu out of the room into a hall where several individuals were seated. Upon their entrance, the group looked up at them. "This is Lin Yu, the survivor of the last subway train incident," Zhang Hao introduced. "Hello, I am Lin Yu," he said, feeling somewhat anxious. "I am Li Na, the organization's archivist," a young and attractive girl said, smiling as she nodded at Lin Yu. "I am Wang Chong, responsible for technical support," a bespectacled young man added. "I am Zhao Gang, mainly in charge of operations," a robust man declared. Zhang Hao continued, "From now on, we shall collaborate to uncover the truth behind the last subway train incident. Lin Yu, please recount your experiences from last night." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu began to narrate the events in detail, starting from the moment he entered the subway station after finishing work, up until he lost consciousness in the abandoned subway station. As he finished his account, the group fell into contemplation. Li Na remarked, from Lin Yu's description, "It appears that those bizarre phenomena exhibit certain patterns, such as flickering lights, the swaying of the subway, and the strange sounds and shadows." Wang Chong added, "I checked Lin Yu's phone and found a recording from last night on the subway. Perhaps we may uncover some clues from it." The group gathered around to listen to the recording, which captured the sounds of the train, passenger screams, and those peculiar noises. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony, a low chant could be faintly discerned. Zhang Hao noted, "This chant may be pivotal. Li Na, please investigate its origins." Li Na nodded and turned to her computer. Wang Chong proposed, "I will analyze the subway's route and schedule to see if any anomalies can be detected." Zhao Gang stated, "I will research the history of that abandoned subway station and its surroundings." Zhang Hao addressed Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, You and I should revisit the abandoned subway station. There may still be remnants of evidence we overlooked. Following Zhang Hao, Lin Yu returned to the forsaken subway station, where the stench of decay lingered and water droplets perpetually dripped from the walls. They retraced Lin Yu's steps from the previous night, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Suddenly, Lin Yu spotted an unusual symbol in a corner. Zhang Hao crouched down to examine it closely. I believe I have seen this symbol before, but I cannot recall where. At that moment, Lin Yu sensed a presence behind him. He turned to see a shadow flicker past. Who goes there? Zhang Hao shouted as he pursued the figure, with Lin Yu closely following. The shadow darted through the subway station with remarkable speed. The 65th tale, The Cursed Manor, the mystery of the blood handprints. Li Ming, a seasoned adventurer and an amateur investigator of the paranormal, resides amidst the clamor of a thriving metropolis. Yet he harbors an insatiable curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown. His life appears thrilling and adventurous to others, but only he comprehends that each expedition is a profound challenge to his limits and a quest for the mysterious forces lurking in the shadowy corners of the world. On a morning as ordinary as any other, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Li Ming's cluttered desk. A steaming cup of coffee and an array of unread books and magazines formed a unique tableau in that corner. Li Ming stretched lazily, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and prepared, as usual, for a busy day ahead. However, a sudden letter disrupted this tranquility. The envelope was crafted from heavy parchment, devoid of any sender's address or name, with only Li Ming's name elegantly inscribed in an archaic script, evoking a sense of mystery and solemnity. Curious, Li Ming picked up the letter and gently tore open the envelope, from which fell an aged piece of stationery. As he unfolded the letter, an antiquated scent wafted towards him. The text was penned in a fine hand, its elegance tinged with an eerie undertone. Dear Mr. Li Ming, greetings. I have heard of your profound interest and extensive research into mysterious phenomena and ancient legends, and I hereby extend an invitation for you to visit an ancient manor located in a remote village. This manor possesses a rich history and a dark past shrouded in secrecy. Recently, bizarre blood handprints have been frequently appearing within its confines, instilling fear and unrest among the local villagers, yet no one can elucidate this phenomenon. I am confident that with your wisdom and courage, you shall uncover this enigma. Should you choose to accept this invitation, please arrive at the designated village by the end of this month, whereupon someone will guide you to the manor. I eagerly await your arrival. A mysterious benefactor. Upon reading the letter, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Li Ming. Such a manor, imbued with mystery, coupled with the peculiar blood handprint phenomenon, presented an irresistible challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began preparations for this adventure. In the ensuing days, Li Ming delved into extensive historical and geographical research regarding the area surrounding the manor, equipping himself with an assortment of exploration gear and tools, including a flashlight, a camera, a compass, and a first aid kit. Once all was in order, he embarked on his journey to the manor. After a lengthy journey by car and a strenuous trek, Li Ming finally arrived at the village mentioned in the letter. Encircled by dense forests and undulating hills, a clear stream flowed beside the village, bestowing a sense of tranquility and peace upon the locale. Yet, Li Ming keenly sensed that beneath this seemingly serene surface lay an ineffable dread and unease. As Li Ming entered the village, the residents cast wary and curious glances in his direction. Their eyes reflected unfamiliarity with this outsider and suspicion regarding his purpose. Li Ming attempted to engage the villagers in conversation to glean more information about the manor, but they appeared reticent, hastily retreating or shaking their heads to signify ignorance whenever the manor was mentioned. In the village square, Li Ming encountered an elder named Tom. Seated on a weathered wooden chair, puffing on a pipe, Tom's gaze conveyed a depth of wisdom forged through experience. Approaching respectfully, Li Ming greeted Tom and inquired about the manor. Initially hesitant and apprehensive, Tom eventually began to speak under Li Ming's earnest and persistent encouragement. Young man, that manor is a cursed place. For years, anyone who ventures near it has met with misfortune. Those blood handprints are the marks of demons, foretelling disaster. I advise you to leave this place post-haste and refrain from provoking those unsavory entities. Li Ming, undeterred by Tom's warning, felt his resolve to uncover the manor's mysteries only strengthen. After expressing his gratitude to Tom, he continued on his path toward the manor. Following a winding path, Li Ming finally beheld the fabled manor. It stood on barren land, surrounded by overgrown vegetation and crumbling walls. The architectural style exuded classical charm. Yet the ravages of time and weather had rendered it dilapidated. The paint on the walls had peeled away, the window panes shattered, and the entrance securely closed. As if resisting the intrusion of the outside world, standing before the manor, Li Ming took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. With a creak, a wave of decay rushed forth to greet him. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, and fallen leaves danced in the wind. The ancient stone path was cloaked in moss, as if whispering tales of the past. As Li Ming cautiously stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. Whirling around, he found only the empty wall. A chill breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine. Steeling himself, he pressed onward toward the manor's main building. The entrance to the main hall stood ajar, and Li Ming gently pushed the door open, stepping into the dim, damp interior. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew. The walls were adorned with ancient portraits, the figures within gazing coldly, as if scrutinizing this uninvited guest. In one corner of the hall sat a tattered sofa, its fabric worn and revealing the stuffing within. Li Ming switched on his flashlight, meticulously examining every corner of the hall. Suddenly, he noticed some dark red stains on the wall. Approaching for a closer look, he realized with horror that they were blood handprints. The prints varied in size and clarity, some stark, others blurred, presenting a truly shocking sight. Li Ming retrieved his camera and snapped several photographs of the blood handprints. Just as he was capturing the last shot, a faint sound suddenly reached his ears. Chapter 66. The Cursed Manor. Mystery of the Bloody Handprints. Part 2. Amy's eyes widened in terror, her throat constricted as if an invisible hand were gripping it, rendering her speechless. The flash of lightning was ephemeral, and the great hall was plunged back into darkness, the woman with the contorted visage vanishing once more. Amy's legs faltered, threatening to betray her, but an indomitable instinct for survival bolstered her. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. She reasoned with herself, insisting that there must be a rational explanation, perhaps a trick of the light, or a deliberate attempt to frighten her. With trembling hands, she activated her flashlight, its feeble beam flickering in the gloom, offering a modicum of solace. She cautiously advanced toward the staircase, her heart pounding with each step. Upon reaching the landing, she found it deserted, save for the frigid air and the musty aroma of aged timber. Amy swallowed hard, scrutinizing her surroundings. The crimson handprints appeared all the more grotesque under the flashlight's illumination. She glanced at the photos she had just captured. The bloody imprints were starkly visible, sending a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, a faint lamentation echoed from upstairs. Amy's body stiffened, and her camera nearly slipped from her grasp. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to ascend the stairs and investigate. The wooden treads groaned beneath her weight, as if protesting her intrusion. As she climbed, the weeping grew more distinct. At the far end of the second-floor corridor, a door stood ajar, the source of the mournful sound. Amy steeled herself and pushed the door open. A pungent, putrid odor permeated the room. She directed her flashlight's beam within, revealing a dilapidated bed upon which lay an indistinct, human-like form. Amy approached the bedside, and as the light fell upon the figure, she could not suppress a scream. A desiccated corpse lay on the bed, its face bearing a ghastly, mocking smile that mirrored the visage of the woman she had encountered on the staircase. Amy whirled around, desperate to flee the chamber, but the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. She tugged frantically at the handle, but it would not budge. An icy chill descended upon the room, and her breath condensed into spectral plumes in the air. "Let me out. Please, let me out," Amy cried, pounding on the door in despair, tears welling in her eyes. Just then, she felt a hand alight upon her shoulder. Slowly, she turned her head to behold the woman's spectral form looming behind her. Tears of blood streamed from the woman's eyes as she muttered unintelligible words. Amy struggled frantically, attempting to break free from the woman's grasp. In her panicked state, her fingers brushed against a knife in her pocket. Without hesitation, she brandished the blade and slashed at the specter. The woman seemed enraged by this act, emitting a piercing shriek before dissolving into a cloud of vapor. The door swung open abruptly, and Amy scrambled out of the room, tumbling back into the corridor. She dared not linger, sprinting down the hallway until she reached a relatively safe alcove. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for breath, her mind reeling with terror and bewilderment. What secrets did this ancient manor conceal? Who was the spectral woman? Why was there a corpse in that room? A barrage of questions swirled through her mind, but she had no time for contemplation. Her sole desire was to escape this dreadful place. Amy searched desperately for an exit, but the manor seemed like a labyrinth, leading her back to the same spots time and again. She felt a growing sense of hopelessness, as if she were doomed to remain trapped in this house of horrors forever. Just as she was about to succumb to despair, she noticed a yellow journal lying on the floor. She picked it up and opened it, finding the script faded and difficult to decipher, yet she persevered. Gradually, a forgotten tale unfolded before her eyes. It transpired that the manor had once been the abode of a malevolent sorcerer. Within these walls, he had conducted a series of heinous experiments, sacrificing innocent lives in his quest for immortality. The bloody handprints and the corpse were remnants of his victims. The woman with the contorted face was also one of these unfortunates, her soul eternally bound to the manor, unable to find release. Having read the journal, Amy was overcome by a surge of anger and compassion. She resolved to find a way to grant these tormented souls their final rest and to extricate herself from this accursed place. She began to search the manor for clues, eventually discovering a hidden chamber in the cellar. The chamber was filled with peculiar magical implements and tomes, and the walls were adorned with arcane symbols. In a corner of the chamber, Amy found a grimoire containing an incantation for dispelling evil magic. Following the instructions in the grimoire, Amy gathered the necessary items for the ritual. She lit candles in the great hall, arranged the offerings, and began to chant the incantation. As she spoke, the air around her began to vibrate, and a potent force began to coalesce. The woman's spectral form reappeared, but this time she did not attack Amy. Instead, she stood silently by, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Amy continued to chant, and the grimoire in her hands emitted a radiant glow. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted, illuminating the entire manor. All traces of evil were extinguished in its brilliance, and the souls of the victims found their long-awaited peace. The woman's face regained its former beauty, and she offered Amy a faint smile before dissolving into a ray of light and vanishing. Amy had successfully dispelled the evil magic, and the manor was no longer a source of dread. She found her way to the exit and fled the accursed place. As she stepped out into the sunlight, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief and liberation. However, this harrowing experience had impressed upon Amy the profound realization that there were still many unknown, mystical forces at play in the world, awaiting exploration and discovery. She resolved to document her experiences and share them with others, so that they, too, might gain insight into these untold realities. The 67th tale of Campus Supernatural Chronicles. The cursed statue. The sunlight of September remained intense, casting a brilliant golden hue over the campus of Jinyang High School, illuminating the red walls and green trees. The air was filled with the vitality and anticipation of a new academic year, as clusters of students laughed and chatted merrily. Lin Xiao grasped Su Na's hand and hurried along the tree-lined paths of the campus, having just concluded their midday break and racing towards their first class of the afternoon. As they passed by the garden at the northwest corner of the campus, Lin Xiao suddenly halted. "Su Na, what is that?" Her voice carried a note of surprise and curiosity, her gaze fixated on a clearing at the center of the garden. Su Na followed Lin Xiao's line of sight and beheld an unfamiliar statue standing quietly there. The statue was approximately 2 meters tall, depicting a woman clad in classical robes. Her facial features were beautifully sculpted, yet strangely, her countenance was shrouded in a veil of indistinctness, as though obscured by a mist. Her hands were gracefully crossed over her chest, her posture elegant, yet exuding an unsettling aura. Wow, when did this statue appear? Su Na stepped closer, circling the statue with curiosity. Lin Xiao trailed behind, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over her. "I don't know, but I can't shake off this eerie feeling when I look at it." She frowned, her eyes never leaving the statue. At that moment, their physical education teacher, Wang Chong, happened to stroll by, clad in sportswear and holding a basketball, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Hey, you two, what are you so engrossed in?" Wang Chong inquired with a smile. "Mr. Wang, do you know when this statue was placed here?" Su Na pointed at the statue. Wang Chong approached for a closer look, shaking his head. "I'm not sure. It wasn't here this morning. Perhaps it's a new decoration for the school. But it's just a statue. What is so remarkable about it?" With that, he clapped his hands on the basketball and turned to head towards the playground. Lin Xiao and Su Na exchanged glances. Despite Wang's dismissal, they felt the statue's sudden appearance was too peculiar. "Su Na, I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. If the school intended to place a statue, they would have announced it or held a ceremony. How could it just materialize out of nowhere?" Lin Xiao whispered. "Maybe the workers quietly set it up during lunch to surprise us." Su Na attempted to soothe Lin Xiao's anxious thoughts. "Surprise? More like a fright," Lin Xiao scoffed. "Just look at the statue's face. It's impossible to discern clearly. And her gaze, it feels as though it's watching us." "Oh, come on, Lin Xiao. Don't scare yourself. It could just be the sculptor's technique," Su Na said, linking her arm with Lin Xiao's. "All right, we should hurry to class." Though Lin Xiao still felt uneasy, she reluctantly followed Su Na away. However, during the subsequent classes, her mind was entirely preoccupied, the statue's blurred visage haunting her thoughts. After school, Lin Xiao and Su Na resolved to revisit the statue. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow upon it, enveloping the figure in an ethereal light. Yet rather than exuding warmth, it intensified the aura of mystery and eeriness surrounding it. Suna, do you think this statue harbors a story? Lin Xiao circled the statue slowly, her fingers brushing against the cold stone surface. What story could it possibly have? You just have an overactive imagination. Suna folded her arms, dismissing Lin Xiao's musings. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, and Lin Xiao seemed to hear a faint sigh emanating from the direction of the statue. She turned abruptly, but there was nothing there. Suna, did you hear that? Lin Xiao's voice trembled. Hear what? Suna asked, her expression one of confusion. A sigh. It seemed to come from the statue. Lin Xiao's complexion paled. Lin Xiao, you must be mistaken. There is no one else here but us, Suna said, though her heart began to race with unease. Suddenly, a strange glimmer flickered in the statue's eyes. Both Lin Xiao and Suna witnessed this unsettling phenomenon and recoiled in fear. What? What is wrong with this statue? Suna's voice quivered. I told you, there's something off about this statue. Lin Xiao seized Suna's hand. Let us find a teacher. They dashed towards the office of the headmaster, Zhang Laoshi. Mr. Zhang, a statue has mysteriously appeared in the northwest garden, and it's peculiar. It even emits light. Lin Xiao panted. Zhang Laoshi set down his pen, adjusting his glasses. You two shouldn't be so alarmed. Perhaps it's just an optical illusion causing you to misinterpret it. I'll check it out myself. Lin Xiao and Suna left the office, feeling disheartened. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiao tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. The image of the statue lingered in her mind, particularly the eerie glow and the sigh, leading her to believe that this matter was far from simple. The following morning, Lin Xiao and Suna hurried back to the garden, only to discover that the statue had vanished, leaving behind only a faint imprint of its base. What happened? Where did the statue go? Suna exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Xiao scanned the area, perplexed. I don't know. Could the school have removed it? But why wasn't there any notification? Just then, a boy passing by caught Lin Xiao's attention. His name was Li Yi, known as the school's go-to person for information. Li Yi, do you know what happened to the statue in the garden? Lin Xiao stopped him to inquire. Li Yi scratched his head. I'm not sure. It wasn't here when I arrived this morning. The 68th Chronicle of Campus Hauntings. The cursed statue upon discovering the old photograph. Lin Xiao felt as if she had unearthed a treasure and promptly summoned Suna. Suna, look. This photograph confirms that the statue has long existed within the school. It must harbor some secret, Lin Xiao declared, pointing to the statue's location in the picture, her expression grave. Suna, gazing at the photo, gasped. But why has there been no record or tale of it for so many years? The two resolved to seek out the most senior teacher at the school, Professor Yang. Having taught at Jinyang High for over 30 years, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the school's historical transformations. As Lin Xiao and Suna handed the photograph to Professor Yang, he adjusted his reading glasses, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This statue, he hesitated, pausing for a moment before continuing, actually has a hidden past. It turned out that many years ago, when the school was newly established, the statue had been a gift from a mysterious benefactor. Initially, no one paid it much mind, but strange occurrences began to unfold following its installation on campus. Students reported hearing mournful cries near the statue at night, while teachers noted inexplicable movements of items in their offices. Eventually, a female student named Chun Yu ventured alone to the garden housing the statue on a night of the full moon. After that night, she became disoriented, frequently conversing with herself, and soon withdrew from school to return home. Subsequently, the school administration deliberated and decided to discreetly remove the statue one night, after which the bizarre incidents gradually subsided. Lin Xiao and Suna listened in astonishment, never expecting such a chilling history to accompany the statue. Professor Yang, do you know who those individuals in black robes were? Lin Xiao inquired eagerly. Professor Yang shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot say. However, since the statue has reappeared, the situation is likely to be complex. Exiting Professor Yang's office, Lin Xiao and Suna felt an increasing weight in their hearts. Concurrently, eerie events around the campus began to escalate. One evening, after the library had closed, the administrator, Aunt Lu, conducted her usual final inspection. As she walked behind a row of bookshelves, she suddenly heard a faint sobbing. Her heart raced. Gripping her flashlight tightly, she cautiously sought the source of the sound. In the corner, she saw a girl in a white dress crouched on the floor, facing away from her. Aunt Lu sighed with relief, assuming it was merely a student hiding and crying. Dear student, the library is closed. You should head home, Aunt Lu gently urged. However, the girl offered no response, continuing to weep silently. Aunt Lu approached and lightly tapped the girl's shoulder. The girl slowly turned her head, revealing a face devoid of features. Nothing but a blank visage. Aunt Lou was so terrified that she collapsed to the floor, scrambling away from the library. This incident quickly spread throughout the school, instilling fear among the students. The administration decided to bolster campus security, increasing the frequency and intensity of patrols. Nevertheless, the horrific occurrences did not cease. One day, in the school cafeteria, Chef Zhang was preparing breakfast. When he opened the refrigerator to retrieve ingredients, he noticed a strange symbol painted in blood-red pigment inside. Before he could examine it closely, the refrigerator door suddenly slammed shut, accompanied by a piercing scream from within. Terrified, Chef Zhang stumbled backward, colliding with a table and falling to the ground. When other staff rushed in, the screams had vanished, and the peculiar symbol was gone. Fully aware that inaction would not suffice, Lin Xiao and Su Na resolved to stake out the campus at night, hoping to uncover clues and unravel the mystery surrounding the statue. As night fell, the campus lay shrouded in silence, concealed among the bushes near the garden. Lin Xiao and Su Na fixed their gaze on the statue's former location. Seconds turned into minutes, and just as they were about to give up, a shadow emerged from the distance. The figure approached the base of the statue, stopping to murmur something softly. As Lin Xiao and Su Na attempted to draw closer for a clearer view, Lin Xiao inadvertently stepped on a twig, snapping it underfoot. The shadow immediately pivoted, alert to their presence. The two quickly crouched down, holding their breath. The figure seemed to sense their presence and swiftly departed the scene. Lin Xiao and Su Na pursued, but the shadow dashed away with astonishing speed, vanishing into the dark corners of the campus. What do we do, Su Na? We still couldn't see who it was. Lin Xiao lamented. Su Na placed a reassuring hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. At least we confirmed that someone is indeed orchestrating these events. Let us continue searching for other clues. As they scoured the vicinity, they discovered peculiar footprints and remnants of a black powder. Lin Xiao collected the powder, intending to have it tested. Upon returning to their dormitory, Lin Xiao and Su Na were utterly exhausted, yet their spirits were heavy. The bizarre events had cast a pall of fear over the entire campus, and they understood that only by uncovering the truth could the school return to its former tranquility. The next day, Lin Xiao brought the black powder to the chemistry lab. After analysis, the chemistry teacher informed them that the powder was a rare mineral possessing potent radioactivity and mysterious energy. This mineral typically does not appear in everyday life and may be linked to ancient magic or rituals. The teacher's words only solidified Lin Xiao and Su Na's conviction that a monumental secret lay hidden behind the statue. At that moment, shocking news spread through the school. A student named Zhao Peng had suddenly convulsed during class, foaming at the mouth. Chapter 69. The Campus Supernatural Chronicles. The Cursed Statue 3. After exiting the hospital, Lin Xiao and Su Na felt an intensifying sense of dread and concern. Zhao Peng's condition made them acutely aware that they must unravel the mystery surrounding the statue swiftly. Otherwise, more individuals would suffer. Upon returning to school, they resolved to investigate the peculiar footprints first. Lin Xiao retrieved her phone and pulled up the photographs of the footprints taken that night, and the two began to compare them throughout the campus. After considerable effort, they discovered that these footprints matched the shoes of a teacher named Sun Ming. Sun Ming, the art teacher, was known for his taciturn nature and solitary demeanor, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Xiao and Su Na decided to discreetly investigate him. They followed Sun Ming and observed that he often ventured alone to the school's basement after class. The basement, a storage area for miscellaneous items, was seldom frequented. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao and Su Na stealthily entered the basement after Sun Ming. The space was dim and damp, permeated with a musty odor. As they cautiously navigated the shadows, they suddenly heard Sun Ming's voice echoing through the empty room. Great power is about to awaken. His voice reverberated ominously, sending chills down their spines. They concealed themselves behind a pile of debris and glimpsed Sun Ming standing in a corner, surrounded by peculiar artifacts and a yellowed book. He held a dagger in his hand, making a small incision on his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the ground, forming an unusual pattern. What is he doing? Su Na whispered, unable to contain her curiosity. Lin Xiao quickly covered Su Na's mouth, signaling her to remain silent. At that moment, Sun Ming abruptly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto their hiding spot. Who is there? He bellowed. Realizing they had been discovered, Lin Xiao and Su Na reluctantly stepped into view. It's you two. Sun Ming sneered, a cold smile creeping across his face. Since you have found me out, there is no need for me to conceal the truth any longer. Gathering her courage, Lin Xiao inquired, Mr. Sun, are you behind all of this? What connection do those strange occurrences and the statue have? Sun Ming regarded them intently and replied slowly, that statue is an embodiment of a powerful curse, harboring boundless energy. If I can unravel its secrets, I will gain this power. You are insane, Suna exclaimed. You have harmed so many classmates for the sake of this so-called power. Sun Ming erupted in laughter. You foolish children do not comprehend the value of this power. Once I succeed, I shall change the world. Determined to halt Sun Ming's reckless actions, Lin Xiao and Su Na seized the moment when he was distracted and lunged to snatch the dagger and book from his grasp. A fierce struggle ensued, and amidst the chaos, the yellowed book fell to the ground, scattering its pages. Lin Xiao noticed that one of the pages bore a complex design, somewhat resembling the pattern on the statue's base. Suddenly, the basement trembled violently, and stones began to dislodge from the walls. Sun Ming's expression shifted to one of terror. Oh no, the curse has been triggered. The trio hurried toward the exit, only to find it blocked by fallen debris. At that moment, a thick black smoke enveloped the basement, and a shadowy figure began to materialize from the mist. It is the malevolent spirit from the statue, Sun Ming screamed. The apparition grew clearer, revealing a woman with a grotesque visage, her eyes glowing red, emitting a series of chilling howls. Paralyzed with fear, Lin Xiao and Su Na collapsed to the ground, while Sun Ming frantically brandished the dagger, attempting to fend off the spirit. However, with a mere wave of her arm, the spirit sent Sun Ming crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. The malevolent spirit advanced slowly toward Lin Xiao and Su Na, leaving them with no escape. Just as the spirit was about to reach them, a brilliant light erupted, forcing her to retreat momentarily. It was Principal Li Hua, accompanied by several teachers, who had arrived after learning of Lin Xiao and Su Na's investigative endeavors and fearing for their safety. This spirit is incredibly powerful, the principal stated gravely. The teachers began to invoke incantations and wield various talismans. Through their collective efforts, they managed to temporarily seal the spirit in a corner. Principal, what is happening? Lin Xiao asked, bewildered. The principal sighed, explaining, the curse of that statue has always existed. Years ago, the school relocated the statue, which merely suppressed the curse temporarily. Unfortunately, its recent reappearance has revived the curse. Sun Ming was ensnared by this malevolent force, leading him to commit these frenzied acts. What should we do now? Suna inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the principal replied, we must find a way to permanently lift the curse. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. I know of an expert named Professor Wang, who has extensively studied ancient curses and mysticism. Perhaps he can assist us. Lin Xiao and Su Na nodded in agreement, resolved to accompany the principal to seek out Professor Wang. They arrived at the professor's residence and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing their tale, Professor Wang's expression turned grave. Lifting this curse is no simple task. We need to uncover the statue's origin and the root of the curse. I will require time to research pertinent materials. While awaiting the professor's findings, the atmosphere at the school remained tense. Although the malevolent spirit was temporarily contained, everyone understood that this was merely a stopgap measure. Lin Xiao and Su Na did not remain idle. They continued their search for clues around the school. In the archives, they discovered an ancient document detailing the statue's history. It became evident that the statue was originally 70. Campus Supernatural Chronicles. The cursed statue for the purification ritual was about to commence, enveloping the schoolyard in an atmosphere thick with tension and mystery. An array of ancient artifacts, talismans, and burning incense candles adorned the altar, their wispy smoke curling upward. Professor Wang, clad in a solemn robe, clutched a weathered tome containing the steps and incantations for the purification rite. Lin Xiao, Su Na, the principal, and several other teachers encircled the altar, their expressions grave and focused. A soft breeze whispered through, stirring the edges of their garments. With a deep breath, Professor Wang slowly raised his hands and began to chant the archaic and obscure incantations. As the verses were uttered, the air surrounding the statue seemed to quiver. Initially, everything progressed according to plan. However, when Professor Wang reached a pivotal portion of the incantation, the statue erupted with a beam of black light, soaring into the heavens. Immediately, a formidable force surged forth from the statue, coalescing into a massive black vortex, with winds howling and debris swirling. Lin Xiao and Su Na were buffeted by the winds, their eyes squeezed shut, clinging tightly to each other's hands. The principal and the teachers struggled to maintain their footing, attempting to uphold the ritual. This is not good. The power of the curse exceeds my expectations, Professor Wang exclaimed. From the depths of the black vortex emerged a figure, the malevolent spirit previously encountered in the basement, now manifesting in a more solid form, exuding an oppressive aura of malevolence. With a piercing roar, the spirit lunged toward the group. Professor Wang hastily cast talismans into the air, which transformed into golden beams of light, as they hurtled toward the spirit. Yet, upon contact, the beams vanished as if swallowed by the abyss. "Everyone, be cautious," the principal cried out. The teachers unleashed their spells, vibrant hues shooting toward the spirit. The malevolent entity effortlessly deflected their attacks with a mere wave of her arm, her gaze fixated on Professor Wong, seemingly aware that he was the key to breaking the curse. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Xiao and Su Na summoned their courage and charged forward. Lin Xiao picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the spirit. However, as the stone neared her, it disintegrated into dust under an unseen force. "Stay back, you are no match for her," Professor Wong shouted. Yet, Lin Xiao and Su Na pressed on, dodging the spirit's assaults, desperately seeking an opportunity to assist Professor Wong. Suddenly, the spirit pivoted, striking Lin Xiao and Su Na with a powerful blow. The force sent them crashing to the ground. Su Na's lips bled slightly, and Lin Xiao struggled to rise, rushing to her side. "Su Na, are you all right?" Lin Xiao asked anxiously. Su Na wiped the blood from her mouth and shook her head. "I'm fine. We cannot let her succeed." At that moment, the principal discerned the spirit's vulnerability. "Aim for her heart. That is the source of her power," he declared. The teachers, upon hearing this, focused their spells on the spirit's heart. The spirit sensed the threat and began to resist violently. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Wong flipped through the ancient tome once more, searching for a more potent incantation. His fingers raced across the pages, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I found it." Hope sparkled in Professor Wong's eyes as he began to recite a new incantation. With his voice, a golden runic matrix materialized in the air, slowly descending upon the spirit. The spirit emitted a pained howl, desperately struggling to escape. Yet, the power of the runic matrix intensified, gradually enveloping the spirit. Under the matrix's pressure, the spirit's form began to wane, her countenance twisted with defiance and hatred. "Quick, cast the artifacts into the matrix," Professor Wong urged. The teachers complied, hurling their artifacts toward the runic matrix. Upon contact, the artifacts transformed into formidable energies, infusing the matrix. The spirit's body gradually dissipated under this overwhelming force. As the spirit vanished entirely, the black light emanating from the statue also extinguished. The schoolyard fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. Exhausted, Lin Xiao and Su Na collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The principal and the teachers released a collective sigh of relief. "It is finally over," Professor Wong uttered weakly. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed a faint crack appearing on the statue. A dark liquid began to seep from the fissure, emanating a noxious odor. "What is happening?" Su Na exclaimed in surprise. Professor Wong approached the statue, scrutinizing it closely, his expression turning grave. "The curse is not entirely lifted. This is merely a temporary calm. The malevolent force has penetrated the statue's core. We must devise a means to destroy it completely." The group fell into contemplation. Destroying the statue would not be an easy feat, and they were uncertain of the potential repercussions. Just as they were at a loss, Lin Xiao recalled a document she had discovered in the archives. "I remember the document mentioned a special mineral used in the statue's construction, which only melts at specific temperatures. Perhaps we can exploit this to destroy the statue," Lin Xiao suggested. Professor Wong nodded thoughtfully. "That is a viable approach. But we need to locate equipment capable of generating such high temperatures." The principal remarked, "The school's laboratory possesses a high-temperature furnace. It may prove useful." Thus, the group resolved to transport the statue to the laboratory, intending to melt it in the furnace. They proceeded with utmost caution. The 72nd tale, the haunting of the seaside resort in the bustling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers punctuate the skyline, while throngs of people fill the bustling streets. In a quiet corner of this city, the young white-collar worker, Lina, sits at her desk, overwhelmed by the myriad of documents on her computer screen. The company has been exceptionally busy lately, and she has been working overtime for several consecutive weeks, enduring the pressures of a demanding work environment, leaving her both physically and mentally exhausted. Suddenly, the tranquility of the office is shattered by the ringing of a telephone. Lina, weary, stretches and answers the call. "Hello, Lina." "It's me, Suyo," comes the cheerful voice of her friend on the other end. "Suyo, what is up?" Lina replies, her tone lacking energy. "Lina, you must be feeling quite drained from work lately. I've discovered a fantastic vacation spot, and I think we should go relax together," Suyao exclaims with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lina's heart stirs. Indeed, she has been feeling overwhelmingly fatigued and desperately needs a break to rejuvenate. "Sounds great. Where is it?" Lina inquires. "It's a seaside resort. The scenery is absolutely breathtaking, and it's very tranquil, perfect for unwinding," Suyao describes. Lina envisions herself strolling along the beach, basking in the sun and the sea breeze, and her mood instantly brightens. That sounds delightful. When shall we depart? She asks. We'll set off this weekend. I've already made the arrangements, Suyao replies. Perfect. I'm looking forward to it, Lena responds with a smile. After hanging up, Lena feels a wave of relief wash over her, eagerly anticipating the upcoming vacation. The weekend arrives swiftly, and Lena arrives at the designated meeting point with her suitcase, where she meets Suyao and her boyfriend, Li Hao. Lena, over here. Suyao waves energetically. Lena walks over and embraces Suyao warmly. It's been ages. I'm really looking forward to this getaway, Lena exclaims. Me too. It's bound to be a lot of fun, Suyao beams. Hi, Lena. It's great to see you, Li Hao greets her. Hi, Li Hao. Thank you for inviting me to join you on this vacation, Lena replies. It's certainly lively here, Li Hao chuckles. As they converse, a young man approaches them. Excuse me, are you all heading to the seaside resort? He inquires. Yes, we are. And you? Suyao asks. My name is Zhang Hao, and I'm also going to that resort. I overheard your conversation and thought I'd ask, he explains, smiling. How wonderful. It seems we can all travel together, Suyao enthusiastically responds. Thus, the five of them board the vehicle bound for the seaside resort. During the ride, they begin to get acquainted. Zhang Hao, a freelance photographer, loves to travel and capture beautiful landscapes. His cheerful and humorous nature quickly endears him to the group. Laughter fills the air as they share stories, and before they know it, they arrive at their destination, the seaside resort. Upon disembarking, Lena is captivated by the stunning scenery before her. The resort is nestled on a vast beach, with a lush forest as its backdrop. The white sands glisten under the sun, and the endless blue ocean stretches before them, waves crashing against the shore with a thunderous roar. Wow, this place is truly magnificent, Lena exclaims. Indeed. Isn't it fantastic? Suyao replies proudly. Dragging their suitcases, they enter the resort, which boasts a unique architectural style. Predominantly wooden structures that harmonize with the natural surroundings. A warm and welcoming staff member assists them with the check-in process and introduces them to the resort's amenities and activities. All right, let us drop off our luggage in our rooms and then explore the resort, Suyao suggests. They make their way to their respective rooms. Lena and Suyao share one, while Li Hao and Zhang Hao occupy the adjacent rooms. The accommodations are cozy and inviting, with delightful views of the ocean visible through the windows. After settling their belongings, Lena and Suyao eagerly step out to join the others in exploring the resort. They discover a large swimming pool surrounded by lounge chairs and umbrellas, a restaurant serving a variety of delectable seafood and local delicacies, along with a fitness center, a spa, and even a cinema. The facilities here are splendid, Lena remarks. Absolutely. We're in for a treat, Suyao agrees. As they stroll further, they arrive at the resort's garden, filled with an array of vibrant flowers and plants, their fragrances wafting through the air. At the garden's center, a fountain sends shimmering water jets into the sunlight, casting a rainbow of colors. This garden is enchanting, Lena exclaims. At that moment, Lena suddenly feels as though someone is watching her. She turns her head, yet sees nothing. What is wrong, Lena? Suyao inquires. I feel as if someone is observing us, Lena replies, furrowing her brow. Don't overthink it. You're probably just tired, Suyao reassures her. Lena shakes her head, pondering that perhaps her exhaustion is indeed causing her to hallucinate. They continue to wander through the garden for a while longer before heading to the restaurant for lunch. The restaurant is not crowded, and they find a window-side table to sit at. The server promptly brings them their order, which includes an assortment of seafood and vegetable salads. As twilight descends upon the seaside resort, the cadence of the waves against the shore now carries an air of enigma and foreboding. Despite physical exhaustion from daytime activities, Lena finds herself unable to slumber, her mind incessantly replaying the apparition of the mysterious woman in white. In the adjacent bed, Suyao has swiftly succumbed to slumber, her gentle snores echoing through the tranquil room. Lena, restless, gazes at the faint moonlight filtering through the window, an increasing sense of unease washing over her. Suddenly, a cool breeze stirs, causing the curtains to flutter, and Lena shivers involuntarily. Just then, Lena perceives a faint, ethereal weeping, its mournful and desolate quality piercing the stillness of the night. Startled, Lena sits upright, her heart pounding in her chest. She urgently nudges Suyao. Suyao, wake up. Do you hear that? There's crying. Suyao, roused from her slumber, rubs her eyes groggily and mumbles, Lena, don't be so alarmed. There's no crying. You must be mistaken. Go back to sleep. With that, Suyao rolls over and drifts back into a deep sleep. Lena, however, is too unnerved to sleep. She strains her ears, listening intently as the weeping ebbs and flows, seeming to originate from a distant realm yet also resonating from within the room itself. Overwhelmed by fear, Lena quietly slips out of bed and approaches the window, cautiously peering outside. The garden, bathed in moonlight, exudes tranquility, with only a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Yet, the weeping persists in Lena's ears, her hands gripping the curtains tightly, palms slick with perspiration. Abruptly, Lena glimpses a fleeting white figure in the garden, identical to the one she observed during the day. Petrified, Lena stifles a scream, her eyes fixated on the direction in which the figure vanished. After a moment, the weeping gradually subsides, and Lena experiences a slight reprieve. She returns to her bed but finds sleep elusive, remaining awake until the first light of dawn. The following morning, sunlight streams through the window, illuminating Lena's face. Suyao is already awake and packing. "Lena, wake up. We're going to the beach today," Suyao announces as she organizes her backpack. Lena rubs her eyes, recalling the events of the previous night, a lingering sense of trepidation washing over her. "Suyao, I really did hear crying last night, and I saw the woman in white," Lena insists. Suyu responds with an indulgent smile. "Lena, you must have had a nightmare. Don't dwell on it. Let's have fun today." Seeing Suyao's disbelief, Lena refrains from further discussion and rises to wash up, joining the others for their trip to the beach. The coastal scenery remains captivating, with radiant sunshine and gentle waves caressing the shore. While Li Hao and Zhang Hao frolic in the water, and Suyao basks in the sun on the beach, Lena finds herself unable to relax. Her gaze frequently drifts toward the resort, a persistent feeling that the woman in white will reappear. At midday, the group returns to the resort's restaurant for lunch. The restaurant bustles with activity, filled with patrons. Lena and her companions find a table and order refreshments. As they await their meal, the lights abruptly begin to flicker. Lena's heart sinks, an ominous premonition gripping her. Suddenly, an eerie gust of wind sweeps through the restaurant, causing curtains and tablecloths to billow. A murmur of unease spreads among the patrons, with some complaining, "What's going on? Is there a problem with the electricity?" At that moment, Lena spots the woman in white standing in the restaurant's doorway. Her face is largely obscured by her hair, concealing her features, but her white robe billows in the wind. Terrified, Lena points toward the entrance, exclaiming to Su Yao and the others, "Look, the woman in white." Su Yao, Li Hao, and Zhang Hao follow Lena's gaze, but see nothing. "Lena, don't scare us. There's no woman in white," Su Yao assures her. Lena, on the verge of tears, insists, "I really saw her. She's standing right there." Just then, the lights stabilize, the wind ceases, and everything returns to normal, as if nothing had transpired. However, Lena remains convinced that she witnessed the woman in white, and she suspects that the resort harbors a concealed secret. After lunch, Lena resolves to seek answers from the resort staff. They approach the front desk and speak with the duty manager. "Manager, I'd like to inquire whether there have been any incidents at this resort. Why do I keep seeing a woman in white and hearing strange weeping?" Lena asks. A flicker of disquiet crosses the manager's face, but he quickly regains his composure, responding with a smile. "Madam, you may be fatigued and experiencing hallucinations. Our resort has been operating normally, and no such incidents have occurred." Lena remains unconvinced. "That's impossible. I clearly saw her, and I'm not the only one." The manager persists. "Madam, you must be mistaken. The sea breeze and the sound of the waves may be playing tricks on your senses. We will enhance our management to ensure you have a pleasant stay." Lena reluctantly departs from the front desk, aware that the manager is concealing something but lacking any concrete evidence. Back in their room, Lena recounts her experiences to Su Yao and the others. Li Hao suggests, "Lena, perhaps you're simply being overly sensitive. The resort seems perfectly normal to me." Zhang Hao, however, appears pensive. "I don't believe Lena would see such things without reason. There may indeed be something amiss at this resort. We should exercise caution." After deliberation, the group decides to patrol the resort together that night, hoping to uncover any clues. As night descends once more, Lena, Su Yao, and Li Hao. 74. The haunting shadows of the seaside resort 3 in the garden of the resort. Lena, Xiao, Li Hao, and Zhang Hao were seized by terror as they scattered at the sight of the sudden white apparitions. In her panic, Lena stumbled and fell to the ground. Frantically glancing back, she saw the white figures swiftly advancing towards her. "Help!" Lena cried out, her voice echoing in the stillness of the night. Hearing her desperate plea, Zhang Hao halted, turning to race towards her. He grasped Lena's hand, pulling her along as they dashed towards the main building of the resort. "Quickly! Let us find a safe place to hide," Zhang Hao panted. Upon entering the main building, they searched for a refuge and eventually discovered a storage room where they concealed themselves. In the dimness of the storage room, Lena and Zhang Hao huddled together, their hearts racing and breaths quickening. Lena trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. "Zhang Hao, what is happening? What are those things?" she asked, her voice quivering. Striving to maintain his composure, Zhang Hao replied, "I do not know, but there is certainly something amiss with this resort. Let us remain here until it is safe outside." Meanwhile, Suyao and Li Hao were desperately fleeing as well. Li Hao took Suyao's hand, leading her into a shadowy corner. They held their breaths, quietly listening to the sounds outside. Suyao's complexion was pale, her eyes filled with dread. Li Hao, I am so frightened. Will we perish here? Li Hao embraced her tightly, reassuringly saying, do not fear. As long as I am here, we will find a way to escape. After a while, the commotion outside began to subside. Cautiously, Zhang Hao opened the door of the storage room and peered out. It seems those entities have vanished. Let us venture out, he said to Lina. Hesitant at first, Lina followed him into the corridor, each step laden with trepidation. Suddenly, a chilling wail pierced the air once more. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, filled with anguish and lamentation. Lina and Zhang Hao's faces turned pale. That sound is coming from the basement, Lina stammered. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and urged, let us investigate. Despite their overwhelming fear, curiosity and the instinct for survival propelled them towards the basement. The entrance was suffused with a pungent moldy odor, the light flickering ominously. As they descended the stairs, the cry grew increasingly distinct. Upon reaching the bottom, they beheld a dim, damp space cluttered with dilapidated furniture and debris. In the corner of the basement, a figure clad in a white robe crouched, facing away from them. The mournful cries emanated from this figure. Lina clutched Zhang Hao's arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Swallowing hard, Zhang Hao summoned his courage. Who are you? The figure remained silent, continuing to weep. Slowly, they approached, and as Zhang Hao gently tapped the figure's shoulder, it turned. What they saw was a face ashen and streaked with tears and blood, eyes filled with boundless sorrow and torment. Lina and Zhang Hao recoiled in fright. Just then, the lights in the basement extinguished abruptly, plunging them into darkness. They fumbled in the pitch black, seeking an escape. Suddenly, Lina felt icy hands grasping her ankle. She struggled desperately, but could not break free from the grip. Zhang Hao, help me! Lina cried in terror. Zhang Hao rushed to her aid, attempting to pry the hands away, but their grip was astonishingly strong. In the midst of their struggle, the white figure reappeared, emitting a spine-chilling laugh. Simultaneously, Suyao and Li Hao heard Lina's cries for help from the basement. Ignoring the peril, they sprinted towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, they witnessed Lina and Zhang Hao grappling with the ghostly figure. Li Hao seized a wooden stick and charged at the apparition. Seeing Li Hao approach, the figure released Lina and lunged at him. Suyao joined in, hurling objects at the figure. Through their collective efforts, the white apparition gradually dissipated. The basement fell silent once more, save for their heavy breaths and racing hearts. We must leave this place at once, Li Hao declared. The force swiftly exited the basement, returning to their room, locking the door behind them as they sat on the bed, still shaken. I believe we cannot remain here any longer. We shall depart at dawn, Lina suggested. The others nodded in agreement. However, the night held more terrors than they anticipated. As they drifted into slumber, strange noises echoed within the room, sounds of movement and hushed whispers. Awakened by the commotion, Lina opened her eyes to see a blurred white figure standing by the window. She attempted to rouse the others, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The figure advanced slowly towards her, and as she tried to flee, she found herself paralyzed. Unable to move, the figure loomed closer, and Lina finally discerned its grotesquely contorted visage. Chapter 75. The Curse of the Spectres of the Ancient Battlefield. In the deep autumn of 1900, the wilds of Yorkshire, England, lay shrouded in a thick veil of mist. As though cloaked by an enigmatic shroud, the withered grasses trembled in the chilling autumn breeze, emitting a mournful rustle. This desolate expanse, typically devoid of human presence, appeared even more sinister and foreboding under the heavy fog, as if concealing countless untold secrets and perils. Thomas Wells, a young and fervent scholar, ventured into this mysterious wilderness alone, driven by the pursuit of ancient history. He possessed a slender frame and a gaunt visage, with deep-set eyes that sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and a yearning for exploration. Adorned in a deep brown long coat, the hem of his garment danced in the wind, reflecting the restlessness of his spirit. A wide-brimmed hat shielded his face from the autumnal chill, yet it could not ward off the penetrating cold that seeped into his very bones. Clutched tightly in his hands was a weathered tome, its pages yellowed and frayed, the gilded title on the spine rendered almost illegible by time. Nevertheless, this ancient manuscript was invaluable to Thomas, containing his research findings and clues regarding ancient warfare, serving as his vital compass for this expedition. With resolute steps, Thomas trudged through the wilderness, the fog rendering his vision blurred, allowing him only to discern the vague outlines ahead. The ground beneath his feet was damp and yielding, each step leaving a deep imprint, as if the wilderness reluctantly recorded the presence of this unwelcome visitor. The trees surrounding him loomed in the mist, their gnarled branches resembling desiccated arms reaching out to ensnare him into the unknown abyss. The cold wind howled through the woods, producing a series of eerie wails, akin to the whispers of malevolent spirits lurking in the wild. As night gradually descended, Thomas began to realize he had lost his way. The once clear path vanished under the dual onslaught of fog and darkness, trapping him within an expansive labyrinth devoid of an exit. He halted, striving to recollect the route he had traversed, but his mind was a tempest of confusion. He gazed skyward, hoping to discern his direction through the stars. Yet the dense mist completely obscured the heavens, allowing not a single glimmer of starlight to penetrate. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within him. He quickened his pace, blindly racing through the wilderness. His heart raced, breath quickened, as his coat billowed behind him like a leaf caught in a tempest. His boots struck the ground heavily, splattering mud with each step, his trousers soaked without his notice. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, an ancient castle suddenly materialized before his eyes. Its silhouette emerged from the fog like a slumbering behemoth. The castle's walls, constructed from massive stones, bore the scars of time, their surfaces mottled and cloaked in vines and moss. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, heavy wooden portals adorned with rusted nails, their knockers etched with peculiar designs that seemed to narrate tales of past grandeur and decay. Thomas hesitated, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. The castle's abrupt appearance unsettled him, yet in the frigid night, lost in the wild, he had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and stepped forward, raising his hand to gently rap upon the castle door. Knock, knock, knock. The muted sound reverberated through the stillness of the night, dissipating swiftly into the fog as if swallowed by the wilderness. Thomas stood in anticipation, filled with hope, yet no response came. He knocked again, this time with greater urgency, the sound more insistent. After what felt like an eternity, silence reigned within the castle. Disappointment welled up in Thomas, yet he was unwilling to relent. He reached out, gently pushing against the heavy door. To his astonishment, it creaked open, releasing a wave of stale air that enveloped him. This air was a lang of decayed wood, damp earth, and a faint hint of musk, causing Thomas to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Cautiously, he stepped into the castle, gripping the ancient tome as if it were his sole talisman. The hall was vast and empty, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp casting a feeble glow. The flame trembled in the gentle draft, poised to extinguish at any moment. The walls were adorned with ancient portraits, their subjects' features hazy, their vacant gazes seemingly fixated upon Thomas. A crimson carpet lay beneath his feet, thick with dust and stains, producing a dull thud as he tread upon it. Is anyone there? Thomas's voice echoed through the expansive hall, bouncing off the walls in a series of reverberations. Yet beyond his own voice, no other sound emerged. A strange, eerie silence enveloped the hall, sending chills down his spine. He advanced slowly, the carpet whispering beneath his steps. Suddenly, he detected a faint sound of footsteps. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, yet in the stillness of the hall, it resonated with alarming clarity. Thomas paused, scanning his surroundings nervously, but saw nothing. The footsteps drew closer, as though something was slowly approaching him. His heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Clenching the ancient tome tighter, he braced himself for any potential danger. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the oil lamp's flame to flicker violently before plunging the hall into darkness. Thomas felt a pair of icy hands settle upon his shoulders, the grip firm and unyielding, rendering him immobile. In terror, Thomas screamed, struggling desperately to free himself from the vice-like hold. But those hands were like iron, clenching him tightly, and no amount of struggle seemed to bear fruit. His voice echoed into the void, the curse haunting this ancient battlefield. Thomas stared at the intricate symbols and diagrams, a sense of hope igniting within him. The ancient text spoke of a ritual that required rare components, each imbued with the essence of the fallen warriors. We must gather these items, Thomas declared, his voice steady with determination. Emily nodded, her expression resolute. As they meticulously transcribed the details from the scroll, the air around them seemed to thrum with a palpable energy. The weight of their task loomed over them, yet a shared purpose bound them together. Days turned into nights as they traversed the haunted grounds, unearthing remnants of the past, and facing the shadows that lingered in the moonlight. Each discovery brought them closer to the truth, yet danger lurked at every turn. One fateful evening, as they delved deeper into the mysteries of the battlefield, they stumbled upon a hidden glade, overgrown yet eerily beautiful. In the center lay the remnants of an ancient altar, draped in vines and shrouded in mist. This must be where the ritual was performed, Emily whispered, awestruck. Together, they began to gather the necessary components, each fragment resonating with a history they could scarcely comprehend. As the final piece was placed upon the altar, the air crackled with anticipation. With a deep breath, they recited the incantation, their voices intertwining in a harmonious plea to the spirits bound by the curse. A luminous aura enveloped them, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. The shadows of the fallen warriors materialized around them, their faces etched with sorrow yet softened by a glimmer of hope. Thomas and Emily stood firm, unwavering in their resolve. As the final words echoed through the glade, a brilliant light erupted, engulfing the warriors in a radiant embrace. The curse began to dissolve, the anguished spirits finally finding peace. Exhausted yet elated, Thomas and Emily watched as the last remnants of darkness faded away, leaving behind a tranquil silence. They had not only unraveled the mystery of the ancient battlefield, but had also forged an unbreakable bond through their shared trials. In the aftermath, the landscape transformed. Vibrant life reclaiming the space once shrouded in despair. Thomas and Emily emerged from the shadows, forever changed by their journey. Their hearts filled with the stories of the past and the promise of a brighter future. Thomas and Emily sat exhausted on the ancient battlefield, panting heavily after their fierce confrontation with the spectral soldiers that had nearly depleted their strength and magical energy. The moonlight illuminated their weary faces, revealing the worry and unease in their eyes. The curse, it remains unbroken. Emily gazed at the serene battlefield, her voice tinged with frustration. Thomas steadied himself and stood up, surveying the surroundings. Yet, we must be closer to the truth. The scroll we just examined likely contains portions yet to be deciphered. With heavy hearts, they returned to their temporary refuge, the dilapidated temple. Under the dim glow of an oil lamp, they reopened the ancient scroll, meticulously scrutinizing each symbol and word. After several hours of study, Emily's finger halted on a page adorned with an intricate design and an ancient inscription. "Look here, Thomas," her voice quivered slightly. "This seems to detail the origins of the curse." Thomas leaned closer, his gaze fixated on the page. According to the scroll, the war that transpired centuries ago was instigated by a nefarious dark sorcerer. This sorcerer, yearning for boundless power and dominion, manipulated the kings of both factions through dark magic, igniting a bloody conflict. The blood and souls of countless soldiers on the battlefield became the sacrificial offerings and energy source for his dark arts. Once the war concluded, the souls of the fallen soldiers were ensnared by the dark sorcerer, bound to this land by a formidable curse, preventing their reincarnation. Meanwhile, the sorcerer drew strength from the agony and resentment of these souls, continually augmenting his own magical prowess. So it is as such. Thomas clenched his fists, resolve igniting within him. There must be a way to shatter this curse and liberate these souls. Emily continued her perusal of the scroll, and suddenly, her eyes sparkled with revelation. It mentioned the sorcerer's staff, which is said to be the core of the curse. If we destroy the staff, we can lift the curse. Hope flared in Thomas's eyes. Where's the staff? The final page of the scroll revealed a rudimentary map, seemingly directing them to a hidden chamber beneath the ancient battlefield. On the following dawn, Thomas and Emily commenced their search for the chamber's entrance, guided by the map. In a corner of the battlefield, they uncovered a stone slab concealed by overgrown weeds. Together, they heaved aside the slab, revealing a deep opening before them. Cautiously, they descended the stone staircase into the shadowy chamber. A pungent aroma of potions and decay pervaded the air, and various strange magical implements and experimental specimens adorned the walls. At the chamber's center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a black staff. The staff was entirely ebony, set with gems that flickered with an eerie luminescence, its shaft etched with sinister runes. Just as Thomas reached out to grasp the staff, Emily quickly intervened. "Wait, there may be powerful magical traps upon it." She began to chant a spell to disarm the traps, but in that instant, the entire chamber began to tremble violently. The runes on the walls glowed red, fissures appearing in the ground. "Not good." Weave triggered other mechanisms, Emily shouted. From the cracks emerged monsters composed of dark magic, clawing and swiping at Thomas and Emily. Thomas seized a broken sword from the ground and engaged in fierce combat with the creatures, while Emily concentrated on casting spells to repel the monsters, ensuring the staff remained unharmed. In the heat of battle, Thomas was inadvertently clawed by one of the creatures, blood streaming from his arm. Upon seeing Thomas injured, panic surged within Emily, causing her magic to momentarily falter. One of the creatures seized the opportunity to breach her defenses, lunging toward the staff. "No!" Emily screamed, throwing herself towards the staff. Just as the creature was about to reach it, Emily grasped the staff first. A surge of potent dark energy coursed through her arm and enveloped her entire being, causing her to collapse in agony as the darkness began to consume her. "Emily!" Thomas fought desperately against the surrounding monsters, rushing to her side. Emily's complexion turned pale as parchment. She struggled to pass the staff to Thomas. Thomas, destroy it. Taking the staff, Thomas's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. He gathered all his strength and swung the broken sword down upon the staff. With a resounding crash, the gems shattered and the staff splintered into several fragments. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the staff, propelling both Thomas and Emily backward. As they rose from the ground, they found the chamber devoid of monsters, and the ominous aura that had enveloped the battlefield began to dissipate. Did we succeed? Thomas murmured, staring at the half of the staff in his hand. They exited the chamber and returned to the battlefield, where sunlight bathed the earth in warmth and gentleness. The once oppressive atmosphere had vanished, and the wandering spectral soldiers were nowhere to be found. We did it, Emily, Thomas exclaimed, turning to share his joy with her. Yet, Emily suddenly collapsed to the ground. Thomas rushed to support her, only to find her body chillingly cold. Emily, what is happening? He asked anxiously. Emily offered a weak smile. The dark power still lingers within me. I may. No, you will be fine. I will take you to find a healer. Thomas scooped Emily into his arms, sprinting towards the castle. As he ran, fear and concern consumed Thomas's heart. He quickened his pace, fervently hoping to discover a means to save Emily. In the heart-wrenching tale of loss and despair, Thomas helplessly witnessed the life of Emily ebbing away, his heart shattering into countless fragments. He clutched her hand tightly, as if his grasp could tether her essence to this world. Emily, you must hold on. There has to be a way to save you. His voice trembled, tears blurring his vision. Yet, Emily's breaths grew shallower, her gaze beginning to fade. Thomas, do not grieve. Perhaps this is my fate. She struggled to speak, each word seemingly draining her remaining strength. Thomas vehemently shook his head. No, this cannot be. I will not let you leave me. He turned, frantically searching through the books and tomes he had brought, desperate to unearth a clue that might rescue Emily from her dire plight. But despite his relentless efforts, no remedy could be found to dispel the dark forces entwined around her. Time slipped away, and Emily's complexion turned ashen, her lips devoid of color. Thomas, knowing you has brought me joy. If there is an afterlife. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and at last, her hand slipped from his grasp as her eyes gently closed. No, Emily. Thomas's anguished cry echoed, his world crumbling into ruin. He held her lifeless form, tears cascading uncontrollably. Tenderly, he laid her upon the bed, arranging her hair and garments as if she were merely slumbering. In the days that followed, Thomas succumbed to profound guilt and sorrow, isolating himself within the castle, obsessively poring over ancient texts and magical scrolls, frantically seeking a way to revive Emily. His eyes bore the marks of sleepless nights, his visage haggard, his frame gaunt. One fateful day, amidst a forgotten tome, Thomas discovered a forbidden incantation concerning the reincarnation of souls. This arcane knowledge spoke of a means to summon the departed spirit and bestow upon it new life, albeit at a tremendous cost. A flicker of hope ignited within Thomas, compelling him to pursue this magic at any cost. He commenced gathering the necessary materials and artifacts for the ritual. He scoured the battlefield for lingering magical energies, meticulously inscribing complex sigils in the castle's basement, and sought rare gemstones and herbs from distant lands. When all was prepared, on a moonlit night, he positioned Emily's body at the center of the magical circle. Lighting candles, he recited the lengthy and intricate incantation. As the words flowed, the circle emanated an eerie glow. The air thickened the second dawn broke, sunlight filtering into the room through the curtains, yet the four felt no respite from the arrival of X&E. The harrowing events of the previous night remained vivid, etched upon their faces with weariness and dread. We can't remain idle. We must uncover the truth behind this resort, Zhang Hao declared, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Despite their trepidation, the others recognized the futility of evasion and nodded in agreement. After a hasty preparation, they commenced their exploration of the resort. Their initial destination was the front desk, hoping to glean insights from the staff. However, the area was deserted. With an eerie glow emanating from the computer screen, Lin Na tentatively reached for the computer, only to be met with a document filled with gibberish. What is this? Su Yao exclaimed, seeking refuge behind Li Hao. Zhang Hao scrutinized the jumbled characters, attempting to discern a pattern. Suddenly, a monochrome photograph materialized within the document, depicting a woman in a white robe, her gaze vacant and her complexion pallid, mirroring the apparition they had encountered the previous night. Ah! Lin Na shrieked in terror. The photograph vanished as swiftly as it appeared, reverting the document to its chaotic state. The four exchanged bewildered glances, their trepidation intensifying. Their search led them to an abandoned warehouse, permeated by a putrid stench. The walls were adorned with bizarre portraits, the subjects exhibiting contorted visages and unsettling grins. I find this place unsettling. Let's depart, Su Yao pleaded, clutching Li Hao's sleeve, her voice laced with tears. As they prepared to leave, the warehouse door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Panic seized them as they frantically attempted to open the door, but it remained unyielding. Help! Lin Na cried out, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a guttural growl echoed through the warehouse, and a colossal shadow emerged from the depths. The shadow gradually assumed a human form, revealing the woman in the white robe. You cannot escape, the woman's voice intoned, as if emanating from the abyss. Li Hao seized a wooden stake and charged toward the woman, shouting, "Stay back." With a mere wave of her arm, Li Hao was propelled against the wall with immense force, collapsing in a heap. Zhang Hao and Lin Na rushed to his aid, while Su Yao remained paralyzed with fear. The woman advanced relentlessly, cornering the four. In desperation, Zhang Hao discovered a concealed door in the wall. He urged the others to follow him, and they plunged into the hidden passage. The narrow corridor was shrouded in a dense mist. They proceeded cautiously, their senses heightened, when they were met by a faint, melodious tune. Following the sound, they arrived at a chamber housing an antique gramophone, the source of the music. Adjacent to the gramophone lay a time-worn diary. Lin Na opened the diary, its script faded and indistinct, but with careful scrutiny, she managed to decipher fragments of its contents. It revealed that a tragic incident had transpired at the resort, a woman having been murdered in the basement, her tormented spirit forever bound to the location, unable to find peace. So that's the truth, Zhang Hao murmured, a sense of realization washing over him. How can we help her find peace? Su Yao inquired. As they pondered a solution, the woman materialized in the doorway, her face contorted with rage. Now that you know my secret, you must all perish, she shrieked, lunging at them with outstretched hands. The four scattered, seeking refuge within the confined space. Lin Na stumbled and fell, and the woman seized the opportunity to grab her. Lin Na! Zhang Hao and Li Hao cried out, attempting to rescue her, but the woman repelled them effortlessly. Su Yao, overcome with distress, noticed a painting on the wall depicting a crucifix. Inspired, she snatched the painting and hurled it at the woman. The painting struck the woman, eliciting a piercing shriek, and she released Lin Na. The four seized the opportunity to flee the chamber, continuing their desperate race through the corridor. However, the passage seemed endless, and despite their relentless efforts, they could not locate an exit. At that moment, the woman reappeared, her speed surpassing their own. She swiftly overtook them, and Li Hao, in a selfless act to protect Su Yao, was seized by the woman, who sunk her teeth into his neck. Li Hao, Su Yao wailed in anguish. Zhang Hao and Lin Na hesitated, contemplating a return to aid Li Hao, but he implored them, "Don't worry about me. Just go." Reluctantly, Zhang Hao and Lin Na resumed their flight. They finally discovered an exit, emerging into the resort's garden. However, the woman was relentless in her pursuit. "Today marks your demise," the woman shrieked, lunging at them with menacing intent. Zhang Hao and Lin Na fought valiantly, but their strength was no match for the woman's supernatural power. As she prepared to strike the final blow, a blinding light erupted, enveloping the woman in its radiance. When the light subsided, the woman had vanished. Zhang Hao and Lin Na collapsed to the ground, exhausted and gasping for air. "We're finally safe," Lin Na whispered weakly. However, their relief was short-lived. As they realized that Li Hao and Su Yao were missing, they searched frantically, eventually discovering their lifeless bodies in the warehouse. "No," Zhang Hao and Lin Na lamented, overcome with grief. They buried Li Hao and Su Yao in the garden, departing the resort with its haunting memories. From that day forward, their hearts carried an indelible scar. Every time they recalled the ordeal, they were consumed by profound sorrow and dread. With trepidation, Lin Xiao pivoted towards Chun, her voice quivering. "What exactly do you mean? Why won't you permit me to leave?" Chun chuckled ominously, a smile that appeared particularly eerie in the dim illumination. He slowly articulated, "Girl, having ventured into this establishment, you are destined to undergo some extraordinary occurrences." Lin Xiao's heart palpitated rapidly as she endeavored to regain her composure. Yet her body trembled uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply, casting her gaze once more upon the peculiar toys within the shop. At that instant, the cloth doll with the blinking eyes seemed to possess greater animation, its lips subtly upturned in a sinister grin, as if mocking Lin Xiao's helplessness and trepidation. Involuntarily, Lin Xiao approached the cloth doll, her mind teeming with perplexity and inquisitiveness. She sought to comprehend the situation, questioning whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. However, as she drew closer, the doll's eyes abruptly widened, revealing a trace of malevolence and murderous intent within their once vacant gaze. Startled, Lin Xiao recoiled, her complexion ashen. Yet, in her heightened state of anxiety, she inadvertently nudged a nearby shelf. Toys cascaded from the shelf, one of the wooden puppets rolling to Lin Xiao's feet. She glanced down, observing the puppet's face contorted in an expression of anguish, as if emitting a silent scream. Suddenly, the puppet stirred, its limbs contorting as it attempted to seize Lin Xiao's ankles. Lin Xiao shrieked in terror, leaping backward to evade the suddenly animated toy bear. However, in her disarray, she inadvertently collided with a display laden with toy automobiles. Instantly, the once stationary toy cars seemed to spring to life, swiftly careening across the floor. Colliding with one another, they emitted piercing, grating metallic sounds, inducing a sensation of unease. Lin Xiao's heart ascended into her throat as she widened her eyes, desperately evading the rampaging toys. Her pulse quickened, and her respiration grew increasingly shallow. Her gaze darted about, seeking a secure egress, yet the surrounding environment grew ever more chaotic and terrifying. At that moment, her attention was captured by an autonomously moving train. The train accelerated along the sinuous tracks, its frame emitting plumes of black smoke, its wheels screeching against the rails and casting forth brilliant sparks. The train's whistle emitted a shrill and mournful sound, as if a summons from the netherworld. Petrified by the sound, Lin Xiao collapsed to the floor, gazing at the frenzied toys with a sense of utter despair. Amidst the pandemonium, the exquisite music box had been activated, its melancholic melody drifting through the air, accompanied by the faint sound of weeping. Lin Xiao covered her ears, attempting to block out the unnerving sounds, yet the weeping seemed to penetrate her mind, lingering persistently. She relinquished the music box in alarm, discovering that the surrounding toys appeared to have come alive, their eerie gazes fixed upon her. The eyes of the cloth dolls glimmered with an unearthly light, while the bodies of the puppets trembled incessantly as if gathering strength for an assault. With difficulty, Lin Xiao regained her footing, seeking a secure refuge. She navigated between the shelves, yet the toys shadowed her, impeding her progress. A one-eyed teddy bear lunged at Lin Xiao, its claws raking across her arm, leaving a shallow laceration. Lin Xiao gasped in pain, forcefully shoving the bear away and continuing her flight. Her vision blurred, tears mingling with perspiration. As she reached a corner filled with building blocks, she observed the blocks assembling themselves, forming a towering wall that imprisoned her. Frantically, Lin Xiao attempted to topple the block wall, yet the blocks seemed imbued with life, ceaselessly reassembling and becoming increasingly fortified. Meanwhile, the other toys gradually converged, forming a tight encirclement. Lin Xiao's heart pounded violently, and she found her breathing increasingly labored. In her despair, she noticed a wind-up frog hopping towards her, emitting croaking sounds. Lin Xiao seized the frog and hurled it into the distance, hoping to divert the toy's attention. However, her action proved futile. The toys advanced even more aggressively, their movements becoming increasingly frantic, as if intent on devouring Lin Xiao entirely. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the grotesque visages of the toys, her heart filled with dread and bewilderment. She could not comprehend why the toys had suddenly become so menacing, nor what secrets lay concealed within this place. Suddenly, a mechanical bird soared overhead, its wings flapping and emitting clicking sounds. The bird's beak ejected a stream of flames, igniting some of the surrounding plush toys. The conflagration spread rapidly, engulfing the entire toy store in an inferno. Lin Xiao coughed incessantly, choked by the dense smoke. She covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve, seeking an escape route. However, the flames had sealed off most of the passageways, leaving her to struggle within the fiery expanse. Abruptly, a colossal toy robot advanced towards her with ponderous strides. The robot's eyes glowed with a crimson light, its arms raised high, as if poised to deliver a fatal blow. With nowhere to flee, Lin Xiao could only close her eyes, awaiting her impending doom. The 83rd Tale, The Eerie Toy Store 3. Just as Lin Xiao despairingly closed her eyes, bracing for the toy robot's lethal strike, a miracle unfolded. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiao felt no pain. Trembling, she opened her eyes to find Mr. Chun standing before her, wielding an ancient wand that shimmered with an otherworldly light. This very radiance had repelled the toy robot. The surrounding flames blazed fiercely, yet Mr. Chun swiftly pulled Lin Xiao toward a relatively safe corner. Still shaken, Lin Xiao gasped for breath, her eyes filled with confusion and fear directed at Mr. Chun. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I shall unveil the truth to you," he declared, his voice cutting through the surrounding chaos with remarkable clarity. Lin Xiao nodded tremulously, her gaze fixed intently on him. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Chun began to recount a harrowing tale long shrouded in darkness. This toy store had once been the lair of a malevolent sorcerer. Many years ago, this sorcerer became obsessed with dark magic, attempting to infuse life into toys by harvesting the souls of children, all to satiate his twisted desires. Those cursed toys remained trapped within these walls, eternally seeking new souls to alleviate their torment. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then why are you here?" she stammered. Mr. Chin's expression darkened. "I was once the sorcerer's assistant, ensnared by his magic, complicit in his atrocities. However, I eventually recognized my grave error and sought to thwart him. But it was too late. The sorcerer perished from the backlash of his dark arts, yet his curse endures within this toy store. I chose to remain here, striving to discover a means to lift the curse and rescue the tormented souls. Lin Xiao regarded Mr. Chun, her heart a tumult of emotions. So all these years, you have found no solution? Mr. Chen shook his head in resignation. The curse's power is overwhelming. I have labored tirelessly, yet to no avail, until your arrival. I sensed a flicker of hope. Perhaps you are the key to breaking this curse. Lin Xiao recoiled in terror. Me? How could I possibly possess such power? I am but an ordinary person. Mr. Chen stepped closer, grasping her shoulders firmly. No, you are not ordinary. Your entrance into this store signifies a unique connection to it. Furthermore, judging by your reactions to these toys, your soul harbors formidable strength. Desperately, Lin Xiao shook her head. No, I refuse to be part of this. I want to leave. Mr. Chun exclaimed. It is too late. You are already ensnared. If you do not assist in lifting the curse, not only will you be unable to escape, but countless innocent lives will also be endangered. Overwhelmed by despair, tears streamed down Lin Xiao's cheeks. What am I to do? I truly do not know what I can accomplish. Mr. Chun produced a weathered tome from his cloak and handed it to her. This contains my research on the curse over the years. It may hold clues to its resolution. But be forewarned, the journey is fraught with peril. Lin Xiao accepted the book, her hands trembling. As she flipped through its pages, she was met with an array of bizarre symbols and incantations that left her bewildered. At that moment, the toys around them seemed to sense their conversation, growing increasingly agitated. A colossal toy dinosaur burst through the flames, lunging toward them. Once more, Mr. Chen raised his wand, chanting incantations. A beam of light struck the toy dinosaur, temporarily repelling it. Yet more toys surged forth, intent on their destruction. We must find a safer location to study this book, Mr. Chen urged, pulling Lin Xiao toward the shop's basement. The basement was dark and damp, reeking of decay. Mr. Chen lit an oil lamp, the flickering light casting eerie shadows. Lin Xiao sat atop a dilapidated crate, heavily perusing the tome in her hands. Each page exuded an aura of mystery and danger, weighing heavily upon her. Look here, Mr. Chen pointed to a passage in the book. This may be the key to breaking the curse. We must locate 3 magical artifacts hidden away by the sorcerer, the soul mirror, the heart of darkness, and the key of light. Lin Xiao lifted her gaze. Where might these items be? Mr. Chun furrowed his brow. I do not know, but we must find them swiftly. Time is of the essence. If we cannot break the curse before dawn, all will be irretrievably lost. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao steeled herself. Very well. Let us commence our quest. They began scouring the basement for clues, rummaging through every nook and cranny. Amidst a pile of debris, Lin Xiao uncovered a concealed drawer containing an ancient map. Mr. Chun, look at this, she exclaimed. Mr. Chen took the map, scrutinizing it closely. This may guide us to the magical artifacts, though the markings are quite vague. We must decipher them carefully, just as they immerse themselves in the map. A chilling laughter echoed through the basement. Lin Xiao and Mr. Chun exchanged fearful glances. Who goes there? Lin Xiao quavered. In the shadows, a vague figure emerged. Cloaked in darkness, its features obscured, yet emanating an aura of malevolence. Do you truly believe you can easily break the curse? How Navi? The voice resonated as if from the depths of hell. Mr. Chun raised his wand defiantly. Whoever you are, do not presume to thwart us. The shadowy figure coldly replied. Following the vanishing of that enigmatic figure, the subterranean chamber was plunged into an oppressive silence. Both Lin Xiao and Chun Bo felt their spirits sink. Keenly aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, yet, their resolve to break the curse remained unshaken. Chen Bo held the oil lamp closer to the map, meticulously deciphering the faded markings. Lin Xiao, fraught with anxiety, watched intently, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her garment. This map appears to delineate various sections of the toy emporium, though the precise locations necessitate further exploration, Chun Bo remarked, a hint of apprehension lacing his tone. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, then let us proceed without delay. Time is of the essence. They cautiously advanced along the dim, humid corridor, their every step measured. The air hung heavy with a pungent, musty odor, and droplets of moisture incessantly trickled from the walls, producing delicate, crystalline sounds. Initially, they stumbled upon a chamber overflowing with dilapidated playthings. The toys were piled high, leaving scant room to maneuver. Lin Xiao trod gingerly upon the toys, each step causing the pile beneath her feet to shift precariously. Be cautious, Lin Xiao, Chen Bo cautioned from behind. Suddenly, a colossal plush lion emerged from the heap of toys, lunging at Lin Xiao with bared fangs and claws. Lin Xiao shrieked in terror, recoiling instinctively. Chen Bo swiftly brandished his wand, and a bolt of light struck the plush lion, repelling it. However, this was merely the prelude. A multitude of toys surged forth from every direction. Dismembered automatons, grotesque dolls, and airborne toy aircraft. They enveloped Lin Xiao and Chun Bo like an inexorable tide. Back to back, Lin Xiao and Chun Bo engaged in a fierce struggle against the frenzied toys. Chun Bo continuously cast spells, repelling wave after wave of assaults, while Lin Xiao seized nearby objects, hurling them at the toys. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xiao's arm was lacerated by a toy, drawing blood. Yet, she stoically endured the pain, continuing the fight. After a protracted and arduous battle, they finally broke free from the chamber, entering another corridor. This corridor was shrouded in a dense fog, obscuring the path ahead. Lin Xiao and Chun Bo proceeded with utmost caution, alert to any potential dangers lurking nearby. Abruptly, the ground began to tremble violently, and a gaping chasm appeared beneath their feet. Lin Xiao stumbled, nearly plunging into the abyss. With remarkable alacrity, Chun Bo seized her arm, preventing her fall. "Hold fast," Chun Bo exclaimed. Lin Xiao clung tightly to Chun Bo's hand, and with his strenuous effort, she was pulled to safety. However, countless ebony tentacles emerged from the fissure, attempting to ensnare them. Chun Bo once again invoked his magic, severing the tentacles one by one. They dared not linger, and continued their desperate flight. At last, they arrived at what appeared to be a warehouse. The warehouse was filled with crates of every description, emanating an aura of antiquity. "Perhaps the object of our search lies within these crates," Chun Bo surmised. Lin Xiao and Chun Bo began to open the crates one by one, searching diligently. However, most of the crates contained only ordinary toys, devoid of the magical properties they sought. Just as they were on the verge of despair, Lin Xiao discovered a crate unlike the others. This crate was adorned with strange symbols and radiated an aura of arcane power. As Lin Xiao reached out to open the crate, Chun Bo intervened. "Be cautious, there may be danger." However, Lin Xiao was beyond caution. She resolutely opened the crate. Instantly, a potent force erupted from within, throwing them both to the ground. When they regained their footing, they discovered an ancient mirror within the crate, its edges encrusted with gems that emitted an ethereal luminescence. Could this be the Mirror of Souls? Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Chun Bo approached, examining the mirror closely. "It is highly probable. However, we must also locate the Heart of Darkness and the Key of Light." At that moment, an eerie melody echoed through the warehouse, and a colossal toy puppet materialized before them. The puppet's face was grotesquely painted, and its eyes gleamed with malevolent intent. The puppet gesticulated wildly, launching an attack. Lin Xiao and Chun Bo were once again engaged in combat. During the skirmish with the puppet, Lin Xiao discerned its vulnerability. Seizing an opportune moment, she rushed forward and struck a decisive blow, causing the puppet to collapse. After a thorough search, they discovered a key upon the puppet's person, the Key of Light. "The Heart of Darkness remains," Lin Xiao stated. Chun Bo consulted the map, and according to its indications, the Heart of Darkness was located in the deepest recesses of the toy emporium. They pressed onward, traversing a succession of dark corridors, until they reached a mysterious chamber. The chamber was filled with a black miasma, and at its center stood a massive stone table, upon which rested a black crystal orb, radiating an eerie glow. "This must be the Heart of Darkness," Chun Bo declared. As they approached the stone table, countless spectral figures materialized within the chamber, barring their path. Lin Xiao and Chun Bo engaged the phantoms in a desperate struggle. Chun Bo's magical prowess began to wane, and Lin Xiao was utterly exhausted, yet they refused to yield. Finally, they succeeded in acquiring the Heart of Darkness. However, dawn was fast approaching, and if they failed to lift the curse in time, all would be lost. Bearing the three magical artifacts, Lin Xiao and Chun Bo hastened back to the subterranean chamber. Yet, along the way, they encountered even greater obstacles and attacks. A gargantuan toy monstrosity obstructed their path, spewing forth gouts of flame. Lin Xiao and Chun Bo dodged and weaved, seeking a flaw in the beast's defenses. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Xiao realized that the monster's eyes were its weak point. Summoning her courage, she charged toward the beast. Chapter 85. The Eerie Toy Store 5. In the critical moment of breaking the curse, Mr. Chin suddenly contorted in agony. His body began to tremble, and the wand in his hand teetered precariously. "Mr. Chun, what is wrong?" Lin Xiao exclaimed anxiously. With great difficulty, Mr. Chin managed to utter, "The curse's power is rebounding upon me. I fear I cannot endure much longer." Lin Xiao's eyes widened, filled with dread and despair, yet she resolutely declared, "Mr. Chun, do not give up. We are on the verge of success." However, the curse's strength grew ever more formidable, and Mr. Chun could no longer withstand it. He coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground. Lin Xiao rushed to assist him, only to find that his breath was faint. "Lin Xiao, I entrust this to you. You must break the curse." With those final words, Mr. Chen closed his eyes. Tears streamed down Lin Zhao's face. She understood that there was no retreat now. She could only rely on herself to complete this daunting task. Taking a deep breath, she rose to her feet, clutching the 3 magical artifacts tightly, and resumed the incantation to dispel the curse. At that moment, the entire toy store began to shake violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The toys emitted increasingly mournful cries, while the dark forces frantically assailed Lin Zhao. Gritting her teeth, she fought with all her might against this overwhelming force. Her body endured tremendous pressure. Every inch of her skin felt as though it were being seared by raging flames. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the heart of darkness, striking Lin Zhao's chest. She let out a muffled groan of pain and staggered back a few steps, but she did not relinquish her grip on the magical artifacts. "I will not give up," Lin Zhao shouted defiantly, her voice brimming with determination. She refocused her energy, pouring all her strength into the incantation. Gradually, the light from the 3 magical artifacts began to merge, forming a powerful beam that surged into the depths of darkness. As the beam penetrated deeper, it seemed that the curse's power began to wane, and the toys' cries gradually subsided. A glimmer of hope surged within Lin Zhao. She felt that success was within her grasp. However, just then, the mysterious figure reappeared. "Ha ha ha ha. Do you think this will break the curse? How naive." The figure laughed maniacally, extending a hand to effortlessly block the beam. Lin Zhao glared at the enigmatic figure and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you trying to stop us?" The figure sneered, "I am one of the cursed souls. As long as the curse exists, I can continue to survive. I will not allow you to destroy all of this." With a flourish of its hands, the mysterious figure unleashed a powerful force that sent Lin Zhao flying. She crashed heavily against the wall, her vision fading to black. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that the mysterious figure had seized the heart of darkness, and the light from the 3 magical artifacts had dimmed instantly. "No," Lin Zhao cried out in despair. The power of the curse regained its dominance, and the dark aura within the toy store thickened. Lin Zhao attempted to rise and continue the fight, but she found herself gravely injured, lacking even the strength to stand. The mysterious figure approached her step by step, a sinister smile spreading across its face. "Your efforts are futile, my dear. Now, you too shall become a part of this curse." Filled with regret and anger, Lin Zhao gazed at the mysterious figure as it drew nearer. Just as it was about to reach her, a brilliant light suddenly descended. Within the radiance, a benevolent elder appeared. "Evil can never triumph over righteousness," the elder proclaimed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. The mysterious figure looked on in terror. "You? How could you?" The elder waved his wand, enveloping the mysterious figure in a powerful light. The figure emitted a piercing scream as it gradually dissipated within the brilliance. The elder approached Lin Zhao, gently assisting her to her feet. "Child, you have fought valiantly. Allow me to take it from here." The elder repositioned the 3 magical artifacts and began to recite the incantation. Under the elder's formidable magic, the curse's power gradually unraveled, and the dark aura within the toy store slowly dissipated. The toys returned to their normal state, quietly resting on the shelves. Lin Zhao gazed at all of this, her heart swelling with gratitude. Yet, overwhelmed by her injuries, she closed her eyes. When Lin Zhao awoke once more, she found herself lying at the entrance of the toy store. Sunlight poured over her face, warm and gentle. She stood up and walked into the store. Everything remained as it was, except that Mr. Chen was no longer there. Tears streamed silently down Lin Zhao's cheeks. She knew that although the curse had been lifted, she had lost an important friend. From that day forward, Lin Zhao frequently visited the toy store, reminiscing about that terrifying yet unforgettable experience. She hoped that through her story, she could help others understand that in the face of darkness and evil, one must never relinquish hope and courage. However, fate had not finished its cruel game. One day, Lin Zhao encountered a girl on the street, clutching a doll identical to one from the toy store. An ominous premonition surged within her as she followed the girl to a secluded place. The girl entered an abandoned house, and when Lin Zhao ventured inside, she found the room filled with various bizarre toys, yet the girl had vanished without a trace. Lin Zhao realized that the shadow of the curse had not entirely dissipated. A new terror was about to descend. The night of the mysterious masquerade, the arrival of the phantom on the evening of the grand ball. The castle was ablaze with light, its brilliant radiance reminiscent of countless stars that had descended to earth. Massive crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling glow that illuminated the spacious hall, transforming it into a fantastical realm. The candlelight flickered in the sconces upon the walls, harmonizing with the brilliance of the crystal fixtures, enveloping the entire space in a soft, enchanting halo. The attendees, adorned in opulent attire and a myriad of masks, congregated in this lavish ballroom. The lady skirts bloomed like vibrant flowers, their fabrics a delightful tapestry of silk smoothness and the ethereal lightness of sheer gauze. The gentlemen donned exquisitely tailored suits or vintage robes, their masked expressions imbued with anticipation and intrigue. Alice, adorned in a delicate lavender silk gown she had sewn herself, felt the exquisite fabric cling to her curves, the hem cascading like a waterfall, each spin accompanied by a gentle caress of air. Her white, gilded mask was a masterpiece, its jewels shimmering under the candlelight, revealing only her eyes, clear blue, akin to tranquil waters, filled with curiosity and yearning for the night ahead. The stranger with whom she danced wore a classic black tuxedo, his mask embellished with dark feathers, lending an air of mystery and nobility. His stature was commanding, his movements graceful and assured. As he took her hand, a warm, powerful sensation coursed between them. "Beautiful lady, you shine like the brightest star in the night sky." Illuminating this entire ballroom, he murmured, his voice deep and magnetic, flowing through the gaps of his mask like a gentle breeze against Alice's ear. Alice tilted her head slightly, meeting his intense gaze that burned with fervor behind the mask, her heart racing as she replied softly, "Sir, your compliment overwhelms me." Their steps were light and harmonious, as if they were born to dance together, swirling amidst the melodic strains of music. The surrounding guests reveled in this enchanting atmosphere, laughter and chatter intertwining to create a vivid tableau of joy. Meanwhile, Tom, clad in a simple yet neat black suit and a half-mask, navigated through the crowd with keen vigilance, his eyes scanning for any subtle hints related to the castle's enigmatic lore. He observed the expressions and movements of the revelers, attempting to glean a clue from their demeanor. As Tom approached the edge of the dance floor, he noted the exquisite murals adorning the walls. These artworks depicted ancient battle scenes, mythical tales, and portraits of the castle's former lords. He paused before a mural illustrating a fierce battle, where knights wielded long swords, their steeds rearing, smoke billowing in the air. Tom gazed at the painting, as if he could hear the clamor of the battlefield and the clash of metal. Just as he became lost in contemplation, an unexpected chill swept through the hall, a stark contrast to the warmth within. Tom shivered, an unsettling sensation stirring within him. Suddenly, the music began to shift. The once melodious and harmonious tune twisted into a discordant cacophony, sharp and chaotic, the notes colliding in a tempest of sound, transforming from a beautiful waltz into a wailing lament from the depths of hell. The dancers froze, their smiles instantly replaced by confusion and fear. "What is happening with the music?" someone shouted, panic lacing their voice. "Something feels amiss. It seems as though disaster is imminent," another voice trembled. Alice and the stranger halted their dance, exchanging glances that reflected mutual unease. At that moment, the lights began to flicker violently. The once bright and steady illumination fluctuated, plunging the hall into darkness and chaos. Guests began to scream and scatter, the orderly ball devolving into a nightmarish frenzy. In the midst of this sudden turmoil, Alice and the stranger were swept apart. She reached out to grasp his hand, but the force of the crowd was overwhelming, swiftly separating them. "Wait for me," Alice cried out, her voice soon drowned by the surrounding cacophony of screams and cries. Pushed along by the throng, Alice lost her sense of direction. Her lavender gown was trampled, her meticulously styled hair became disheveled. A shoe slipped off, and the rough ground bruised her foot, but at that moment, such concerns were far from her mind. "Help! Is anyone able to assist me?" Alice's voice, tinged with desperation, sounded so faint amidst the chaos. Tom struggled to maintain his balance in the tumultuous crowd, pushing against the tide as he sought the source of the pandemonium. He witnessed individuals falling, others cornered against walls, the scene descending into utter disarray. "Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic," Tom shouted, yet his voice was nearly lost amidst the hysteria. He pressed forward through the crowd, making his way toward the control room for the music and lighting, suspecting that these bizarre occurrences were orchestrated by unseen hands. Upon reaching the control room's door, he found it firmly shut. He knocked vehemently, calling out, "Is anyone inside? Open the door." Yet, there was no response. Taking a deep breath, Tom stepped back and then hurled himself against the door with all his might. Once, twice, after several attempts, the door finally gave way. Inside the control room, an array of devices blinked erratically, the screens displaying disordered data. The music and lighting equipment appeared to have gone rogue, operating uncontrollably. Tom rushed to the control panel, desperately trying to halt the chaos, but the buttons seemed unresponsive. No maneuver could reign in the pandemonium. As a piercing shriek tore through the castle's atmosphere, a ghastly specter materialized in the center of the ballroom. It seemed to have clawed its way out of the deepest abyss, radiating an aura of death that chilled the very marrow. Initially, it appeared as a mere vortex of shadow, gradually coalescing into a distinct humanoid form. The fiend's visage was grotesque, its skin a morbid, cadaverous gray, reminiscent of age-worn driftwood. Its eyes, sunken deep within their sockets, blazed with an eerie, viridescent luminescence, betraying bottomless malice and resentment. Its maw gaped open, revealing serrated fangs as sharp as daggers, from which a viscous, ebony fluid dripped incessantly. The specter was both stooped and unnaturally tall, clad in tattered, sable robes that resembled grave shrouds exhumed from the earth. These vestments billowed in the air as if imbued with a life of their own, clinging tightly to the demon's form one moment, then swirling wildly like dark pinions the next. Bystanders watched in abject terror as this sudden, horrifying presence manifested, their screams and wails escalating in a cacophony of dread. The already chaotic scene devolved into utter pandemonium as people scattered aimlessly, shoving and trampling one another in their desperate flight. Alice, paralyzed by the sight before her, found her limbs as heavy as lead. Her heart hammered violently against her ribs, threatening to burst free. The demon's baleful gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling upon Alice. A guttural roar rumbled from its throat, like thunder echoing in her ears, and it advanced toward her with ponderous steps. Her mind blank. Alice was driven by a primal urge to survive, and she turned to flee. She sprinted through the castle, traversing dim corridors, the demon's roars and the anguished cries of others reverberating around her. Tom, equally shaken by the apparition's roar, quickly regained his composure. A sense of profound responsibility washed over him, compelling him to confront the demon and rescue the innocent. He scoured the castle for a suitable weapon, venturing into a cluttered storage room where he discovered an ancient longsword. Though its blade was marred with rust, it seemed to awaken in his grasp, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Grasping the sword, he cautiously approached the sound of the demon. Returning to the ballroom, he was met with a scene of devastation, overturned furniture, spilled food and drink, and ruined decorations. The demon stood amidst the wreckage, its skeletal claws outstretched, seizing those who lay helpless on the floor. "Halt!" Tom bellowed, charging toward the fiend. The demon whirled around, unleashing a furious roar. It parted its jaws, spewing forth a cloud of black vapor that instantly engulfed the space. Tom choked and coughed, but pressed forward, raising the sword to strike. The demon sidestepped the blow with ease, then slashed its claws across Tom's arm, leaving a deep, bloody gash. Despite the searing pain, Tom refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he swung the sword again. This time, the demon parried the attack with its arm, the collision of blade and bone sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, Alice stumbled into a mysterious chamber. An ancient, musty air permeated the room, its walls adorned with bizarre portraits and arcane symbols. In a corner, she found a time-worn tome detailing the castle's secrets and the demon's origins. The castle had once been the abode of an evil sorcerer who, in pursuit of immortality and power, performed a forbidden ritual, summoning the demon. The sorcerer had imprisoned the demon beneath the castle, but the seal had weakened over time, allowing it to escape. Closing the book, a glimmer of hope ignited within Alice. She believed that finding a way to reseal the demon could save them all. She searched the room for clues, discovering a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. Inside lay a crystalline stone, radiating a cerulean light and inscribed with intricate runes. Alice surmised that this might be the key to the demon's imprisonment. Clutching the stone, she rushed out of the room to find Tom. Tom was now locked in a fierce struggle with the demon, his body covered in wounds, his garments soaked in blood. Yet, he fought on, resisting the demon's onslaught with unwavering resolve. Sensing Tom's tenacity, the demon grew more enraged and violent, unleashing a torrent of dark energy directly at him. At that crucial moment, Alice arrived, raising the crystalline stone and reciting the incantation from the book. The stone emitted a blinding light, enveloping the demon, which shrieked in agony, thrashing wildly to break free. Seizing the opportunity, Tom plunged the sword into the demon's heart. The demon's form began to dissipate under the combined assault of light and steel. Its malevolent eyes, filled with hatred, locked onto Tom and Alice, as if cursing them. As the demon vanished completely, the oppressive darkness receded from the castle. The survivors slowly emerged from their terror, tending to one another. Alice and Tom collapsed to the ground, exhausted, their eyes meeting in a shared expression of relief and determination. Unbeknownst to them, this ordeal was only the beginning. The castle held more secrets, and they were yet to face even greater trials. Chapter 88. The haunting of the mysterious masquerade ball. After a brief respite, Alice, Tom, and the other survivors began to restore order amidst the chaos of the castle. The wounded were settled into more comfortable chambers, with some seeking remedies for the injured, while many remained ensnared in the lingering terror of their recent ordeal. Their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Though physically and mentally exhausted, Alice and Tom understood that their ordeal was far from over. They took a moment to sit in a quiet corner of the castle, attempting to unravel the truth behind the series of bizarre events. Tom winced as he felt a dull ache from his wound, furrowing his brow as he spoke. This all happened so suddenly. How could that malevolent spirit have appeared out of nowhere? The castle must harbor some dark, hidden secrets. Alice nodded gently, clutching the mysterious crystal tightly, as if it could bestow upon her courage and strength. The books I found in that room mention the castle's former master, an evil sorcerer. Perhaps we need to delve deeper into the castle's past. As they conversed, a feeble voice drifted from the shadows. Do you wish to know the truth? They turned to see Victor Drake, the castle's master, laboriously leaning against the wall, his complexion as pale as parchment. Tom rushed to his side, assisting him to a seated position. Mr. Drake, what do you know? Please, enlighten us. Victor Drake inhaled deeply, beginning to recount the long-buried history. Many years ago, this castle indeed belonged to a wicked sorcerer. In his quest for immortality and boundless power, he conducted a horrific dark ritual. This ceremony unleashed tremendous devastation, claiming countless innocent lives and releasing that dreadful spirit. My family, guardians of this castle, attempted to thwart the ritual but ultimately failed. Since then, the spirit has been sealed deep within the castle, and my family has borne the weight of this heavy curse. Alice widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning. Then why did you host this ball? Were you not aware of the potential dangers? Victor closed his eyes in anguish, tears trickling down his cheeks. I believed. After all these years, the curse had gradually faded. I organized the ball to breathe new life into this castle, and to seek a means to lift the curse. Yet, I never anticipated that everything would spiral out of control. Tom furrowed his brow, contemplating his words. Did you not consider that someone might seize this opportunity for their own ends? Victor was taken aback, looking up at Tom. What do you mean? At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. The enigmatic man who had danced with Alice, removing his mask to reveal a face twisted with malice. Indeed, it was I who deliberately awakened the spirit, he sneered. Alice glared at him, her voice filled with fury. Why? Who are you? The stranger laughed heartily. I am Lawrence, Victor Drake's nephew. I have always believed that the wealth of this castle and the family should rightfully belong to me. By breaking the curse, I would gain control of it all. Thus, I secretly cast a spell at the ball to awaken the spirit. Tom clenched his fists, glaring at Lawrence. You madman. To sacrifice so many lives for wealth. Lawrence scoffed disdainfully. Wealth and power are always worth the risk. I initially thought I could control the spirit, but it proved far more formidable than I anticipated. Alice bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with determination. It is too late for regrets. We must find a way to resolve this issue once and for all and prevent the spirit from rising again. Victor shook his head in despair. But what can we do? The seal has been broken, and the spirit's power is growing stronger. Suddenly, Tom recalled something. The crystal Alice found may hold the key. We should examine the runes inscribed upon it, and see if we can devise a method to reseal the spirit. They gathered closely, scrutinizing the ancient runes on the crystal, which exuded an aura of boundless wisdom and power. After thorough examination, they discerned that the runes seemed to correlate with specific locations within the castle. Perhaps we need to activate these runes in a particular sequence at key locations throughout the castle to re-establish the seal, Tom hypothesized. Determined, they set out at once. Alice, Tom, Victor, and Lawrence began searching the castle for the locations corresponding to the runes. The air in the corridors was thick with an ancient atmosphere, and the flickering candlelight on the walls seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. They tread cautiously, each step laden with vigilance. During their search, Lawrence attempted to escape, but Tom caught him just in time. You will not flee. You must be held accountable for your actions, Tom declared sternly. Reluctantly, Lawrence complied, trailing behind them. At last, they reached a location corresponding to one of the runes. Alice positioned the crystal near the site, reciting an ancient incantation. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth from the crystal, merging with the rune upon the wall. Buoyed by their success, they pressed on to locate the next site. However, as time wore on, they encountered increasing obstacles and challenges. A mysterious force seemed to impede their progress, causing them to lose their way and fall into perilous traps. In the wake of a fleeting tranquility, a tense and weary atmosphere enveloped the castle. Alice, Tom, Victor Drake, and Lawrence, having just endured a harrowing ordeal, each bore complex emotions as they remained vigilant against the looming threat. Leaning against the frigid wall, Alice gasped for breath. Her once beautiful visage now appeared haggard, with deep-seated worry reflected in her azure eyes. Tom stood nearby, gripping the slightly damaged longsword that had been his companion in the battle against the malevolent specter, his gaze resolutely scanning their surroundings, prepared for any potential upheaval. Victor Drake sat in a corner, his hands clasped over his head. Steeped in profound guilt and regret as memories of his family's former glory and his own failures flooded his mind, tears brimming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lawrence, the selfish nephew, though temporarily allied with the group, still exuded an air of cunning and unease. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the depths of the castle, accompanied by a spine-tingling whisper. Alice shuddered involuntarily, while Tom immediately tensed, positioning his sword defensively before him. This sinister aura. Could it be that the specter was not fully vanquished? Tom's voice trembled slightly. Before he could finish, a dark mist began to permeate the castle's hall, swiftly coalescing into the terrifying form of the specter once more. It emanated an even more potent aura of malice and resentment, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. How could this be? We activated all the runes. Victor Drake cried out in despair. Seeing this, Lawrence recoiled in fear, desperately searching for a place to hide. Taking a deep breath, Alice steeled herself against the terror, asserting, "Perhaps our seal is insufficiently strong, or the specter possesses a source of power unknown to us." Tom tightened his grip on the sword, stepping forward resolutely. "Regardless, we cannot remain idle. We must confront it once more." Nods of agreement echoed through the group as they summoned their courage, preparing for this life-or-death confrontation. The specter opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames directed at them. Tom sidestepped, charging at the specter and swinging his sword. Yet this time, the specter effortlessly seized his blade and flung him aside like a rag doll. Alice rushed to assist Tom, noticing numerous fresh wounds adorning his body. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Tom stood firm. "I can still fight." Victor Drake, gathering his courage, attempted to cast some family legacy spells to restrain the specter. But his magic seemed to have minimal effect against such a formidable foe. Lawrence trembled nearby, utterly devoid of the will to fight. Seizing the moment of their disarray, the specter launched a more ferocious assault, its claws raking deep gashes into the walls, causing the entire castle to tremble under its wrath. Suddenly, Alice recalled the mysterious crystal. Perhaps it still held some potential. She retrieved it from her bosom and recited the sealing incantation aloud. The crystal emitted a dazzling light. Yet the specter merely staggered back a few steps before lunging again. "It appears we must discover its weakness," Alice exclaimed, amidst the fierce battle. Tom noticed that the specter's movement seemed influenced by a specific area within the castle. A thought struck him. Perhaps its power is linked to the castle's core. "We must investigate." Leading the group toward the castle's heart, the specter pursued relentlessly, wreaking havoc along their path. Upon finally reaching the core, they discovered a vast magical array pulsating with eerie light, seemingly providing the specter with an endless source of strength. "This magical array must be destroyed," Tom urged. Alice, Victor Drake, and Tom combined their efforts to assault the array, while Lawrence, witnessing the dire situation, stealthily attempted to flee. Just as they were on the verge of dismantling the array, the specter arrived, roaring in fury as it launched a final offensive. In a bid to protect Tom, Alice was struck by the specter, sent sprawling to the ground. "Alice!" Tom cried, anguish flooding his voice. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, only to find her unconscious. Enraged and heartbroken, Tom turned to the specter once more, engaging in a desperate struggle. Victor Drake exerted himself, casting spells to buy Tom precious time. At that moment, the awakening Alice noticed Lawrence creeping toward the magical array, seemingly intent on sabotaging their efforts. "He seeks to undermine our work," Alice shouted. However, it was too late to intervene. Lawrence employed his magic to dismantle their assault on the array, thereby amplifying the specter's power yet again. As Tom gradually found himself at a disadvantage in his struggle against the specter, his strength waned. The specter seized the opportunity, its claw poised to strike. In that critical moment, Alice dashed forward, placing herself in front of Tom. The specter's claw plunged deep into her body, staining the ground with her blood. "No!" Tom cried out in despair. Anguish and rage filled his heart, igniting within him an unprecedented strength as he plunged his sword into the specter's heart. The specter emitted a final, anguished wail before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. In the periphery of a bustling metropolis stood a derelict hospital, once a vital pillar of the city's healthcare system. However, it was forced to shut down due to a sudden medical mishap and a series of mysterious fatalities. Over the years, the hospital building was gradually consumed by weeds and vines. The mottled walls, shattered windows, and eerie atmosphere transformed it into a breeding ground for terrifying legends. On the other side of the city, a young university student named Lin Yu was idly browsing the web in his dormitory. Lin Yu, an avid adventurer with a penchant for seeking thrills, harbored a deep fascination for the city's mysterious lore and abandoned structures. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone screen. Sent by his close friend Chen Hao. "Lin Yu, have you heard? There's been another bizarre incident at the abandoned hospital. Dare to explore it with me? Upon reading the message, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he promptly replied, "Of course. When do we depart?" Chen Hao responded, "Weekend evening. We'll meet at the hospital entrance." The weekend night arrived swiftly, and Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of the derelict hospital as agreed. Chen Hao was already waiting there, accompanied by Chen Hao's classmates, Li Na and Zhou Ming. Li Na was a timid yet inquisitive girl, while Zhou Ming was a daring and adventurous young man. "Lin Yu, you finally made it," Chen Hao greeted with a smile. Lin Yu nodded, casting his gaze upon the eerie hospital building before him, and remarked, "This place certainly looks terrifying." Li Na tugged at Chen Hao's sleeve with a hint of fear. "Chen Hao, I'm a little scared. Should we perhaps refrain from entering?" Zhou Ming scoffed. "Li Na, if you're frightened, just go back. Don't hold us back." Li Na bit her lip, retorting defiantly, "I'm not going back. I want to see what's inside." After a brief discussion, the group decided to enter through the hospital's main entrance. The gate was already decaying, emitting a creaking sound with a gentle push, which sounded particularly piercing in the silent night. Upon entering the hospital lobby, a musty odor assaulted their senses. The lobby was cluttered with debris and refuse. The paint on the walls was peeling, revealing the mottled cement beneath. Lin Yu switched on his flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, a rat scurried past their feet, causing Li Na to shriek. "Don't be afraid. It's just a rat," Chen Hao reassured her. The group continued inward, arriving at a long corridor. Most of the doors on either side of the corridor were ajar, revealing pitch-black interiors. The beam of Lin Yu's flashlight appeared particularly feeble in the darkness. As they reached a room at the end of the corridor, they discovered a surgical table inside. The surgical table was covered in dust and bloodstains, with scattered surgical instruments lying around. Zhou Ming approached inquisitively, picking up a pair of surgical pliers, and commented, "This surgical table looks incredibly eerie. Perhaps the deaths back then were related to it." At that moment, the lights above the surgical table flickered suddenly, emitting a buzzing electrical sound. The group was instantly terrified, and Lin Yu trembled. "Let's get out of here." However, as they turned to leave, they noticed a shadowy figure standing at the entrance. Upon seeing the shadowy figure that suddenly appeared at the door, everyone gasped. Li Na was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, covering her eyes and refusing to look. Lin Yu feigned composure, shining the flashlight at the shadowy figure, but the trembling light made the figure's appearance even more indistinct. "Who are you?" Chen Hao asked with a trembling voice. The shadowy figure remained silent, simply standing there as if scrutinizing them. Zhou Ming, being more courageous, grabbed a wooden stick from the side and slowly approached the shadowy figure. Just as Zhou Ming was about to reach the shadowy figure, it suddenly moved, rushing towards Zhou Ming with incredible speed. Zhou Ming instinctively swung the wooden stick in his hand, but the stick passed directly through the shadowy figure, failing to provide any obstruction. The shadowy figure immediately pounced on Zhou Ming, who let out a scream before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Zhou Ming!" Chen Hao shouted as he rushed over, with Lin Yu and Li Na following closely behind. When they reached Zhou Ming, they discovered that he was still breathing. But no matter how much they patted or called out to him, he did not awaken. "What exactly is going on? What is that shadowy figure?" Li Na asked, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, frowning. "I believe all of this is related to this surgical table. Perhaps something unspeakable happened here in the past, leading to the emergence of these bizarre phenomena." Chen Hao nodded. "That makes sense. But right now we need to find a way to wake Zhou Ming up and then leave this haunted place." At that moment, the flickering lights suddenly stabilized, and a pungent medicinal odor permeated the room. Lin Yu looked around and noticed that a cabinet next to the surgical table was slowly opening, with something glowing inside. Lin Yu cautiously approached, discovering a yellowed medical record inside the cabinet. He picked up the medical record and flipped it open. The handwriting on it was already blurred, but he could still barely make out some keywords: surgical accident, mysterious death, soul confinement. "This medical record seems to document some secrets about this hospital," Lin Yu stated. Chen Hao leaned in, examining the medical record, but the handwriting is too blurred. "We can't make out the specific details." Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the room, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Li Na clutched Chen Hao's arm tightly, her voice trembling. "Is that the shadowy figure laughing?" Lin Yu looked around vigilantly, gripping the flashlight tightly in his hand. At that moment, they noticed that Zhou Ming, who was lying on the ground, in the remote hamlet of Luoxia, nestled amidst towering mountains, lies a desolate slope cloaked in overgrown weeds. Upon this slope stands a solitary tomb, stark and forlorn, devoid of a headstone. The grave exudes an eerie aura as the surrounding weeds sway in the wind. A young, inquisitive villager named Li Fu has become captivated by the eerie rumors surrounding the desolate tomb. Whispers abound that on nights when the moon is full, Faint cries and flickering lights emanate from the grave's vicinity. Furthermore, it is said that those who venture near the tomb soon encounter misfortune. Li Fu initially dismissed these tales as mere figments of the villagers' imaginations, propagated through hearsay. However, as the rumors intensified, a seed of curiosity began to sprout within him. One evening, while indulging in drinks and idle chatter with friends at the village tavern, the conversation inevitably drifted toward the desolate tomb. Li Fu, aren't you supposed to be fearless? A villager named Wang Matzi jested, eyeing Li Fu with a grin. Why don't you go and investigate the tomb and put those rumors to the test? Li Fu slammed his cup onto the table, retorting, I'll go. What's there to be afraid of? Tomorrow night is the full moon. I'll see for myself if there's anything peculiar about that tomb. The others responded with a mixture of astonishment, amusement, and apprehension. The following day, Li Fu began preparations for his nocturnal expedition. He armed himself with a woodcutter's knife for protection and a flashlight. As night descended, a radiant full moon ascended into the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. Li Fu took a deep breath and set off toward the desolate tomb. The journey was fraught with eerie sensations as the night wind howled and the chirping of insects filled the air. Li Fu steeled himself, quickening his pace. Finally, the desolate tomb emerged into view. Under the moonlight, the weeds surrounding the tomb swayed like ghostly arms. Li Fu switched on his flashlight and cautiously approached the grave. A gust of wind swept past, causing him to shiver. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps behind him. He whirled around, but saw nothing. His heart pounded in his chest, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. As he hesitated, a faint wail emanated from the tomb. Li Fu's scalp tingled, and he gripped his knife tightly as he cautiously approached the grave. Li Fu clutched the knife, approaching the tomb from which the cry had come. The moonlight bathed the grave, making the mound appear eerier. When Li Fu was only a few steps away from the tomb, the cry ceased. Silence descended, broken only by the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. He shined the flashlight on the tomb and saw that the dirt on the grave had been disturbed, and there were some messy footprints around it. Li Fu's heart tightened. Did something really haunt this tomb? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind him and rested on his shoulder. Li Fu instantly felt horrified. He wanted to turn around and wave the knife, but found that his body seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Li Fu, Li Fu, a quiet voice sounded in his ear. Li Fu's teeth began to chatter, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who is there? Li Fu mustered the courage to shout. However, there was no answer, but the hand increased its strength, as if to pull him down. Li Fu struggled desperately, finally broke free from the shackles of that hand. He quickly turned around, but found that there was no one behind him. At this time, the wind suddenly became more violent, blowing so that he could not open his eyes. When the wind subsided a little, Li Fu opened his eyes and found a white figure beside the tomb. The figure was facing away from him, with long hair shawled, and the white dress on his body fluttered in the wind. Li Fu's heart leaped to his throat. He raised the knife and shouted at the figure, Are you a human or a ghost? The figure did not move, as if he had not heard his words. Li Fu swallowed and mustered the courage to take a step forward. At this moment, the figure slowly turned around, and Li Fu saw a pale face, without a trace of blood, and eerie red light flashing in his eyes. Li Fu was so frightened that he retreated again and again, and sat down in the rain. The female ghost opened her mouth and let out a shrill scream, then rushed towards Li Fu. Li Fu subconsciously resisted with a knife, but found that the knife passed directly through the female ghost's body and did not play any role. Seeing that the female ghost was about to flatten him, Li Fu closed his eyes in despair. However, the expected pain did not come. Li Fu slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a strange place. There was a fog around him, and he could not see anything. Where is this? Li Fu murmured to himself. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps in the fog. Li Fu stood up warily and gripped the knife. As the footsteps got closer and closer, a figure gradually emerged. Looking closer, it turned out to be the old man Lu from the village. The old man Lu looked at Li Fu with a serious face and said, Li Fu, you shouldn't be here. The things in this tomb are not something you can mess with. Li Fu seemed to have seen a savior and said quickly, Uncle Lu, save me. There is a female ghost here. Uncle Lu sighed. This female ghost was originally a girl in the village, because she was framed and died unjustly here. Her resentment is too heavy, and she has been wandering here and unwilling to leave. You broke into her territory, and she will naturally not let you go. Li Fu said in horror, What to do? Uncle Lu, I don't want to die here. Uncle Lu thought for a moment, I can help you. But you must promise me that you will never get close to this tomb again. The 93rd story. The elevator ghost in the office building. As night enveloped the bustling metropolis, the towering office buildings cast eerie shadows under the moonlight. Among them stood the Xingyao building, situated in the heart of the central business district. serving as the workplace for numerous companies. Lin Xiao was an ordinary office worker, toiling away in an advertising firm on the 15th floor of the Xingyao building. That evening, she found herself working late, as she often did, until 10 o'clock. One by one, her colleagues departed, leaving her alone to finalize a proposal due the next day. At last, Lin Xiao completed her tasks, stretched her weary limbs, gathered her belongings, and prepared to head home. Upon entering the elevator, an inexplicable chill washed over her. The lights within the elevator seemed dimmer than usual, flickering ominously. She pressed the button for the first floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed, beginning its descent. Suddenly, the elevator jolted violently and came to a halt. Startled, Lin Xiao attempted to press the emergency call button, but it remained unresponsive. In that moment, the lights flickered out completely, plunging her into darkness. Her heart raced as she fumbled for her phone, activating the flashlight feature, the feeble beam trembling in the enveloping gloom. What was happening? Lin Xiao murmured to herself, her voice quaking with trepidation. Then, she heard the faint sound of footsteps, resonating clearly in the stillness of the elevator. Nervously, she directed her flashlight towards the source of the sound, but saw nothing. Who was there? She called out, her voice echoing back at her. Just then, a ghostly female voice whispered in her ear, "You've finally arrived." Lin Xiao screamed in terror and turned to flee, but the elevator doors remained obstinately shut. Fear consumed her as her back pressed against the elevator wall, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Suddenly, she perceived a white figure materializing in the corner of the elevator. It was a woman clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading over her face. "You. Who are you?" Lin Xiao stammered. The ghostly figure slowly lifted her head, revealing hollow eyes and a faintly sinister smile. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Xiao's mind went blank, unable to process the horror before her. She could only watch as the specter advanced towards her. Just as the ghost was about to reach her, the elevator lights flickered back to life, and the apparition vanished. The elevator resumed its descent and soon arrived at the first floor. The moment the doors opened, Lin Xiao bolted out, gasping for breath, her fright undiminished. At that moment, a security guard named Wang Chong happened to pass by. Noticing Lin Xiao's panic-stricken demeanor, he inquired, "Sister Lin, what happened?" Trembling, Lin Xiao recounted her harrowing experience in the elevator. Wang Chong frowned thoughtfully. "Sister Lin, are you sure you're not just exhausted and imagining things? Our elevator is regularly maintained. Such occurrences are impossible." Lin Xiao shook her head vehemently. "No, I am not imagining things. I truly saw a ghost." Wang Chong reassured her. "Sister Lin, do not be afraid. I will accompany you back upstairs to investigate." The two re-entered the elevator, which appeared completely normal, devoid of any signs of abnormality. Doubt filled Lin Xiao's heart. Could it truly be that fatigue had led to a hallucination? However, upon reaching the 15th floor and stepping out of the elevator, Lin Xiao discovered an additional note on her desk, inscribed with the ominous message, "You cannot escape." Both Lin Xiao and Wang Chong stared at the chilling note, a wave of dread coursing through their spines. Wang Chong's expression turned serious, recognizing that Lin Xiao could not have fabricated such a tale. "Sister Lin, this situation is indeed perplexing, but let us not panic. Perhaps there is a rational explanation." He began to inspect their surroundings carefully. Lin Xiao's body trembled slightly as she clutched Wang Chong's arm, her voice quavering. "Wang Chang, what on earth is going on? Is that ghost real?" Wang Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Sister Lin, I believe we should check the elevator's surveillance footage and see if we can uncover any clues." They made their way to the building's surveillance room. The staff member, Li, noticed their anxious expressions and asked, "Wang Chong, what is going on?" Wang Chong briefly summarized Lin Xiao's ordeal in the elevator and the mysterious note that had appeared on her desk. Li's eyes widened in disbelief, but he promptly accessed the elevator's surveillance footage. To their astonishment, the footage revealed nothing amiss during the time Lin Xiao was in the elevator. Everything appeared entirely normal, devoid of any unusual figures or phenomena. "How can this be?" Lin Xiao murmured, gazing at the unremarkable footage. "I clearly saw that ghost. It's impossible that nothing happened." Wang Chong found the situation increasingly bizarre and turned to Li. "Li, could there be a malfunction with the surveillance?" Li shook his head. "The surveillance system has been functioning properly, and there have been no reports of any faults during that time." The three of them fell into deep thought. Just then, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang, startling her. She glanced at the screen to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the answer button. A chilling voice came through the line. "Lin Xiao, what you have seen is merely the beginning." The call abruptly ended. Lin Xiao's face drained of color as she relayed the conversation to Wang Chong and Li. Wang Chong realized that the situation had escalated beyond their control and made the decision to Nestled on the tranquil outskirts of the city lies St. Deborg University, a haven of verdant foliage and striking architecture. Yet, beneath this serene facade, whispers of enigmatic and uncanny lore pervade the campus. As the September sun blazed, incoming students, brimming with youthful aspiration, crossed the threshold of St. Deborg University. Among them was Lin Yu, a slender young man with an inquisitive glint in his eyes. Hailing from a humble town, his heart stirred by an insatiable yearning for the unknown. The initial days unfolded in a whirlwind of academic pursuits as Lin Yu navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the university, immersing himself in his studies. One afternoon, as he emerged from the library, laden with books, a mellifluous voice halted him in his tracks. "Excuse me, student, just a moment." Turning, Lin Yu beheld a young woman with flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, her face radiant with infectious enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming with vitality. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" Lin Yu inquired, a hint of perplexity in his tone. The girl, breathless, approached Lin Yu. "Are you by any chance a freshman? My name is Su Na, and I'm a member of the Occult Society. I've noticed you for some time now and believe you possess a keen interest in paranormal phenomena. I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks." Lin Yu paused, taken aback. The Occult Society? He had heard whispers of such a group on campus, dismissing them as mere purveyors of mystification. Yet, deep within, a flicker of curiosity danced. The Occult Society? Intriguing, Lin Yu mused. But do these supernatural occurrences truly exist? Suna's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "Believe, and you shall perceive. Doubt, and you shall remain in ignorance. Our society hosts captivating activities and experiments that may unveil the answers you seek. Tonight, we're conducting an event at the abandoned academic building. Would you care to attend and experience it firsthand?" Lin Yu hesitated, mindful of his pending assignments. Yet, captivated by Suna's eager gaze, he relented. "Very well, I shall attend." Suna clapped her hands with glee. "Splendid. This evening, at the abandoned academic building. Do not tarry." With that, she departed. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Yu hastily consumed his supper and began preparations for the evening's event. His roommate, Zhang Yu, upon learning of his impending rendezvous with the Occult Society, vehemently protested. "Lin Yu, I implore you reconsider. The Occult Society dabbles in spectral matters. Peril may lurk." Lin Yu chuckled. "Fear not, I merely seek to observe. No harm shall befall me." As twilight enveloped the campus, Lin Yu arrived at the derelict academic edifice. Long abandoned, the building was cloaked in an aura of desolation, the grounds overgrown with untamed vegetation. Entering, Lin Yu was greeted by a musty, stale atmosphere. Dim light cast eerie shadows upon the crumbling walls, revealing the peeling paint. Within a classroom, Lin Yu discovered the assembled members of the Occult Society. Among them were Su Na, the society's leader, Chen Hao, and a handful of other individuals. Chen Hao, a tall, handsome young man, exuded an aura of profound mystery. "Welcome, Lin Yu," Chen Hao greeted, extending his hand. Lin Yu, somewhat apprehensive, reciprocated the handshake. "Thank you. However, I am unfamiliar with the society's activities." Chen Hao smiled. "Fear not. Tonight, we shall partake in a game known as spirit summoning. Through this ritual, we shall attempt to commune with the spectral realm." Lin Yu's heart quickened. Communicate with spirits? The notion seemed utterly fantastical. Is it truly possible to summon spirits through this game? Lin Yu inquired. "Only through experience shall the answer be revealed," a bespectacled young man, Wang Chang, chimed in with a grin. "Now, let us be seated and commence the preparations," Chen Hao declared. The group gathered around an ancient wooden table, upon which flickering candles cast eerie shadows, heightening the unsettling ambience. Chen Hao produced a time-worn tome, its pages adorned with cryptic symbols and arcane drawings. "This is an ancient grimoire, containing the incantations and rituals for spirit summoning," Chen Hao explained. Lin Yu gazed upon the grimoire, his mind awash with doubt. Yet, committed to the undertaking, he joined the others. Chen Hao began to recite the incantation, the others echoing his words. Lin Yu found the phrases obscure, as if a mystical force permeated the air. As the incantation progressed, the room grew increasingly eerie, the temperature perceptibly plummeting. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, causing the candle flames to flicker wildly, threatening to extinguish. Lin Yu felt a chill ascending his spine. Glancing at his companions, he saw their faces etched with apprehension. "Do not cease. Continue the incantation," Chen Hao commanded. The incantation resumed, its echoes reverberating through the deserted classroom. Abruptly, the candles were snuffed out, plunging the room into darkness. Lin Yu's heart pounded. "Ah!" a young woman shrieked. "Silence!" Chen Hao thundered. Amid the darkness, Lin Yu detected strange sounds, akin to weeping and hushed whispers. His grip tightened on the edge of the table, his palms slick with perspiration. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure darted before their eyes. Lin Yu's vision blurred, and the figure vanished. The nightmare of the Ghost Festival. On the night of the Ghost Festival in 2020, the darkness enveloped the ancient and silent city like ink. Young and impetuous, Li Ming disregarded the concerns of his family and friends, resolutely venturing into the rumored eerie cemetery for an adventure. The moment he stepped into the graveyard, a chilling gust of cold rushed toward him, penetrating his very being and sending shivers down his spine. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, resembling a mysterious veil that shrouded the cemetery, where tombstones emerged and faded within the mist, seemingly concealing countless untold secrets that sent a chill of dread through him. Despite the fear that gripped his heart, Li Ming forced himself to appear calm. Taking a deep breath, he switched on his flashlight. The feeble beam wavered uncertainly in the darkness, barely illuminating a section ahead. He ventured forth cautiously, each step weighed down by an unsettling sense of trepidation, as if he might awaken the slumbering spirits. As Li Ming delved deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly uncanny. The silence of the cemetery echoed only with his footsteps and breath, creating an invisible pressure that bore down on him. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, rustling the leaves and whispering in his ear. His heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept past, accompanied by faint cries that seemed to emanate from nowhere. Li Ming's heart pounded faster, his scalp prickling, yet he pressed onward with steely resolve. At that moment, he spotted Wang Chang, who stood trembling before a tombstone, his face ashen. "What are you doing here?" Li Ming asked, his voice quavering. I got lost," Wang Chang replied, his tone laced with distress. The two decided to band together in search of an exit, yet the more they wandered, the more lost they felt, as if ensnared in an endless labyrinth. As they continued their trepidatious journey, they stumbled upon a desolate section of the graveyard, where a palpable sense of dread hung in the air like a shroud. It was then that they came across a dilapidated grave, marked by a peculiar hole above the mound, dark and foreboding, as if it led into an abyss of eternal darkness. Driven by curiosity, Li Ming could not resist leaning closer to peer inside, eager to uncover the hidden secrets within. However, as he approached the opening, a withered hand suddenly emerged from the depths, clutching his arm with a vice-like grip. "Ah!" Li Ming screamed in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He struggled desperately, but that hand held him fast, as if intent on dragging him into the grave. Wang Chang, hearing Li Ming's cries, rushed over. Upon seeing his friend ensnared, pale and paralyzed with fear, he quickly regained his composure and resolved to assist Li Ming. He tugged vehemently at the hand, but it remained as unyielding as iron. After an intense struggle, Wang Chang finally discerned a way to free his friend. With all his strength, he pried the hand open, each movement accompanied by a sickening crack of breaking bones. At last, the hand relinquished its grip, falling lifelessly to the ground. Gasping for breath, Li Ming glanced at his arm, which bore deep, bleeding scratches. A wave of dread washed over him, had Wang Chang not arrived in time. The consequences could have been dire. They continued to flee, the duration of their escape lost to time, until they reached a clearing. In the midst of the desolation stood a solitary wooden cabin, exuding a fetid odor of decay. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure cloaked in black. "Enter." It beckoned, its voice a chilling echo of malevolence. Li Ming and Wang Chang were paralyzed by fear, their faces drained of color, trembling involuntarily as they instinctively sought to flee this terrifying place. Yet, no matter how hard they struggled, an unseen force clung to them, inexorably drawing them toward the cabin. As they crossed the threshold, a nauseating stench assailed their senses, overwhelming them. The interior was dim and damp, the light so faint they could scarcely discern their surroundings. The walls were adorned with grotesque portraits, the figures within contorted and sinister, their hollow gazes fixed upon the two friends, instilling a deep sense of horror. In that moment, the figure in the black cloak turned slowly, and Li Ming and Wang Chang were horrified to discover its face, obscured by the robe, was grotesquely decayed, unrecognizable. Hollow eye sockets glimmered with an eerie light that sent chills down their spines. "You have finally arrived." The voice of the cloaked figure was low and raspy, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Li Ming and Wang Chang stared, wide-eyed, at the horrifying sight before them, their hearts heavy with despair and dread. "You have disturbed the peace of the dead. You must perish." With that, the cloaked figure extended its hands, nails elongating menacingly, lunging toward them. Li Ming and Wang Chang desperately dodged, but found no escape. In the chaos, Wang Chang was seized by the figure, blood erupting in a gruesome spray. Li Ming, horrified by the scene, frantically dashed toward the door. Just as he was about to escape the cabin, the figure blocked his path. Despairing, he collapsed to the ground. "Your fate is sealed," the figure intoned coldly. In the next instant, darkness enveloped Li Ming, and he lost consciousness. When dawn broke over the graveyard, townsfolk discovered in a remote mountain village, an age-old legend persisted, passed down through generations. It spoke of a mysterious coffin that had once appeared in the village long ago. This was no ordinary coffin. It possessed a special significance and purpose, known as the dragon-suppressing coffin. Legend had it that a celestial being had placed the dragon-suppressing coffin there to subdue a malevolent dragon. This dragon had once brought immense suffering and devastation to the village, but was eventually subdued by the immortal and sealed within the coffin. The coffin's presence became the village's safeguard, ensuring its peace and prosperity. However, the dragon-suppressing coffin was governed by strict rules and taboos. The legend explicitly forbade anyone from opening it, as doing so would unleash a terrible calamity, potentially invoking the curse of the king of the underworld. This lore instilled a sense of reverence in the villagers, who steadfastly adhered to the rule, never daring to tamper with it. For many years, the dragon-suppressing coffin lay dormant in a secluded corner of the village, like a slumbering behemoth. While the villagers were aware of its existence, few dared to approach it. Only the elder villagers occasionally recounted tales of the coffin, reminding the younger generation to cherish their tranquility. The legend was perpetuated through oral tradition. Yet no one had ever laid eyes on the dragon-suppressing coffin, until one day, a young man named Lin Feng arrived in the village, an intrepid and inquisitive explorer. Lin Feng, upon hearing the legend, resolved to investigate. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng began to inquire about the coffin's whereabouts. The villagers were uneasy about his presence, urging him to abandon his search to avoid inviting disaster. Undeterred, Lin Feng remained steadfast, convinced that he could unlock the coffin's secrets. Guided by the villagers, Lin Feng ventured to a mountain behind the village. There stood an ancient temple, rumored to house the dragon-suppressing coffin in its basement. Cautiously, Lin Feng entered the temple, permeated by an atmosphere of antiquity. He searched for the basement entrance and discovered a concealed door in a corner. Lin Feng opened the door, descended the stairs, and entered the basement. The air was damp and musty, filled with a putrid odor. In the center of the basement rested a colossal coffin, adorned with arcane runes. Approaching the coffin, Lin Feng scrutinized the runes, his curiosity piqued. As Lin Feng prepared to open the coffin, he was startled by a low growl. He whirled around, but saw nothing. Yet, the growl grew louder, as if some sinister entity was approaching. Clutching his flashlight tightly, Lin Feng's heart raced, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow. He cautiously moved, attempting to locate the sound's origin. As time passed, Lin Feng's nerves frayed, feeling as if he were trapped in a horror film. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a deep roar. He turned in terror, only to see a massive shadow emerge from a corner of the basement. The shadow moved with incredible speed, like a bolt of darkness, instantly appearing before Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the shadow was a gigantic dragon. The dragon was immense, exceeding 5 meters in length, with a wingspan of 3 meters. Its skin was a deep black, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Its head was fearsome, with razor-sharp teeth and claws that inspired dread. Lin Feng stared in disbelief at the behemoth before him, never having imagined encountering such a creature, his heart filled with terror and bewilderment. The dragon lunged at Lin Feng, who swiftly dodged. He realized that he had triggered the coffin's seal, unleashing the dragon. Though terrified, Lin Feng did not retreat. Resolving to fight the dragon and protect the village, Lin Feng raised his flashlight, aiming the beam at the dragon's eyes. Blinded by the intense light, the dragon recoiled. Halting its attack, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to escape the basement. However, the dragon quickly recovered and lunged at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng fled through the basement, pursued relentlessly by the dragon. During his escape, Lin Feng discovered some ancient weapons. He grabbed a longsword, preparing to fight the dragon to the death. Wielding the sword, Lin Feng lunged at the dragon. The dragon deftly evaded Lin Feng's attacks, while continuously spewing flames. Lin Feng was forced back by the flames, sustaining multiple injuries. Yet, he did not yield, continuing to battle the dragon, seeking its vulnerability. After a fierce struggle, Lin Feng finally discovered the dragon's weakness. Taking advantage of an opening, he thrust the sword into the dragon's eye. The dragon roared in agony, collapsing to the ground. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to flee the basement, returning to the village. The villagers were astonished to see Lin Feng return, battered and bruised. Lin Feng recounted his experience in the basement, filling the villagers with dread. They realized that the coffin's seal had been broken and disaster was imminent. To safeguard the village, Lin Feng resolved to return to the basement and reseal the dragon-suppressing coffin. He gathered some villagers, armed themselves with weapons and tools, and returned to the basement. The dragon's corpse still lay there. Cautiously, Lin Feng approached the coffin, preparing to reseal it. However, upon opening the lid, he found it empty. Lin Feng was perplexed, unsure of where the coffin's contents had gone. Suddenly, he heard an eerie laugh emanating from a corner of the basement, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Feng and the villagers followed the sound. Discovering Chapter 98, The Dragon-Suppressing Coffin, The Decree of King Yama, Part 2. Despite their exhaustive search, Lin Feng and the villagers were unable to locate the enigmatic figure. A palpable sense of dread permeated the village, as everyone braced for the unknown horrors that might unfold. Lin Feng resolved to return to the village and confer with the residents. Where they congregated in the village square, their voices a cacophony of concern. Some advocated for abandoning the village, seeking refuge elsewhere, while others argued for remaining and confronting the mysterious individual and the potential dangers. As the debate raged, a series of bizarre occurrences plagued the village. Livestock perished inexplicably, and the well water became murky and tainted, as if defiled by demonic forces. The villagers were consumed by panic, convinced that King Yama's curse had taken effect, casting a sinister pall over their entire community. Recognizing the futility of inaction, Lin Feng understood the urgency of safeguarding himself and the village. After careful deliberation, he decided to delve once more into the secrets of the dragon-suppressing coffin. Seeking a solution to their predicament, accompanied by a band of courageous villagers, Lin Feng embarked on the perilous journey back to the temple basement on the mountain. Their faces etched with solemnity, their hearts filled with trepidation, they were nonetheless determined to uncover the truth. Upon reaching the temple basement, Lin Feng took a deep breath and illuminated the dark space with a flashlight. The group cautiously entered, their eyes scanning their surroundings, meticulously examining every nook, stone, and crevice for any hidden clues. As time wore on, Lin Feng and his companions continued their diligent search. Suddenly, a villager discovered a mural on the wall, depicting a group of ancient people engaged in a ritual connected to the dragon-suppressing coffin. Lin Feng examined the mural closely, noting peculiar symbols and patterns that seemed to hold significant information. He promptly photographed the mural and meticulously documented its details. Subsequently, they unearthed ancient texts and records within the basement, revealing the legends and historical context surrounding the dragon-suppressing coffin. Lin Feng devoured the information, desperately seeking the key to unlocking the mystery. However, as time passed, they found no further tangible leads. Just as Lin Feng began to despair, a villager inadvertently triggered a mechanism in the basement, causing the floor to descend and reveal a passage leading to deeper levels. After exchanging glances, Lin Feng and his companions unhesitatingly entered the passage, a narrow and shadowy corridor suffused with an ancient, musty odor. They proceeded with caution, weapons in hand, prepared for any potential danger. After some searching, they discovered ancient murals on the walls of the lower chamber, depicting the origin and mystical powers of the dragon-suppressing coffin. According to the murals, the coffin was crafted by an ancient immortal to suppress a malevolent dragon. The dragon was sealed deep underground, but its power constantly threatened to break free. Lin Feng surmised that the mysterious individual had opened the dragon-suppressing coffin to unleash the dragon's power for some nefarious purpose. They had to act swiftly to reseal the dragon, or the entire village would face annihilation. In their quest to find a way to seal the dragon, Lin Feng consulted ancient texts and visited neighboring villages, hoping to find clues. During their travels, they encountered an old Taoist priest who, upon hearing their story, offered his assistance. The Taoist priest informed Lin Feng that to seal the dragon, they needed to find 3 mystical artifacts: the dragon scale sword, the Qilin pearl, and the phoenix feather. These treasures were hidden in disparate locations and guarded by formidable protectors. Lin Feng and his companions decided to split up to search for the artifacts. Lin Feng led a group to seek the dragon scale sword, while others searched for the Qilin pearl and the phoenix feather. Lin Feng and his group embarked on their quest for the dragon scale sword, traversing dense forests and scaling towering mountains until they reached a mysterious valley. There, they encountered a colossal monster that lunged at them with menacing claws. Lin Feng and his companions fought valiantly, and after a fierce battle, they vanquished the beast. In its lair, they discovered the dragon scale sword, radiating an intense light that seemed to possess boundless power. Meanwhile, the other 2 groups of villagers faced their own trials in their respective searches for the Qilin pearl and the phoenix feather. They encountered various dangers and challenges, but they persevered and ultimately obtained the treasures. With all 3 artifacts in their possession, Lin Feng and his companions returned to the village. The Taoist priest began preparations for the dragon sealing ritual. During the ceremony, Lin Feng and his companions placed the artifacts on the dragon-suppressing coffin and chanted ancient incantations. As the incantations were recited, the dragon-suppressing coffin emitted a brilliant light that enveloped the entire village, as if locked in a fierce struggle with the dragon's power. After a strenuous effort, The dragon-suppressing coffin was finally resealed. The dragon's power was suppressed once more, and the village returned to its former tranquility. Lin Feng and the villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief, knowing that the crisis had passed. However, they understood that they must remain vigilant, protecting the dragon-suppressing coffin to prevent it from being opened by malicious individuals and unleashing another catastrophe. Chapter 99. The Vengeful Spirit and the Bell. The tale unfolds in a remote town, where a chilling legend persists. Each nightfall, a mysterious bell tolls, and those who hear its chime meet an inexplicable demise. This legend, steeped in time, has left its origin and significance shrouded in mystery. Among the curious souls is a girl named May, a young and enchanting figure, who, captivated by the lore, resolves to stay and uncover the truth behind it. May rents a modest dwelling in the town and embarks on her investigation. She soon discovers that the legend is not mere folklore. Over the years, numerous individuals have indeed perished under strange circumstances after hearing the eerie bell. May's suspicions deepen, leading her to ponder whether this bell is entwined with some supernatural force. Determined to gather more insights, she seeks out an elder known as Old Zhang, a man reputed for his knowledge of the legend. Upon arriving at his abode, Old Zhang welcomes her with warmth. In their discourse, he reveals that the bell's toll is the lament of a malevolent spirit known as the Vengeful Bell. This spirit, he explains, manifests at night, its haunting chime compelling listeners into a state of despair, ultimately leading to their untimely deaths. Shocked by Old Zhang's revelations, May resolves to confront the Vengeful Bell spirit and unravel the truth behind the legend. She scours the town in search of clues but finds herself at a standstill. Just as despair begins to engulf her, she suddenly hears the mysterious bell resonate, its sound echoing from a distant yet unmistakably clear source. This unexpected toll rekindles a flicker of hope in her heart. Following the sound, May advances with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. As she draws closer, the bell's chime grows louder, as though beckoning her toward an unknown destination. At long last, she arrives before an abandoned house, from which the chime emanates. With trepidation, May pushes open the creaking door, the sound protesting her intrusion into this forsaken space. A musty, decaying odor fills her senses, the walls are peeling, and dust blankets the floor, sending a chill down her spine. Yet, undeterred, she presses on, her gaze fixed on the source of the sound. In a shadowy corner, May discovers a dark silhouette standing still, resembling a specter cloaked in shadows. As she approaches, her heart races, uncertainty creeping in about what awaits her. Upon discerning its true form, she gasps in horror. The shadow is, in fact, a ghost. Its semi-transparent body emits a faint glow, and its indistinct expression radiates an aura of dread. Startled, May instinctively turns to flee, but the ghost seizes her hand, an overwhelming force emanating from its grasp, rendering her powerless to escape. The spirit transports May to a dark realm, where it reveals itself as the Vengeful Bell. It confides in her that the terrifying toll is a manifestation of its unresolved anguish from a life marred by injustice, trapped in a cycle of vengeance. Conflicted emotions surge within May, fear intertwined with sympathy for the tormented spirit. But why do you harm the innocent? She stammers, her voice trembling. The ghost responds with a chilling laugh. Innocent? Is there truly such a thing? Everyone bears the weight of their transgressions, and my wrath seeks release through them. May steadies herself, striving to reason with the spirit, but this path will lead to your eternal torment. Do you not yearn for a place devoid of pain and resentment? The ghost pauses, contemplating her words before muttering, Release? I have languished in this endless hatred for too long, unaware of how to break free. An idea sparks within May's mind. Perhaps I can assist you in finding a way to alleviate your anguish, granting you peace. The ghost regards her with skepticism. You? An ordinary human, what means do you possess? May asserts, I shall endeavor to seek a solution, provided you cease your harm to others during this time. After a moment's hesitation, the spirit reluctantly acquiesces. Thus, May embarks on her quest for a remedy to dispel the spirit's malice. She delves into ancient texts and legends, consulting those knowledgeable about supernatural phenomena. During her journey, she encounters a young man named Chong, equally intrigued by the town's lore, and together they unravel the mystery. After considerable effort, they stumble upon a potential solution, a mystical spring nestled in the nearby mountains, reputed to possess the power to purify souls. If the ghost could immerse itself in this water, it might dissolve its vengeful energy. May and Chong guide the spirit to the mountain, facing perilous encounters along the way, ferocious beasts and strange natural occurrences, but their resolve remains unshaken as they finally discover the fabled spring. The ghost gazes hesitantly at the water. May encourages, give it a try. This may be your only chance. Slowly, the spirit steps into the spring, which begins to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. As time passes, the ghost's form grows increasingly transparent, its resentment gradually dissipating. Yet, just as they believe the ordeal is drawing to a close, an unforeseen event unfolds. A mysterious. Chapter 1. The night visit to the old mansion. The night enveloped the world like thick ink, seemingly intent on consuming everything in its path. The darkness that descended upon the quiet town rendered the place particularly eerie. Young adventurer Lin Yu sat in his dilapidated jeep, his gaze intently fixed on the winding road ahead. The vehicle sped along the serpentine mountain path, its tires bumping against the rugged terrain, producing a series of creaking sounds. Lin Yu's destination was an ancient mansion shrouded in local legend. Perched atop a desolate hill at the town's edge, this mansion had long been cloaked in terrifying rumors. It was said that a series of bizarre deaths had occurred within its walls. Some attributed these tragedies to the presence of an evil spirit, while others claimed the house itself was cursed. Nevertheless, none of these tales deterred Lin Yu from his insatiable curiosity and desire to explore the mysterious abode. As the jeep drew closer to the barren hill, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Towering trees loomed overhead, obscuring the moonlight and casting the surroundings into utter darkness. A chill breeze occasionally swept through, prompting an involuntary shiver. Lin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this adventure might expose him to numerous unknown dangers, yet he believed that only by confronting his fears could he unravel the enigma. At last, the jeep came to a halt before the mansion. The building appeared to be in a state of utter disrepair, with walls marred by peeling paint, shattered windows, and a sagging roof. Lin Yu cautiously exited the vehicle, clutching a flashlight tightly in his hand. He approached the mansion slowly, a wave of inexplicable tension coursing through him. As he pushed open the grand door, its hinges emitted a piercing creak, as if to warn him against entering. Lin Yu's presence here was spurred by a recent discovery he made in an ancient diary, which contained cryptic references to the mansion. The diary hinted at a colossal secret hidden within, one that could potentially alter the fate of humanity. Drawn by the allure of this enigmatic narrative, Lin Yu resolved to investigate the mansion himself. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped him. The front door was firmly shut, its iron lock rusted, suggesting it had not been opened in ages. With trepidation, Lin Yu nudged the door, which groaned ominously before slowly yielding to his push. Inside the mansion, he found the courtyard overrun with weeds, and scattered remnants of dilapidated furniture lay haphazardly. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting an otherworldly glow that enhanced the mansion's unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and summoned his courage to step into the grand hall. The hall was permeated with a musty odor, and the wall murals were faded beyond recognition, leaving behind only strange patterns. As Lin Yu scrutinized these designs, he sensed they narrated an ancient tale. Just as he became immersed in the imagery, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Startled, Lin Yu's heart raced as he scanned the surroundings, yet he saw no one. The footfalls grew nearer, and his heartbeat quickened. Uncertain of the origin of the sound or its source, he felt an urgent compulsion to uncover its origin, lest he fall prey to imminent peril. Following the sound, he arrived at a narrow staircase. The air around the stairs was thick with darkness, as if leading to an uncharted realm. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu resolved to descend the staircase. It was steep, and he navigated it carefully, fearful of losing his footing. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself in a damp cellar, suffused with a rancid odor. Activating his flashlight, he illuminated a corner of the space, revealing an assortment of peculiar objects, tattered dolls, rusted tools, and what appeared to be human organs. A wave of nausea washed over him, yet he forced himself to continue his investigation. In a shadowy corner of the cellar, Lin Yu stumbled upon a diary. He opened it to find the handwriting erratic, as though penned in haste. The chilling contents revealed that the diary belonged to the mansion's owner, who chronicled his ghastly experiments. He had sought to harness some arcane power to resurrect the dead, but his endeavors had backfired, unleashing a series of horrific events. The final page bore a haunting message: "I can no longer control the situation. This mansion shall become my tomb." Closing the diary, Lin Yu was engulfed by dread. He realized he had become ensnared in a perilous predicament and needed to escape, to report his findings to the authorities. However, as he attempted to leave the cellar, he discovered the door had been shut tight. He pushed against it with all his might, yet it remained unyielding. Despair began to creep in. He wondered if he would ever emerge from this nightmare alive. Trapped within the cellar for what felt like an eternity, an impenetrable darkness enveloped Lin Yu, amplifying his growing dread and despair. The prospect of escaping this harrowing place alive seemed increasingly remote, the means of escape utterly obscure. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the silence, a faint lament echoing from the depths. like someone weeping softly. As the sound grew more distinct, drawing nearer, Lin Yu's heart pounded, and his breath quickened. He clutched his flashlight, his palms slick with perspiration, his gaze fixed on the surrounding gloom. He understood the implication. He was not alone. Yet, the nature of these entities, their intentions, remained shrouded in mystery. In this oppressive darkness, everything was ambiguous, fraught with unknown perils. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu endeavored to compose himself, though fear still gripped him. He rose cautiously, his flashlight his only defense, ready to confront any looming threat. The sound ceased, replaced by an unnerving stillness. Lin Yu's nerves were taut, unsure of what awaited him. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. As it approached, its form became discernible. It was a woman adorned in a pristine white gown, her complexion ashen, devoid of color. Like a corpse, her eyes were vacant, lacking focus, like two abyssal voids. She drifted towards Lin Yu, each step deliberate and heavy. Overwhelmed by terror, Lin Yu trembled uncontrollably, his limbs leaden, preventing his escape. Helpless, he watched as the woman drew closer, his heart consumed by dread and helplessness. Reaching him, she halted, her gaze fixed upon him, conveying an ineffable sorrow. Then, she parted her lips, uttering a low, raspy voice. "Why have you come here? You should not have come." Lin Yu stared at her, his mind blank, unable to formulate a response. His body convulsed, his teeth chattering. He had never encountered such horror, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. The woman continued, "This mansion is saturated with malevolent energy. You are now ensnared. To escape, you must discover the means of unraveling its secrets." With that, she vanished into the darkness. Lin Yu stood motionless, consumed by bewilderment. He was ignorant of the solution she spoke of, unsure where to begin his search. Yet, he knew he had to act swiftly, or face certain doom. He began to scour the cellar for clues, discovering strange symbols and patterns, suggestive of some arcane ritual. He scrutinized them, hoping to decipher the solution. After considerable effort, Lin Yu uncovered some leads. The symbols and patterns seemed connected to ancient magic, the solution concealed within them. He commenced deciphering, his heart filled with renewed hope. As he neared success, a violent explosion reverberated, causing the cellar to shake and stones to plummet from the walls. Unaware of the cause, Lin Yu clung to anything for support, shielding himself from the debris. After the tremors subsided, the cellar was filled with acrid smoke. Coughing, Lin Yu attempted to survey his surroundings. Then, a dark shape materialized from the haze. As it drew closer, its form became clear, a colossal monster composed of black smoke, its eyes glowing with crimson light. With a guttural roar, it lunged at Lin Yu, initiating a fierce struggle. During the fight, Lin Yu realized the monster's immense strength, rendering him an unequal match. On the verge of despair, he recalled the woman's words, realizing he had to find the solution to defeat the monster. Lin Yu began to recall the symbols and patterns he had seen, like enigmatic riddles swirling in his mind. He sought the means to overcome the monster, like searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness. After strenuous effort, Lin Yu found the solution. Following its instructions, he discovered a hidden passage, permeated by an arcane aura, as if leading to another realm. He cautiously entered, his every step filled with vigilance. The passage culminated in a chamber filled with bizarre instruments and books, like mysterious puzzles awaiting resolution. Upon examining them, Lin Yu finally comprehended the mansion's secret. The mansion's owner had been a deranged scientist, relentlessly pursuing immortality. He had conducted horrific experiments, attempting to extract the souls of the deceased to achieve his goal. However, the experiments had failed, triggering a series of terrifying events. The missing individuals had been captured and subjected to his experiments, their souls trapped within the mansion, unable to escape. The woman in the white gown was one such victim, perpetually trying to warn Lin Yu to flee. Chapter 3. The conclusion and rebirth. Upon uncovering the secrets of the eerie old mansion, Lin Yu was engulfed by a surge of anger and determination. He felt an unwavering responsibility to expose the malevolence that permeated the estate, striving to liberate the innocent victims ensnared within its walls. Thus, he commenced the discreet collection of evidence, intent on escaping this dreadful abode. However, just as he prepared to flee, the proprietor of the mansion materialized before him. The master of the old house appeared utterly deranged, his gaze rife with madness and wickedness. He bellowed at Lin Yu, "You cannot leave this place. You must become my specimen." With that, he lunged at Lin Yu with ferocity. Startled by the abrupt assault, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure, deftly sidestepping the proprietor's frenzied charge. Yet, the owner swiftly pivoted and lunged at him once more, his movements more rapid and feral, akin to that of a famished wolf. Lin Yu, unable to evade, raised the evidence in his hand in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the proprietor's onslaught. The mansion's master, sensing his opportunity, charged even more violently, seeking to seize the evidence from Lin Yu. A fierce struggle ensued within the confines of the room. Lin Yu exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the deranged proprietor, yet the latter's superior strength began to overpower him. Just as Lin Yu felt himself faltering, an idea struck him. He utilized the surrounding objects to create a diversion, managing to disentangle himself from the proprietor's grasp and dashing towards the door. The proprietor, realizing Lin Yu's escape attempt, pursued him relentlessly. Lin Yu fled with all his might, yearning to escape this nightmare. However, the proprietor's relentless pursuit soon closed the distance between them. In that moment, Lin Yu spotted a door ahead and, without hesitation, burst through, slamming it shut behind him. Desperately seeking refuge, Lin Yu found himself once more embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the mansion's master. During the struggle, he discerned that despite the proprietor's madness, his strength was waning. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu subdued him and delivered him into the hands of the authorities. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the mansion, liberating the tormented souls imprisoned within. For his bravery and ingenuity, Lin Yu emerged as a hero in the eyes of the community. However, as the truth came to light, a heavy sorrow settled in his heart. He understood that although the secrets of the old house had been unveiled, the suffering endured by the victims could never be erased from their memories. These innocent souls may have long departed from this world, yet the horrors they faced lingered in Lin Yu's mind like a haunting nightmare. Lin Yu recognized that this dark history must not be forgotten. Thus, he resolved to chronicle this chilling tale with the pen in his hand. He aimed to reveal the truth behind the old mansion, enlightening others about its terrifying past. Through the power of words, he hoped to awaken a consciousness regarding the past, urging society to cherish the present and remain vigilant against the recurrence of such tragedies. In the days that followed, Lin Yu devoted himself entirely to his writing. Armed with a profound understanding of the mansion and a keen insight into human nature, he vividly portrayed the entire story. Every detail, every segment of the narrative was meticulously crafted, striving for authenticity and emotional resonance. Through his prose, readers could almost perceive the chilling atmosphere of the mansion and the terror and despair of its victims. As time passed, the townsfolk gradually forgot the existence of the old mansion. Yet, Lin Yu could never erase from his memory that terrifying night and the captive souls. He knew that countless unknown secrets still awaited his exploration. Meanwhile, the once terrifying old mansion succumbed to the ravages of time, its secrets destined to remain buried in the annals of history. Nevertheless, Lin Yu believed that as long as humanity remained vigilant and faced the unknown with courage, they could conquer evil and usher in new life and hope. Chapter 104. A frightening performance at the Phantom Theater. Lin Yu, a young woman imbued with curiosity and a spirit of adventure, possessed an insatiable desire to explore the enigmatic and unknown. Her raven tresses cascaded down her back, framing a pair of intelligent eyes that sparkled with vivacity. Possessing an unwavering resolve, she never faltered in the face of adversity. On this particular day, Lin Yu was engaged in the meticulous organization of her extensive library within the confines of her apartment. Abruptly, a delicate rap reverberated through the stillness. She relinquished her literary pursuit and, with a sense of intrigue, approached the portal. To her astonishment, the corridor lay desolate, save for a solitary ebony envelope resting serenely upon the floor. Perplexed, Lin Yu retrieved the missive, noting the absence of any identifying marks or return address. Retreating to her sanctuary, she settled at her writing desk and gingerly breached the seal of the envelope. Within lay an antiquated parchment, upon which a message was inscribed in crimson ink. The Phantom Theater cordially invites you to a special performance. Lin Yu's pulse quickened involuntarily, an irresistible allure drawing her toward this enigmatic summons. Instantly, Lin Yu's thoughts gravitated toward her cherished confidant, Su Ran, a gentle soul with a disposition inclined toward timidity. Su Ran sported a cascade of shoulder-length locks, her eyes perpetually reflecting a hint of apprehension. Lin Yu surmised that Su Ran's presence would serve not only as a source of courage, but also as a companion with whom to share this thrilling experience. Seizing her cellular device, Lin Yu initiated a call to Su Ran. Su Ran, she began. I have received a cryptic invitation to attend a performance at a place called the Phantom Theater. Would you be inclined to accompany me? A discernible hesitation permeated Su Ran's response. The Phantom Theater? It sounds rather ominous. Do you foresee any potential peril? Lin Yu chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, for I shall be by your side. I anticipate an exhilarating and diverting escapade. Yielding to Lin Yu's persuasive entreaties, Su Ran ultimately acceded to the proposition. As twilight descended, the city's luminescence flickered, yet failed to dispel the trepidation that gnawed at the edges of Lin Yu and Su Ran's minds. Adhering to the instructions embedded within the letter, they journeyed to an isolated precinct on the periphery of the metropolis. There stood a dilapidated edifice, the fabled Phantom Theater. The theater's portals remained firmly shut, encrusted with layers of oxidation and detritus. An eerie tranquility pervaded the surroundings, broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lin Yu and Su Ran exchanged apprehensive glances, each mirroring the other's apprehension. Lin Yu, are we truly resolved to enter? Su Ran inquired, her voice trembling as she clutched Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, steeling her resolve. Having arrived, let us venture forth and behold what lies within. Perhaps we shall encounter a delightful surprise. With a resolute gesture, she applied pressure to the portals, eliciting a cacophony of grating sounds as they swung inward. A musty exhalation assailed their senses, the interior shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Lin Yu produced her cellular device, activating its integrated illuminator to pierce the gloom. With measured steps, they advanced into the theater, the floorboards groaning beneath their feet. The theater's vestibule was adorned with antiquated seating arrangements and decorative accoutrements, while the murals that adorned the walls had faded into obscurity, revealing only fragmented glimpses of bizarre motifs. Lin Yu and Su Ran proceeded cautiously, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Lin Yu, Su Ran whispered, I find this place rather macabre. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is somewhat unnerving, but also exhilarating. Let us venture further. They continued their exploration, arriving at an elongated corridor flanked by numerous chambers, their portals securely latched. Suddenly, a gust of frigid air swept through the corridor, causing Lin Yu and Su Ran to shudder involuntarily. They sensed an unseen presence observing their every move, yet no discernible form materialized. Lin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably as she gripped her cellular device, poised to confront any impending threat. Lin Yu, I desire to return, Su Ran pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. Lin Yu wavered momentarily, yet her insatiable curiosity propelled her forward. Let us persevere a little longer. Perhaps we shall soon locate the performance venue. Continuing their traverse along the corridor, they eventually espied a portal ajar, emanating a faint glimmer that beckoned them forward. Exchanging a furtive glance, Lin Yu and Su Ran mustered their courage and pushed the portal inward. The chamber was furnished with antiquated musical instruments and theatrical props, while the walls were adorned with grotesque masks. At the chamber's epicenter stood a colossal stage, its curtains drawn. Lin Yu and Su Ran approached the stage and awaited the unfolding spectacle. In that instant, the stage lights blazed to life, and the curtains ascended slowly. A nebulous figure materialized upon the stage, emitting an eerie pronouncement. Welcome to the Phantom Theater. The performance is about to commence. Lin Yu and Su Ran recoiled in terror, clinging to one another as they braced themselves for the impending horrors. In the dimly lit ghost theater, Lin Yu, Su Ran, and Old Chen cautiously advanced, their path illuminated solely by the faint beam of their flashlights. The flickering lights within the theater cast an unsettling ambience, alternating between brilliance and darkness. The walls bore the scars of neglect, peeling paint resembling ghastly visages in the meager light, evoking a chilling sensation. The air was thick with a musty odor, mingled with a subtle trace of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Their footsteps echoed in the oppressive silence of the theater, each step laden with apprehension. The trio dared not make excessive noise, fearful of rousing some unseen entity. Their heartbeats resonated loudly in the stillness, intensifying the tension that rendered their breath shallow. Lin Yu clutched her flashlight tightly, her palms slick with perspiration. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet dread seeped into her consciousness. Occasionally, she cast glances behind her at Su Ran and Old Chun, finding solace in their presence. Su Ran remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the surroundings with acute wariness. Armed with a dagger, he was poised to confront any imminent peril. He understood that in this eerie locale, even the slightest lapse in attention could spell disaster. Bringing up the rear, Old Chen's pallor betrayed his anxiety. His eyes darted through the encroaching darkness, seemingly searching for something elusive, his hands trembling involuntarily, betraying his inner turmoil. Thus, they trudged through the obscured ghost theater, oblivious to the horrors that awaited them. They traversed a lengthy corridor, its doors firmly shut on either side, the carvings on them faded yet whispering tales of yore. The dim light swayed in the breeze, casting distorted shadows that suggested unseen specters were in motion. Suddenly, a frigid gust swept through, sending shivers down Lin Yu's spine. She pressed closer to Old Chen and Su Ran, engulfed by terror. In a hushed tone, Old Chen recounted a harrowing tale of the theater's past. A dreadful calamity had claimed many lives, their souls ensnared within these walls. This performance was a sinister lure for the living, seeking replacements for the departed. Eyes wide with fear, Lin Yu stammered, "What shall we do?" Tears streamed down Su Ran's cheeks as she clutched Lin Yu's arm, her sobs rendering her words incoherent. "I want to go home. I do not wish to perish here." Old Chun furrowed his brow, contemplating their next move. We must find an exit swiftly and escape this place. Yet, it appears the spirits are intent on hindering our departure. We must remain vigilant. With trepidation, they continued onward, each footfall a cautious endeavor to avoid triggering traps or mechanisms. Eventually, they arrived in a vast hall, its expanse seemingly infinite. The ceiling towered above them, adorned with antiquated chandeliers that hung precariously, their dim illumination threatening to extinguish. Dust and cobwebs encrusted the chandeliers, indicating they had long been neglected. Surrounding the hall were ancient sculptures, each unique yet uniformly grotesque, as if to warn intruders. Some bore sharp weapons, while others appeared to claw at the air, instilling a sense of dread. The presence of these figures imbued the hall with a sinister atmosphere, reminiscent of a fierce battle that had once raged here. The ground was thick with dust, each step leaving a distinct imprint. In the center lay an enormous stage, its curtains sagging, concealing myriad secrets. As Lin Yu surveyed the hall, a surge of unease washed over her. She felt countless eyes lurking in the shadows, poised to consume them. Old Chen halted, scanning their surroundings with caution. This place is perilous. We must tread carefully. Just then, a haunting melody resonated, as if emanating from the depths of hell, laden with sorrow and dread. The music crescendoed, echoing the wails of countless spirits. Lin Yu and Su Ran, gripped by terror, covered their ears, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Old Chen's expression grew grave. He recognized this as a warning from the spirits. We must leave at once, he urged, nodding in agreement. Lin Yu and Su Ran turned to flee from this nightmarish realm. However, upon turning, they found themselves enveloped in a thick, suffocating mist, within which distorted figures seemed to mock them. What is this? Lin Yu gasped in horror. Old Chun furrowed his brow, realizing that the mist was likely the manifestation of the spirit's wrath. If we do not act swiftly, we may become trapped here. Remain calm, he instructed. I have a means to confront these malevolent entities. With that, Old Chun produced a copper mirror from his pocket and directed its light towards the encroaching mist. The beam illuminated the vengeful spirits, causing them to shriek in agony and retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Old Chun led Lin Yu and Su ran hastily out of the room. They sprinted down the corridor, not stopping until they had distanced themselves from that dreadful place. Phew, we have finally escaped, Lin Yu gasped, her breath ragged. Old Chun nodded, fatigue etched on his face. This encounter had unveiled the myriad dangers and secrets lurking within the villa. We must proceed with utmost caution in our further explorations. We need to vacate this place post-haste, or it may be too late. Standing before the intangible barrier, Lin Yu, Su Ran, and Old Chun were consumed by despair. The theater's eerie ambience intensified, as if countless unseen eyes were scrutinizing them. Old Chun furrowed his brow, diligently contemplating methods to breach the barrier. Lin Yu clasped Su Ran's hand, endeavoring to offer solace. Su Ran's frame trembled subtly, her gaze fraught with trepidation. We cannot remain ensnared here, Lin Yu asserted resolutely. There must be a means of egress. Old Chen nodded in accord. Precisely, we must not capitulate. Surely, a solution exists to circumvent this barrier. They meticulously scrutinized their surroundings for clues, aspiring to unearth the key to breaching the barrier. The theater's walls were adorned with peculiar symbols and motifs, seemingly narrating ancient secrets. Even the dust upon the floor appeared to conceal clandestine hints. Abruptly, Lin Yu discerned a singular symbol, distinct from the others, emitting a faint luminescence. Behold, Lin Yu exclaimed, gesturing toward the symbol. Might this be the pivotal element? Old Chen scrutinized the symbol intently, immersed in contemplation. This symbol may indeed be germane to circumventing the barrier, yet further clues are requisite. As they persisted in their search for clues, the theater's atmosphere abruptly intensified in its ghastliness. The spectral music resumed, its volume amplified beyond its prior intensity. The lights flickered erratically, as though some malevolent force were manipulating them. Su Ran, seized by terror, clung tightly to Lin Yu. I am seized by fear. Shall we perish here? Lin Yu gently patted Su Ran's back, offering reassurance. Fear not, we shall assuredly discover a means of egress. Old Chin vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Exercise caution, apparitions may materialize. As Old Chun forewarned, nebulous figures commenced to materialize within the theater. These apparitions, ephemeral and spectral, exuded an aura of dread. They advanced inexorably toward Lin Yu and her companions, as if poised to engulf them. Lin Yu, Su Ran, and Old Chun stood back to back, their gazes riveted upon the specters. Old Chun retrieved talismans and ritual implements from his satchel, preparing to confront the apparition's assault. These specters are perilous. Under no circumstance should you permit them to make contact. Old Chun cautioned. The apparitions drew nearer, their visages assuming greater clarity. Lin Yu beheld the contorted countenance of one specter, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. A surge of intense dread coursed through her, yet she recognized the imperative to remain resolute. As the apparitions approached, Old Shin swiftly cast forth a talisman. The talisman ignited in midair, emitting a radiant beam that temporarily repelled the specters. Yet the specters persisted, relentlessly advancing. Lin Yu and Su Ran, emboldened, seized nearby objects, hurling them toward the specters. While these projectiles inflicted negligible harm, they served to impede the specters' progress temporarily. Amidst their struggle against the apparitions, they gradually discerned that these specters appeared to recoil from illumination. Consequently, they sought out sources of light, aspiring to employ them to repel the specters. After assiduous effort, they unearthed flashlights and candles. They employed these implements to illuminate their surroundings, deterring the specters from approaching. Nevertheless, the apparitions' numbers swelled, rendering their predicament increasingly perilous. We must expedite our search for an exit. We cannot permit ourselves to become embroiled in protracted conflict with these apparitions, Old Shin declared. They persisted in their search for an exit within the theater, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the apparitions' assaults. Throughout this ordeal, they encountered numerous challenges and perils. The theater's corridors became increasingly labyrinthine, resembling an immense maze. The symbols and motifs upon the walls assumed an even more unsettling quality, inspiring trepidation. Su Ran's stamina waned progressively, her gait becoming increasingly labored. Lin Yu regarded Su Ran with empathy. Endure a while longer. We shall assuredly discover an exit. Su Ran nodded weakly. I shall persevere. As they neared despair, Old Shin abruptly discerned a concealed passage. The passage's entrance was obscured by a dilapidated curtain, rendering it difficult to detect without meticulous scrutiny. Hasten. A passage lies here. Perchance it is an exit, Old Shin exclaimed with animation. They promptly entered the passage, which was permeated by a humid ambience. The walls shimmered with a faint luminescence, seemingly guiding their trajectory. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant, cognizant of the potential for further perils within the passage. They proceeded with circumspection, each step imbued with apprehension. After traversing a segment of the passage, they detected an anomalous sound. The sound emanated from the depths, carrying an eerie echo. Lin Yu and Su Ran's complexions paled further as they clutched Old Shin's arm. Old Shin, too, became apprehensive, uncertain of the sound's significance. They advanced further, the sound amplifying in intensity. At length, they beheld an immense chamber, replete with bizarre props and instruments. At the chamber's epicenter stood a colossal crystal orb, radiating an eerie effulgence. Lin Yu, Su Ran, and Old Chun gazed upon the crystal orb with trepidation, uncertain of its function. As they hesitated, the crystal orb abruptly emitted an intense beam of light, enveloping them within its radiance. They experienced a sensation of vertigo, their bodies seemingly bereft of control. As the radiance subsided, they discovered themselves transported to an unfamiliar locale. Before them lay a vast cavern, permeated by an air of mystery. Where are we? How did we arrive here? Lin Yu inquired, her voice tinged with alarm. Old Chun furrowed his brow. The 108th tale, the terrifying performance of the Phantom Theater. Lin Yu, Su Ran, and Old Chun trudged through the enigmatic cave, struggling against the damp and eerie atmosphere that enveloped them. Faint beams of light penetrated the fissures in the cave walls, barely illuminating the rugged path beneath their feet. Water droplets occasionally dripped from the walls, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the silence, as if some mysterious entity was drawing near. Lin Yu tightly clasped Su Ran's hand, attempting to offer her solace. Su Ran's face was still streaked with tears, her eyes brimming with fear and exhaustion. Old Shin walked ahead, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. With each step, their footfalls reverberated through the cavern, as if countless unseen eyes were observing their every move. There may be various dangers lurking within this cave, Old Shin whispered, his voice resonating ominously, heightening the tension in the air. They proceeded cautiously, every step laden with trepidation. Suddenly, a deep, menacing growl emanated from the depths of the cave, causing their hearts to race. The sound resembled a demonic roar from the abyss, imbued with boundless wrath and terror. The walls of the cave appeared to tremble with the growl, as stones fell from the ceiling, crashing nearby. What was that sound? Lin Yu asked nervously. Old Chun furrowed his brow. I don't know, but it surely isn't anything good. We must quicken our pace and find the exit. They hastened their steps, yet the path within the cave grew increasingly convoluted. At times, they squeezed through narrow passages, the walls seeming to press in on them, inducing a sense of suffocation. At other times, they climbed steep inclines, the loose gravel beneath their feet threatening to send them spiraling into an endless abyss. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the cave plummeted. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them, causing involuntary shivers. The air felt frozen, each breath laced with ice shards that pierced their lungs. Why is it so cold here? Su Ran trembled. Linyu enveloped Su Ran in a reassuring embrace. Do not fear, we will surely find a way out. Just as despair began to weigh upon them, Old Chen suddenly noticed peculiar symbols etched into the cave walls. He scrutinized the markings, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, this glimmer of excitement was quickly overshadowed by the prevailing tension. The symbols shimmered with a mysterious light in the dimness, as if whispering ancient secrets and warning them to keep their distance. These symbols may be clues to the exit. Old Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. They began to study the symbols intently, striving to decipher their meanings. After considerable effort, they discerned a pattern. The symbols appeared to guide them toward a specific direction, though this path was fraught with unknown dangers, each step akin to treading the edge of perdition. With renewed hope, they followed the guidance of the symbols. However, their joy was short-lived as they soon encountered a formidable challenge. Before them lay a vast underground river. The water surged violently, producing a thunderous roar. Dark as ink, the river concealed its depths, rendering the bottom invisible. The water crashed against the banks, sending sprays high into the air, as if countless furious hands were gesturing at them. They were uncertain of the river's depth or whether an exit awaited them on the opposite shore. Lin Yu gazed at the river, her heart heavy with indecision. What should we do? Old Chen pondered for a moment. We must find a way to cross. This may be our only escape. They began to seek a means to traverse the river. By the riverbank, they discovered some floating logs, which they might use to construct a rudimentary raft. However, the logs appeared frail, prone to disintegration at any moment. The surrounding environment unnerved them, as the rocks by the river were slick with moss, threatening to send them tumbling with the slightest misstep. Working together, they gathered the logs and bound them with rope, crafting a makeshift raft. Lin Yu and Su Ran cautiously climbed aboard, while Old Chen pushed the raft gently into the river. The current was fierce, causing the raft to sway precariously. Lin Yu and Su Ran clung tightly to the edges, fear flooding their hearts. Old Chen strained to steer the raft, resisting the pull of the water. Yet, the river seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly battering the raft, attempting to drag them into the abyss of darkness. During their crossing, they faced numerous perils. The water would occasionally surge with colossal waves, nearly capsizing the raft. At times, strange creatures leaped from the depths, instilling terror in their hearts. These beings bore sharp teeth and grotesque visages, as if birthed from a nightmare. The raft jolted violently in the turbulent waters, seeming on the verge of collapse. They were uncertain if they would survive to reach the opposite bank. Yet, they refused to surrender, steadfastly gripping the raft and encouraging one another. At last, they successfully crossed the river, arriving at the opposite shore. This new land was even more enigmatic. Towering stone pillars adorned with strange patterns surrounded them. The pillars reached skyward, resembling colossal arms, evoking an overwhelming sense of insignificance. At the center stood a grand stone gate, firmly shut, concealing whatever lay beyond. Mysterious symbols adorned the gate, exuding an ancient and fearsome aura. Lin Yu gazed at the gate, her curiosity piqued. What could be behind this door? Old Chen approached the gate, inspecting it closely. This door may hold the key to our exit. However, we must remain cautious. Greater dangers may lurk within. They commenced their search for a way to unlock the stone gate. Beside it, they discovered the 109th tale, the haunting of the hospital in a secluded and desolate town. There stands a dilapidated hospital, ravaged by the passage of time. This establishment once endured a harrowing and catastrophic fire, during which countless innocent lives were consumed by the flames. As time flows inexorably on, the grim specter of that tragedy lingers, yet the rumors of hauntings within the hospital have never ceased. Despite the myriad accounts over the years, no one has been able to definitively prove the existence of any apparitions. Recently, a young nurse named May began her tenure at this very hospital. Initially, she dismissed the tales as mere figments of imagination. However, as time wore on, peculiar events began to unfold. One night, while on duty alone at the nurse's station, May found the hospital unusually quiet, with only the sporadic sounds of a patient coughing and the hum of machinery breaking the silence. The dim lighting in the corridor cast an eerie pallor, instilling a sense of dread. As she idly perused patient files, a faint, sorrowful cry pierced the stillness. It resembled the voice of a girl, laden with anguish and despair. A shiver ran down May's spine. She halted her activities, straining to listen. Yet, apart from that haunting wail, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Doubt crept into May's mind. What was that sound? Could she have misheard? Just as she hesitated, the cry resounded again, this time clearer, as if it emanated from a far-off place, yet was alarmingly close. Her heart raced as she stood up, nervously scanning her surroundings. The corridor was deserted, save for the cold walls and the closed doors of patient rooms. Taking a deep breath, she urged herself to remain calm. reasoning that perhaps a patient was merely having a nightmare. Thus, she resolved to investigate the rooms. With trepidation, May opened each door, finding the patients soundly asleep, exhibiting no signs of distress. She reassured herself that her anxiety had conjured illusions. However, when she reached the last patient room, the mournful cry echoed once more. As she stood before the door, the wailing abruptly ceased. Pushing the door open, she was met with a musty aura. Her gaze fell upon a figure on the bed, obscured and indistinct. Terrified, May stumbled backward, fleeing from this chilling place. Yet upon returning to the nurse's station, she discovered an ominous message scrawled in her notebook. "Help me." Panic surged within her. She was left bewildered, unsure of the author and what actions to take. From that moment onward, May lived in a state of perpetual fear, meticulously scrutinizing every corner of the hospital in search of the source of that enigmatic presence. In the hospital archives, she unearthed information regarding the fire, revealing that a patient had gone missing during the incident and remained unaccounted for. A sense of foreboding enveloped May as she began to suspect that the mysterious figure was indeed the missing patient. Determined to unravel this mystery, she sought out former employees of the hospital, gathering insights about the fire. It transpired that the missing patient was a woman afflicted with severe mental illness. Prior to the fire, she had exhibited erratic behavior, frequently claiming to see ghosts. Some speculated that she had fallen victim to possession, leading to her disappearance amidst the chaos of the blaze. Fueled by a desire to uncover the truth, May set out to locate the woman. Her search led her through the hospital's labyrinthine corridors until she stumbled upon a concealed room in a basement. The air within was thick with a foul stench, and the walls were adorned with bizarre symbols. In the corner, May found the woman, sitting motionless, her eyes vacant as if devoid of a soul. As May cautiously approached, attempting to communicate, the woman suddenly raised her head, revealing a grotesque visage. Fear surged through May, compelling her to flee, but the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. She pounded on the door, calling for help, but her cries were met with silence. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a melodic sound drifted through the air. The music, ethereal and enchanting, seemed to originate from another realm, gradually soothing her frayed nerves. Following the melody, May discovered herself in an unfamiliar setting, a beautiful garden, awash with a vibrant array of flowers. Overwhelmed by wonder, she pondered her arrival in this enchanting place. At that moment, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Do not be afraid, May. I am here to assist you." Turning, she beheld a stunning woman, radiating a mysterious glow that instilled tranquility. The woman revealed that the mentally ill patient was not possessed by a ghost, but rather manipulated by a malevolent doctor conducting horrific experiments within the hospital, exploiting patients for his own twisted desires. She urged May that only by locating the doctor's laboratory could they hope to unravel the dark enigma. Determined, May resolved to seek out the doctor's lair alongside the mysterious woman. They scoured the hospital for clues until they discovered a hidden door in a secluded corner. Beyond it lay a dark corridor, reeking of pungent odors. Cautiously, they ventured forth, arriving at a vast laboratory filled with grotesque instruments and specimens of human organs adorning the walls. A wave of nausea washed over May as the grim reality of the doctor's intentions dawned upon her. Suddenly, the nefarious doctor materialized. His gaze fixed upon May and the woman, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Did you truly believe you could thwart my plans? It is too late," he cackled, pressing a button that flooded the room with toxic gas. Desperate to escape, May and the woman frantically searched for an exit as the gas thickened, shrouding their vision in a murky haze. Just as despair threatened to consume them, the woman suddenly recalled. Chapter 111. The Death Pact of the Terrifying Apartment 2. Darkness enveloped Li Ming's room, the putrid odor seemingly intensifying in the stillness. His heart raced like a drum, fear gripping his throat like an invisible hand. He struggled to calm himself, attempting to recall any potentially useful clues. The contents of the diary swirled in his mind, each horrifying word piercing his nerves like a sharp dagger. With great caution, Li Ming groped in the dark for something to illuminate his surroundings. His hand brushed against a cold object, causing him to retract it in fright. After a moment, he summoned his courage to reach out again and discovered it was a flashlight. Trembling, he turned it on, and a faint beam of light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. Guided by this light, Li Ming gazed once more at the peculiar pattern on the wall. The design appeared even more eerie under the flashlight's glow, as if some mysterious force pulsed within it. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he discerned that the lines were intricate, seemingly imbued with profound meaning. He began to search the room for clues related to this pattern. In the drawer of a table, he unearthed some old newspapers and letters. The dates on the newspapers had become illegible, but remnants of the headlines suggested that unusual events had transpired within the apartment building. The letters, exchanges between strangers, were steeped in an air of mystery and eeriness. Li Ming continued to rummage, hoping to uncover more clues. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching from the hallway. The sound grew nearer, each step echoing upon his heart. Tightly gripping the flashlight, he braced himself for any potential danger. The footsteps halted before his door, followed by a gentle knock. Li Ming's body froze. He was uncertain of the identity of the person outside and dared not open the door. The knocking persisted for a while before gradually fading away. With a sigh of relief, Li Ming felt his fear linger, knowing that this apartment building harbored too many secrets, and he was already ensnared within them. He resolved to seek out the building's manager again, hoping to glean some answers. Cautiously, he opened his door and stepped into the dim, damp corridor, where the moldy walls appeared even more sinister under the flashlight's beam. Upon reaching the lobby, he found the manager absent. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the hallway, as if something were mocking his helplessness. Terrified, he glanced around, only to see a shadow dart past him. In a panic, he dashed back to his room and locked the door. Yet the horrifying laughter continued to reverberate in his ears. Sitting on his bed, despair washed over him. He was at a loss for what to do and remained oblivious to the dreadful secrets concealed within the apartment building. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly, startling him. He picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A deep voice on the other end declared, "You have fallen into the death pact, and escape is impossible." Trembling, Li Ming asked, "Who are you? What death pact?" The caller offered no response, only a sinister chuckle before hanging up. His hands shook as he pondered the identity of the caller and how they knew about his entrapment in the death pact. Doubts crept in, making him question whether he was being targeted by a malevolent force. To seek answers, Li Ming resolved to reread the diary. He turned on the flashlight and meticulously perused each page. In the diary's middle section, he stumbled upon a detailed account of the death pact. According to its entries, the apartment building had once served as a stronghold for a nefarious organization that, through a mysterious ritual, forged death pacts with its residents. Once a pact was made, the resident would be cursed, unable to escape their fate. Furthermore, the organization would exploit the residents' fear and despair to amplify its own power. Fear gripped Li Ming's heart as he contemplated how to break this death pact. He began to recall every detail since his arrival, striving to uncover any clues. Suddenly, he remembered the moment he discovered the diary in the wardrobe. He suspected there might be more secrets hidden within that closet. Li Ming opened the wardrobe and resumed his thorough search. In a corner, he discovered a black box inscribed with peculiar symbols, emanating an aura of mystery. With great caution, he opened the box to find an ancient tome inside. The cover bore indecipherable inscriptions, yet the book's material and binding hinted at its great antiquity. As he flipped through the pages, he was astonished to find a method for breaking the death pact, albeit one that carried immense peril and required a significant sacrifice. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to attempt this method. He began gathering the necessary items as outlined in the book. Throughout this process, he felt an oppressive aura surrounding him, as if some entity sought to impede his progress. Once he had prepared everything, he descended to the basement of the apartment building. A foul stench pervaded the air, while faint glimmers of light flickered against the walls. With trepidation, Li Ming stepped inside, his heart heavy with dread. At the end of the basement, he encountered a massive stone door, adorned with strange symbols that radiated a formidable power. Li Ming understood that this door held the key to unraveling the death pact. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his strength and pushed against the stone door. It creaked open, revealing a dark chamber within, suffused with an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 112. The Death Contract of the Terrifying Apartment. Li Ming successfully unraveled the death contract, and his fear somewhat subsided. Yet, he was acutely aware that the enigma of this horrifying apartment remained far from solved. Seated in his room, his thoughts tangled like a chaotic web. The ancient tome and the altar in the basement seemed to serve as ominous reminders that the perils concealed here exceeded his wildest imaginings. In the ensuing days, Li Ming encountered a series of bizarre occurrences. At night, he often found himself awake in the early hours, plagued by strange sounds. Sometimes, it was a faint weeping, as if a helpless soul lamented in the darkness. At other times, it was a piercing scream, echoing the anguish of endless torment. These eerie sounds resonated in the stillness of the night, keeping Li Ming's nerves perpetually on edge. Moreover, he noticed that his belongings inexplicably shifted positions. Upon awakening, he would find a cup that had been on the table inexplicably beside his bed, or clothing that had been neatly placed in the closet now haphazardly strewn on the floor. It felt as though an invisible entity was toying with his possessions, an unsettling sensation that sent chills down Li Ming's spine. On one occasion, while engrossed in a book, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep through the room. He looked up, only to discover that the window was tightly shut. The cold draft seemed to emanate from another realm, carrying with it a foul and sinister odor. Terrified, he glanced around but found nothing amiss. Li Ming began to question whether he had truly escaped the clutches of danger, and he resolved to seek out other residents to ascertain if they too had experienced similar tribulations. However, when he knocked on his neighbor's door, he was met with silence and found the apartment empty. The entire building felt like a haunted edifice, its silence suffocating. He persisted in knocking on other doors, yet none answered. Behind each closed door lurked what seemed like endless secrets and fears. Despair enveloped Li Ming. He felt utterly lost, uncertain of his next course of action. In his desperation, he recalled a phrase from his journal. Once the death contract is signed, there is no escaping the fate of death. Doubt began to creep in. Perhaps he had not fully unraveled the death contract, or there were other curses awaiting him. To seek clarity, Li Ming embarked on a quest to delve into the history of the apartment building. He visited the library and perused documents pertaining to the establishment. It was revealed that the building had once served as a psychiatric hospital, where a devastating fire claimed the lives of numerous patients and doctors. Since that tragic event, the building had been cursed, dooming every inhabitant to misfortune. As he perused the aged documents, a chill coursed through him. He could almost envision the despairing faces of the victims in that inferno, hearing their cries and wails. He began to comprehend that the terror of this apartment was no mere coincidence. Its roots ran deep within a harrowing history. Upon leaving the library, Li Ming returned to the apartment building. The corridor remained dim and damp, the moldy walls seemingly narrating the building's sorrowful and terrifying past. He treaded cautiously, each step imbued with trepidation, as though the very ground beneath him could give way at any moment. As he approached his room, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, akin to a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. His heart raced, akin to a startled rabbit. His hands trembled involuntarily like leaves caught in a gust of wind. He slowly opened the door, only to be enveloped by an unfamiliar atmosphere, thick with an oppressive fog that instilled unease. The furniture within was in disarray, the bed covers had been thrown aside. Li Ming gazed in horror at the scene, uncertain of who had invaded his sanctuary. Suddenly, he noticed a line of blood red writing on the wall. "You cannot escape." Startled, Li Ming stumbled backward, his complexion pale and his eyes filled with dread. He was at a loss for the meaning behind this ominous message and who might be threatening him. Doubts crept in. Was he perhaps being pursued by a malevolent force? At that very moment, his phone rang, trembling in his hand. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A sinister voice echoed from the other end. "Did you think unraveling the death contract would grant you peace? The curse of this apartment is inescapable. You are destined to suffer here." Li Ming, gripped by terror, demanded, "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" The voice offered no response, only a chilling laughter before the call abruptly ended. Overwhelmed by despair, Li Ming pondered his fateful decision to inhabit this apartment, regretting his entanglement in such a horrific saga. Yet, he recognized that surrendering was not an option. He must find a way to sever the bonds of this dreadful curse. Determined, he resolved to search for clues, hoping to uncover a means of breaking the spell. Li Ming commenced his quest within the apartment building, exploring abandoned rooms filled with the stench of decay and an ominous atmosphere. He meticulously scoured each corner, yearning to discover something of value. In one room, he stumbled upon a tattered diary. The author appeared to be a former resident, chronicling their terrifying experiences within the asylum. Li Ming read intently, hoping to glean insights that could illuminate his path. The diary detailed bizarre experiments and unsettling treatments, instilling a sense of dread within him. Li Ming began to suspect that the apartment's curse was intertwined with these sinister practices. As he continued his perusal, he unexpectedly uncovered a photograph. The image depicted a grotesque man, his eyes brimming with malevolence and madness. The back of the photograph bore the words, "He is the demon. He brings death." An intense unease washed over Li Ming as he contemplated the identity of this man and his connection to the apartment's curse. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed ominously from the hallway. Chapter 113. The death contract of the terrifying apartment. Li Ming clutched the enigmatic photograph tightly in his hand, a shadow of dread following him closely. After the footsteps faded away, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, yet the stillness only heightened Li Ming's unease. As if unseen eyes were watching him from the darkness, he scrutinized the visage of the sinister man in the photograph, attempting to glean any clues from his expression and gaze. The man's eyes radiated a frenzied malevolence, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. A shiver coursed through Li Ming. He was oblivious to the man's identity or the reason he was branded as a demon. Determined to delve deeper into the man's identity, Li Ming returned to the library, hoping to unearth more information regarding this figure. After arduous searching, he finally stumbled upon some threads of evidence within an ancient medical file. The records indicated that this man had once been a patient at a mental institution, suffering from severe schizophrenia and violent tendencies. During treatment, he appeared to be ensnared by a malignant force, spiraling further into madness and danger. Doctors attempted various methods to restrain him, but ultimately he vanished amidst chaos. Li Ming's heart raced as he realized the man might be intimately connected to the curse plaguing the apartment building. He continued to sift through the documents, yearning for additional clues. Suddenly, the library lights flickered ominously before plunging into darkness. An impenetrable blackness enveloped the entire library, and Li Ming was seized by profound panic. As he groped for an exit, he felt as though he were lost in an endless, shadowy labyrinth. Out of nowhere, a low growl echoed from a distance, the sound growing ever closer, as if something horrific were approaching. Terrified, Li Ming hastily concealed himself behind a bookshelf, scarcely daring to breathe. The growling reverberated through the library, instilling a bone-chilling fear. After a time, the sound gradually faded, yet Li Ming remained motionless, too fearful to act. He waited in the darkness for what felt like an eternity, only daring to emerge when he sensed the danger had passed. However, just as he prepared to leave the library, he discovered the front door securely locked. He pushed against it forcefully, but it would not yield. Despair washed over him. He was at a loss for how to escape this terrifying place. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Trembling, he picked it up to find an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately answered the call. A chilling voice on the other end intoned, "You will never escape this curse. You are destined to suffer here." In terror, Li Ming demanded, "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" The caller offered no response, only emitting a sinister laugh before abruptly hanging up. Overwhelmed by despair, Li Ming collapsed to the floor, uncertain of his next course of action. He began to doubt whether he could truly unravel the curse or escape the nightmarish apartment building. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient book. It might hold further clues to breaking the curse. Li Ming resolved to return to the apartment building in search of the tome. Upon his return, he was greeted by an even more oppressive atmosphere, the corridors suffused with an intensified sense of dread. The mold on the walls appeared to spread as if it were alive. Stepping cautiously, each footfall imbued with vigilance, he approached his room, only to find it in disarray. Everything was overturned, and the ancient book was nowhere to be found. A wave of unease surged within him. He had no idea who had taken the book or what it signified. At that moment, he heard faint footsteps echoing from the hallway. The footsteps drew nearer, each step resonating like a heartbeat in his chest. Anxiously scanning his surroundings for a place to hide, he ultimately slipped into the wardrobe, closing the door tightly. The footsteps halted at his room's entrance, followed by a gentle knock. Li Ming's heart raced, breath held in suspense, afraid to make a sound. The knocking persisted for a while before gradually fading away. Relief washed over him, yet the terror remained. He understood that he must find the ancient book swiftly, otherwise, he would be forever unable to break the curse. Thus, he began his search throughout the apartment building for the book's whereabouts. He ventured into abandoned rooms, where the stench of decay and an eerie ambience pervaded. Carefully, he scoured every corner, hoping to uncover the elusive tome. In one room, he discovered strange symbols etched into the walls. These symbols bore resemblance to those he had observed on the altar in the basement, emanating a mysterious power. Li Ming examined the symbols intently, striving to comprehend their significance. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force radiating from the symbols, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and consciousness slowly ebbed away. In that moment of darkness, he perceived a shadowy figure approaching, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence. When Li Ming regained consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Darkness enveloped him, pierced only by a faint glimmer of light in the distance. He was unaware of his location or how to escape. He began to move forward, groping for an exit. However, after a considerable time, he found no leads. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he suddenly spotted a flickering light ahead. He moved toward the source, gradually realizing that the light emanated from a book. Approaching it, he discovered it was the very ancient tome he had been seeking. A surge of hope filled Li Ming as he picked up the book and opened it to the next page. Within its pages, a powerful force seemed to resonate. Chapter 114. The Death Pact of the Terrifying Apartment. 5. Li Ming clutched the ancient tome, his heart brimming with both dread and determination. As if it were his final lifeline, he understood that this might be his last opportunity to shatter the horrific curse. Otherwise, he would eternally succumb to an abyss of darkness and despair, akin to a prisoner ensnared in an unfathomable chasm. Following the map's guidance, Li Ming cautiously traversed the shadowy corridor, where the mildew on the walls seemed to writhe, exuding a putrid odor that warned him to cease his advance. Yet, retreat was not an option. He could only press onward with steely resolve. Upon reaching the enigmatic location marked on the map, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation surged within him. However, what lay before his eyes was astonishing. It was a forsaken basement. At the entrance stood a colossal iron door. Weathered by the passage of time, its surface encrusted with rust, appearing particularly ancient and dilapidated. More striking were the myriad of peculiar symbols etched into the door, some resembling archaic scripts, others contorted into bizarre patterns, imparting an air of inscrutable mystery. Li Ming approached the iron door, scrutinizing the symbols with keen interest. They seemed to whisper a clandestine secret, yet their meanings eluded his grasp. As he drew nearer, an insidious aura emanated from the door, sending chills down his spine, as if it concealed boundless peril and terror. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming endeavored to quell his rising fear. He recognized that he could not falter. He must confront this enigmatic realm with courage. Thus, he extended his hands, firmly grasping the door handle, summoning every ounce of strength to push it open. With a cacophony of grating metal, the iron door slowly creaked ajar, unveiling a dark passageway leading deeper into the basement. Inside, darkness enveloped him, pierced only by a faint glimmer emanating from the depths. With trepidation, Li Ming stepped inside, clutching the tome as though it were his soul's salvation. As he ventured further, the temperature in the basement plummeted, hastening his breath. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him like a bolt of lightning. The abrupt occurrence nearly elicited a scream from Li Ming. He halted, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He widened his eyes, anxiously scanning his surroundings, striving to detect the source of the shadow. But all that greeted him was impenetrable darkness. Yet, he understood that the shadow lurked nearby, poised to reemerge and instill even greater terror. As panic threatened to engulf him, a chilling, malevolent laughter suddenly echoed through the silent basement. The laughter, akin to a spectral wail, reverberated in the air, sending shivers down his spine. Trembling uncontrollably, Li Ming peered into the shadows, just as a menacing figure began to emerge from the gloom. The man was towering, draped in a black cloak, his visage obscured by a grotesque mask, exuding an aura of the uncanny. His eyes sparkled with a sinister glint, radiating malevolence that sent icy tendrils of fear creeping through Li Ming. With a deranged gleam in his eyes, the man regarded Li Ming and displayed a wicked grin, reminiscent of a demon from the netherworld. Do you believe you can unravel this curse? How naive. His voice was a deep, haunting timbre, resonating like a demon from the underworld, instilling dread. Li Ming gripped the tome tightly, summoning his courage. I am aware of your scheme, and I shall not allow you to prevail. The man erupted into a fit of laughter. Do you think you can thwart me? You are but a pitiful insect. With that, he extended his hand, unleashing a formidable force that surged toward Li Ming. The sheer power sent him stumbling backward, nearly losing his footing. He fought to regain his balance and hastily flipped through the pages of the tome, seeking a means to counter the man's might. Yet, the man was relentless, launching another assault as waves of dark energy surged toward Li Ming. He dodged and weaved, narrowly evading the onslaught. He realized he could not remain a passive target. He needed to devise a counterattack. Suddenly, Li Ming's eyes fell upon a page inscribed with an ancient incantation. Choosing to take a risk, he began to recite the spell. As he uttered the words, a radiant light erupted from the tome, illuminating the entire basement. The man recoiled in astonishment, his fury manifesting in a thunderous roar as he unleashed an even more potent offensive. Li Ming gritted his teeth, resolutely continuing the incantation. The brilliance intensified, clashing against the man's dark powers. In the throes of this fierce conflict, Li Ming felt his strength waning with every passing moment. His body trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his brow and trickling down his cheeks. Each movement of the wand grew increasingly laborious, yet he could not concede, for he recognized this might be his final chance. Just then, the man emitted a piercing scream, his form enveloped in a blinding radiance. The dark energy receded from him like a receding tide, dissipating into the ether. Observing this, Li Ming's heart soared with hope, and he seized the moment to amplify the spell's power. With each effort, the light surged, ultimately consuming the man entirely. In that fleeting instant, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze, with only the resplendent light illuminating the surrounding void. As the brilliance gradually waned, the man had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an expanse of empty darkness. However, just as Li Ming believed all was resolved, the basement began to tremble violently. Stones cascaded from the walls, and fissures opened in the ground. Terrified, Li Ming surveyed the chaos, bewildered by the sudden upheaval. In a heartbeat, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the depths. ensnaringly Ming in its grip. He struggled desperately, but the force proved overpowering. He felt his life ebbing away, as despair cloaked his spirit. Chapter 116. Haunting Shadows. The echoes of death in the hospital corridor as night fell like ink, enveloping the city. The Sacred Heart Hospital, nestled at the city's edge, emanated an air of mystery and oppression. The emergency room blazed with light, serving as a beacon for those grappling with pain and misfortune. Lily, a young and vibrant nurse, was on the night shift tonight. She had lustrous black hair neatly tied in a ponytail, and her fair face was framed by bright, expressive eyes that revealed her kindness and determination. At this moment, she sat at the nurse's station, intently studying patient records on the computer screen, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall, silently praying for a peaceful night. As the hour hand crept towards 2 in the morning, the hospital was steeped in a profound silence when suddenly, the urgent wail of an ambulance shattered the stillness. Lily's heart tightened. She knew another emergency had arisen. She swiftly rose, adjusting her nurse's uniform, bracing herself for the incoming patient. The ambulance sped through the hospital gates, and the paramedics leaped from the vehicle, wheeling in a critically injured patient. Lily and the other medical staff immediately sprang into action, expertly transferring the patient to a bed and commencing initial examinations. The patient, a middle-aged man, was covered in blood and unconscious. His face was marred with wounds, blood continuously oozing from them, staining his clothes and the sheets. A surge of inexplicable sorrow washed over Lily as she gazed at the patient. She quickly grabbed gauze and a tourniquet, beginning to staunch the bleeding. "Quick, prepare the oxygen," Dr. David shouted. "Right away," Lily responded, rushing to the oxygen equipment, readying the mask for Dr. David. Dr. David skillfully placed the oxygen mask over the patient's face, checking the vital signs. The heartbeat was faint, and the blood pressure alarmingly low. "Prepare for a transfusion," he instructed. Lily and the other medical personnel busied themselves, swiftly setting up the transfusion equipment, connecting blood bags to the patient. Amidst the tense rescue efforts, Lily inadvertently glanced up and caught a glimpse of a vague figure at the end of the corridor. The silhouette flickered in and out of existence, as if a ghost floated in the darkness. Lily blinked, but when she looked again, the figure had vanished. "Am I merely exhausted, conjuring illusions?" she mused, shaking her head. She attempted to dismiss the strange apparition from her mind, focusing on the urgent task at hand. The resuscitation efforts continued for several hours, with the medical staff pouring their hearts into saving the patient's life. However, the severity of the injuries proved insurmountable. Despite their utmost efforts, they ultimately could not succeed. As the moment of death was declared, a wave of helplessness and sorrow engulfed Lily. She gazed at the patient's pale visage, silently offering a prayer for him. "Alas, another life has slipped away," Dr. David sighed. Lily nodded, gently draping a white sheet over the deceased, then wheeling the body towards the morgue. As she traversed the corridor, an icy chill enveloped her. It felt as though unseen eyes were watching her, sending shivers down her spine. "This place is eerily unsettling," Lily muttered to herself. "Don't frighten yourself. It's late at night, and it's easy to let one's mind wander," her colleague Tom remarked as he approached. Tom was an experienced nurse with short brown hair and deep-set eyes, his face perpetually adorned with a calm expression that instilled reassurance. Lily nodded, yet her unease lingered. She quickened her pace, eager to leave this spine-chilling locale behind. After securing the body, she returned to the nurse's station, attempting to calm herself as she sat in her chair. However, the hazy figure continued to haunt her thoughts, leaving her questioning whether she had truly encountered a ghost. "Perhaps I am simply too fatigued, experiencing hallucinations," she pondered. She resolved to brew herself a cup of coffee to rejuvenate her spirits. In the break room, she prepared a cup, the aroma of the coffee wafting through the air, soothing her mood slightly. Just as she prepared to return to the nurse's station, an unusual sound reached her ears. It resembled someone weeping, or perhaps whispering. Lily's heartbeat quickened, and she anxiously scanned her surroundings, yet found no one in sight. "Who is there?" she called out, but no response came, and the strange sound faded away. Her palms began to sweat as uncertainty gripped her. She questioned whether she had encountered something sinister. Hastily, she returned to the nurse's station and relayed the incident to Tom. "You must have misheard, late at night." "It's easy to conjure illusions," Tom replied. "But I truly heard a voice," Lily insisted. "All right, perhaps it was just the wind brushing past the window. Don't dwell on it. We have much work to do," Tom advised. Though Lily remained filled with doubt, she understood that this was not the moment for such concerns. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and continued with her duties. Yet, the shadowy figure and the strange sounds lingered in her mind, preventing her from focusing. She grew increasingly vigilant of any disturbances in the hospital corridor. Each time she passed through, she felt a chill, Uncertain of the figure's nature or its purpose for being there, her mental state gradually deteriorated. Insomnia and anxiety plagued her, and her work began to falter. Chapter 117. The Haunting Shadows. Echoes of Death in the Hospital Corridor. 2. Lily was tormented by the eerie figure that haunted the hospital corridor, leaving her in a state of disquiet. Ever since her last conversation with Ellie, she felt increasingly compelled to unravel the mystery of that apparition. As usual, Lily busied herself with her duties at the hospital, tending to patients while casting anxious glances towards the corridor, her heart heavy with unease. Whenever a patient or a family member passed through the hallway, she would nervously scrutinize their reactions, hoping to discern if anyone else had witnessed the shadowy presence. During her lunch break, Lily sought out Ellie, a fellow nurse and dear friend. With her short golden hair and round, cheerful face, Ellie was a source of warmth. "Ellie, I feel like I'm losing my mind over that figure," Lily confessed, fatigue etched across her features. Ellie grasped Lily's hand reassuringly, "Try not to worry too much. Perhaps it's merely your imagination. Have you been overly fatigued lately? I wish it were just my imagination, but I've seen it several times. Just the other day, when that patient collapsed in the corridor, the figure appeared again, clearer than before," Lily replied, her brow furrowed in concern. "Have you spoken to anyone else about it?" Ellie inquired. "I mentioned it to Tom, but he dismissed my concerns, claiming I was overly anxious." Lily sighed in frustration. "Shall we ask some of our colleagues if they've seen the figure?" Ellie suggested. Lily nodded in agreement, finding merit in the idea. Together, they began to inquire around the hospital, seeking any colleagues who might have witnessed the peculiar shadow. However, most dismissed her claims, attributing them to exhaustion-induced hallucinations. Only an elderly cleaning lady, upon hearing Lily's description, displayed a look of terror. "Young lady, be cautious. There are certain areas in this hospital that are not clean. It's best not to wander the corridors alone at night," the cleaning lady warned mysteriously. Lily and Ellie exchanged glances, their unease deepening. "Do you know something?" Lily pressed urgently. The cleaning lady hesitated before lowering her voice. "I heard that someone died in this hospital, right in that corridor. Since then, strange figures have been seen." Lily's heart raced. It felt as if she had stumbled upon a vital clue. "How did that person die?" she asked. "I'm not entirely sure, but it was said to be quite mysterious. It seemed like a suicide, though some suggested otherwise," the cleaning lady replied, determined to delve deeper into this mystery. Lily and Ellie made their way to the hospital's archives, hoping to uncover information about the deceased. However, the archive's custodian informed them that the records of that individual had mysteriously vanished. "How could they be lost?" "That's quite peculiar," Ellie remarked. Lily fell into contemplation, sensing that this situation was growing increasingly bizarre. If the records were truly missing, who could have removed them, and for what purpose? Just as they prepared to leave the archives, an unsettling noise filled the air. It sounded as though someone were weeping, or perhaps whispering. Pale and frightened, Lily and Ellie scanned their surroundings, yet found no source for the sound. "What is happening?" Ellie exclaimed in terror. Though fear gripped Lily, she feigned calmness, suggesting, "Let us not frighten ourselves. It might just be the wind through the windows." Deep down, however, they both recognized how implausible that explanation was. The sound was far too ominous to be dismissed. Deciding to leave the archives in haste, they stepped into the corridor, only to be met with an icy chill. It felt as though invisible eyes were watching them, sending shivers down their spines. "I really don't want to stay in this hospital any longer," Ellie trembled. Lily shared her sentiments. Yet she understood that she could not simply abandon her quest. She needed to uncover the truth behind the figure. Otherwise, she would never find peace. At that moment, they spotted Tom approaching briskly, a look of urgency on his face. "What are you two doing here?" "A patient is in critical condition and requires immediate attention," he said. Setting aside their fears, Lily and Ellie followed Tom to the ward. During the tense resuscitation efforts, Lily again glimpsed the figure, this time lurking in the corner of the room, silently observing them. Startled, she nearly cried out, but managed to suppress her fear. She realized that showing her anxiety would only heighten the tension among the medical team. After several agonizing minutes, they were unable to save the patient. As the life was pronounced lost, Lily felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow wash over her. She gazed at the figure, filled with questions. Did this shadow have any connection to these tragic events? Once the resuscitation concluded, Lily approached Tom. "Tom, I saw the figure again. This time it was in the ward," she said. Tom frowned, scrutinizing her. "Are you certain it's not just fatigue playing tricks on you?" "I didn't see anything." Lily sighed in resignation, aware that Tom remained skeptical. "I'm not lying, Tom. That figure is significant," she insisted. After a moment of silence, Tom finally conceded. "All right, perhaps you did see something after all." Chapter 118. Echoes of Death in the Hospital Corridor. Lily stood in the hospital corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows and casting patterns on the floor, yet it could not dispel the gloom that enveloped her heart. The mysterious figure loomed over her like a dark cloud, a persistent shadow that she could no longer evade. Resolutely, she decided to uncover the truth behind this apparition. Taking a deep breath, Lily began her inquiries throughout the hospital, seeking others who might have witnessed the enigmatic figure. Her first stop was a patient's room, where an elderly patient resided. "Excuse me, have you seen anything unusual while in the hospital?" Lily asked softly. The old man raised his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Unusual? No, I haven't seen anything like that," he replied. Though disappointed, Lily pressed on to the next room. Over the next few hours, Lily posed her question to numerous patients and their families. Some shook their heads in denial, while others exhibited expressions of terror, yet hesitated to confirm whether what they had seen was indeed the same figure Lily described. However, fortune favored the diligent. After persistent questioning, she discovered a few patients and relatives who claimed to have also seen strange apparitions in the hospital corridor. This revelation deepened her resolve to unearth the truth. The image of the figure haunted Lily's mind, vague yet profoundly terrifying. She realized that unraveling this mystery might require assistance, prompting her to seek out Jack, the seasoned hospital security guard. Perhaps he held vital clues regarding the spectral presence. Upon reaching the security office, Lily found Jack on duty. "Hello, Jack, I'm Lily. Given your extensive tenure here, have you ever heard of any peculiar occurrences in the hospital?" she inquired eagerly. Jack lifted his gaze to meet hers, hesitating momentarily before responding. "Actually, there have been some unsettling events. A patient once committed suicide in the corridor, and since then, there have been reports of strange sightings." A chill gripped Lily's heart. Could the figure she encountered be that very patient? Yet, Jack cautioned, but that is merely a rumor. No one can confirm its veracity. The weight of this revelation thickened the atmosphere, compelling Lily to delve deeper into the matter. She resolved to investigate the hospital records in search of information regarding the deceased patient. In the archives, stacks of files towered around her as she sifted through them with care, yearning to uncover any leads related to the patient's tragic fate. As time slipped away, fatigue began to set in, but her determination remained unyielding. At last, in a dim corner, she unearthed a weathered file. The document bore the name of the patient who had taken his life, David, a young man plagued by severe depression. David had been admitted to the hospital, but his condition steadily worsened. On a silent night, he chose to end his life in the very corridor where Lily now stood. As Lily meticulously read through David's file, a wave of sympathy washed over her. She pondered the reasons behind his tragic decision. Was his suicide connected to the mysterious figure? To unravel this enigma further, she resolved to visit David's family. After some inquiries, Lily found David's home. She gently knocked on the door, which opened to reveal a weary-looking woman. "Excuse me, are you David's mother?" Lily asked. The woman nodded, sorrow flickering in her eyes. "I am a hospital staff member, and I wish to understand more about David's situation," Lily explained. The woman welcomed Lily inside, offering her a glass of water. David was a good boy. He was always kind. Yet, his depression rendered him increasingly withdrawn. "We consulted many doctors, but nothing seemed to help. Ultimately, he chose to leave us," she lamented, tears streaming down her face. Lily placed a comforting hand on the woman's shoulder, expressing her condolences. "I'm truly sorry for your loss. May I ask if anything unusual occurred while David was in the hospital?" The woman contemplated for a moment before replying. "Once, David mentioned seeing a strange figure in the corridor. It was vague, but it terrified him. I cannot say for certain if it was real, but after that, his condition deteriorated further." Lily felt a surge of hope. She was inching closer to the truth. "Do you know why David chose to end his life in the corridor?" she probed. The woman shook her head. "I do not know. I only recall that he was very despondent the night before he passed. He called me, expressing his longing for me, but he felt hopeless. That was our last conversation." Leaving David's home, Lily was filled with reflection. She sensed that David's suicide was rooted in deeper issues, and that the mysterious figure might hold the key to understanding it all. Determined, she returned to the hospital to continue her investigation. Upon her return, she sought out Jack once more. "Jack, do you recall the specific time and place of David's suicide?" Lily inquired. Jack pondered briefly before replying, "It was about a month ago. On a night I can't precisely remember. The location was at the end of the corridor, near the staircase." Lily proceeded to the very spot where David had taken his life, now eerily serene as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet, she could sense a lingering aura of sorrow. She scrutinized her surroundings, hoping to uncover a clue. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glimmer on the floor. Bending down, she picked up what appeared to be a necklace, the pendant inscribed with the name, Amy. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lily. Who was this Amy? What connection did she have with David? To seek answers, Lily's investigation was far from over. Chapter 119. Shadows of Death in the Hospital Corridor. For Lily believed that once she unraveled the mystery of the shadowy figure, tranquility would return. However, events did not unfold as she had hoped. After revealing the truth to Amy, Lily often reflected on the tales of David and Amy, her heart laden with emotion. She began to pay closer attention to the patients in the hospital, aspiring to offer them warmth and assistance. One evening, while organizing medical records at the nurse's station, Lily was suddenly startled by faint footsteps echoing down the corridor. She lifted her gaze, a flicker of unease coursing through her. The sound was soft yet seemed to carry an indescribable weight. Rising cautiously, Lily ventured towards the corridor. Upon reaching the end of the hallway, she found it empty. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she wondered if she had misheard. Just as she was about to turn back, a chilling sensation enveloped her from behind. She whirled around, only to glimpse a hazy figure flitting past in the distance. Her heart raced, for the apparition bore a striking resemblance to the enigmatic figure she had encountered before. Her mind was a whirlpool of chaos, leaving her at a loss for how to react. She yearned to scream for help, yet found her throat constricted as if something were stifling her voice. Steeling herself, Lily resolved to summon her courage and pursue the figure. She hastened down the corridor. Yet the silhouette remained tantalizingly just ahead, elusive. She reached the staircase, but the figure vanished abruptly. Breathing heavily at the stairwell, fear and confusion engulfed her. What was this figure? Why had it resurfaced just as she thought the mystery was resolved? Determined, Lily sought to investigate further. She first approached Amy, inquiring if she too had seen the shadow. Amy shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. I don't know. I've been so frightened lately. I can't bear to walk the corridors alone, Amy confessed. Next, Lily sought out Jack, hoping he could provide insights. Upon hearing her description, Jack's expression turned grave. This is rather peculiar. Logically, the mystery should have been resolved, and such a figure ought not to reappear, he remarked. Lily decided to peruse the hospital archives once more, seeking any new leads. She meticulously sifted through documents, leaving no stone unturned. However, after several hours, she found no valuable information. Just as despair began to creep in, she stumbled upon a diary forgotten in a corner. Its cover bore David's name, stirring her curiosity, and she eagerly opened it. The diary detailed David's experiences within the hospital, chronicling his inner turmoil and struggles. Lily read each page with intent, hoping to uncover clues about the shadowy figure. In the final entries, David recounted a peculiar dream. In the nights leading up to his suicide, he was haunted by the same vision, a vague silhouette wandering the corridor, extending a hand as if beckoning him. David felt intense terror, desperate to flee the figure, yet paralyzed by fear. Upon finishing the diary, Lily was overwhelmed by questions. Was there a connection between this dream and the mysterious figure? She resolved to consult a psychologist for a professional perspective. The psychologist listened attentively to Lily's account, pondering for a moment. From a psychological standpoint, this dream may reflect David's profound fears and insecurities. His depression robbed him of hope, and the shadowy figure could symbolize his subconscious, the psychologist explained. Lily nodded, half comprehending. But why does this figure appear again after I believed I had solved the mystery? She inquired. The psychologist elaborated. Perhaps this apparition is not a genuine specter, but rather a phenomenon of the mind. Following intense emotional upheaval, individuals may experience hallucinations or illusions. In your quest to unravel the mystery, you may have touched upon deep-seated emotions, prompting the figure's reemergence. After hearing the psychologist's explanation, Lily felt a measure of calm. She resolved not to be haunted by this figure any longer, but rather to face it with courage. Returning to the hospital, she actively engaged in patient care, hoping that her efforts to assist others would alleviate her own fears. In the days that followed, though she occasionally glimpsed the figure, her fear had diminished. She understood that it was merely a projection of her inner self, and with strength and bravery, she could conquer it. Meanwhile, Amy was also striving to emerge from her shadows, actively participating in her treatment in hopes of a swift recovery. Lily frequently visited Amy, bringing warmth and encouragement. With Lily's support, Amy's condition gradually improved, and a long-lost smile graced her face. As time passed, the mysterious figure's appearances dwindled, ultimately vanishing from Lily's life. She realized she had triumphed over her inner fears, reaffirming her commitment to serve patients in the hospital, bringing them hope and warmth. Yet, the story did not conclude there. One quiet night, while on duty alone at the nurse's station, Lily was suddenly enveloped by a deep, sorrowful wailing. The sound seemed to emanate from a distant place, but resonated clearly in her ears. Lily's heart raced anew. She was uncertain of the source of this lamentation. Rising from her seat, she followed the sound, approaching the door of a patient's room. As she gently pushed the door open, The crying grew more pronounced. Yet the room stood empty. Furrowing her brow, she was engulfed by uncertainty. Just as she prepared to leave, letter from the underworld, unveiling the eerie realm beyond death in the dead of night. An ancient town lay shrouded in an enigmatic fog. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a feeble glow that failed to penetrate the thick mist, enveloping the entire town in a mysterious veil. The young writer, Lin Yu, sat alone in her dimly lit study, troubled by the unfinished work that flickered on her computer screen. Her long, raven-black hair was casually tied back, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and vitality, yet they were clouded with exhaustion and bewilderment. Her slender fingers gently tapped the keyboard, but her thoughts were a chaotic tangle, rendering her unable to continue the narrative. The walls of her study were adorned with various horror posters, and the bookshelves overflowed with tomes, ranging from classic horror literature to arcane tales, a testament to her profound interest in the genre. Lin Yu yearned to craft a world brimming with terror and suspense through her words, hoping to evoke the exhilarating thrill of racing hearts in her readers. However, she had recently fallen into a creative stagnation. No matter how hard she tried, inspiration eluded her grasp. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the room, sending papers fluttering from her desk. Lin Yu furrowed her brow and rose to close the window. As she approached, she noticed an envelope resting on the windowsill. It was black, devoid of any markings, exuding an air of antiquity and decay. Her heart raced uncontrollably. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over her. Trembling, she picked up the letter and slowly opened it. The paper inside was also black, inscribed in dark red ink. "Welcome to the underworld. Unveil the eerie realm beyond death." Lin Yu stared at the letter in terror, her grip faltering, causing the paper to drift to the floor. Her complexion drained of color. Her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Who had sent this letter? Did the underworld truly exist? Unsure of her next move, she sat paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Desperate to regain her composure, Lin Yu began to reflect on recent events. She had not wronged anyone nor received any peculiar letters or packages. This letter seemed to have descended from another realm, leaving her utterly bewildered and frightened. Picking up the paper once more, she scrutinized the writing. The dark red ink resembled dried blood, emanating a pungent odor. The contents of the letter were concise, yet enigmatic, devoid of any clues to the sender's identity. Terrifying images flooded her mind as she envisioned herself trapped in a world of death and despair, unable to escape. Rising, she paced the confines of her study, uncertain of how to confront the letter or whether to believe its contents. If this were merely a prank, she could dismiss it with a laugh, but if the letter genuinely originated from the underworld, she would face unprecedented peril. Determined to keep this matter to herself, Lin Yu resolved not to burden anyone with her worries. She would seek the answers herself, unraveling the mystery behind the letter. She powered on her computer, scouring the internet for information about the underworld. Yet most of the material consisted of folklore and myths, lacking substantial content that could aid her. Though disheartened, she refused to concede. She decided to visit the library in search of books on mysticism and supernatural phenomena, hopeful of uncovering some clues. Donning a black coat and grabbing her backpack, she stepped outside into the night. The town was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional bark of a dog. As Lin Yu walked the streets, she felt as though she had entered a foreign world. The mist still lingered, obscuring her vision of the path ahead. With each careful step, anxiety and fear coursed through her. Passing an ancient church, she was suddenly struck by the sound of distant, somber bells. The tolling seemed to resonate from afar, imbued with an otherworldly power. Lin Yu halted, listening intently as a strange sensation welled within her, as if the bells were conveying a message meant solely for her. As the sound faded into the night, Lin Yu continued toward the library. Situated at the heart of the town, a venerable and solemn structure. Upon entering, she was enveloped by the scent of aged books. She made her way to the shelves dedicated to mysticism and the supernatural, eager to discover relevant texts. After diligent searching, Lin Yu unearthed several books concerning the underworld. She settled into a quiet corner and began to read intently. The volumes recounted various tales and myths about the underworld, depicting it as a realm of darkness and suffering, a place reserved for the damned. Others portrayed it as a mysterious domain, concealing countless secrets and treasures. As she absorbed the information, her fear intensified. She questioned the veracity of these narratives, yet understood that only by delving into the myths of the underworld could she hope to unravel the mystery behind the letter. She pressed on, seeking any useful insights. While immersed in her readings, a sudden sensation of being watched prickled at her skin. She lifted her gaze, scanning the vicinity, but found no one. An unsettling feeling surged within her, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon her from the shadows. Rising to leave the library, She reached the door just as a shadow flitted past her. Startled, she turned, yet found nothing there. Her heart raced, uncertainty gnawing at her. What had that shadow been? And why had it appeared? Quickening her pace, Lin Yu hurried homeward, feeling as if an unseen force were pursuing her, instilling profound fear and unease. By the time she reached her doorstep, it was well past midnight. She shut the door behind her, leaning against it, breathing heavily. Entering her study once more, she retrieved the ominous letter. Confusion and dread filled her heart as she pondered its meaning, uncertain of whether to embrace this mysterious invitation. Sitting at her desk, she found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Chapter 121, Netherworld Correspondence, Unveiling the Macabre Afterlife, Part 2. After a night of restless tossing and turning, Lin Yu arose at the crack of dawn. Gazing out at the town still enshrouded in a dense fog, she felt a premonition of unease. Nevertheless, she had resolved to unravel the enigma behind the cryptic letter and explore the fabled netherworld. Lin Yu donned a set of lithe sportswear, hoisting her prepared rucksack onto her shoulders. Once more, she retrieved the sable letter, scrutinizing the lurid crimson script as if to glean some concealed clues. Alas, beyond the phrase "Welcome to the Netherworld, unveil the macabre afterlife," the missive offered no further elucidation. She inhaled deeply and stepped out of her abode. The thoroughfare remained steeped in a miasma, obscuring the path ahead. Lin Yu proceeded cautiously, her heart pounding with trepidation and trepidation. Uncertain of her destination, she relied on intuition. Advancing towards the periphery of the town, after traversing the murk for some time, Lin Yu arrived at a derelict park. The arboreal denizens of the park had long since withered, leaving behind only skeletal boughs. An acrid stench of decay permeated the undergrowth, as if something lay rotting within. Lin Yu furrowed her brow and quickened her pace. Suddenly, she detected a low, mournful lament. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of perdition, brimming with despair and agony. Lin Yu halted, casting anxious glances in every direction. Her heart raced, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. At that moment, a figure emerged from the fog. It was a woman clad in a white robe, her visage obscured by long tresses. The woman slowly raised her head, revealing vacant eyes, and rasped, "You should not have come here. This is the realm of the dead." Lin Yu recoiled in terror, her voice trembling as she queried, "Who are you? Where am I?" The woman offered no response, instead drifting away and vanishing into the mist. Lin Yu gritted her teeth and resolved to press onward. She knew not what awaited her, but she was compelled to unearth the truth. Lin Yu continued her trek into the depths of the park. As she ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. The trees contorted into grotesque shapes, as if corrupted by some malevolent force. Peculiar symbols and patterns adorned the ground, exuding an aura of mystique. Abruptly, Lin Yu heard a piercing shriek. She craned her neck to behold a colossal raven soaring overhead. The raven's eyes gleamed with a crimson luminescence, as if warning her to desist. A surge of intense fear coursed through Lin Yu, yet she mustered the courage to advance. At the far end of the park, Lin Yu discovered an ancient stone portal. The portal was etched with strange symbols and patterns, emanating an aura of antiquity and decay. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yu pushed open the gate and stepped through. Beyond lay a tenebrous passage, its walls shimmering with faint light, as if countless eyes were scrutinizing her. Lin Yu proceeded warily, when she was startled by a guttural growl. She stopped abruptly, peering about nervously. Then, a figure materialized from the shadows. It was a towering monstrosity, its body covered in black scales, its eyes blazing with crimson light. The monster advanced upon Lin Yu, emitting a spine-chilling roar. Lin Yu retreated in terror, unsure how to confront the creature. Just as the monster was about to seize her, a mysterious voice boomed, "Halt." The monster immediately ceased its advance, turning and disappearing into the darkness. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, lifting her gaze to see a man garbed in a black robe standing before her. The man's face was concealed by a mask, obscuring his features. His eyes conveyed a profound wisdom, as if capable of piercing all. The man spoke slowly. "You should not have come here. This is the gateway to the netherworld, fraught with peril and the unknown." Lin Yu trembled as she inquired, "Who are you? Why did you stop that monster?" The man paused for a moment, then replied, "I am the guardian of the netherworld. I cannot allow you to enter the netherworld so easily, for it is rife with danger and challenges. You must pass a trial to gain entry." Lin Yu furrowed her brow and asked, "What trial?" The man gestured towards the end of the passage, saying, "At the end of the passage, there is a door. Behind that door lies a mysterious chamber, within which 3 tasks await you. Only by completing these 3 tasks may you enter the netherworld." Lin Yu hesitated, then declared, "Very well, I accept this trial." The man nodded and said, "Good fortune." With that, he turned and vanished into the darkness. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and strode towards the end of the passage. She knew not what tasks awaited her, but she was prepared. She believed that with courage and wisdom, she could overcome the trial and enter the netherworld. As Lin Yu reached the end of the passage, she beheld a massive door. The door was black, adorned with bizarre symbols and patterns. Lin Yu pushed open the door and entered the mysterious chamber. The chamber was permeated by an aura of antiquity and decay, its walls shimmering with faint light. In the center of the chamber stood a table, upon which rested 3 boxes. Lin Yu approached the table and opened the first box. Inside the box was a slip of paper, upon which was written, "Within this chamber, there is a hidden code. You must discover this code to open the second box." Lin Yu furrowed her brow and began to search the chamber for the code. She scrutinized every nook and cranny of the chamber, leaving no detail unexamined. Suddenly, she noticed something peculiar about a painting on the wall. The figures in the painting seemed to be hinting at something. Lin Yu approached the painting and examined the figures closely. She noticed that the figures' eyes gleamed with faint light, as if conveying some message. Lin Yu followed the gaze of the figures and discovered a button concealed behind the wall. She pressed the button. Chapter 123, A Letter from the Underworld. Unveiling the eerie realm beyond death after the mysterious woman vanished, a profound sense of purpose surged within Lin Yu. Grasping the letter tightly in her hand, it felt as though it was her sole beacon amidst the terror of the underworld. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her arduous quest to locate the enigmatic spring. The realm of the underworld remained shrouded in a dismal haze, with faint glimmers of light flickering as if they could extinguish at any moment. Lin Yu proceeded cautiously across the desolate terrain, each step imbued with vigilance. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, she understood that retreat was not an option. After traversing a distance, Lin Yu arrived at the banks of a black river. The water flowed languidly, exuding a putrid odor. A strange mist enveloped the surface, obscuring the view of the opposite shore. Hesitating momentarily, she contemplated the possibility of crossing. She recalled a passage from a book she had seen in the castle, suggesting that this river might indeed be the river of forgetfulness. Any soul that drank from its waters would lose all memories of their past life. Just as Lin Yu wavered in indecision, a deep, menacing growl echoed from across the river. Tensing, she glanced towards the opposite bank, where a colossal figure emerged from the mist, its silhouette resembling a terrifying beast, slowly advancing in her direction. Her heart raced. She knew she could not linger here. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to take the risk and cross the river. Scanning her surroundings for a means to do so, she finally spotted a dilapidated stone bridge. It spanned the river, appearing precarious, as if it might collapse at any moment. With utmost care, Lin Yu stepped onto the bridge, feeling it tremble slightly beneath her feet. She anxiously observed the river for any signs of movement, fearing that a creature might leap forth. Upon reaching the midpoint of the bridge, an overwhelming force surged from the water below. The river began to churn violently, and a massive whirlpool formed beneath her. Terrified, Lin Yu watched as a gigantic black tentacle emerged from the vortex, lashing out towards her. She hastily retreated, but the tentacle was swift, ensnaring her with alarming speed. Struggling desperately, Lin Yu found herself ensnared by the tentacle's formidable grip, which tightened around her body, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Just as she feared being dragged into the river, a radiant white light erupted from the letter in her hand. The brilliance illuminated the entire surface of the river, causing the tentacle to recoil in fear and release her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu broke free and sprinted towards the opposite bank. Upon reaching solid ground, she exhaled in relief, her heart swelling with gratitude. As she continued her journey, Lin Yu encountered numerous perils and challenges. She was chased by a horde of terrifying specters, their wails echoing eerily, instilling a deep-seated dread within her. She fled desperately, seeking refuge until she finally found sanctuary within an abandoned cave, narrowly escaping the ghost's clutches. Inside the cave, she discovered peculiar symbols and patterns etched into the walls. Studying them intently, she sought to unearth clues. After thorough examination, she realized that these markings resembled an ancient map, indicating the location of the mysterious spring. Elated, Lin Yu resolved to follow the map's guidance in her quest for the spring. Emerging from the cave, she pressed forward through the underworld, navigating a treacherous path filled with bizarre creatures and traps, yet she remained undeterred. Ultimately, Lin Yu arrived at the site marked on the map, the fabled spring. It lay nestled within a tranquil valley, suffused with an air of mystery. At the valley's heart, a crystal-clear spring radiated a gentle luminosity. With bated breath, Lin Yu approached the spring, her heart brimming with hope. Uncertain whether the waters would indeed lift her curse, she resolved to take the chance. As she reached the edge, she extended her hand and gently touched the surface of the water. Instantly, a surge of potent energy emanated from the spring, coursing through her entire being. Lin Yu felt an extraordinary transformation as her wounds began to heal and her exhaustion dissipated. Joy welled up within her. She knew she had discovered the elusive spring. However, just as she believed she was on the verge of breaking the curse, an unforeseen event transpired. A man clad in black armor materialized before her, his eyes ablaze with fury and jealousy. He coldly declared, "Do you truly think you can easily lift the curse? This spring is a treasure of the underworld. Its purpose solely at the discretion of the King of Hell. Your unauthorized usage of it has violated the laws of the underworld." Lin Yu gazed at him in terror, pleading, "I only wish to lift my curse and return to the living world. I harbor no ill intent." The man scoffed, "You have no opportunity left. You shall remain in the underworld forever, paying for your transgressions." With that, he raised his weapon and charged at Lin Yu. She swiftly dodged, but his attacks were ferocious, and she soon found herself in a dire predicament. Despair washed over her as she faced him, her heart heavy with fear and resentment. Just as he was about to strike, a white light once again burst forth from the letter in her hand. The illumination enveloped the man, who let out a pained scream and collapsed. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu fled the scene, determined to continue her search for an escape from the underworld. Aware that her situation remained perilous, she refused to surrender. She believed that as long as she persevered, she would ultimately find her way back home. Chapter 124. The Haunting of the Doll. The terrifying secret behind the doll. The night enveloped the quiet town like thick ink, casting a heavy veil over everything. Dim moonlight struggled to pierce through the gaps in the clouds, reluctantly spilling a few feeble rays that barely illuminated the winding alleys. These flickering lights danced like candle flames, rendering the already gloomy streets even more sinister. On this seemingly ordinary night, however, a strange atmosphere lurked beneath the surface, like an invisible mist quietly spreading through every corner of the town. This eerie presence instilled a sense of oppression and unease, as if some unknown force was subtly awakening. People could not help but feel a creeping dread, though they could not pinpoint its origin. They could only pray silently, hoping that this ominous aura would not herald disaster. Andy, a 10-year-old boy with a head of raven black hair and wide, curious eyes, had been living with his mother, Karen, since his parents divorced during his early childhood. Karen, a diligent and kind-hearted single mother, worked tirelessly to provide Andy with a better life. Though their circumstances were modest, the bond they shared made their days warm and comforting. One day, as Andy walked home from school with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he was captivated by a doll displayed in the window of an old secondhand shop. The doll appeared quite aged, its body stitched together from worn fabric, adorned with patches that gave it a rough appearance. Its face was painted in hues of red and blue, but time had taken its toll, causing the paint to flake away, revealing the wooden structure beneath. Yet, despite its seemingly ordinary facade, the doll exuded an inexplicable allure, compelling Andy to halt in his tracks. Standing before the window, Andy scrutinized the doll closely. He noticed that its eyes were crafted from black beads, now dull but still hinting at a profound mystery. The doll's mouth was slightly ajar, as if it had secrets to share. Andy couldn't help but wonder what the doll would say if it could speak. Would it tell him stories of the past? As he stood transfixed, it felt as though the doll had cast a spell upon him. Its eyes seemed to flicker with an eerie light in the darkness, and its mouth curled into a subtle smile, as if inviting Andy to uncover its mysteries. A strong desire surged within him. He longed to possess this doll, to bring it home as his companion. Upon returning home, Andy eagerly expressed his wish to his mother, Karen. Observing her son's hopeful gaze, she felt a twinge of hesitation. Aware of their financial constraints, she grappled with the desire to avoid disappointing him. After thoughtful consideration, she resolved to grant Andy's wish and accompanied him back to the secondhand shop. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a weary visage, bore an inscrutable expression in his eyes. When Karen inquired about the doll's price, a peculiar smile crept across the old man's face as he lowered his voice, stating, "This doll is quite special. It only costs $10. Finding the price remarkably low, Karen paid without hesitation, leaving the shop with the doll and her delighted son. Once home, Andy excitedly placed the doll on his bed, examining it closely. He named the doll Kiki. Kiki lay silently on Andy's bed, seemingly observing its surroundings with quiet intent. Andy was utterly enchanted, playing and conversing with Kiki as if it were a true friend. However, as night fell, an unsettling sensation began to creep into Andy's heart. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, plagued by the feeling of being watched from the shadows. Turning to glance at Kiki, he discovered that the doll's eyes shimmered with an uncanny light under the moon's glow, as if it were trying to communicate something significant. Fear gripped him. He attempted to move Kiki from his bed, but his hand felt as if bound by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Just as panic set in, he heard faint footsteps approaching. The sound grew nearer, suggesting that someone was advancing toward his room. Andy's heart raced, yearning to scream for help, yet his throat felt constricted, silencing him. He could only watch helplessly as the door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure standing at the threshold. The figure slowly approached, and as Andy's eyes adjusted, he discerned the man's grotesque features, his scarred face and fierce, glinting eyes. Clutched in the man's hand was a sharp knife, its blade gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Andy's instinct was to flee, yet his body felt paralyzed, unable to escape. Despair enveloped him as the man drew closer. Just as the man was nearly upon him, Kiki sprang into action. It leaped off the bed, positioning itself protectively in front of Andy. With a fierce glint in its eyes, Kiki opened its mouth and emitted a piercing shriek. The man, startled by the sudden outburst, hesitated momentarily before swinging the knife at Kiki. The doll adeptly dodged the man's assault, moving with an agility that suggested it possessed a will of its own, skillfully evading the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Andy scrambled to rise from the bed, desperate to escape the room, but his legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to stand. In his moment of helplessness, Kiki launched an attack on the man, leaping up to bite his arm. The man yelped in pain, struggling fiercely to free himself from Kiki's grip. At that instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, flooding the room with light. To Andy's astonishment, he saw the man's body begin to fade, as if being consumed by a mysterious force. Kiki. Chapter 125. A Letter from the Underworld. Unveiling the peculiar realm beyond death, Lin Yu ran desperately, not daring to pause for a moment. As she sprinted, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, fearful that the armored figure might pursue her once more. She was uncertain of her destination, yet she was willing to explore any possible path as long as it led her away from danger. The letter she clutched tightly offered her a glimmer of solace, as she believed it held the key to her return home. Perhaps if she could decipher its clues, she might uncover a way to escape this dreadful realm. However, deep down, she understood that this was merely a flicker of hope, a fleeting and fragile hope. In the underworld, time seemed to have lost its significance. She had long lost track of how long she had been running. The scenery around her perpetually unchanged, an endless expanse of darkness, foreboding woods, and mist-shrouded paths. This ceaseless monotony filled her with despair, as if she were eternally ensnared in this nightmarish place. Each step was fraught with uncertainty and peril. She could not foresee what awaited her ahead. Perhaps around the next bend, she would encounter a more formidable beast or fall into an inescapable trap. Yet, she had no choice but to press on, forcing herself to move forward. As time wore on, her strength began to wane. Hunger and fatigue clung to her like shadows, rendering her movements heavy and sluggish. She felt on the verge of collapse, her body threatening to give in at any moment. But she knew that stopping here would mean death. Thus, she gritted her teeth and compelled herself to continue. Just then, she noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. This light sparkled like a star in the night, though minuscule. It shone with extraordinary brilliance. Lin Yu's heart surged with excitement as she quickened her pace toward the illumination. Perhaps it was the very answer she had been seeking. The emptiness of the underworld remained a dismal chaos, devoid of any vitality. Lin Yu trudged on, uncertain of how much longer she could endure. Memories of her life in the mortal realm flooded her mind. Those warm recollections now felt like distant dreams. Just as Lin Yu was on the brink of surrender, she suddenly beheld a colossal palace. The structure exuded an aura of mystery and terror that sent chills down her spine. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps this was the palace of the underworld king, and she might find a way home within its walls. Summoning her courage, Lin Yu approached the palace. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, but as she drew near, they creaked open slowly. She stepped inside, enveloped by the musty scent of decay. Eerie lights flickered along the walls, as if countless eyes were watching her. Treading cautiously, Lin Yu was startled by a deep voice. "You have finally arrived." She looked around in terror but saw no one. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, imposing man with a cold expression etched upon his face. "Are you the Underworld King?" Lin Yu stammered, her voice trembling. The Underworld King nodded slightly, stating, "You should not have come here. This is the realm of death, one that does not belong to you." Desperately, Lin Yu replied, "I only wish to return home. I do not wish to remain in this terrifying place. Please, help me break the curse that binds me." The Underworld King paused, contemplating her words before responding, "Your fate is sealed. Escape is not an option. This letter is both a curse and a contract. Having accepted it, you must bear the consequences." Lin Yu's heart sank in despair. "No, I cannot accept such a fate. I have family and friends. I cannot remain in the underworld forever." The Underworld King narrowed his eyes, proclaiming, "In the underworld, life and death are predestined. Fate cannot be resisted. Do you believe you can easily evade it?" Lin Yu clenched her jaw, declaring, I will not yield. I will find a way to escape this place. The Underworld King scoffed, You are Navi. In the Underworld, no one can defy my will. You shall remain trapped here until your soul dissipates. Lin Yu glared defiantly at him, demanding, Why are you so cruel? Why not grant me a chance? He replied with a measured tone, The Underworld has its own rules. You have disrupted the balance, and now you must face the consequences of your actions. Lin Yu shouted, I did not break the rules. I merely seek to return home. The Underworld King shook his head. Your arrival has already shattered the equilibrium. You must stay here and take responsibility for your deeds. Collapsing to the ground, tears streamed down Lin Yu's face. She realized that hope had slipped away. She would remain in this harrowing underworld, enduring infinite anguish and torment. And that enigmatic letter would continue to circulate in the mortal realm, instilling fear and despair in others. Lin Yu's destiny, much like the darkness of the underworld, was irrevocably unchangeable. Her soul would struggle in suffering for eternity. Chapter 126. The chilling secrets behind the doll. Upon awakening on the second morning after that eerie night, Andy felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. He glanced at the doll, Chucky, lying beside him, and a tumult of fear and confusion swirled within him. Who was that grotesque man from last night? Why did Chucky suddenly spring to life to protect him? What on earth was transpiring? As he rose from bed, Andy endeavored to cast aside the haunting events of the previous night. He did not wish to alarm his mother, Karen, so he feigned nonchalance as he ate breakfast. Yet, Chucky's sinister gaze lingered in his thoughts, rendering him unable to concentrate. Karen, sensing Andy's unease, inquired with concern, Andy, what is troubling you? Are you feeling unwell? Andy quickly shook his head, replying, Mom, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Although Karen harbored some doubts, she refrained from pressing further, reminding Andy to rest well before departing for work. Alone in the house, Andy's fear intensified. He resolved to confine Chucky within a cabinet, determined to keep it out of his sight. However, upon placing the doll inside, he was met with strange noises emanating from the cabinet, as if Chucky were struggling to escape. Terrified, Andy dared not approach the cabinet, retreating to a corner of his room, trembling. Meanwhile, peculiar occurrences began to unfold in the town. Pets belonging to several residents mysteriously vanished, and household items inexplicably shifted positions. An air of unease enveloped the community. With whispers of malevolent forces at play, Andy realized that all these disturbances might be linked to Chucky. That night, Andy lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps in the living room. His heart raced, and he quietly rose, inching toward the door to peer through the crack into the living room. To his horror, he saw Chucky emerging from the cabinet, its form appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. Chucky wandered about the living room as if searching for something. Andy watched in terror, desperate to scream, yet found his voice stifled, as if trapped by an unseen force. At that moment, Chucky turned its head, directing its gaze toward Andy's room. Frightened, Andy hastily retreated to his bed, burying his head beneath the covers. After a while, Andy sensed a heavy, oppressive atmosphere in his room. Slowly, he lifted the covers and was shocked to discover Chucky standing at his bedside, its eyes fixed intently upon him. Andy yearned to flee, but his body felt paralyzed. Unable to move, Chucky inched closer, emitting a low, guttural sound, as if attempting to convey something. Terror-stricken, Andy asked, Chucky, what are you? Why are you doing this? Chucky offered no response, merely regarding Andy with its unsettling gaze. Suddenly, Chucky's form began to transform. Its skin grew paler, and its eyes glimmered with a sinister red light. Overcome with fear, Andy squeezed his eyes shut, unwilling to witness the transformation. When Andy finally dared to open his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a foul stench. Surrounding him were various dolls, each adorned with eerie smiles that seemed to mock his terror. Desperately seeking an exit, Andy realized he was ensnared in a labyrinth, unable to find a way out. Just as despair began to consume him, he heard Chucky's voice, Andy, you will never escape this place. You are mine, and I shall always be with you. No, I refuse to be with you. You are a monster, Andy shouted, his cries echoing into the chilling air. Chucky's laughter reverberated ominously, sending shivers down Andy's spine as he sprinted in a futile attempt to evade the doll's grasp. Exhausted, he suddenly spotted a faint glimmer of light. Rushing toward the light, Andy finally discovered an exit. Without hesitation, he bolted through it and found himself back in his room. Morning light streamed through the window, warming his face, as if the preceding ordeal had merely been a nightmare. Yet deep down, Andy understood that it was no dream. The enigma surrounding Chucky remained unsolved, and he realized he must uncover the doll's true identity to escape this terrifying nightmare. Determined, he resolved to seek out an elder in the town, reputed to possess knowledge of arcane matters. Upon arriving at the elder's home, Andy recounted his harrowing experiences. The elder's countenance grew grave as he listened. He informed Andy that Chucky might be possessed by a malevolent force, one capable of compelling the doll to commit horrific acts. To break the evil hold on Chucky, the elder explained, Andy would need to locate a rare herb that thrived on a mountain near the town. Andy resolved to follow the elder's guidance and set forth in search of the herb. Armed with rudimentary tools, he ventured toward the mountain, treading cautiously, wary of potential dangers. At long last, he reached the mountain described by the elder and began his quest for the elusive herb. The mountain's conditions were treacherous, yet Andy persevered, ultimately discovering the coveted herb. Elation surged within him as he clutched it tightly, filled with hope. However, upon returning to the town, he sensed an even more sinister atmosphere. The townsfolk wore expressions of terror, as if something dreadful had transpired. Upon arriving home, Andy was horrified to discover that Chucky was missing. He searched frantically, yet the doll eluded him. In the midst of his confusion, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Following the sound, Andy found a gathering of officers in the town square. To his shock, he beheld Chucky surrounded by the police. Chucky wore an unsettling smile, its eyes shimmering with a malevolent red glow. The officers attempted to seize the doll, but Chucky deftly evaded their grasp. Witnessing this scene filled Andy with dread, and he. Following the harrowing events at the derelict factory, Andy's mental state deteriorated markedly. Despite Chucky's timely intervention, Andy's apprehension toward him remained undiminished. He was perplexed by Chucky's sudden appearance and his engagement in combat with the enigmatic man, unsure of Chucky's true intentions. Upon returning home, Andy attempted to distance himself from Chucky, but the doll persistently shadowed him, as if acting as a guardian. Andy's mother noticed his peculiar behavior and repeatedly questioned him about the cause, but Andy remained tight-lipped. He knew that revealing the truth would only lead her to dismiss him as mentally unstable. Determined to uncover Chucky's secrets, Andy resolved to investigate further. He recalled Tom's mention of Victor's workshop, speculating that it might hold clues about Chucky's origins. After making inquiries, Andy finally located Victor's workshop in a desolate area on the city's outskirts. Approaching the dilapidated building with trepidation, he found the entrance secured by a rusted lock that had been forced open. As he pushed open the door, a musty odor permeated the air. The workshop was filled with an array of tools and materials, and the walls were adorned with peculiar blueprints, presumably Victor's designs. Andy meticulously searched the workshop for clues, discovering a journal bearing Victor's name. It contained his thoughts and experimental processes. Eagerly, Andy began to read. The journal revealed Victor's relentless pursuit of imbuing dolls with souls. Believing that each doll possessed its own life and consciousness, he was convinced that with the right method, dolls could be brought to life. Victor also mentioned a soul contract ritual that could transfer human souls into dolls. A chill ran down Andy's spine as he absorbed this information. He began to suspect that Chucky was a doll created through the soul contract ritual, and the mysterious man intended to exploit Chucky for nefarious purposes. Lost in thought, Andy was startled by footsteps. He looked up to see a figure darting past the entrance. He gave chase, but the figure vanished into the darkness. Returning to the workshop, Andy resumed his search for clues. In a corner, he discovered a box containing peculiar items, including a necklace with a strange symbol. The symbol seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment of recollection, Andy realized it bore a striking resemblance to a mark on Chucky's body. He concluded that the necklace was likely connected to Chucky. Andy took the necklace home. Chucky's eyes flickered with an unusual light upon seeing it. Andy attempted to question Chucky about the necklace, but the doll remained silent. Undeterred, Andy researched the symbol online, discovering that it was an ancient curse symbol said to possess immense power. He speculated that Victor used the necklace to control Chucky. To test his theory, Andy placed the necklace before Chucky and observed his reaction. Chucky began to tremble, as if in great pain. Andy's suspicions were confirmed. He realized that while Chucky possessed his own consciousness, he was controlled by the necklace. Andy yearned to help Chucky break free, but he was at a loss as to how. Just as Andy was despairing, the mysterious man reappeared. He confronted Andy at his home, demanding that he surrender Chucky and the necklace. Andy vehemently refused, knowing the devastating consequences that would ensue if the man obtained them. Enraged, the man attempted to seize them by force. A fierce struggle ensued, but Andy, being just a child, was outmatched. As the man was about to prevail, Chucky sprang into action. With a look of fury, he lunged at the man, engaging him in a desperate fight. The man was caught off guard by Chucky's renewed resistance. Seizing the opportunity, Andy grabbed a wooden stick and struck the man on the head, knocking him unconscious. Andy and Chucky had successfully fended off the man's threat, but they knew he would not give up easily. They decided to leave and find a safe haven. Packing their belongings, they slipped away under the cover of darkness. Andy and Chucky arrived in a remote town far from the city's clamor, where no one knew them. Andy rented a house and settled in temporarily. As days turned into weeks, the relationship between Andy and Chucky evolved. Andy began to understand Chucky, realizing that he was not simply an evil doll, but possessed his own emotions and thoughts. Chucky, in turn, grew to trust Andy, becoming more communicative. They shared many happy moments, exploring the town and savoring local delicacies. However, a sense of unease lingered in Andy's mind. He knew that the mysterious man would eventually find them, and their peaceful life would be short-lived. To prepare for the inevitable confrontation, Andy began to learn self-defense techniques, exercising daily to improve his physical fitness. Chucky assisted him, teaching him combat skills to make him stronger. One evening, as Andy and Chucky were resting in their room, they heard a knock at the door. A foreboding feeling washed over Andy. He cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Chapter 129. The haunting secrets behind the doll. Andy and Chucky momentarily found solace in a secluded town, yet an ominous shadow loomed over them, lingering as a reminder that the mysterious man's threat had not been entirely vanquished. One day, while perusing the town's library, Andy stumbled upon a tome concerning ancient sorcery, which meticulously detailed rituals reminiscent of the soul contracts Victor had studied, alongside methods to break them. Treasuring this newfound knowledge, Andy delved into its contents, hoping to unearth a means to liberate Chucky from his sinister grasp. Meanwhile, the enigmatic man relentlessly sought Andy and Chucky's whereabouts. Through various channels, he meticulously gathered intelligence and ultimately discerned their hiding place. Rallying a cohort of henchmen, he stormed toward the town with palpable menace. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Andy engaged in deep reflection until a solution crystallized in his mind. To unravel the enigmatic soul contract, a rare gemstone was imperative, one endowed with potent purifying powers capable of dispelling the curse enshrined within the necklace. A fleeting memory surfaced of an ancient map he had glimpsed in Victor's workshop. At the time, he had dismissed it. Yet now it seemed to indicate a location where such a gemstone might be concealed. A flicker of hope ignited within Andy. Perhaps this place held the key to their liberation from the soul contract. Resolute, Andy made the daring decision to embark on a quest for the gemstone. He understood the perilous nature of the journey ahead, yet he also recognized that inaction would bind them eternally to the soul contract's chains. Drawing a deep breath, determination gleamed in his eyes. He resolved to face whatever tribulations lay ahead, seeking the gemstone to dissolve the soul contract and restore Chucky's freedom. Upon learning of Andy's plan, Chucky insisted on accompanying him. Initially, Andy hesitated, fearful of Chucky falling into danger once more. However, Chucky expressed that only by Andy's side did he feel secure. Ultimately, they set forth together on their quest for the gemstone. With palpable tension, Andy and Chucky scrutinized the map, its lines and symbols shrouded in ambiguity. They recognized this could be the linchpin to their treasure hunt, yet they were acutely aware of the myriad dangers that lurked within. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the entrance to the valley. Before them lay a scene enshrouded in mist, evoking an inexplicable dread. Both inhaled deeply, steeling themselves to venture into the valley. Every step brimming with vigilance, Andy clutched his weapon tightly, while Chucky readied his magical abilities. They cautiously explored this mysterious realm, ever prepared to confront potential threats. Suddenly, a low growl shattered the valley's tranquility. Andy and Chucky halted, anxiously directing their gaze toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the fog was a colossal figure, its claws bared and emanating a formidable aura. "What is that?" Andy whispered. "I don't know, but it looks perilous," Chucky replied. As the creature advanced, they discerned its full form, a massive beast, its body cloaked in impenetrable scales, razor-sharp fangs protruding from its maw, and a menacing glint in its eyes. "We must remain calm. We cannot allow it to attack," Andy cautioned. Chucky nodded, initiating his magical prowess in an attempt to weaken the beast. Andy gripped his weapon, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. With a thunderous roar, the creature lunged at Andy and Chucky. Andy deftly sidestepped, wielding his weapon to strike at the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Chucky unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the creature's back. Enraged, the creature pivoted, charging once more at the duo. They nimbly evaded its onslaught while retaliating with fervor, embroiled in an intense clash. During the skirmish, Chucky exhibited remarkable strength and valor, relentlessly assaulting the creature to buy Andy precious time. As Andy sought the beast's vulnerability, he ultimately discerned that its eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing a stone, he hurled it with all his might towards the creature's eye. The beast howled in agony, collapsing helplessly to the ground. After triumphing over the creature, Andy and Chucky pressed onward. At last, Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a cave aglow with an otherworldly luminescence. Entering the cave, they discovered it brimming with various precious gemstones, including the rare one they had long sought. Clutching the gemstone, Andy felt an overwhelming surge of power. He returned to the town, prepared to utilize it to sever the soul contract binding Chucky. However, upon their return, they found themselves encircled by the mysterious man and his minions. Undeterred, Andy and Chucky resolved to confront the enigmatic man in a decisive battle. Amidst the fierce struggle, Andy harnessed the gemstone's power to successfully lift the curse from the necklace. Chucky was finally liberated, rejoicing in newfound freedom. Experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief and joy, Chucky joined forces with Andy, fiercely opposing the mysterious man and his henchmen. Through their collective efforts, the henchmen were vanquished one by one. Ultimately, the enigmatic man found himself cornered by Andy and Chucky. Glaring at them, the mysterious man's eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. He attempted a final stand, but it proved futile. Andy brandished a knife, plunging it into the mysterious man, thus extinguishing his malevolent existence. With the mysterious man's demise, tranquility was restored. Andy and Chucky had finally liberated themselves from the long-standing threat. They resolved to depart the town and embark on a new chapter of their lives. Together, they ventured into the unknown, confident that as long as they had each other, no adversity could thwart their path. Throughout their journey, Andy and Chucky encountered many kind-hearted souls. Chapter 130. The terrifying summons of the underworld spouse in a remote mountain village forgotten by time. Ancient legends drift like phantoms among the hills. Nestled deep within the mountains, this village is surrounded by lush forests and rugged paths, creating an impression of seclusion from the world. The villagers have lived on this land for generations, leading simple yet profound lives imbued with an air of mystery. It is said that tales of forest spirits and fox fairies have circulated within the village for ages, their origins lost even to the oldest of elders. Yet, the villagers regard these eerie stories with a mix of reverence and fear. As night falls, they securely lock their doors, hesitant to venture outside, believing that darkness invites supernatural entities. They are convinced that should they inadvertently offend these beings, misfortune and calamity would follow. In such an atmosphere, the villagers maintain a vigilant stance towards all that dwells within the woods. Even ordinary animals may be perceived as manifestations of some enigmatic force. From a young age, children are taught to respect nature and preserve the tranquility of the mountains, while adults frequently engage in rituals to beseech divine protection, hoping to navigate each day without incident. Nevertheless, the villagers harbor a deep affection for their home, viewing it as a legacy from their ancestors. Rich in unique history and cultural significance, each individual is committed to safeguarding this land, passing down the wisdom and courage of their forebears. Perhaps it is this profound love for their homeland that fortifies their adherence to tradition and belief in the face of mysterious phenomena. Among the most chilling of tales is that of the ghost marriage. This ancient and enigmatic custom has subtly woven itself into the fabric of the village's history. Long ago, it is said that a young and beautiful woman met with an untimely demise. Heartbroken, her family, fearing her solitude in the underworld, sought a recently deceased young man to partake in a ghost marriage ceremony. Thus, the tradition of ghost marriages was born, echoing throughout the village. Villagers believe that those who die unmarried in the underworld endure loneliness and desolation, their souls wandering in search of companions. If one happens to hear mournful cries at specific times and places, it may be the spirits from beyond calling out for their mates. Should an individual be chosen, they would be drawn into the underworld, bound in a ghost marriage, never to return to the realm of the living. Young scholar Li Ming, well-versed in literature from a tender age, has always dismissed such superstitions. He holds the conviction that all things possess scientific explanations, viewing the so-called spirits as mere figments of the villagers' ignorance and fear. Aspiring to transcend his mountain home and achieve scholarly success, Li Ming dreams of bringing glory to his family. However, fate ensnared him in a terrifying whirlpool one fateful night. It was a night graced by a full moon, its silvery glow enveloping the earth in an ethereal veil. Li Ming, attending to some matters, was compelled to pass by an ancient tomb nestled in the mountains, a long-standing resting place for noble souls of yore. The tomb stood silently, exuding an eerie aura. As Li Ming approached the tomb, a chilling wail pierced the stillness. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, deep, sorrowful, and laden with endless grief. His heart raced, and he halted, scanning the surroundings in terror. "Who goes there?" he quavered, his voice echoing into the night, yet met with silence. The haunting cries persisted, narrating a tragic tale. A torrent of thoughts raced through Li Ming's mind. He yearned to flee, but found his legs weighed down, as if encased in lead. Compelling himself to remain calm, he sought the source of the lamentation. He cautiously advanced towards the tomb, each step amplifying his unease. Upon reaching the tomb, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A spectral figure clad in white emerged from the tomb, her long hair cascading around her pale visage, her hollow gaze suggesting she had risen from the underworld. A foul odor emanated from her, evoking nausea. "Who are you? Why do you weep here?" Li Ming stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The apparition slowly lifted her head, revealing a visage that inspired terror. Her skin was ashen, devoid of color, and her eyes were mere voids, as if capable of devouring one's soul. Her lips parted slightly, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "I am a lonely spirit from the underworld, seeking my mate. Would you consent to enter into a ghost marriage with me?" The ghost's voice was deep and raspy, echoing as if from the depths of hell. Li Ming recoiled in fright and turned to flee. Yet, the spectral figure shadowed him closely, her speed akin to a gust of wind. He ran desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the spirit. Glancing back, he saw her drawing nearer, her hair swirling in the wind like serpents. Despair overwhelmed him. He was at a loss for how to escape this terrifying specter. Just as hopelessness threatened to consume him, he spotted a temple ahead. Seizing the opportunity as if clinging to a lifeline, he sprinted towards the sanctuary. The temple doors were firmly shut, but disregarding any hesitation, Li Ming pounded on the door, hoping the monks within would hear his cries for help. At last, the gates creaked open, revealing an elderly monk. Upon witnessing Li Ming's terror-stricken expression, the monk's understanding deepened. "Benefactor, what has transpired? Why such distress?" the old monk inquired. Gasping for breath, Li Ming implored, "Master, I am pursued by a ghost. Please, save me." Chapter 131. A macabre nuptial pact. The terrifying summons of an underworld spouse emerging from the temple. Li Ming was besieged by trepidation and unease. He was acutely aware of the imperative to discover a method to dissolve the spectral marriage agreement with utmost haste, lest his very existence be imperiled. Amidst his quest for a Taoist adept, recollections of the ghastly, pallid figure and its menacing pronouncements relentlessly haunted his thoughts. Concurrently, the specter from the netherworld was far from idle. It commenced the orchestration of a series of chilling phenomena in Li Ming's vicinity, endeavoring to coerce his compliance. As night descended, while Li Ming was ensconced alone within his abode, a sepulchral laughter echoed from the drawing room. Gripping his fists in apprehension, he warily approached the chamber, only to discover the once orderly furnishings in disarray, as if deliberately vandalized. His heart palpitated tempestuously, and beads of perspiration materialized upon his brow. Subsequently, as Li Ming labored within his study, a fleeting, shadowy apparition manifested upon the window pane. Startled, he leaped up and lunged towards the casement, only to find naught beyond but a tranquil, deserted thoroughfare. A glacial sensation ascended his spine, causing his frame to tremble involuntarily. These anomalous auditory and visual disturbances not only plagued Li Ming's residence, but also pervaded his nocturnal reveries. He dreamt of finding himself marooned within a tenebrous expanse, enveloped by dense miasma, with myriad frigid appendages reaching out to ensnare him, intent on dragging him into the abyss. He would awaken in a paroxysm of terror, his nightclothes sodden with perspiration, gasping for air. The escalating frequency of these occurrences plunged Li Ming and his kin into a state of profound dread. They dared not remain solitary within their dwelling, even resorting to leaving the lights illuminated throughout the night. Li Ming felt himself teetering on the precipice of mental collapse. At a loss as to how to confront this uncanny predicament, Li Ming made inquiries far and wide, seeking a Taoist priest of considerable prowess. Fortune favored the bold, for he eventually gleaned tidings from an elder within the village. A Taoist of profound cultivation had once resided upon a nearby mountain. Though he had not been sighted in many years, Li Ming surmised that this individual might be the very one he sought. Thus, he embarked upon the ascent without hesitation. The mountain path was arduous and precipitous, yet Li Ming's heart was replete with hope and resolve. Throughout his ascent, he ruminated incessantly on how to entreat the Taoist's assistance, how to persuade him of the veracity of his ordeal and secure his intervention. After a protracted and arduous trek, Li Ming finally attained the summit. However, rather than the anticipated Taoist monastery or temple, he encountered only a serene mountain forest. Li Ming commenced a thorough search for any trace of the Taoist's presence. He meticulously scrutinized every conceivable hiding place, leaving no stone unturned. As time elapsed and the sun began its descent, Li Ming's agitation intensified. Just then, he chanced upon a cavern concealed within the thicket. The grotto exuded an aura of profound mystery, as if harboring some arcane secret. Summoning his courage, Li Ming ventured within. only to discover it replete with ancient tomes and Taoist implements. He surmised that this must be the abode of the Taoist. As Li Ming perused his surroundings, a senescent and resonant voice emanated from the depths of the cavern. "Young man, what brings you hither?" Li Ming started in surprise and whirled around to behold an aged man in Taoist robes, with the visage of youth and hair as white as snow, standing before him. Li Ming promptly stepped forward and deferentially stated, "Venerable Taoist, I have heard tell of your profound cultivation and have come to seek your counsel. I have become embroiled in a spectral marriage and beseech you to assist me in dissolving this union." The Taoist regarded Li Ming in silence, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke in measured tones. "The matter of spectral marriage involves both the realms of yin and yang and is exceedingly intricate. However, since fate has led you to this place, I shall lend you my aid." Li Ming was overjoyed upon hearing this and prostrated himself in gratitude. The Taoist gestured for him to rise with a gentle wave of his sleeve and instructed him to procure certain items necessary for the dissolution ritual. The Taoist commenced a meticulous exposition of the spectral marriage ritual within the enigmatic and somber ceremony of spectral matrimony. The paramount task lies in the meticulous selection of an opportune moment and location. Generally, this solemn rite is enacted under the shroud of night, as if only darkness can accentuate its gravity and mystique. The choice of venue is of even greater import. Preference is typically given to cemeteries or derelict temples, locales permeated by a palpable yin energy, seemingly allowing the souls of the departed to draw nearer to the mortal coil. That night, the entire mountain village was enveloped by a pall of clouds, obscuring the moon's radiant countenance. In an ancient burial ground beyond the village, a bizarre spectral marriage ritual was poised to commence. Several shadowy figures bustled about the necropolis, arranging various offerings, such as fruits, pastries, and incense candles. These oblations were intended to propitiate the spirits of the netherworld, in the hope that they would ensure the auspicious progression of the spectral union. At a distance, a group of villagers, consumed by both curiosity and apprehension, lurked behind the trees, their eyes wide with anticipation. Their hearts pounded like drums, and they were too tense to exhale. In the center of the graveyard, two paper effigies stood motionless, representing the bride and groom. The effigies were crafted with meticulous detail, adorned in resplendent garments, and possessing remarkably lifelike visages. In the dim candlelight, the shadows of the effigies swayed erratically, as if on the verge of animation. Subsequently, the officiant of the ritual materialized, garbed in a black robe, his countenance somber. He commenced the recitation of incantations, summoning the spirits of the underworld. The incantations were arcane and terrifying, imbued with ancient power. As the incantations were intoned, the atmosphere within the graveyard grew increasingly macabre. The villagers felt a chill emanating from their feet, piercing through their spines. A spectral wind rustled through the trees. Suddenly, faint, shadowy apparitions began to materialize within the graveyard. As if guests arriving from the netherworld, they congregated around the paper effigies, engaging in a series of rituals. These rituals encompassed dance, song, and sacrifice, suffused with an eerie ambience. As the villagers observed the movements of these shadowy figures, they felt as if they were witnessing a glimpse into the infernal realm, causing them to tremble in abject terror. In the culmination of the ritual, the officiant incinerated the paper effigies, symbolizing the union of the bride and groom in the underworld. Simultaneously, he reiterated the incantations, dispatching the spirits of the netherworld back to their realm, lest they wreak havoc upon the mortal plane. The flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire graveyard. Chapter 133, A Macabre Nuptial Pact, The Terrifying Summons of an Underworld Spouse, Part 4. On the day of the spectral wedding, the sky was oppressively somber, as if on the verge of weeping. Li Ming, clad in a black formal attire, appeared ashen-faced, his gaze betraying a profound dread intertwined with grim resolve. He clutched talismans and ritual implements, his sole bastion against the netherworld specter. Li Ming advanced towards the ancient mausoleum with measured steps, each footfall akin to treading on the edge of a blade. The air surrounding the sepulchre was thick with a putrid miasma, and ethereal white mist danced in the atmosphere, as if infernal emissaries were heralding this ghastly union. Upon reaching the mausoleum, Li Ming was confronted with a scene of chilling horror. White lanterns were arrayed around the sepulchre, casting an eerie glow upon the site. A peculiar, unsettling fragrance permeated the air, inducing a sense of giddiness. At the center of the mausoleum lay a colossal black coffin, its surface adorned with arcane runes, exuding an aura of profound menace. Suddenly, a gust of spectral wind swept through the area, causing the white mists to coalesce and intensify. A pallid figure emerged from the vaporous depths, the very embodiment of a netherworld specter. She was adorned in a white bridal gown, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Her face ashen as parchment. Her eyes were vacant and frigid, devoid of any semblance of human warmth. "You have arrived, my betrothed," the specter intoned, her voice a gravelly whisper that seemed to emanate from the abyss. Li Ming, suppressing his terror, endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure. "I am here," he responded. "Let us commence." The specter offered a slight nod before gesturing with her hand. Instantly, a host of shadowy figures surged forth from the surrounding darkness. The emissaries of the netherworld, tasked with presiding over this spectral ceremony. The emissaries commenced chanting ancient incantations, their voices deep and resonant, as if narrating a tragic tale. As the chants reverberated, the atmosphere surrounding the mausoleum grew increasingly macabre. Within the white mists, indistinct shapes began to materialize, spectral guests from the underworld. Come to witness this peculiar matrimony. Li Ming stood transfixed, his heart pounding with a mixture of dread and trepidation. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, unsure whether he could successfully confine the specter. Yet, he knew he must maintain his composure and await the opportune moment. The ritual unfolded with agonizing slowness, each element imbued with an unsettling aura. The emissaries arranged various offerings before the coffin, then ignited incense and candles. Amidst the swirling smoke, the specter's form became increasingly indistinct, as if on the verge of evanescence. Finally, the ceremony reached its culminating act. The emissaries escorted Li Ming and the specter to the coffin, preparing them to enter and consummate the spectral wedding. Li Ming realized this was his final opportunity. He clutched the talismans and ritual implements, awaiting the precise moment. As the specter drew near the coffin, Li Ming acted swiftly, affixing a talisman to her form. The specter emitted a piercing shriek, her body convulsing violently. She attempted to break free from the talisman's grasp, but its power was too formidable, rendering her immobile. Li Ming seized the moment, brandishing the ritual implement, ready to confine the specter. However, her power far exceeded his estimations. With a furious roar, she shattered the talisman that bound her. Li Ming was hurled backward by the force of the specter's power, landing heavily on the ground. His body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration, racked with excruciating pain. Yet, he refused to yield, rising once more, prepared to resume the battle. The specter fixed her gaze upon Li Ming, her eyes blazing with fury and vengeance. "You dare defy me? You shall pay a grievous price for this transgression." With these words, the specter lunged towards Li Ming, who desperately sought to evade her grasp, but her speed was overwhelming. Just as the specter was about to seize him, the old Taoist priest materialized, brandishing a peachwood sword. The Taoist priest chanted an incantation. He directed the sword towards the specter, unleashing a beam of golden light that repelled her. "Li Ming, swiftly employ the talismans and ritual implements to confine her," the Taoist priest exhorted. Li Ming scrambled to his feet, seizing the talismans and ritual implements, and charged towards the specter once more. With the Taoist priest's assistance, Li Ming finally succeeded in sealing the specter within the coffin. The specter emitted a final, despairing shriek before vanishing into the ether. The mist surrounding the mausoleum gradually dissipated, and sunlight once more bathed the earth. Li Ming exhaled in relief, his body feeling utterly drained. He collapsed to the ground, gazing at the sealed coffin, his heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. This harrowing spectral wedding had finally concluded, but Li Ming knew his ordeal was far from over. He had to ensure the coffin was properly secured, lest the specter escape once more. Furthermore, he had to care for his family, ensuring their swift recovery. With the Taoist priest's guidance, Li Ming buried the coffin in a secluded location. He affixed additional talismans to the coffin, ensuring the specter's eternal confinement. As time passed, Li Ming's family gradually regained their health. They held Li Ming's courage and fortitude in the highest regard, while also harboring lingering trepidation from the ghastly experience. Chapter 134. The terrifying summons of the underworld spouse 5. After successfully sealing the ghost from the underworld and properly handling the coffin, Li Ming wearily dragged his exhausted body back home. Upon pushing open the door, he discovered that his family had already awakened, anxiously awaiting his return. The moment they laid eyes on him, their faces lit up with overwhelming joy, tears shimmering in their eyes, rendering them momentarily speechless with excitement. They rushed forward, enveloping him in tight embraces, tears flowing freely as they expressed their gratitude and elation. "My child, we thought we would never see you again," his mother sobbed, holding him tightly. Her gaze revealed endless worry and fear, yet it was also filled with pride and admiration for her son. His father patted him on the shoulder, eyes brimming with relief. "Well done, my son. I knew you could do it. Thanks to you, our family is safe." His sisters gathered around, expressing concern for any injuries he may have sustained, their hearts heavy with guilt as they gazed at his fatigued visage. Li Ming felt the warmth and love of his family, and he took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. He gently patted his mother's back, reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. Everything is behind us now. I have returned safe and sound." The family sat together, sharing reflections and joy after their harrowing ordeal. They confided in one another their fears and worries, yet simultaneously, they were filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Li Ming understood that although this crisis had passed, he must remain vigilant to ensure his family's safety. Watching his family safe and sound filled Li Ming with solace. However, he was acutely aware that this terrifying experience had left indelible scars upon his heart. He often woke in the night, haunted by the pale figure and the horrific tomb. As days passed, Li Ming endeavored to return to a semblance of normalcy. He resumed his studies, hoping to succeed in the imperial examination and realize his ambitions. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate or feel confident. The shadow of the ghostly wedding loomed over him, rendering him unable to escape his fear and anxiety. Meanwhile, the villagers began to regard Li Ming with a new perspective. They recognized that he had undergone a terrifying adventure, while they admired his bravery. They also felt a sense of fear and reverence towards him. Li Ming sensed a growing chasm between himself and the villagers, leaving him feeling isolated and silent. On a tranquil night, Li Ming sat alone by the window, gazing at the luminous moon outside. He recalled the words of the old Taoist, who had warned him that although he had successfully sealed the ghost, the implications of the ghostly marriage would not easily dissipate. Doubt began to creep in. Was he truly free? Or were other dangers yet to await him? At that moment, a chill surged from his heart. He seemed to hear a faint voice calling his name. A voice laden with sorrow and despair. Startled, Li Ming sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. However, from that day forth, a series of bizarre occurrences began to unfold in Li Ming's life. He frequently dreamt of the ghost from the underworld, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. She incessantly recounted her suffering and grievances, demanding that Li Ming lift the seal and fulfill the ghostly marriage. Li Ming found himself ensnared in profound fear and anguish. He knew he could not face the terrifying specter again, nor could he release the seal. He sought help from the old Taoist, but the Taoist had mysteriously vanished without a trace. As time passed, Li Ming's mental state deteriorated. He grew thin and haggard, his eyes reflecting despair. His family watched helplessly, their hearts aching for him. Finally, on a full moon night, Li Ming could no longer bear the weight of his fear and pressure. He ventured alone to the ancient tomb, prepared to confront the ghost and put an end to it all. Upon arriving at the tomb, he witnessed a chilling sight. A thick black mist enveloped the area, the very essence of the underworld. Within the mist, the pale figure reemerged, her eyes ablaze with hatred and rage. "You have finally arrived, my groom. Did you think you could escape the ghostly marriage? Today, you must complete the ceremony with me, or else you and your family shall suffer a dreadful curse." The ghost's voice was deep and hoarse, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Li Ming trembled. "I shall not enter into a ghostly marriage with you. You shall not succeed." The ghost let out a furious roar and lunged at him. Li Ming hurriedly produced talismans and magical artifacts, only to find his strength insufficient to combat the ghost. The talismans and artifacts shattered under her onslaught, and he was thrown back by her force. Lying on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, Li Ming realized he could not escape this calamity. As he gazed at the terrifying ghost, despair and regret filled his heart. Why can I not escape this cursed fate?" he cried out in desperation. The ghost slowly approached him, her eyes seething with hatred and fury. "Because you have violated the ghostly marriage, you must pay the price. From now on, you shall be forever bound to me as my underworld spouse." With that, the ghost extended her hand and seized Li Ming's soul. He felt his body becoming weightless, as if he were about to ascend. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he glimpsed his family, calling his name from afar. Their eyes blurred with tears. Li Ming longed to respond, but no sound escaped his lips. Thus, Li Ming was taken by the ghost of the underworld, forever lost to the realm of the living, leaving his family in despair. Chapter 135. The haunting of the abandoned bridge at midnight. Lin Man was a young and courageous girl, blessed with lustrous, ebony hair and eyes that sparkled like stars, always reflecting an indomitable spirit. She harbored a profound love for adventure and an insatiable curiosity about the enigmatic tales that surrounded her. In this secluded town, legends of an ancient bridge had persisted through the years, and Lin Man resolved to unravel its mysteries at the stroke of midnight. Nestled in a tranquil valley, the town was enveloped by lush, verdant forests. The old bridge lay at the town's periphery, spanning a deep, shadowy river. It was said that during the tumultuous years of war, countless harrowing stories unfolded in this very spot. The bridge bore witness to the bloodshed and sorrow of those times, carrying the weight of immense pain and grief. As time elapsed, the bridge faded into obscurity, yet the legends surrounding it endured. Many whispered that at midnight, a spectral figure would materialize on the bridge, the ghost of a soldier who perished in battle, eternally searching for the path home. Others claimed that eerie cries would echo from the bridge, the lamentations of the deceased seeking justice for their grievances. These tales instilled a profound fear among the townsfolk, rendering the bridge a place few dared to approach, even in daylight. However, Lin Man was different. She dismissed these legends as mere figments of imagination, products of human fear. Determined to confront the truth, she decided to visit the bridge herself. One quiet night, she slung her backpack over her shoulder, grasped a flashlight, and set forth on her journey. The town lay in an unusual stillness, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog piercing the silence. As Lin Man traversed the narrow streets, her heart brimmed with anticipation and trepidation. Uncertain of what she might encounter at the bridge, she trusted in her courage and wit to guide her through whatever awaited. Upon reaching the old bridge, a chill enveloped her. The river shimmered with an eerie luminescence under the moonlight, and the bridge's silhouette loomed ominously in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her resolve and stepped onto the bridge. The wooden planks creaked beneath her feet, their decay evident with each cautious step she took. Her flashlight illuminated the path ahead, yet her heart raced with anxiety, her palms slick with sweat. As she ventured deeper, the air thickened with an enigmatic aura. She observed strange symbols and patterns etched into the railing, as if they were telling an ancient tale. Lin Man halted, intently studying these markings, attempting to decipher their meanings. But to no avail. Suddenly, she was startled by a faint sound of weeping. The sound was subtle yet chilling, freezing her in place. Lin Man's body tensed, her gaze darting around, but all she could see was the enveloping darkness and silence. The weeping grew more distinct, as though an unseen presence mourned beside her. Her heart raced, and though fear urged her to flee, an overpowering curiosity compelled her to press on. With each careful step, the cries became clearer, guiding her toward the far end of the bridge. Fear gripped her heart, yet she steeled herself and approached the source of the sound. Upon reaching the other side, she beheld a nebulous figure clad in a flowing white robe, long hair cascading down, standing silently by the bridge's edge. Lin Man gasped, nearly crying out, but steadied herself and moved closer. As she approached, the figure abruptly vanished, sending a shiver down her spine. Doubts flooded her mind. Was she succumbing to hallucinations? Just as she turned to leave, the apparition reappeared before her, now more defined. Its expressionless face bore an unsettling gleam in its eyes. Fear surged through Lin Man, prompting her to retreat, unsure whether this being was human or spirit. She longed to escape, yet her legs felt heavy as if weighed down by lead, immobilizing her. The figure inched closer, filling her with despair. She shut her eyes, bracing for an unknown fate. Just as the figure was about to reach her, the crowing of a rooster pierced the night air. In an instant, the apparition dissipated, and Lin Man awoke from her terror. She turned swiftly and fled towards the town, her heart racing with fear and confusion. What had she truly witnessed? A ghost, or merely a figment of her imagination? Determined to uncover the historical truths of the old bridge, she resolved to investigate further and unveil the enigma surrounding it. Chapter 1136. The Haunting of the Abandoned Bridge. At midnight, Lin Man sprinted back to the town, her heart racing and her mind haunted by the image of the white figure. Upon returning home, she collapsed into a chair, striving to regain her composure. After some time, her emotions gradually settled, prompting her to reflect on her recent encounter at the old bridge. She was certain it was not a dream. The apparition had indeed manifested. But what was it? A ghost? Or merely a prankster attempting to frighten her? Lin Man resolved to delve into the history of the old bridge to uncover the truth. Her first stop was the town library. She scoured the shelves for books on the town's history, hoping to find references to the bridge. After considerable effort, she stumbled upon an ancient county chronicle. The chronicle detailed the town's development and included mention of the old bridge. It was noted that the bridge had been constructed over a century prior, serving as a crucial conduit between the town and the outside world. During wartime, it had suffered severe damage, claiming the lives of many. As Lin Man continued to peruse the chronicle, she discovered a peculiar pattern on one of the pages, an emblem strikingly similar to the design she had seen on the railings of the old bridge. Intrigued, she examined the symbol closely, deducing that it appeared to represent an ancient sigil, embodying some arcane power. Determined to learn more, Lin Man sought out the town's elders to inquire about the bridge's lore. After visiting several, she finally gleaned useful insights from an elderly gentleman named Mr. Lee. He recounted tales of the old bridge from his youth, specifically one of a young woman who awaited her lover's return during wartime. Tragically, her beloved fell in battle, and in her despair, she took her own life by plunging into the river from the bridge. Since that fateful day, her spirit was said to appear at midnight, weeping as she searched for her lost love. Moved by Mr. Lee's account, Lin Man began to suspect that the white figure she had witnessed was indeed the ghost of that forlorn woman. Yet, her skepticism about the existence of spirits lingered. She resolved to return to the old bridge in search of further clues. That evening, Lin Man approached the bridge once more, fully prepared with protective charms and tools. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and stepped onto the bridge. The air was thick with an enigmatic aura as she tread carefully, flashlight in hand, scrutinizing her surroundings. To her astonishment, she noticed the patterns on the railings shimmering faintly, as if whispering secrets to her. Halting her steps, she focused intently on the designs. Suddenly, she felt a powerful force emanating from the symbols, enveloping her completely. Alarmed, she attempted to retreat, but the energy clung to her, rendering escape impossible. Just as despair began to take hold, she recalled Mr. Lee's story and resolved to communicate with the woman's spirit, hoping to find a resolution. Closing her eyes, Lin Man concentrated, striving to forge a connection with the ghostly figure. Moments later, a warm presence enveloped her, as if someone lingered beside her. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld the white figure once more. This time, however, the apparition appeared less fearsome. Sorrow and longing were etched upon her face, her eyes glistening with tears. Summoning her courage, Lin Man addressed the figure. "Are you searching for your beloved? I can help you." The spirit seemed to comprehend her words, nodding slightly. Lin Man pressed on. "Can you tell me your lover's name? I will do my utmost to find him." The ghost gently swayed and inscribed a name in the air, Li Ming. Lin Man committed the name to memory, resolved to continue her investigation upon her return. As she prepared to depart, the spirit abruptly vanished. The overwhelming force dissipated, and Lin Man exhaled in relief, hastily leaving the old bridge behind. Once home, Lin Man began searching online for information regarding Li Ming. After diligent effort, she uncovered several leads. It turned out that Li Ming was a soldier who perished during the war, hailing from a village near the town. Determined, Lin Man set forth to Li Ming's hometown, her heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Uncertain of what she might uncover or whether the woman's ghost would reappear, she remained steadfast in her belief that by confronting her fears, she would ultimately unveil the truth. Chapter 138. The haunting of the abandoned bridge. At midnight, upon returning to the town, Lin Man found herself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The enigmatic figure on the old bridge and the tale of Li Ming incessantly replayed in her mind, filling her with both perplexity and curiosity. She realized that while she had aided in the union of their souls, a myriad of mysteries seemed to linger, awaiting her unraveling. What was that mysterious artifact? Why did it possess such formidable power? Was Li Ming's sacrifice truly intertwined with it? Questions swirled within her, and her desire to uncover the truth was insatiable. She resolved to delve deeper into the enigmatic military unit's history. Lin Man immersed herself in historical records, each turn of the aged pages igniting a blend of anticipation and trepidation. She yearned to glean clues about the mysterious artifact from these documents. Yet the prospect of confronting unknown dangers loomed ominously. As she encountered harrowing accounts of war, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She envisioned Li Ming's bravery and helplessness on the battlefield, and a deep admiration for him blossomed within her. When visiting the elders who had endured the ravages of that war-torn era, Lin Man approached with caution. She feared that her inquiries might awaken painful memories. Yet the pursuit of truth compelled her forward. Each elder's narrative bore the weight of history, fortifying her resolve to unveil the enigma. One elder recounted that the mysterious unit had executed a special mission near the old bridge, seeking an artifact of immense power capable of altering the course of war, thus inciting fierce competition among various factions. Lin Man's heart raced. She envisioned the smoky, enigmatic era that surrounded this artifact. Doubts began to fester within her. Was Li Ming's sacrifice related to this very object? If indeed his demise was tied to the artifact, was his sacrifice justified? Lin Man grappled with conflicting emotions. She was moved by his courage, yet mourned his fate. Continuing her investigation, she unearthed legends surrounding the artifact. It was said to harbor mystical powers, capable of resurrecting the dead or unleashing catastrophic calamities. Determined, Lin Man resolved to return to the old bridge in search of further clues. Upon her arrival, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The river still flowed, yet an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. As she ascended the old bridge, reflections of her initial fear and tension transformed into resolve and bravery. Carefully scrutinizing her environment, she suddenly noticed peculiar symbols adorning the bridge's railing, strikingly reminiscent of those she had encountered in Li Ming's journal. Her pulse quickened. These symbols could very well hold the key to the mystery. What did they signify? Would they guide her to the artifact? Anticipation and unease coursed through her veins as she endeavored to decode their meanings. Each symbol presented a puzzle, plunging her into profound contemplation. After considerable effort, she finally unveiled their secret. It turned out these symbols constituted an ancient cipher, pointing toward a concealed location near the old bridge. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Man. She felt the dawn of truth approaching. Yet, a thread of fear intertwined with her excitement. For she was uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Following the symbol's guidance, she ventured into a secluded valley where she discovered a hidden cave. Its entrance shrouded by underbrush and branches, rendering it nearly invisible. A mixture of anxiety and trepidation gripped her. She pondered what awaited her within. Should she truly enter? Might peril lurk inside? Lin Man hesitated, but the stories of Li Ming and the mysterious woman reignited her courage. With great care, she stepped into the cave. Enveloped in an aura of mystery, illuminating the path ahead with her flashlight, she found the walls adorned with strange patterns and symbols, as if narrating an ancient tale. As she ventured deeper into the cave, each step intensified her fear. The depths remained unknown, and dangers could lurk in shadows. Yet, propelled by curiosity and a sense of duty, she pressed onward. At last, in the cave's recesses, she uncovered a mysterious box, etched with intricate designs and emanating a powerful energy. A sense of awe filled her. She could almost feel the enigmatic force contained within. Gently, she opened the box to reveal an ancient tome. The cover bore unfamiliar inscriptions, indecipherable to her, yet she instinctively knew this book concealed vital secrets. As she began to read, each page unveiled shocking and perplexing revelations, drawing her into a mystical realm. What truths lay within this tome? What purpose did the artifact serve? Lin Man's mind brimming with questions, she continued her reading, striving to uncover answers. The book detailed the artifact's origins. It was an ancient relic of great power. Throughout the war, various factions vied for its possession, hoping to harness its might to shift the tides of conflict. The mysterious unit to which Li Ming belonged existed to safeguard this relic. During their mission, they fell victim to an ambush, resulting in Li Ming's tragic sacrifice. The woman awaiting him on the old bridge knew of his profound connection to the artifact. At last, Lin Man grasped the entirety of the truth. An overwhelming mix of emotions surged within her. She recognized the perilous potential of the artifact. Should it fall into nefarious hands, it would herald catastrophe. She resolved to safeguard this relic, ensuring it would not be misused by those with malevolent intentions. Chapter 139. The Haunting of the Abandoned Bridge. At midnight, after Lin Man entrusted the enigmatic artifact to the museum, a heavy weight was finally lifted from her heart. She was reassured that this ancient relic would be safeguarded, no longer posing any peril. Yet, an unshakable restlessness lingered within her. The experiences at the old bridge replayed in her mind like a profound dream. Upon returning home, Lin Man sat by the window, gazing at the starry sky, her thoughts swirling. She reflected on every moment spent at the bridge, the mysterious woman, the valiant Li Ming, and the enigmatic object, all of which evoked a sense of wonder and intrigue about life itself. What exactly had she done? Lin Man pondered. She recognized that her actions transcended merely unraveling a mystery. They were about preserving a precious history and memory. She recalled the image of that woman waiting for Li Ming at the old bridge. Her unwavering devotion and deep affection profoundly moved Lin Man. Li Ming's bravery and sacrifice deepened her understanding of life. In the days that followed, Lin Man began to organize her thoughts. She chronicled her experiences at the old bridge, hoping to convey this tale through her writing to a wider audience. She understood that many in the world harbored curiosity about the mysterious and the unknown, and she wished her story could inspire their courage and spirit of exploration. Simultaneously, Lin Man began to reflect on her own life. She realized she had been pursuing thrills and adventures, often overlooking the beauty surrounding her. She resolved to slow down, to savor each moment of life with intention. She dedicated more time to her family and friends, sharing stories and joy with them. However, despite the apparent tranquility of her life, an unsettling feeling persisted within Lin Man. The tale of the old bridge seemed to have planted a seed in her heart, growing roots and urging her to seek out more unknowns. Often, she would lie awake at night, haunted by the mysterious symbols and patterns from the bridge, as if they were whispering untold stories to her. One day, Lin Man received a mysterious letter. It bore no return address or name, only a brief line. the secret of the old bridge remains partially unveiled, awaiting your further exploration. A surge of excitement coursed through her. She recognized it as a new challenge and opportunity. Should I go? Linman hesitated. She understood that returning to the old bridge might entail greater dangers and uncertainties. Yet, curiosity and courage filled her heart, and she longed to uncover more secrets behind the bridge. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Linman ultimately resolved to revisit the old bridge. She meticulously prepared the necessary equipment for this adventure, gathering maps, a compass, a flashlight, and sufficient provisions. Throughout the preparation, anticipation and anxiety intertwined within her. She was uncertain of the surprises and challenges this journey would unveil. At last, Linman embarked on her new adventure. Upon her return to the old bridge, she noticed a significant shift in the atmosphere. The former air of mystery and terror had dissipated, replaced by tranquility and serenity. Sunlight bathed the bridge while the river flowed gently beneath, seemingly narrating the stories of time. As Linman walked upon the bridge, emotions surged within her. She recalled the fear and tension she felt during her first visit, now replaced by a sense of determination and composure. She began to observe her surroundings closely, hoping to uncover new clues. At the bridge's railing, Linman discovered new symbols and patterns. These markings differed from those she had seen before, hinting at a new secret. Her heart raced with excitement. She knew her adventure was about to resume. Taking out her notebook and pencil, she diligently documented these symbols and patterns. Sitting by the bridge, she carefully analyzed their meanings. After considerable effort, Linman finally uncovered a hidden clue, indicating an ancient legend. Near the old bridge lies a mysterious place concealing a vast treasure. Curiosity and exhilaration filled Linman's heart. She resolved to follow this lead and seek the elusive treasure. She followed the river's path, traversing a dense forest. An air of mystery enveloped the woods, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Treading cautiously, Linman held her compass, remaining vigilant about her direction. She was aware of the ease with which one could lose their way in such a forest, necessitating constant alertness. During her journey, she stumbled upon peculiar signs, faint footprints on the ground and broken branches, suggesting someone had passed through. Could someone else be searching for this treasure? Linman speculated. Quickening her pace, she aimed to locate the treasure before anyone else could seize it. After several hours of trekking, she finally emerged from the forest into a rugged mountain range, with peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist. Gazing at the daunting mountains before her, Linman felt a twinge of hesitation. She understood that traversing this terrain would be exceedingly challenging, yet she had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and began to ascend the mountains. The path was treacherous, requiring Linman to navigate rocky outcrops and steep cliffs with utmost care. Her hands were cut by sharp stones, blood streaming, yet she pressed on, knowing perseverance was essential to uncovering the treasure. Throughout her ascent, Linman encountered numerous perils. At one point, she nearly plummeted from a cliff but managed to grasp a branch just in time. On another occasion, she faced a fierce wild beast, narrowly evading its attack through quick thinking. Nevertheless, Linman was undeterred by these challenges. Armed with courage and intellect, she overcame each obstacle. Along this journey, she also met like-minded individuals who shared her passion for adventure. In the distant Orient, nestled amidst a tapestry of undulating mountains, lay the town of Embroidery Waters, a place where the seasons painted the landscape with vibrant hues. The townspeople, artisans of the needle, lived by their craft, adorning their homes with a kaleidoscope of embroidered masterpieces, each a testament to their skill. Among these creations, the most fabled was a mystical embroidered handkerchief steeped in legend. The tale of the handkerchief stretched back centuries, to a time when Embroidery Waters was a mere hamlet, its inhabitants leading lives of rustic simplicity. In this village lived a woman named Willow, renowned not only for her unparalleled beauty but also for her extraordinary embroidery skills. Her creations, be they portraits or floral arrangements, possessed a lifelike quality. As if poised to leap from the fabric, Willow's artistry was celebrated far and wide, drawing admirers eager to acquire her work. Yet, she harbored a secret. Her heart belonged to a scholar named Cyrus. A man of intellect and grace, Cyrus captivated Willow's affections, and their love blossomed into a clandestine affair. To express her devotion, Willow resolved to embroider a handkerchief as a token of their love. Using the finest silk and the most delicate threads, she meticulously crafted a peony, a symbol of prosperity and affection. She hoped this handkerchief would bear witness to their love, enduring for all eternity. However, fate dealt the lovers a cruel hand. Driven by ambition, Cyrus departed Embroidery Waters for the capital to take the imperial examinations. Before his departure, he vowed to return and marry Willow upon achieving success. With tears in her eyes, Willow bid him farewell, entrusting him with the embroidered handkerchief as a symbol of their bond. Alas, Cyrus never returned. In the capital, he attained the coveted title of senior scholar, but succumbed to the allure of power, marrying the daughter of an influential nobleman, forsaking Willow entirely. When the news reached embroidery waters, Willow was devastated. Unable to bear the weight of her grief, she took her own life on a dark and stormy night, plunging into the river. Willow's tragic end sent shockwaves through the town, and the villagers mourned her deeply. While sorting through her belongings, her family discovered the handkerchief. Strangely, the peonies seemed to have lost their vibrancy overnight, their colors fading into dullness. It was said that this was due to Willow's resentment, her love transformed into bitterness, and the handkerchief became a vessel for her lingering anger. As time passed, Willow's story evolved into a legend. Some claimed that on moonlit nights, her spirit would appear by the riverbank, clutching the handkerchief and lamenting her fate in mournful melodies. Others believed the handkerchief was cursed by her vengeful spirit, bringing misfortune to anyone who possessed it. Despite the rumors, the handkerchief's legend continued to captivate the curious. Many sought to uncover its secrets, but its whereabouts remained unknown, seemingly lost with Willow's demise. Until one day, a young antique dealer named Leo arrived in embroidery waters. Intrigued by the legend of the handkerchief, he decided to open a shop in town, hoping to find the fabled artifact. Leo's shop quickly became a sensation. He amassed a collection of valuable antiques and artworks. But the most intriguing item was a blank handkerchief displayed at the center of the shop. Leo told the townspeople that it was the legendary handkerchief, and he hoped to use it to summon Willow's spirit and allay her resentment. As night fell, the shop was bathed in light, and Leo sat alone, patiently waiting. He believed that with enough perseverance, Willow's ghost would eventually appear, and the handkerchief would reveal its secrets. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the shop. Gently closing the door, Leo looked up and saw a woman in traditional attire slowly entering the shop. Her eyes were hollow, her face pale, and she clutched an embroidered handkerchief in her hand. Leo's heart raced. He knew this woman was Willow. Willow's gaze fell upon the blank handkerchief, and her body began to tremble, tears streaming down her face. Her voice, low and sorrowful, recounted her story and her undying love for Cyrus. Deeply moved by Willow's plight, Leo vowed to help her find Cyrus's descendants, hoping to find a way to appease her spirit. He believed that only by resolving Willow's inner turmoil could her soul find rest. As the night deepened, the lights in the shop dimmed. Willow's figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving the handkerchief lying silently on the table. Leo knew that his story with Willow had just begun, and the handkerchief would serve as a testament to their intertwined destinies. Chapter 141. The mysterious embroidered handkerchief and the spirits longing. Li Sun's antique shop had been operational in Xiushui town for several months, infusing the quaint locale with a breath of fresh air. The shop was adorned with an array of antiques, ranging from ancient bronze wares to ceramics, from historical tomes to exquisite paintings, each piece resonating with the weight of history and the passage of time. Yet, the most captivating artifact was the blank embroidered handkerchief suspended at the center of the shop. Li Sun claimed it to be a relic of Lurk. Despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, the tales surrounding it ignited curiosity in every visitor. Li Sun would often polish the handkerchief, as if awaiting a moment steeped in mystery. As time unfolded, the antique shop flourished, and Li Sun gradually became entwined in the fabric of town life. He relished the twilight hours spent in a bamboo chair at the shop's entrance, watching the sunset's golden rays illuminate every corner of the town. He cherished listening to the elders recounting ancient stories, particularly those pertaining to Lurk. One evening, as Li Sun prepared to close for the night, a sudden gust of wind swept through the shop, causing the embroidered handkerchief to flutter as though possessed by an unseen force. Startled, Li Sun recalled the elders' tales of Lurk's ghost appearing in the stillness of night. He held his breath, observing intently. At that moment, he discerned a faint melody, haunting and sorrowful, seemingly echoing from a distant realm. Following the sound, he beheld a woman clad in ancient attire, her figure ethereal, clutching the very embroidered handkerchief of legend. Her visage was both beautiful and pale, her eyes brimming with profound sadness. She gazed upon Li Sun and spoke softly. "Who are you? Why have you hung my handkerchief?" A tightness gripped Li Sun's heart. He recognized the woman before him as the spirit of Lurk. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. "I am Li Sun, an antique dealer. I have heard your story and wish to assist you." Lurk's spirit fell silent for a moment, then gently shook her head. "No one can aid me. My grievances run too deep, and my soul cannot find peace." Li Sun, moved by her anguish and despair, resolved to help her. He began to seek out stories of Lurk and Gu Qingfeng, hoping to uncover clues that might illuminate her plight. His first encounter was with an elderly Taoist priest, who was well-versed in Lu Ruyan's tale. The priest explained that her lingering resentment stemmed from an unfulfilled love. She had awaited Gu Qingfeng's return, yet he had betrayed her. The priest further advised that the only way to quell Lu Ruyan's grievances was to locate Gu Qingfeng's descendants and have them atone for their ancestors' transgressions. Only then could her spirit attain liberation. Li Sun accepted this daunting task and set out in search of Gu Qingfeng's lineage. He journeyed across rivers and mountains, questioning numerous clans bearing the surname Gu, yet found no leads. Just as he was on the brink of despair, he stumbled upon a genealogy in an ancient tome. The genealogy revealed that Gu Qingfeng's descendants had migrated to a northern town centuries ago due to a tumultuous conflict. Li Sun immediately embarked on the journey to that town. And after considerable effort, he finally located a descendant of Gu Qingfeng. This descendant, an elderly scholar, was taken aback by Li Sun's account. He confessed that indeed, his ancestor had betrayed Lu Ruyan, yet he was oblivious to her spirit's lingering presence in the world. The scholar resolved to atone for his ancestor's sins and accompanied Li Sun back to Xiaoshui town. Before Lu Ruyan's grave, the scholar lit incense and recited a penitent text, yearning for Lu Ruyan's forgiveness. At that moment, a breeze swept through, and the embroidered handkerchief began to dance, as if guided by an invisible hand. Lu Ruyan's spirit reappeared, her eyes glistening with tears. Though your ancestor betrayed me, your willingness to atone brings me solace. Lu Ruyan's voice resonated in the air. After so many years of waiting, I have finally witnessed this. The scholar bowed deeply. Please forgive my ancestor, and allow me to do something for you. Lu Ruyan shook her head gently. You have already done much. My soul can finally find peace. With that, her figure gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the night. And the handkerchief softly descended to the ground, as if all grievances had dissipated with the wind. Li Sun stood witness to this extraordinary moment, incredulous. Had she truly disappeared? Chapter 143. The mysterious embroidered handkerchief and the ghostly thoughts. Li Sun sat behind the counter of the antique shop, idly toying with a smooth piece of jade. His thoughts drifting far away. Ever since Lu Ruyan's lingering resentment had subsided, his life seemed to have returned to its previous tranquility. However, a thread of unease lingered within him, as if Lu Ruyan's tale was not yet fully concluded. On a sun-drenched day, a mysterious elder slowly entered the antique shop. He was clad in a time-worn robe that appeared to have traversed the ages. The robe's colors had faded, yet its former grandeur could still be discerned. The elder's face was etched with deep and shallow wrinkles, the marks of time's passage. Nevertheless, his gaze was bright and sharp, glimmering with the light of wisdom. He stood quietly at the entrance for a moment before gradually making his way inside. The shop was adorned with various antiques, including ancient ceramics, bronze wares, and paintings. The elder's eyes swept over these artifacts, seemingly captivated by each one. Ultimately, however, his gaze settled upon an exquisite embroidered handkerchief. Young man, do you not know that the story of this handkerchief is not yet finished? The elder's voice was deep and resonant. Startled, Li Sun rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, Elder, what do you mean by that? The elder replied slowly, although Lu Ruyan's resentment has calmed, her soul remains unfree. She awaits an opportunity, one that could grant her complete liberation. A flicker of realization ignited within Li Sun. He recalled the solace Lu Ruyan's spirit found in Gu Qingfeng's letter. Could it be that there were unfinished matters? The elder seemed to perceive Li Sun's confusion and continued, Lu Ruyan's lingering resentment is profound because her love was left unfulfilled. She has been waiting for Gu Qingfeng's return, yet he failed to fulfill his promise. Now, although Gu Qingfeng's letter has conveyed his sentiments, Lu Ruyan still harbors regrets. Li Sun fell into contemplation, aware that the elder's words were laden with significance. He resolved to delve deeper into the investigation, seeking the final regret that resided within Lu Ruyan's heart. Through considerable effort, Li Sun uncovered a clue within an ancient county annal. It turned out that after Gu Qingfeng's death in the capital, his family transported his remains back to their hometown, interring him on a mountain near Xiaoshui town. Lu Ruyan's grave was also located upon that very mountain. Li Sun realized that Lu Ruyan's ultimate regret might be her inability to be buried alongside Gu Qingfeng. He made the decision to conduct a ghostly wedding for Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng, allowing their souls to reunite in the afterlife. Under the elder's guidance, Li Sun began preparing for the ghostly wedding ceremony. He located Gu Qingfeng's descendants and explained his plan to them. The Gu family, moved by Li Sun's sincerity, agreed to his request. On a moonlit night, Li Sun and the Gu family descendants held the ghostly wedding ceremony before the graves of Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng. They lit incense candles, arranged offerings, and recited eulogies, beseeching the spirits of the two to find peace. As the ceremony reached its zenith, a gust of wind swept through, causing the embroidered handkerchief to flutter as if manipulated by an unseen hand. Li Sun looked up to see the spirits of Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng hand in hand. Illuminated by the moonlight, Lu Ruyan's visage softened, radiating serenity as she looked at Li Sun, smiling. "Thank you, Li Sun. You have allowed me and Qingfeng to reunite. Our souls are finally liberated." Gu Qingfeng nodded in gratitude towards Li Sun as well. Gradually, their figures became translucent, ultimately vanishing into the moonlight. Li Sun gazed at the spot where they had disappeared, filled with deep emotion. He understood that Lu Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng's souls had finally found release, and he had fulfilled his mission. From that day forth, no strange occurrences plagued Xiushui town. Li Sun preserved the embroidered handkerchief alongside Gu Qingfeng's letter as a testament to this legendary tale. He continued his antique business. Yet the memory of that mysterious handkerchief and the beautiful, tragic figure of Lu Ruyan lingered in his heart. The people of Xiushui town gradually forgot the tale of Lu Ruyan. Nevertheless, whenever night fell and moonlight bathed every corner of the town, a faint melody could still be heard, a song of Lu Ruyan, reuniting with Gu Qingfeng in another realm. Chapter 144. The weeping soul of the old well. Lin Jun was a young and courageous lad who resided in a remote village, far removed from the clamor and splendor of the city. Enveloped by lush forests and rolling hills, the village exuded tranquility and harmony, where the inhabitants led simple, unadorned lives, laboring diligently in agriculture, reaping the bounties of nature. However, at the heart of this serene village lay an ancient well, its crystal-clear waters bubbling forth ceaselessly. This well had existed for generations, a legacy bequeathed by their ancestors. While the villagers relied on its waters daily, they remained largely ignorant of its history and the tales it harbored. This venerable well added an air of mystery to the peaceful surroundings. Oftentimes, as night fell and the moonlight bathed the well, an eerie atmosphere would envelop the entire village. Whispers circulated that, during the dead of night, strange sounds emanated from the well, as if something from its depths was calling out. There were even accounts of ghostly apparitions seen near its edge. Yet these tales remained unverified. Lin Jun, filled with curiosity, would frequently pause beside the well, peering into its depths, eager to fathom the secrets concealed within. He sensed that the well held a past unknown to many, perhaps even treasures or clues to unravel the village's enigmas. Thus, he resolved to explore the ancient well and unveil the mysteries shrouding it. The old well was situated at the village's periphery, surrounded by overgrown weeds. Its sweet, clear water had once been an essential source for the villagers. However, an unsettling aura had begun to permeate the vicinity of the well for reasons unknown. By night, when the moonlight illuminated the well, it seemed to emanate a ghostly glow. The villagers began to gossip, claiming that a vengeful spirit resided within, weeping mournfully during the night. The sound chilling to the bone. Lin Jun had grown up hearing tales of the old well, yet he remained skeptical of such superstitions. To him, they seemed mere fabrications, a means for the villagers to frighten themselves. Naturally brave and inquisitive, he was always inclined to explore the unknown. One evening, while drinking and conversing with friends at the village tavern, the topic unwittingly turned to the old well. "Have you heard? There have been cries coming from the well again." One friend said mysteriously. "Pa, that's just nonsense. There are no spirits, just villagers scaring themselves," Lin Jun scoffed. "Don't be so dismissive, Lin Jun. The well is indeed cursed. My grandfather spoke of it. Many years ago, a young woman was wrongfully accused and drowned in that very well. Ever since, her cries have echoed through the night, a haunting sound that sends shivers down one's spine," another friend added. Lin Jun felt a stir of curiosity at this revelation. He resolved to investigate the well himself and uncover the truth behind the tale. As darkness descended, the stars twinkled in the sky. A sense of trepidation coursed through Lin Jun as he stealthily navigated through the village, avoiding the gaze of others, until he arrived at the forsaken old well. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze. Standing by the well, Lin Jun's heart raced, the tension mounting within him. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing thoughts. His gaze gradually fell upon the well's opening, where the moonlight danced upon the water's surface. Glimmering as if recounting ancient tales, the depths of the well appeared extraordinarily profound, its mysterious allure invoking a sense of reverence within him. He recalled the legends surrounding the well and felt an overwhelming desire to delve deeper into its secrets. Yet, the specter of fear loomed large, causing him to hesitate. However, he understood that to unravel this enigma, he must summon the courage to take that first step. With determination, Lin Jun approached the well's edge, extending his hand to touch the water. The icy sensation coursed through him, yet he did not retreat. Instead, his resolve strengthened. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic place. Suddenly, a faint weeping sound reached his ears, seemingly emanating from the depths of the well. Lin Jun shivered involuntarily, but forced himself to maintain composure. "Who is there? Who is crying?" he called out, his voice resonating in the stillness. The weeping ceased abruptly, returning the surroundings to an oppressive silence. Lin Jun's heart raced as he began to doubt his own senses. Just as he prepared to turn away, the sobbing resumed. More anguish than before. In a panic, Lin Jun fled, shouting, "There's a ghost." His cries echoed through the village, rousing the villagers from their slumber. They hurried to the scene, witnessing Lin Jun's terrified demeanor, instantly aware that he had encountered something dreadful by the old well. "Lin Jun, what happened? Are you all right?" The village chief inquired with concern. Gasping for breath, Lin Jun stammered, I heard crying from the well. The sound was terrifying. It must be a vengeful spirit." The villagers exchanged fearful glances, their expressions reflecting dread as they speculated about the spirit's resurgence. After a moment of contemplation, the village chief addressed the crowd. "Let us remain calm. The tales of this well have circulated for ages, yet we have never truly seen the spirit. Perhaps Lin Jun merely misheard. Nonetheless, for our safety, let us keep our distance from the well until dawn." The villagers nodded in agreement, escorting Lin Jun back to the village, all pondering the secrets that lay hidden within the well. Upon returning home, Lin Jun found himself restless, unable to quell the turmoil within. He began to question whether his bravery had been misplaced. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, the haunting cries echoing in his mind, sending chills down his spine. Jun, though initially startled by the lamentations emanating from the antiquated well, found his curiosity and fortitude overriding his trepidation, compelling him to investigate further. Thus, he resolved to revisit the well, seeking to unravel its mysteries. That very night, Lin Jun meticulously prepared himself. Armed with a flashlight and a sturdy wooden staff for self-defense, he stealthily approached the well. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon the well, its maw radiating an unsettling chill that sent shivers down his spine. As he cautiously advanced towards the well's edge, a palpable sense of unease washed over him, his heart pounding erratically in his chest. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell his inner turmoil and trepidation. Seeking to regain his composure, with a deliberate motion, he activated his flashlight, its beam piercing the darkness and illuminating the well's interior. The water within appeared remarkably limpid under the light's scrutiny, yet possessed an indefinable air of disquietude. The placid surface mirrored the unknown depths below, exuding an intangible pressure that weighed heavily upon him. Suddenly, the familiar wail echoed once more, seemingly emanating from the well's abyss, laden with profound sorrow and desolation. A prickling sensation crept across Lin Jun's scalp, but he mustered his courage and addressed the well, his voice resonating in the stillness. "Who is weeping? If there be any injustice, reveal it, and I shall assist you." The lamentations ceased abruptly, and an oppressive silence descended once more. Lin Jun waited anxiously, uncertain of what was to transpire. A sudden gust of frigid air billowed from the well, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Could there truly be a wronged spirit? Lin Jun pondered inwardly. He began to rue his rash decision, but retreat was no longer an option. He was now compelled to ascertain the source of the wail and unravel the enigma of the old well. With bated breath, Lin Jun edged closer to the well's aperture, attempting to discern any sounds from within. Abruptly, he felt a hand grasp his ankle, eliciting a startled shriek as he frantically struggled to break free. Yet, the hand maintained its tenacious grip, refusing to release its hold. "Release me! Release me!" Lin Jun cried out in abject terror. He wielded his wooden staff, striking at the hand, but it remained steadfastly clasped around his ankle. In despair, Lin Jun contemplated the possibility of being dragged into the well by the vengeful spirit. Just as he teetered on the brink of resignation, the hand abruptly relinquished its grip. Lin Jun scrambled to his feet and fled, casting furtive glances over his shoulder. Fearing the spirit's pursuit, he returned to the village, his nerves frayed and his spirit shaken. He recounted his harrowing experience to the villagers, their faces paling with fright. A cacophony of voices arose as they debated their course of action. "This well is cursed. We must abandon this village at once," exclaimed one villager. "Nay, we cannot simply flee. We must devise a solution, lest the spirit continue to haunt us," countered another. Lin Jun concurred that evasion was not the answer. He resolved to seek counsel from Zhang, the village elder renowned for his wisdom and deep understanding of local lore and history. Lin Jun sought out Zhang and recounted his encounter at the well. Zhang listened intently, then fell into contemplative silence. "The spirit within the well has lingered for an age. To grant it solace, we We must uncover the cause of its demise and redress the wrong that befell it. Lin Jun nodded. But how shall we ascertain the cause of her death? Zhang pondered for a moment. We can inquire among the village elders, seeking any tales or legends pertaining to the young woman. Perhaps we shall unearth some clue. Lin Jun acknowledged the wisdom of Zhang's suggestion. He embarked on a quest to gather any accounts of the young woman. After diligent inquiry, he obtained crucial information from an elderly villager. As it turned out, the young woman's name was Wanner, a maiden of exceptional beauty and virtue. She had fallen in love with a young scholar, but their union was thwarted by a local tyrant consumed by envy. The tyrant falsely accused Wanner and the scholar of impropriety, seized them, and cast them into the well to drown. Upon hearing this narrative, Lin Jun was consumed by righteous indignation. He vowed to exonerate Wanner and the scholar, granting their spirits peace. Lin Jun resolved to clear Wanner's name and seek justice for her. He embarked on a quest to gather information, seeking out witnesses and evidence from the past. After tireless efforts, he unearthed several leads and located individuals who had witnessed the events. These witnesses were willing to testify, attesting to the innocence of Wanner and the scholar. Lin Jun meticulously compiled the evidence and presented it to the authorities. The officials, recognizing the gravity of the matter, launched an immediate investigation. After thorough interrogation and verification, Wanner and the scholar were exonerated. It was revealed that the individual who had slandered Wanner was a malicious woman consumed by jealousy of her beauty, who had fabricated the rumors to defame her. The scholar had been implicated due to the false accusations. With the truth unveiled, the authorities promptly ordered the release of Wanner and the scholar and meted out severe punishment to the malicious woman who had spread the falsehoods. Furthermore, the authorities publicly proclaimed Wanner and the scholar's innocence, setting the record straight. The news reverberated throughout the village, and the villagers flocked to celebrate Wanner and the scholar's newfound freedom. Lin Jun watched as Wanner's face radiated with renewed joy, and his heart swelled with contentment. He knew that his efforts had been worthwhile. From that day forward, Wanner and the scholar lived a tranquil and contented life, free from unjust treatment. Lin Jun carried the evidence to the well and addressed the opening. Wanner, your grievances have been redressed. You may now rest in peace. As he spoke, Lin Jun cast the evidence into the well. The water rippled gently, as if acknowledging his words. From that moment onward, the lamentations ceased to emanate from the well. Tranquility returned to the village. Chapter 152. The Cursed Temple and the Weeping Demon. Liu, a young man brimming with curiosity for the arcane, had heard tales of a cursed temple hidden deep within a distant mountain range. It was said that each night, the chilling cries of malevolent spirits echoed from the temple, a sound so harrowing it seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down one's spine. Liu, known for his audacity, felt an insatiable desire to explore these mysterious legends. Upon learning of the temple, the flames of adventure ignited within him, compelling him to embark on a journey to unveil its enigmatic secrets. On a dreary morning, Liu set forth with a heavy pack. Venturing into the heart of the mountains, he traversed winding paths, the surrounding forest enveloped in an eerie silence, occasionally punctuated by the distant calls of birds. However, as he delved deeper into the woods, an unsettling atmosphere began to envelop him. The mist thickened, resembling a sheer white veil that shrouded the world in obscurity. His footsteps grew heavier, and a tinge of unease welled up within him. Yet, he did not falter. Rather, his resolve intensified. After arduous hours of trekking, Liu finally arrived at the fabled Cursed Temple. It stood solemnly upon a desolate expanse, encircled by dense foliage. Its dilapidated exterior bore the scars of time, walls marred with age-old blemishes, as if it had weathered countless eras. The temple door was firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols that sent a chill down his spine. Standing before the temple, fear gripped Liu's heart. He was oblivious to the horrific secrets that lay within, yet his curiosity propelled him forward. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a putrid stench assaulted his senses. Liu grimaced, covering his nose with his hand. He cautiously stepped inside, the dim light rendering the surroundings nearly indistinguishable. A thin veil of mist lingered within, reminiscent of a toxic fog rising from the infernal depths. Groping his way forward, the stone slabs beneath his feet creaked ominously, as if cautioning him to retreat. His heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was unaware of the dangers that awaited him, but retreat was no longer an option. Suddenly, a faint weeping reached his ears. The sound was elusive, as if emanating from a distant realm. He halted, straining to discern the source. The sobbing grew more distinct, as if someone were lamenting right beside him. "Who is it? Who's there?" Liu called out, but was met with an oppressive silence. The weeping ceased abruptly, as though it had never existed. Fear enveloped him. He was uncertain of the origin of the cries, or if something sinister awaited him. Pressing onward, he sought clues amidst the temple's eerie ambience. The walls were adorned with strange patterns and symbols, some resembling ancient script, others terrifying totems. Liu scrutinized these glyphs, attempting to unearth their meanings, yet they remained inscrutable. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. Whirling around, he found nothing, yet the sensation of being watched lingered. "Who are you? Show yourself. Do not hide," Liu bellowed, his voice reverberating within the temple, yet yielding no reply. Terror surged within him. He was unaware of the identity of the Watcher or their intentions. Regret for his decision to venture into this foreboding place washed over him. But it was too late to turn back. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, hoping to find an exit from this nightmare. As he delved deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. The patterns on the walls twisted into grotesque forms, whispering tales of unspeakable horrors. Although terror gripped his heart, he dared not halt, knowing that to pause might seal his fate. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a peculiar chamber. The door stood ajar, exuding a pungent odor. Hesitating momentarily, he resolved to enter and investigate. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only faint rays of light filtering through the window. Liu tread cautiously, the damp floor beneath him suggesting recent soaking. His gaze swept across the room, yet no abnormalities surfaced. However, when his eyes settled in a corner, his heart nearly ceased. There, a shadowy figure stood silently, as if awaiting his arrival. "Who are you? Step forward," Liu shouted. The figure remained motionless, an unsettling stillness hanging in the air. Fear coursed through Liu. He was uncertain of the figure's identity or intentions. Clutching a dagger, he advanced cautiously towards the silhouette. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was a person clad in a long black robe, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indistinguishable. They held a book, seemingly engrossed in its contents. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Liu inquired. The figure offered no response, merely gazing silently at him. Panic surged within him. He could not ascertain whether the figure was friend or foe. Slowly, he began to retreat, seeking to exit the room. Yet, the moment he turned, the figure. Chapter 154. The Evil Temple and the Weeping Demon. Liu slowly rose to his feet, cautiously surveying the surrounding darkness. The faint sound of weeping echoed in his ears, seemingly a summons from death itself. He clutched the amulet in his hand tightly, as if it were his sole lifeline. With each step he took, the floor creaked beneath him, reminiscent of decaying wooden planks. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and he gingerly reached out, hoping to find a glimmer of light or an exit. Suddenly, a peculiar red glow emerged ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Liu resolved to approach the light. As he drew near, he discovered a vast pool of blood, its viscous surface roiling ominously, exuding a nauseating stench. At the edge of the pool stood a figure shrouded in black mist, its features obscured. Liu halted, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the silhouette. "You have finally arrived." A chilling voice resonated from the figure. Trembling, Liu inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" "This is the entrance to hell, and I am its guardian." The figure replied, slowly raising its head to reveal eyes glowing with crimson light. "You have trespassed into forbidden territory, and now you must pay the price." With a flick of its hand, a massive wave of blood surged from the pool, hurtling towards Liu. He instinctively dodged, yet the torrent was swift, engulfing him in an instant. Struggling within the crimson tide, Liu felt himself being drawn by a relentless force, as if being pulled into an endless abyss. Desperately, he flailed his arms, seeking something to anchor himself. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the amulet in his grasp emitted a brilliant light. The radiance dispelled the blood wave, rescuing him from peril. Gasping for breath, he stared in terror at the figure. "What do you want from me?" "I demand your soul as payment for your intrusion," the figure declared, raising its hands once more as black mist poured forth, rapidly enveloping the space. Within the fog, countless grotesque faces emerged, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they lunged towards Liu. Fear surged through him, and he retreated, clutching the amulet tightly. "This amulet will not save you. Your fate is sealed," the figure taunted with a sinister laugh. Though despair filled his heart, Liu refused to surrender easily. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the terrifying entity. He brandished the amulet and charged towards the figure. The amulet radiated a fierce light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. As the glow struck the figure, it let out a pained roar. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are gravely mistaken," it bellowed, the mist around it thickening ominously. Undeterred, Liu pressed forward, knowing this was his only chance. If he failed to conquer this apparition, he would be trapped forever. During the fierce confrontation, he gradually discerned the figure's weakness. Each time the amulet's light illuminated its chest, A look of agony crossed its face. Seizing the moment, Liu concentrated his strength to strike at that vulnerable spot. He raised the amulet high and, with all his might, brought it crashing down upon the figure's chest. A blinding beam of light erupted, directly impacting the entity's core. It emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its form beginning to tremble. And no, it cannot be. The figure protested, unwilling to accept its fate. Liu seized the opportunity to attack again, delivering several more blows to its chest. At last, the figure collapsed, the black mist slowly dissipating, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Breathing heavily, Liu gazed at the fallen figure, aware that he had achieved a temporary victory. Yet danger still loomed. He needed to find an exit swiftly and escape this nightmarish realm. Continuing his search, he hoped to uncover a clue. After an indeterminate passage through the dark, he finally glimpsed a flicker of light. A surge of joy filled his heart as he raced towards it. As he approached, he realized it was an opening leading to the outside world. Without hesitation, he squeezed through the aperture and sprinted forward with fervor. At last, he emerged from the tunnel, finding himself amidst a serene forest. Sunlight bathed him in warmth, filling him with relief. Turning back to glance at the entrance, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He understood he had just endured a harrowing trial, and this ordeal was far from over. He needed to vacate the forest swiftly and return to safety. Yet, he also recognized that the secrets of the evil temple remained unsolved, and perhaps, one day, he would return to confront even more terrifying challenges. Chapter 155. The Weeping of the Evil Temple. After escaping from that mysterious cave, Liu fled at an alarming pace, not daring to pause for even a moment. His heart was laden with dread and unease, as the terrifying experiences within the sinister temple haunted his mind like a relentless nightmare. Following a long and arduous journey, Liu finally returned to a place populated by people. Exhausted, he collapsed at the entrance of an inn, where a kind-hearted innkeeper came to his aid. Inside the inn, Liu rested for a while, gradually regaining his strength. However, his spirit remained in turmoil, as the shadow of the evil temple continued to loom over him. Determined to share his harrowing experiences with others in hope of receiving assistance and understanding, Liu sought out an elderly scholar in the vicinity. He recounted his ordeal in vivid detail. Upon hearing his tale, the scholar's expression grew grave. The temple you encountered is a profoundly malevolent place. According to legend, it once served as a stronghold for a wicked sorcerer who conducted terrifying rituals there, summoning countless evil spirits. Eventually, a powerful warrior sealed the sorcerer within the temple. Yet his malevolent power has never truly dissipated, the scholar explained slowly. Liu's heart tightened at the revelation, prompting him to inquire, "What should I do? I fear that the temple will bring forth even greater dangers." The scholar pondered for a moment before responding. "You must seek out a formidable power to utterly destroy that temple and eradicate its roots of evil. Otherwise, it will continue to threaten this world." A wave of despair washed over Liu. He was uncertain where to seek such formidable power. Yet, he understood that he could not remain idle. Action was imperative. Thus, he faced numerous perils and challenges, yet he never faltered. At long last, Liu unearthed an ancient tome within a forgotten ruin. He treasured this newfound knowledge and devoted himself to mastering the incantation. After extensive effort, Liu finally grasped the spell. Feeling invigorated with newfound strength and confidence in his ability to vanquish the temple, resolutely, he returned to the depths of the mountains. Liu treaded forward, gripping the magical artifact tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a horrifying roar echoed through the temple. Countless malevolent spirits surged forth from the shadows. Lunging at Liu, he quickly unleashed the spell, a brilliant light emanating from the artifact, repelling the malevolent spirits. However, the spirits were relentless, continuing their assault on Liu. He fought valiantly, but he soon realized his strength was waning. In his moment of despair, the dark figure that had appeared in the temple before materialized once more. The figure sneered at Liu, declaring, "Did you truly believe you could escape? Your fate has been sealed." Liu glared at the figure defiantly, asserting, "I will not yield. I am determined to obliterate this temple." The figure erupted in laughter, replying, "You are gravely mistaken. The power of this temple is boundless. You shall never destroy it." With a dismissive wave, the figure unleashed a torrent of formidable energy upon Liu. He was hurled against the wall, feeling his body shatter under the impact, blood spilling from his mouth. "No!" Liu cried out in despair. Yet, he refused to surrender, struggling to rise and cast the spell again. However, his strength had been depleted. and the spell faltered. The malevolent spirits seized the opportunity to overwhelm him, drowning him in their malevolence. Liu let out a cry of anguish as the spirits tore at him, inflicting unbearable pain. Ultimately, Liu collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Within the temple, the sounds of the spirits weeping reverberated, as if celebrating their victory. In that moment, Liu's fate was sealed, becoming yet another tragic victim of the evil. Chapter 156. The vengeful spirit of the evil lake. In a remote and secluded mountain village, surrounded by towering peaks that formed a natural barrier, there lay a mysterious and terrifying lake known as the Evil Lake. The water of this lake displayed an eerie shade of dark green, so profound it seemed capable of engulfing all light. Its surface remained perpetually tranquil, devoid of even the slightest ripple, as if restrained by some arcane force. Not even the gentlest breeze could disturb its placid waters. The village elders, upon mentioning the Evil Lake, would invariably change countenance, their eyes betraying a profound dread. They recounted an ancient and chilling tale. Long ago, an extraordinarily beautiful woman was callously abandoned by a faithless lover. Overcome with despair, she resolutely cast herself into the Evil Lake on a moonlit night. Since then, on every full moon, the ghost of the woman would emerge from the waters, her mournful wails echoing through the night, sending shivers down the spine. Her spectral figure would drift along the lakeside, resembling a pale wraith in search of vengeance. In this tale, the woman's name was Ayao. She was renowned for her exquisite beauty, with skin as fair as snow and eyes as clear and captivating as autumn waters. Ayao was also skilled in the art of embroidery, her creations so lifelike they seemed ready to leap from the fabric. In her time, Ayao's beauty and talent attracted many suitors, yet her heart belonged to a poor scholar named Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng hailed from humble beginnings, he was exceptionally gifted and harbored grand aspirations. The two fell deeply in love and soon pledged their lives to one another. However, fate played a cruel trick on them. Lin Feng departed for the capital to pursue his ambitions, promising to return victorious for Ayao's hand. Tearfully, she bid him farewell, convinced he would achieve greatness. Yet, 3 years passed without word from Lin Feng. Ayao, consumed by longing, would often stand on the village bridge, gazing into the distance, yearning for his return. What she ultimately received was a heart-wrenching revelation. Lin Feng had become entangled with a wealthy heiress in the capital, forsaking Ayao for a life of luxury and power. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Ayao felt as though her world had shattered. She wept incessantly, her heart filled with despair and resentment. On another fateful full moon night, donning her most beautiful attire, she approached the shores of the Evil Lake. Gazing into the still waters, she was overwhelmed with anguish and helplessness. In a moment of resolute sorrow, she plunged into the lake, ending her young life. From that point onward, the Evil Lake grew ever more enigmatic and fearsome. With each full moon, villagers would hear Ayao's lamentation rising from the depths, filled with sorrow and vengeance, chilling the bones of those who listened. It was said that some bold souls had ventured to the lake on such nights, seeking the truth. Yet, they encountered only a white figure gliding above the water, long hair flowing, obscuring its visage. Terrified, they fled, never to return. Among the villagers was a young man named Lurk, notorious for his reckless bravado. Tall and sturdy, he bore a rugged appearance with a hint of determination, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the unknown. Lurk dismissed the tales of the Evil Lake, viewing them merely as stories concocted by the elders to frighten children. He often frequented the village tavern, consuming spirits while mocking those who believed in the legends. What ghosts? Mere fabrications. He scoffed. There are no spirits in this world, just cowards scaring themselves. In stark contrast, Wang Sanpang was a timid soul. Short and rotund, he resembled a ball of flesh, his chubby face perpetually etched with worry and fear. As if always bracing for some dreadful event, Wang Sanpang was a firm believer in the legends surrounding the Evil Lake, trembling at the mere mention of it, his complexion paling. Yet, he held a deep admiration for Lurk's audacity, envying his courage while feeling ashamed of his own timidity. One evening, Lurk and Wang Sanpang found themselves once again in the tavern, where the air was thick with a musty ambience and the flickering light seemed on the verge of extinguishing. A cluster of villagers sat together, whispering about the ominous tales of the Evil Lake, their voices laced with fear and intrigue. Lurk, irritated by their conversation, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What ghosts? Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. If she dares, let her show herself to me." Wang Sanpang, startled by Lurk's outburst, tugged at his sleeve, pleading, "Brother Ergo, please lower your voice. What if you really summoned the ghost?" Lurk erupted into laughter, disdainfully regarding Wang Sanpang. "You are simply a coward, Sanpang. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all a self-inflicted scare. We shall go to the evil lake and see for ourselves. Wang Sanpang's heart sank at Li Ergo's words. He wished to dissuade him, but lacked the courage to oppose. Resigned, he silently prayed that no calamity would befall them the following night. The villagers, overhearing Li Ergo's declaration, shook their heads in disapproval. An elder rose and approached him. Speaking earnestly, "Young man, do not dismiss the supernatural so lightly. The evil lake is indeed a cursed place. Those who once doubted have ventured there and never returned. Heed my warning, do not provoke the spirit." Li Ergo, however, disregarded the elder's counsel, impatiently waving him off. "Old man, do not frighten me. I, Li Ergo, am not easily intimidated. Tomorrow, I shall visit the evil lake and demonstrate to you all that there is no ghost to fear." Chapter 157, The Vengeful Spirit of the Haunted Lake. Upon returning to the village, the eerie apparition and haunting cries from the sinister lake lingered in the minds of Li Ergo and Wang Sanpang, robbing them of restful nights. Yet, the inherent stubbornness and indomitable spirit within Li Ergo only fueled his resolve to venture back to the haunted lake and unveil its shrouded mysteries. Conversely, Wang Sanpang was consumed by dread, pleading with Li Ergo not to embark on such perilous escapades. Nevertheless, Li Ergo remained resolute. Days later, he persuaded Wang Sanpang to accompany him once more to the lake. This time, they chose to set forth at dusk, as the sun's dying rays bathed the mountain village in a golden hue, yet could not dispel the shadows haunting their hearts. They trudged along the same mountain path as before, each step heavy and slow, their heartbeat echoing in their ears. Upon reaching the lake's edge once more, the light had dimmed significantly. The water was as dark as ink, eerily calm, sending shivers down their spines. Strange vegetation along the shore swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets that felt forbidden. Li Ergo feigned composure, scanning the surroundings in search of the white figure they had previously encountered. Wang Sanpang clung closely behind, trembling with fear, his eyes wide with terror. "Brother Ergo, we should leave quickly. This place is too frightening," he stammered. Li Ergo shot him a sharp glance, retorting, "What is there to fear? We have come to uncover the truth behind this mystery." They proceeded cautiously along the lakeside, every footfall weighted with trepidation. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing ripples to dance across the lake's surface. Wang Sanpang nearly cried out, gripping Li Ergo's arm, his complexion pale as a ghost. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely the wind," Li Ergo reassured, though an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. They pressed on, when faint footsteps reached their ears. The sounds resonated with unsettling clarity in the stillness of the lake, as if someone were stealthily approaching. They halted, scanning the area with bated breath, yet saw nothing. The footsteps grew closer, circling around them. "Brother Ergo, what is that sound? Is there a ghost?" Wang Sanpang's voice trembled violently. Li Ergo furrowed his brow, responding, "Do not frighten yourself. It may just be the wind stirring something." Yet deep down, they both understood that these sounds could not merely be attributed to the wind. Their hearts raced, perspiration beading on their foreheads. As they floundered in uncertainty, a thin mist suddenly rose from the lake's surface, rapidly enveloping them. They lost all sense of direction, surrounded by an expanse of white. "Brother Ergo, what shall we do?" Wang Sanpang exclaimed in terror. Li Ergo, though unsettled, fought to maintain his composure. "Do not panic. We shall proceed slowly and surely find a way out." They navigated through the mist, but after what felt like an eternity, they remained shrouded in its confines. Then, a chilling laugh pierced the air, echoing through the fog and sending chills down their spines. "Who is there? Show yourself!" Li Ergo shouted, but no reply came. The laughter grew louder, mocking their helplessness. Overcome with fear, Wang Sanpang crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Ergo, we must have encountered a ghost. We are doomed." Though Li Ergo's heart brimmed with fear, he knew retreat was not an option. He helped Wang Sanpang to his feet, saying, "Do not be afraid. We will surely find a way out." They pressed on through the fog, when suddenly, a white figure materialized before them. Long hair flowed around a face obscured in shadow, yet an intense chill emanated from its presence. Startled, Li Ergo and Wang Sanpang recoiled, desperate to flee. Yet their legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground. The figure advanced slowly, a putrid odor wafting towards them. Wang Sanpang fainted from fear, while Li Ergo's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the specter. As the figure drew near, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. In that brief moment, they glimpsed the apparition's visage, an ashen face devoid of life, with eyes void of warmth and a sinister smile gracing its lips. Li Ergo nearly succumbed to unconsciousness but steeled himself, searching for an escape. In that instant, he noticed a faint light behind the figure. Without hesitation, he grasped Wang Sanpang and raced toward the glow. They sprinted with all their might, the white figure in relentless pursuit. They knew not how long they ran. But at last, they emerged from the fog's grasp. Upon glancing back, the figure had vanished. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, and a profound sense of relief washed over them. Yet, they were acutely aware that this peace was but fleeting. The secrets of the haunted lake remained unsolved, and the specter could return at any moment. How would they confront this enigma? Their hearts brimmed with confusion and dread. Chapter 159. The vengeful spirit of the cursed lake. Upon their return to the village, Lurk and Wang Sampang recounted their experiences at the cursed lake and the words of the enigmatic woman to the villagers. However, most of the villagers remained skeptical, for the legends surrounding the lake were deeply ingrained in their minds and not easily dismissed. Determined to uncover the truth, Lurk and Wang Sampang resolved to revisit the lake, not to validate the tales, but to explore its mysteries through scientific inquiry. They equipped themselves with basic tools, such as ropes, torches, and a compass, preparing for a more profound investigation. As they approached the lake once more, sunlight glimmered upon the surface. Yet it failed to dispel the eerie atmosphere enveloping the area. Cautiously, they traversed the lakeside, observing their surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Sampang noticed peculiar symbols etched onto a stone. "Ergu, what do you think this is?" he inquired, pointing at the markings. Lurk scrutinized the symbols, but could not decipher them. "I'm not sure. They appear quite strange. Perhaps they are remnants of an ancient script or emblem, potentially linked to the lake's secrets." Continuing their exploration, they discovered additional similar symbols and patterns along the shore. These markings seemed to narrate an ancient tale, yet their meanings eluded comprehension. Just as they found themselves engulfed in confusion, the sky abruptly darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if a tempest were imminent. "Alas, it seems a storm is brewing. We must find shelter swiftly," Lurk urged. They searched frantically for a refuge. But aside from peculiar flora and stones, no protection from the impending rain was in sight. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, Wang Sampang spotted an island in the middle of the lake. "Ergu, look at that island. We can seek refuge there," he exclaimed. Lurk hesitated, surveying the distance to the island. "But how shall we cross? The water is deep, and we have no boat." Wang Sampang contemplated for a moment and suggested, "We could tie ourselves together with the rope and swim across." Finding merit in this plan, Lurk agreed, and they secured themselves with a sturdy rope before cautiously wading into the frigid waters. The icy embrace of the lake sent shivers through their bodies as they swam with all their might, finally reaching the island. The island was overgrown with weeds and strewn with stones, exuding a desolate aura. As they scoured the area for shelter, they discovered a cave at the island's center. The cave appeared deep and shrouded in darkness, concealing whatever lay within. "Should we venture inside?" Wang Sampang asked. After a moment's hesitation, Lurk replied, "Let us explore. Perhaps it harbors a sanctuary from the storm." They cautiously entered the cave, where a foul odor permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Illuminating their path with torches, they uncovered strange murals adorning the cave walls. The artwork depicted a beautiful woman being cast into the lake by a throng of people, her visage wrought with despair and resentment. "Is this the tale of the vengeful spirit of the cursed lake?" Wang Sampang gasped in terror. Lurk remained silent, intently studying the murals in search of clues. Suddenly, they were startled by a haunting laughter reverberating through the cave, sending chills down their spines. "Who is there? Show yourself," Lurk called out, but only silence answered him. The laughter crescendoed, mocking their ignorance and folly. Frantically, they scanned their surroundings, only to glimpse a white figure deep within the cave. The apparition's long hair flowed like a river, obscuring its features, yet a palpable chill emanated from it. "It is the vengeful spirit." Wang Sampang nearly fainted from fright. Though fear gripped Lurk, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Do not fear, we possess torches. The spirit will not dare approach us." Yet, their flames seemed feeble in the presence of the specter. The ghost glided closer, a putrid odor enveloping them. They attempted to flee, but their legs felt as though they were ensnared, rendering them immobile. Just as the spirit drew near, Lurk's gaze fell upon a peculiar symbol within the mural. It resembled a key, and a sudden idea sparked in his mind. "Sampang, quickly, burn that symbol with the torch," he urged. Although uncertain of Lurk's intention, Wang Sampang complied. As the flame seared the symbol, a hissing sound resonated through the cave. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed, and the ground trembled violently. Lurk and Wang Sampang exchanged fearful glances, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Just as they braced for entrapment, the tremor ceased, and a radiant light emerged from the depths of the cave. Cautiously, they approached the light, revealing a hidden chamber. The chamber was filled with an array of bizarre artifacts, ancient tomes, mystical tools, and cryptic patterns. While they searched for clues, they stumbled upon a diary belonging to a woman named Ah Yao, the very essence of the vengeful spirit. The diary chronicled Ah Yao's tragic fate. She was a kind and beautiful woman who had caught the eye of a local tyrant who sought to possess her against her will. Refusing to submit, Ah Yao was falsely accused of being a monster and cast into the cursed lake. In her unjust demise, her spirit transformed into a vengeful ghost, emerging to wreak havoc on nights of the full moon. After perusing the diary, Li Ergu and Wang Sanpeng were filled with compassion and fury. They resolved to avenge Ah Yao and expose the villainous perpetrator. In a remote mountain village enveloped by towering peaks, ancient customs held sway like mystical incantations, governing the lives of every villager. A spine-chilling tradition persisted. On nights of the full moon, the spirits of the unmarried deceased would seek a living spouse in a spectral union. Li Ming, a young man from the village, was making his way home. The fading twilight cast an ethereal veil over the hamlet. As he walked, Li Ming contemplated his day's labor in the fields, pondering his future. Suddenly, an eerie melody shattered the tranquility of the night. The sound, seemingly emanating from a distant place, possessed an unsettling rhythm that sent shivers down Li Ming's spine. He halted, casting fearful glances in every direction. The music grew closer, as if guided by unseen hands. Following the sound, he noticed an abandoned mansion in the distance, adorned with festive decorations, as if hosting a wedding. The ancient abode appeared particularly sinister in the darkness, its dilapidated walls cloaked in ivy, faint light filtering through the windows. Li Ming's heart raced, a profound unease gripping him. He couldn't fathom why the derelict mansion would be playing wedding music, but his intuition warned him of a lurking horror. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity triumphed over fear. He cautiously approached the mansion, each step feeling like an entry into an unknown realm of terror. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw two figures with pallid complexions standing guard. Dressed in antiquated attire, their eyes were vacant, seemingly devoid of souls. Terrified, Li Ming attempted to flee, but one of them intercepted him. "You've come for the wedding. Why do you turn away?" The figure inquired in an icy tone, as if uttering from the depths of hell. Li Ming stared at him, stammering, I was unaware of a wedding here. I was merely passing by." The other figure offered a ghastly smile. "Now that you're here, come inside." Reluctantly, Li Ming braced himself and entered the mansion. Within, flickering red candles illuminated a gathering of silent, expressionless individuals. Li Ming noticed that their faces were unnaturally pale, as if devoid of life. Their attire was peculiar. Some in ancient robes, others in tattered cotton jackets, appearing like specters from disparate eras. In the center of the hall stood a couple. The bride wore a scarlet wedding gown and a phoenix coronet, her face concealed by a red veil. Her figure was graceful, yet radiated an aura of chilling coldness. The groom, clad in black robes, possessed a somber countenance, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Li Ming's heart pounded as he wondered what to do. Abruptly, the groom turned towards Li Ming, a sinister smile crossing his lips. "Welcome to our wedding," he intoned, his voice echoing as if from the underworld. Li Ming nearly collapsed in terror, trembling as he uttered, I wish to leave." The groom shook his head. "Now that you're here, there's no escape." Li Ming gazed despairingly at the surrounding figures, seeking an opportunity to flee. However, the mansion's entrance seemed sealed by an arcane force, impervious to his efforts. Resigned, he stood there, awaiting his fate. The music grew more macabre, as if countless spirits were lamenting. Horrific images flooded Li Ming's mind, and he regretted his curiosity. He couldn't comprehend the purpose of the wedding or the destiny that awaited him. Suddenly, the bride stirred slightly. Her movements were languid, as if each gesture required immense effort. Li Ming watched her intently, his heart pounding with dread. Slowly, she raised her hand and lifted the red veil from her face. As the bride's visage was revealed, Li Ming nearly screamed. Her complexion was ashen, her eyes lifeless, and her lips bore an eerie purple hue. Her face was covered in strange patterns, as if corrupted by an evil force. The bride gazed at Li Ming, a ghastly smile gracing her lips. "Have you come to accompany me?" she crooned, her voice spectral. Li Ming shook his head frantically. "No, I haven't. I was merely passing by. I wish to leave." The bride's smile deepened, becoming more sinister. "Now that you're here, there's no escape. You shall be my groom, and we shall spend eternity together." Li Ming stared at the bride in despair, realizing he was trapped in a terrifying snare. He lamented his decision to approach the mansion, to succumb to his curiosity. Now, he could only pray for a miracle to deliver him from this horrifying place. As Li Ming sank into despair, he noticed an elderly man in the corner of the hall, watching him silently. The old man's eyes seemed to hold a trace of sympathy, offering Li Ming a glimmer of hope. He cautiously approached the old man and whispered, "What is happening? What can I do?" The old man sighed. "This is a ghost marriage. The bride was a woman from the village who died unmarried. Her family, following tradition, arranged a spectral union for her, seeking a living groom. And you, unfortunate soul, are that groom. Li Ming was horrified. What can I do? I don't want to die. The old man shook his head. There's no escape now. Unless what? Li Ming asked eagerly. Unless you can uncover the true cause of the bride's death and dispel her resentment, the old man replied. Li Ming fell into contemplation. He knew that his only hope lay in discovering the truth behind the bride's demise and alleviating her grievances, or he would remain trapped in this terrifying place forever. But where should he begin? Chapter 161. The affection between humans and spirits after fleeing from the terrifying ancient mansion. Li Ming ran frantically until he was certain he had distanced himself from the dreadful structure. Breathless, he finally paused, leaning against a grand tree, his heart still racing. Contemplating his next course of action, he recalled the elder's words. Only by uncovering the true cause of the bride's demise and dispelling her lingering resentment could he liberate himself from this horrific nightmare. Determined, Li Ming resolved to return to the village to gather more information about the bride. He tread cautiously along the path back, each shadow sending shivers down his spine. Upon his arrival, he found the village enveloped in an eerie silence. He made his way to the local tavern, hoping to hear whispers of the bride's tale from the villagers gathered there. The dimly lit tavern was filled with a few villagers seated at a table, engaged in hushed conversation. As Li Ming entered, their chatter abruptly ceased, and wary eyes turned towards him. With a sheepish smile, he took a vacant seat and ordered a drink. Attempting to strike up a conversation with the villagers nearby, he found them unresponsive. With no other option, he silently sipped his drink, waiting for an opportunity to arise. At last, a drunken elder began to mutter to himself. Li Ming leaned in, hoping to glean some clues about the bride from his ramblings. The old man mumbled, "That ancient mansion. A cursed place, the bride. She died unjustly." Li Ming quickly approached, leaning in to ask softly, "Sir, what do you mean by the bride dying unjustly?" The elder lifted his murky gaze to Li Ming, then spoke cryptically. "The bride was once the most beautiful girl in the village, yet for reasons unknown, she passed away on the night of the full moon. Some say she was possessed by an evil spirit. Others claim she was murdered. Does anyone know if the bride exhibited any peculiar behavior before her death?" The elder pondered for a moment, then replied, "I heard that prior to her death, the bride often ventured alone to the mountains behind the village. What she sought there remains unknown." Resolved to explore the mountains, Li Ming hoped to uncover some insight into the bride's death. Departing the tavern, he made his way towards the ominous woods. The dense foliage loomed around him, evoking a sense of dread. After a while, he stumbled upon a cave. Dark and damp, it exuded a foul odor. Despite his hesitation, he decided to venture inside. Lighting a torch, he cautiously entered. Within the cave, an air of mystery enveloped him, and strange symbols adorned the walls. Although he could not decipher their meaning, he sensed they were linked to the bride's demise. As he delved deeper into the cave, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears. The chilling cries seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Terrified, Li Ming nearly dropped his torch, yet he steeled himself and moved towards the source of the sound. With each step, the sobs grew clearer. At last, he discovered a girl huddled in a corner, trembling and tear-streaked. Approaching her gently, he asked, "Who are you? Why are you crying here?" The girl lifted her gaze, fear etched on her face. "I am Fong, the bride's dear friend. I know the truth behind her death, but I am afraid." A surge of hope filled Li Ming's heart. "Fong, please do not be frightened. Tell me the cause of the bride's death, and I will find a way to dispel her resentment, freeing us all from this nightmare." After a moment of hesitation, Fong began. "The bride's death is connected to a mysterious organization. They conduct wicked rituals, sacrificing the innocent to achieve their goals. The bride was chosen as a victim." Li Ming stared at Fong in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Where can we find this organization? Why did they choose the bride?" Fong shook her head. "I do not know where they are located. All I know is they seek a special power, and the bride seemed to possess it. Thus, they abducted her for a dark ceremony." Lost in thought, Li Ming understood he must locate this enigmatic organization and expose their sinister plot to unravel the bride's resentment. However, with their elusive nature, where should he begin his search? Just as despair washed over him, Fong suddenly spoke. "I know of someone who may assist you. He is an elder in the village, well versed in its history and legends. Perhaps he knows something about this organization." Eagerly, Li Ming urged Fong to lead him to the elder. They found him sitting in his yard, gazing vacantly into the distance. Li Ming approached respectfully. "Sir, we seek your wisdom on a pressing matter." The elder regarded them with a discerning eye, then inquired slowly, "What is it you wish to know?" Li Ming recounted the tale of the bride and the mysterious organization. The elder's expression grew grave as he listened, his silence weighing heavily in the air. Finally, he spoke. "This organization has existed for ages. They have long sought a powerful force, one that grants immortality and boundless magical abilities. The bride's lineage appears to harbor a unique bloodline, potentially the key to the power they seek." Li Ming questioned, "How can we find this organization?" The elder shook his head. "This organization." Chapter 162, A Tale of Love and Ghosts 3. Upon returning to the village, Li Ming, Fong, and the individual who had escaped from the underground lair of a mysterious organization immediately incited panic among the villagers. There was an air of suspicion surrounding the stranger they had brought back, as the villagers feared that he might usher in further calamities. Li Ming endeavored to elucidate their harrowing experiences and intentions, seeking the villagers' support and assistance. However, most chose silence and skepticism, with only a handful of brave souls willing to stand alongside them against the enigmatic organization. In a dilapidated house within the village, they gathered to deliberate their next course of action. The man who had fled the basement, named Lin Feng, recounted his grave experiences within the organization, his visage somber as he spoke. "This organization is nefarious," he declared, engaging in horrific experiments in pursuit of an arcane power. "I was imprisoned in their basement, enduring relentless torment. I witnessed frightful scenes, as they seemed to summon some malevolent entity." His voice quivered, and his eyes brimmed with terror. Li Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know the specifics of their experiments? Moreover, why have they chosen brides as sacrifices?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I am uncertain of the particulars, yet I sense they are attempting to breach a portal to another realm. As for the brides, I have heard whispers that their lineage possesses a unique bloodline, possibly linked to that mysterious power." Fong clasped Li Ming's hand anxiously. "What shall we do? We cannot allow them to succeed." After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming replied, "We must locate the headquarters of the mysterious organization and thwart their plans. However, our understanding of their situation remains insufficient. We require further clues." As they engaged in discussion, a cacophony erupted from outside. Rushing to investigate, they discovered a throng of individuals clad in black approaching the village. The villagers, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions, creating chaos. Li Ming and his companions quickly realized that the organization had uncovered their whereabouts and sent operatives to hunt them down. They promptly rallied the villagers to resist. Yet the sheer number of the black-clad assailants, armed and formidable, soon overwhelmed them. Amidst the fierce combat, Li Ming observed the cold expressions and brutal tactics of the attackers. They struck without mercy, devoid of any semblance of empathy. Rage surged within Li Ming as he seized a weapon and fought valiantly against the assailants. Fong stood resolutely by his side, bravely shielding the villagers from harm with her fragile form. Lin Feng employed the skills he had acquired from the organization, deftly maneuvering against the attackers. Despite their valiant efforts, they found themselves unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. One by one, the villagers fell, the earth stained crimson with their blood. Despair and helplessness engulfed Li Ming. He was at a loss as to how to vanquish such formidable foes. Just as they neared the brink of annihilation, an eerie voice resonated from above. A crimson light descended, illuminating the entire village. The onlookers gazed upward in astonishment as the ghost of the bride materialized in the air. The ghost emanated a potent aura, her eyes filled with fury and sorrow. Witnessing the devastation below, she let out a piercing wail. The black-clad assailants recoiled in fright at the sight of her spectral form, clearly taken aback by her unexpected appearance. The bride's ghost gently descended to the ground, addressing Li Ming and his companions. "You should not have come here. This is a calamity beyond your endurance." Li Ming met her gaze with determination. "We cannot stand idly by. This mysterious organization must be halted, lest more innocents suffer." The ghost remained silent for a moment before responding. "Very well. Since you exhibit such courage, I shall aid you. However, remember that this battle will be arduous, and the cost may be steep." With a wave of her hand, a surge of formidable energy radiated from her. The beleaguered villagers felt their pain dissipate, rising once more to rejoin the fray. Empowered by the ghost's assistance, Li Ming and his allies felt their morale surge. They engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the black-clad adversaries. During the clash, Li Ming noted the ghost's expression, filled with unwavering resolve and bravery, evoking admiration. Though the assailants were powerful, they began to falter before the ghost's might, retreating in a desperate attempt to escape the village. Yet, Li Ming and his companions did not relent, pursuing them relentlessly. Amidst the conflict, Li Ming pondered how to dismantle the mysterious organization entirely. He understood that relying solely on the ghost's power would not suffice. They must uncover the organization's vulnerabilities for ultimate victory. In the heat of battle, Lin Feng suddenly stumbled upon a vital clue. He discovered a map on one of the black-clad assailants, marked with the location of the organization's headquarters. Excitedly, Lin Feng presented the map to Li Ming. This could be the key to locating the organization's lair. We can use it to find their stronghold and obliterate them. Li Ming accepted the map, scrutinizing its intricate markings. Despite the complexity, he discerned the general location of the organization's headquarters. He resolved to lead their group there, intent on ending this horrific nightmare once and for all. As they journeyed toward the headquarters, they faced numerous challenges and perils. They traversed dense forests, scaled treacherous mountains, and encountered bizarre creatures that attacked them. Yet, they pressed on, unwavering in their pursuit of their goal. Chapter 164. The enigmatic shadow of the painted skin. As the night descended like ink, it gradually enveloped the ancient town. The daytime clamor faded into a hushed silence, replaced by an air of mysterious and oppressive tranquility. The young painter, Li Yunfei, sat in his studio, the dim glow of the lamp casting a warm hue on his focused visage, while his brush danced lightly across the canvas. Since childhood, he had harbored an almost obsessive passion for painting, and through both talent and diligence, he had garnered a reputation in the town. A few days prior, he had received a cryptic commission from an unknown affluent patron who requested a portrait. The generous remuneration piqued Li Yunfei's interest, compelling him to accept the task without hesitation. At that moment, he was wholly engrossed in outlining the portrait. Striving to capture the essence and grace described by his enigmatic client, the studio was infused with the scent of turpentine and paint, and the walls were adorned with his creations, picturesque landscapes and lifelike figures, each a testament to his dedication and emotion. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, bursting open the door with a creaking sound. Startled, Li Yunfei nearly dropped his brush. Frowning, he rose to close the door, only to discover a peculiar scroll lying on the ground. It seemed to have been blown from an unknown location, resting there and exuding an aura of mystery. Curiosity piqued, Li Yunfei bent to retrieve the scroll, carefully unrolling it. The scroll depicted a stunning woman clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Skin as pale as snow, brows like distant mountains, eyes resembling autumn waters, and lips slightly curved as if in a smile. Yet, her countenance bore an eerie quality that sent chills down his spine. Li Yunfei's heart raced uncontrollably. He was unaware of the scroll's origins or why it had appeared at his doorstep. He felt an urge to discard it, yet found himself irresistibly drawn to the woman's beauty, which seemed to possess a certain enchantment. At that moment, a mysterious voice whispered in his ear, "You must complete this painting." Li Yunfei looked around in terror, but saw no one. His face paled, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Who are you? Why must I finish this painting?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Yet, the voice remained silent, as if it had never existed. With the scroll clenched tightly in his hands, fear and confusion swirled within him. He was oblivious to the secrets the painting concealed, nor did he know the source of the enigmatic voice. He contemplated discarding the scroll, but feared it might summon even greater troubles. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to set the scroll aside and inquire about its provenance in the morning light. He gingerly rolled it up and placed it in a corner of the studio, then returned to the easel to continue his work on the mysterious portrait. However, his thoughts were in disarray, unable to concentrate on his painting. The image of the woman from the scroll incessantly haunted his mind, her beauty intertwined with an unsettling aura. His hands trembled involuntarily, leaving erratic strokes on the canvas. As time slipped by, his agitation grew. He rose to pace the studio, attempting to dispel the dread and unease enveloping him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a window adorned with curtains, fluttering gently in the breeze, as if something concealed lurked behind. Li Yunfei's heart raced anew as he approached the window, drawing the curtains aside. Outside lay an abyss of darkness, concealing all visibility. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he noticed a strange symbol painted on the glass. The symbol, rendered in red, resembled a distorted human face, sending shivers down his spine. Li Yunfei stumbled back in terror, nearly losing his balance. He was oblivious to the meaning of the symbol or the identity of its painter. His mind swirled with horrific imaginings, as if he had unwittingly stumbled into a grand conspiracy. At that moment, the studio door burst open once more, a violent gust sweeping inside. Li Yunfei's heart raced in fear as he beheld a fleeting white figure at the threshold. His heart momentarily ceased to beat. He was left bewildered by the identity and origin of this apparition. Trembling, he rose slowly and approached the door. Yet upon reaching it, he found nothing outside, only the oppressive darkness and the howling wind, as if recounting a dreadful tale. Returning to the studio, he shut the door firmly. His emotions were beyond articulation, as he felt ensnared in a nightmarish realm. Sitting on a chair, he cradled his head in his hands, striving to regain his composure. Yet, visions of the woman from the scroll and the enigmatic white figure persisted in his thoughts. He lamented his acceptance of the mysterious commission, feeling as though he had fallen into an inescapable trap. Just then, he heard faint footsteps approaching from a corner of the studio, growing ever closer. Li Yunfei's heart raced as he looked up to see the woman from the scroll emerging slowly from the shadows. Her beauty remained intact, yet her presence was imbued with an unsettling aura. Her gaze fixated on Li Yunfei, a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding an enigmatic charm. Terrified, he attempted to flee, but his body felt paralyzed, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as she advanced toward him, step by deliberate step. "Why do you fear me?" Her voice was soft and melodious, echoing like a haunting lullaby. Chapter 165. The Guile of Painted Skin, Part 2. Imbued with trepidation and bewilderment, Li Yunfei carried the eerie portrait. His inquiries into its provenance throughout the town proved fruitless. Reluctantly, he resolved to seek assistance from someone versed in the arcane. Guided by the chilling folklore he had gleaned from the old man, Li Yunfei's first port of call was the town's antique shop. The proprietor, an elderly man with a shock of white hair, possessed a profound sagacity that shone through his spectacles. Entering the shop, Li Yunfei elucidated his purpose to the owner. Upon hearing Li Yunfei's account, the owner's countenance grew grave. He picked up the portrait, scrutinizing it intently before remarking in a measured tone, "This painting is indeed malevolent, exuding an uncanny aura. Judging by its style and materials, it must be of considerable antiquity." Li Yunfei asked anxiously, "Do you know its origin?" The owner shook his head, replying, "The painting's precise origin eludes me. However, given the chilling folklore you mentioned, it is likely connected to that nefarious sorceress." Li Yunfei's heart sank. "What should I do?" The owner pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Seek out an old Taoist priest at the town's temple. He is knowledgeable in matters of the occult and may offer a solution." Li Yunfei expressed his gratitude and departed the antique shop, making his way toward the temple. Nestled on the town's periphery, the temple was enveloped by a dense forest. As Li Yunfei ventured along a path into the woods, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The forest was permeated with an air of mystery, as if countless eyes were upon him. Eventually, Li Yunfei espied the temple gates. They were firmly shut, bearing a plaque inscribed with the words Qingfeng Temple. Li Yunfei approached and gently knocked. After a short interval, the gates swung open, revealing a young Taoist priest. He paused momentarily upon seeing Li Yunfei before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Li Yunfei responded hastily, "I urgently need to see the elder priest. Please inform him of my presence." The priest nodded and replied, "One moment." He then turned and entered the temple. Soon after, the priest emerged with an elderly Taoist. Adorned in a Taoist robe, the old priest had snow-white hair and a benevolent countenance. He gazed at Li Yunfei and asked, "What troubles you?" Li Yunfei promptly presented the portrait and recounted his experiences. The old priest's expression grew solemn as he listened. He examined the painting meticulously before stating, "This is indeed a painted skin portrait. The woman within is trapped by the sorceress's dark magic, unable to find release. If you do not destroy this painting swiftly, your life will be in peril." Li Yunfei asked in terror, "What must I do?" The old priest deliberated before advising, "You may incinerate the painting, but before doing so, you must locate the woman within and help her soul ascend. Otherwise, her spirit will forever haunt you." Li Yunfei hesitated before asking, "How can I find her?" The old priest replied, "The woman is imprisoned by the sorceress's dark arts. Her soul may manifest in places heavy with energy." Chapter 166. The Enigmatic Shadow of the Painted Skin. 3. Li Yunfei resolved to heed the old Taoist guidance in his quest to locate the woman depicted in the painting. Armed with the scroll, he traversed the town in search of clues. However, this endeavor proved to be fraught with uncertainty and trepidation at every turn. His first stop was the town library, where he hoped to unearth some information regarding the woman in the painting from the ancient tomes. He navigated through the aisles, perusing the yellowed volumes with growing urgency as time slipped away in the silence. At long last, in a dusty book chronicling the town's history, he stumbled upon a vague reference. It spoke of a beautiful songstress from long ago, whose melodious voice enchanted all who heard it. Yet, she had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Li Yunfei's heart stirred with the possibility that this songstress might indeed be the woman he sought. He continued to scour the pages for further insights, but no additional information surfaced. Resigned, he closed the book and decided to inquire with the town's elders to see if they remembered anything about the songstress. Stepping out of the library, he made his way to the town square, where a group of elderly men basked in the sun, engaged in conversation. Approaching them politely, He posed his inquiry about the songstress. Upon hearing his question, the elders exchanged puzzled glances. One elder remarked, "A songstress? I believe I have a faint recollection." Yes, there was indeed a stunning songstress who sang here many years ago. Her voice was truly captivating, and many delighted in her performances. However, she vanished abruptly, and no one knows her fate. Li Yunfei pressed eagerly. "Do you recall her name?" The elder shook his head, replying, "I do not. That was so long ago. Who could remember such details clearly?" A wave of disappointment washed over Li Yunfei, yet he remained undeterred. He continued to ask other elders in hopes of uncovering more clues. After considerable effort, he finally learned from one elder that the songstress had once resided on the western side of the town. Without delay, Li Yunfei headed westward. This area was an ancient residential district, with dilapidated houses and narrow streets. He navigated through the labyrinthine alleys, his heart racing with anxiety and apprehension. Eventually, he arrived at the house where the songstress had lived. The structure was in a state of disrepair, its door secured by a rusted lock. Peering through the window, he found only darkness within, obscuring any glimpse of the past. Hesitating briefly, he resolved to inquire with nearby residents about the songstress. Knocking on the door of a neighboring house, a middle-aged woman answered. Li Yunfei politely asked, "Excuse me, I am trying to gather information about a songstress who once lived here. Do you know anything about her?" The woman furrowed her brow in thought, responding, "A songstress? I believe I have heard of her. She lived here long ago, but she vanished for reasons unknown. Some say she was taken by a nefarious man, while others believe she left the town of her own accord." Li Yunfei inquired, "Do you know who that man was?" The woman shook her head, saying, "I do not. That was ages ago. Who can recall such matters with precision?" Frustration welled within Li Yunfei as he felt ensnared in a dead end. Just as he was about to depart, the woman added, "However, I have heard that the songstress had a close friend who might possess some knowledge about her." A flicker of hope ignited within Li Yunfei as he eagerly asked, "Do you know where her friend might be?" The woman replied, "I am not certain, but I have heard she often strolls along the riverbank. You might find her there." Grateful, Li Yunfei thanked the woman and made his way toward the river. The scenery along the river was picturesque, the water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing chill. As he searched for the songstress's friend, anticipation filled his heart. At last, he spotted a woman seated on a stone by the river, gazing contemplatively at the flowing water. Her silhouette was reminiscent of the woman in the painting. Li Yunfei approached her gently, inquiring, "Excuse me, are you the songstress's friend?" The woman turned to him, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Who are you? Why are you seeking the songstress's friend?" she asked. "I am Li Yunfei," he replied hastily. "I am in search of the woman depicted in the painting. I understand she was once a songstress in this town, and I wish to learn more about her." The woman's complexion paled as she fell silent for a moment before speaking. "The woman in the painting? Why do you seek her? She has been gone for many years." Li Yunfei's heart sank, and he pressed, "How did she die?" With a sigh, she responded, "She was harmed by an evil man. This man, driven by his desire for her beauty, sought to possess her. When she refused, he had her taken away, and she never returned." Li Yunfei asked, "Do you know who that man was?" She shook her head, saying, "I do not. He was shrouded in mystery. No one has ever seen his true face. However, I have heard he resides in a grand estate on the eastern side of the town." Determined, Li Yunfei resolved to seek out this man on the eastern side. He bid farewell to the woman and set off in that direction. The eastern part of the town was a wealthy enclave, dotted with lavish estates. As he moved among these opulent residences, anxiety and trepidation swelled within him. Eventually, he located a particularly enigmatic estate. Its grand gates stood firmly shut, adorned with a sign that read, "Private property, do not approach." After a moment's hesitation, Li Yunfei decided to stealthily enter the estate. He circled around to the back. Chapter 167. The deceptive shadow of the painted skin. After fleeing from the terrifying manor, Li Yunfei found that the fear within him lingered, refusing to dissipate. He clutched tightly the remnants of the charred painted skin, as if it were the only tether to this nightmarish ordeal. Upon returning to the town, he discovered that an eerie atmosphere enveloped it. The streets were deserted, and every house was tightly shut, as though its inhabitants were hiding from some dreadful force. A sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to hasten towards his studio. As he opened the door to the studio, a musty scent assailed his senses. He lit an oil lamp, the dim light flickering in the stillness of the room, casting distorted shadows. Approaching the easel, he gazed upon the unfinished, enigmatic portrait. His mind awash with confusion, he began to recollect the inception of this entire affair, from receiving that mysterious commission to discovering the bizarre painted skin, culminating in the ensuing terror. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind his entanglement in this horrific saga, nor did he know the identity of the enigmatic commissioner. In that moment, A faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, growing ever closer from the corner of the studio. In terror, Li Yunfei turned around to behold a ghostly figure emerging from the shadows. As the figure became clearer, he recognized it as the woman from the painting. Yet, her visage had transformed into a grotesque mask of fury, her eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, and black blood trickling from her lips. Trembling, Li Yunfei staggered back, nearly losing his footing. With a quavering voice, he asked, You were supposed to be freed. Why have you returned?" The woman let out a chilling laugh, declaring, "Freed? You are mistaken. I have been imprisoned by that wicked man for so long. How could I possibly find liberation so easily? I seek vengeance, and I shall make everyone in this town pay for my suffering." Li Yunfei, filled with dread, pleaded, "You cannot do this. They are innocent." The woman scoffed, "Innocent? Where were they while I endured my torment? Now, they shall pay for their indifference." With that, she extended her hands and lunged towards him. Li Yunfei turned to flee, but the door to the studio suddenly slammed shut, leaving him with no escape. The woman advanced menacingly, her face contorted into a wicked grin. In despair, Li Yunfei shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable approach of death. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth from his pocket, revealing the figure of the old Taoist. The old man regarded the woman, saying, "You have allowed hatred to blind you. Only by relinquishing your vengeance can you truly attain freedom." Fuming, the woman retorted, "Relinquish hatred? It is easy for you to say. I have endured so much pain. How can I simply let go of my animosity?" The old Taoist replied, "Hatred will only ensnare you in endless suffering. Only by releasing it can you discover inner peace." The woman fell silent for a moment before asserting, "I cannot accept this. I want them to pay." The old man sighed, "Your hatred has transformed you into a demon. If you continue down this path, you shall be forever ensnared." Pain etched across her face, she looked at him and asked, "What must I do?" He advised, "You must abandon your hatred and use your kindness to mend this calamity. Only then can you achieve true liberation." After a moment's hesitation, the woman nodded slightly. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and then gradually reopened them. The hatred had vanished from her gaze, replaced by tranquility and benevolence. She turned to Li Yunfei and said, "I am sorry, I nearly harmed you. Thank you for enlightening me to the horrors of hatred." Li Yunfei exhaled with relief, responding, "It is all right. As long as you can let go of your hatred, it is not too late." She nodded again and walked towards the door. Upon reaching it, she paused, turning back to Li Yunfei, warning, "There are many malevolent forces still lurking in this town. Remain vigilant." With that, her figure gradually faded away. Li Yunfei gazed at the spot where she had vanished, a profound sense of reflection washing over him. He understood that this nightmare was far from over, and numerous unknown dangers awaited him in the town. Nevertheless, he did not waver. He resolved to confront everything with courage, using his strength to protect the townsfolk. He picked up his brush, determined to finish the unfinished portrait. Through his art, he aimed to instill hope and courage in others. In the days that followed, Li Yunfei sought out the evil presences within the town. He uncovered that the mysterious commissioner was, in fact, a malevolent sorcerer who had been exploiting the painted skin to siphon the life force from the townspeople, thereby augmenting his own power. Li Yunfei resolved to engage in a decisive battle against the sorcerer. He sought the old Taoist assistants, who agreed to aid him, providing him with magical artifacts and talismans. The day of the confrontation finally arrived. Li Yunfei and the old Taoist arrived at the sorcerer's lair, which was steeped in an aura of malevolence that sent chills down their spines. The sorcerer, upon seeing them, displayed a grotesque smile, mocking, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are gravely mistaken." Li Yunfei declared, "We shall certainly vanquish you and restore peace to the town." With that, a fierce battle ensued between Li Yunfei, the old Taoist, and the sorcerer. In the midst of the clash, Li Yunfei summoned his courage and intellect, standing resolutely alongside the old man against the sorcerer's dark powers. However, the sorcerer's strength was formidable, and they gradually found themselves in peril. Just as despair began to engulf them, the woman from the painting suddenly reappeared. Chapter 169, The Ghost in the Old Alley. In the bustling and vibrant heart of the city, there exists an ancient alley that seems to have been forsaken by time. Nestled in the shadows of towering skyscrapers, it is narrow and dimly lit, flanked by dilapidated and decaying houses. The weathered walls and rotting doors bear the deep creases of age, silently narrating tales of yesteryears. Sunlight struggles to filter through the interwoven branches above, casting fragmented patterns of light upon the uneven cobblestones below. Young journalist Xiaoyan, driven by an insatiable curiosity and professional intuition, decided to venture into this peculiar alley after hearing unsettling rumors about it. Clad in simple blue jeans paired with a crisp white shirt, she appeared both fresh and competent. With her camera, an instrument for capturing the world's myriad wonders. Slung over her shoulder, she gracefully stepped into the alley's entrance. As she crossed the threshold, a musty, decayed scent enveloped her like a tide. It was a mingling of damp earth, rotting wood, and the dust of time, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. She noticed an elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, quietly seated on an old wooden chair at his doorstep, basking in the sun. The man squinted, his expression somewhat vacant, as if lost in distant memories. Xiaoyan approached him, her face brightening with a friendly and sweet smile, and softly inquired, "Sir, I've heard some strange tales about this old alley. Could you share them with me?" The old man slowly raised his murky eyes, scrutinizing her from head to toe. A flicker of fear crossed his face as he shook his head, speaking in a low and grave tone. "Young lady, do not pry into matters you do not understand. This place is not clean. There is something eerie about it." A spark of determination flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. She was unwilling to be dismissed so easily. "Please, sir, enlighten me. What makes it unclean? Perhaps I could help uncover the truth." The old man remained silent for a moment, seemingly wrestling with the decision to reveal the horrifying secrets that lay buried within his heart. Finally, he lowered his voice, as if fearing an unseen presence might overhear, and spoke. "On nights of the full moon, one can hear the weeping of a woman emanating from the depths of the alley. The cries are heart-wrenching, as if she has endured endless torment, capable of startling even the most restless souls. There are also reports of a girl in a white dress wandering the alley, her eyes vacant and soulless, resembling a ghost. Young lady, heed my advice and leave this place. Do not invite trouble upon yourself." Xiaoyan felt a tightening in her chest. Yet her fervent curiosity as a journalist compelled her to press on. "What do you believe is the cause of this? Is there a hidden secret?" The old man shook his head once more, sighing deeply. "I do not know. This old alley is indeed strange. Over the years, countless bizarre events have unfolded, and no one can fathom their origins. You should leave at once. Do not linger here." Grateful for his warning, Xiaoyan thanked the old man and, though feeling somewhat apprehensive, resolutely continued deeper into the alley. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept in from an unknown source, gently caressing her cheek and sending a shiver down her spine. As she walked further, she came across a decrepit grocery store, its doors and windows faded and worn. A disheveled middle-aged woman sat at the entrance, her hair hastily tied back, her face marked by fatigue and worry. Xiaoyan approached politely. "Ma'am, you must have lived here for quite some time, haven't you?" The woman lifted her head, regarding Xiaoyan with a wary gaze, responding curtly, "Yes, and what of it?" Xiaoyan recounted the eerie tale she had just heard from the old man. Instantly, the woman's expression soured, her brows knitting together in impatience as she retorted, "Nonsense. There are no ghostly girls. It's all just idle gossip." However, Xiaoyan keenly observed the woman's evasive eyes, sensing she was concealing something significant. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the old alley, ringing out with a jarring intensity. Startled, Xiaoyan felt her heart race as she instinctively dashed toward the source of the sound. Chapter 170. The Ghost in the Old Alley 2. Xiaoyan sprinted towards the source of the piercing scream, her heart pounding like a drum. Each step filled with tension and dread. She arrived at a particularly dilapidated courtyard, its entrance firmly shut. Yet, from within emanated a sorrowful wailing, as if it could penetrate the very soul. Standing before the gate, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage and gently nudged it open. With a creaking sound, the door slowly swung ajar. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, nearly reaching her knees, and the desolate scene instilled a chilling sense of foreboding. Xiaoyan cautiously stepped inside, treading lightly to avoid disturbing any unseen presence. The weeping grew clearer, echoing in her ears, guiding her to a half-opened door of a room. An eerie atmosphere seeped through the crack. She swallowed hard and, in a trembling voice, whispered, "What's wrong?" Inside, the woman offered no reply, yet the crying persisted, steeped in boundless sorrow and lament. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoyan slowly pushed open the door and entered the room. As she approached the woman, the latter suddenly turned her head, causing Xiaoyan to gasp in shock. Tears streamed down the woman's face, carving clear trails on her pallid complexion. Her eyes appeared vacant, devoid of focus, staring blankly ahead. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Xiaoyan feigned composure, though her voice quavered slightly. The woman ceased her weeping and spoke in a ghostly tone. "I am the cursed one, eternally trapped in this place." Xiaoyan furrowed her brow in confusion. "Cursed? What curse?" The woman stood slowly, as if an unseen force compelled her, her movements stiff and deliberate. With a dazed gaze directed forward, her voice seemed to drift from afar. "A dreadful event transpired in this old alley. On nights of the full moon, malevolent spirits emerge, seeking a scapegoat. I am one of their victims, Anxiety gripped Xiaoyan's heart. Beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, yet she pressed on. What terrible event occurred? The woman fell silent for a moment, the surrounding air growing heavy. Then, she began to recount a chilling tale from the past. Years ago, an evil sorcerer resided in this alley, conducting a gruesome ritual to attain eternal life. On a full moon night, he gathered many innocent maidens within this courtyard, ruthlessly taking their lives through horrifying means. Since then, the alley has been cursed, every full moon. The spirits of those maidens wail in anguish. Xiaoyan felt her scalp prickle and her legs weaken, yearning to flee from this terrifying place. Just as she was about to turn away, she realized that the door had inexplicably slammed shut, and the woman who had been before her had vanished without a trace. Outside, the light began to fade, a luminous moon hanging high in the sky. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting eerie shadows across the room. A chill crept up Xiaoyan's spine, and suddenly, the heart-wrenching cries resumed, this time sounding even closer, as if whispering in her ear. Xiaoyan covered her ears, attempting to block out the maddening wails, but they clung to her relentlessly, burrowing into her mind. She fumbled in the darkness, desperate to locate the door, but inadvertently collided with the table, sending its contents crashing to the floor in a cacophony. At that moment, the cries abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive silence. Xiaoyan's breath quickened, her heartbeat echoing in the stillness. She scanned the room nervously, fearful of what might suddenly materialize. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the window, tousling her hair. Turning her head, she beheld a hazy figure at the window, which gradually sharpened into the very woman who had just vanished. The woman's face was devoid of tears, replaced by an unsettling smile. Her lips moved slightly, as if whispering something. Terrified, Xiaoyan edged closer to the window, straining to discern the woman's words. "You cannot escape." "You cannot escape." The woman's voice reverberated in Xiaoyan's ears, causing her to recoil in terror and stumble backward, collapsing onto the floor. Chapter 171. The Ghost in the Old Alley 3. Xiaoyan sat helplessly on the cold floor, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on the woman at the window. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an invisible fear. The figure at the window stood silently, her silhouette appearing increasingly ominous in the chilling moonlight. An eerie smile graced her lips, exuding a deadly allure that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiaoyan's breathing quickened, her heartbeat echoing loudly in the stillness of the room. She yearned to escape this dreadful scene, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilized in sheer horror. The woman's gaze slowly descended upon Xiaoyan, and the coldness and cruelty within her eyes plunged Xiaoyan into despair. She was oblivious to the identity of this enigmatic woman, or why she had manifested here. However, she sensed the palpable threat that emanated from the figure. As time ticked away, Xiaoyan's mental state began to unravel. She questioned whether she had succumbed to a nightmare. Yet everything before her felt achingly real. She tried to convince herself it was merely an illusion, but the woman's presence lingered, refusing to dissipate. No, this cannot be real. It must be a figment of my imagination. Xiaoyan fervently shook her head, striving to awaken from this nightmare. Yet, the woman's image only sharpened in clarity. Suddenly, the figure vanished from the window. Xiaoyan inhaled deeply, struggling to rise from the floor. She knew she had to find a way out swiftly. The moment she turned, she noticed an eerie glow flickering in the corner of the room. Cautiously, she approached the source of the light, revealing strange symbols and patterns drawn on the ground. Surrounded by items emitting a pungent odor, remnants of some mysterious ritual, Xiaoyan's heart raced with urgency as she trembled, retrieving her camera to capture these enigmatic designs. Just as the flash illuminated the room, a violent gust of wind swept through, swirling leaves and dust into a chaotic dance. Amongst the flurry of debris, Xiaoyan perceived a massive shadow drawing nearer. Her throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand, rendering her voiceless. Who is there?" Xiaoyan managed to utter through clenched teeth, yet only the howling wind answered her. The shadow approached, eventually revealing a figure clad in a black robe. A grotesque mask adorned his face, the twisted patterns sending chills down her spine. "Are you a sorcerer?" Xiaoyan asked in terror, her voice laced with desperation. The robed figure emitted a chilling laugh, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of hell, instilling dread. "Child, you should not be here. Now that you are, do not expect to leave." With that, the figure began to recite strange incantations, his voice low and raspy, as if conversing with some dark force. As the spells resonated, the temperature in the room plummeted, and Xiaoyan felt as though she had been thrust into an icy abyss. The atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, shadows on the walls contorting as if to consume her. Xiaoyan turned to flee, but her body felt as though it were weighed down by heavy chains, rendering her immobile. At that moment, the figure raised a staff, the gemstone atop it gleaming with an otherworldly light, pointing directly at her. Suddenly, a blinding flash enveloped her, and Xiaoyan was plunged into darkness, losing consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in a damp, dark room, a foul stench pervading the air. She attempted to rise, but discovered her hands and feet bound tightly by heavy iron chains. Even the slightest movement sent a chilling clank echoing through the space. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a faint light seeped in. Entering was a girl, the rumored ghostly figure. "Why have you come here?" the ghost girl inquired coldly, her eyes devoid of warmth. Xiaoyan gazed at her in terror. "I only wish to uncover the truth. I want to help you." The ghost girl fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "The truth is often cruel. Are you certain you can bear it?" Xiaoyan nodded resolutely, her gaze reflecting unwavering courage. The ghost girl sighed, beginning to recount her tragic tale. Once, she was an innocent girl from the old alley, abducted by the malevolent sorcerer on a moonlit night, becoming a sacrificial victim of his bloody rituals. Her soul was eternally imprisoned here, unable to transcend, condemned to wander in pain and resentment. Filled with anger and sympathy upon hearing the story, Xiaoyan vowed to find a way to break this dreadful curse, granting the ghost girl and the other victims the peace they so desperately sought. Chapter 172. The paper doll. As the night fell like ink, it quietly enveloped the ancient and tranquil village. At the edge of the village, the dilapidated old mansion loomed in the darkness, resembling a silent giant, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. Li Daiden and Wang Ergu, two young men who prided themselves on their fearlessness, now stood at the entrance of the old mansion. Li Daiden furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. "Ergu, are you certain we should enter this haunted place? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling." Wang Ergu, however, shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Look at you. It's just a rundown house. What could possibly be frightening? Come on, let us go inside and take a look." Summoning their courage, the two stepped into the old mansion, and immediately, a musty, decaying odor assaulted their senses. In the dim light, their footsteps echoed through the empty halls, as if some unseen entity was silently observing them. Suddenly, Li Daiden's gaze fixed on a corner. His face paled instantaneously, his voice trembling. "Ergu, do you see that?" Following his gaze, Wang Ergu beheld a paper doll standing silently. The doll's face was adorned with a grotesque makeup. Its pallid visage bore hollow, lifeless black eyes, and its crimson lips were as vivid as fresh blood. Wang Ergu involuntarily swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. "It's just a paper doll. What is there to fear? It must have been left behind by a previous resident." Yet Li Daiden shook his head repeatedly, terror evident in his eyes. "No. This paper doll feels sinister. Look at its gaze. It seems to be watching us." As they prepared to flee, a chilling laughter erupted abruptly, echoing from all directions, as if surfacing from the deepest recesses of their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. Li Daiden's eyes widened in fear. "Ergu, let us get out of here quickly. This place is too eerie." Though Wang Ergu was frightened as well, he feigned bravado. "What is there to be afraid of? It's probably just the wind. Let us check out somewhere else." However, just as they took a few steps, the paper doll appeared to move slightly, terrified by the uncanny doll. Li Daiden and Wang Ergu dashed out of the mansion. They ran frantically until they reached the village, breathless and pale as sheets. "Daiden, that paper doll we just saw was terrifying," Wang Ergu stammered, remnants of fear lingering in his eyes. Li Daiden gulped nervously, recalling the incident. "Indeed. That laughter, I can't fathom where it came from. There must be something unclean in that old mansion." Their unusual behavior caught the attention of the village elder. An elderly man with white hair approached, frowning. "What is the matter with you two young men? You seem flustered." Li Daiden and Wang Ergu exchanged glances before recounting their encounter with the paper doll and the eerie laughter to the elder. Upon hearing their tale, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear flashing through his murky eyes. "You stumbled into great misfortune. That paper doll is cursed." "Cursed?" Li Daiden and Wang Ergu exclaimed in unison. The elder nodded slowly, his demeanor grave. "It is said that anyone who sees the paper doll will be cursed, and within 7 days, calamity will befall them." Li Daiden's lips quivered in fright. "What should we do?" Wang Ergu, equally anxious, turned to the elder. "Please, sir, think of a way to help us." The elder sighed. "The only way to escape this fate is to find a method to break the curse. You must locate the creator of the paper doll within 7 days and have him lift the curse." Li Daiden and Wang Ergu exchanged glances, their hearts filled with despair and dread. However, they understood that they had no other choice but to bravely seek the doll's creator. They began to inquire about the paper doll throughout the village. Upon mentioning it, villagers shook their heads in terror, expressing their fear. Some claimed the paper doll was a manifestation of an evil spirit, while others regarded it as a cursed object. In any case, no one was willing to discuss it further. After much difficulty, They finally learned that the paper doll was crafted by a mysterious old woman who resided on a nearby mountain, seldom interacting with others. Determined, Li Daiden and Wang Ergu decided to ascend the mountain in search of the old woman. They navigated the rugged path, their hearts heavy with trepidation. The dense forest on the mountain was foreboding, and strange sounds echoed intermittently, keeping their nerves on edge. After a lengthy trek, they finally spotted a dilapidated house. The solitary structure stood amidst an aura of mystery. Daiden, is this where the old woman lives? Wang Ergu asked nervously. Li Daiden, unsure, resolved to press on. We'll find out. Cautiously, they approached the house and lightly knocked on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with a weathered face. Her cold, piercing gaze sent chills down their spines. Who are you? What do you want here? Her voice was hoarse and frigid. Summoning his courage, Li Daiden replied. Ma'am, we heard that you made a paper doll. We saw it, and now we are cursed. We implore you to lift the curse. The old woman's expression turned even more frigid. Once a curse is cast, it cannot be undone. Prepare yourselves for the impending disaster. With that, she began to close the door, but Li Daiden and Wang Ergu hurriedly blocked her way, pleading desperately. Please, ma'am, you must have a way. Chapter 174. The paper doll. Li Daiden and Wang Ergu gazed at the old woman in horror, a profound sense of unease swelling within them. They could not comprehend the meaning behind her words. Could it be that the curse had not truly been lifted? The old woman's laughter echoed chillingly through the abandoned mansion, enveloping the air with an eerie atmosphere. She slowly approached Li Daiden and Wang Ergu, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Did you believe that activating the treasure with the essence of life would lift the curse? How naive, she intoned, her voice reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell. This curse cannot be easily undone. All you have accomplished is to temporarily suppress it. Struggling to sit upright, Li Daiden trembled as he asked, what are we to do? Is there no way to completely rid ourselves of this curse? The corners of the old woman's mouth curled into a wicked smile. There is a way, but are you willing to pay a greater price? Wang Ergu's eyes widened in urgency. What price? We would do anything to lift the curse. After a moment of silence, the old woman replied slowly, you must find a pure soul and sacrifice it to the god of the curse. Only then can the curse be truly lifted. Upon hearing this, Li Daiden and Wang Ergu's faces turned ashen. They had not anticipated that the cost of breaking the curse would be so grave. Yet, they understood that without lifting the curse, they would remain forever ensnared in fear. After much agonizing deliberation, they resolved to seek out a pure soul. They began to inquire around the village, hoping to find someone who fit the criteria. However, they soon realized that this task was far more daunting than they had imagined. The villagers were consumed by their own desires and sins. Not a single person possessed a pure soul. Despair engulfed Li Daiden and Wang Ergu, leaving them at a loss for what to do. At that moment, they caught wind of a rumor. There was a young girl in the village named Fong, known for her kind heart and willingness to help others. She was often referred to as the kind girl. Li Daiden and Wang Ergu felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Fong was the pure soul they sought. They approached her, eager to learn more about her. Fong was surprised by their visit but welcomed them warmly. In their interactions with Fong, they discovered her to be genuinely kind and pure, her heart brimming with love and hope. However, the thought of sacrificing Fong to the god of the curse filled them with guilt and anguish. They were uncertain if such an act was justifiable, yet they felt they had no alternative. Finally, on a dark night, Li Daiden and Wang Ergu resolved to take action. They deceived Fong into the abandoned mansion, preparing for the sacrificial ritual. Initially, she was unaware of their intentions, believing they sought her assistance for some matter. However, upon witnessing the ominous setup within the mansion and the expressions on Li Daiden and Wang Ergu's faces, she comprehended the horrifying reality. Her eyes filled with terror and despair as she struggled fiercely to escape the dreadful place. Why are you doing this? I always considered you friends. Fong's voice quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Daiden and Wang Ergu were overwhelmed with remorse, yet they steeled their hearts. Fong, we are sorry. We are left with no choice. Only this way can we lift the curse. Desperation filled Fong's gaze as she implored, what you are doing is wrong. The curse can be lifted by other means. You should not harm the innocent. Yet, Li Daiden and Wang Ergu could no longer hear her words. They commenced the sacrificial rite, binding Fong to a stone pillar before lighting candles and incense. Just as they were about to offer her to the god of the curse, a blinding light suddenly radiated from the depths of the mansion. Within the brilliance, a mysterious figure slowly materialized. This figure exuded an overwhelming presence, instilling an unassailable authority. It regarded Li Daiden and Wang Ergu with eyes filled with fury and disappointment. You dare to harm the innocent in your quest to lift the curse? Your transgressions are unforgivable. The voice of the mysterious figure reverberated like thunder within the mansion. Li Dezai and Wang Erge fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please forgive us. We are compelled by circumstance. The enigmatic figure shook its head. The curse is of your own making. You must bear the consequences. Henceforth, you shall be eternally haunted by the curse until you atone for your sins with true goodness and courage. With that, the figure vanished, and the light gradually dissipated. Li Dezai and Wang Ergu sat despondently upon the ground, aware that their fates were sealed. From that day forward, they were tormented by the curse, their lives marred by suffering. Each day was spent in remorse, regretting the choices they had made. Fang's tragic demise became a sorrowful tale within the village, a poignant reminder of how the innocent girl fell victim to the curse. Amidst endless anguish and regret, Li Dezai and Wang Erge spiraled toward destruction. Their souls were consumed by the curse, forever denied release. The curse of the paper doll loomed like a terrifying nightmare over the entire village, leaving its inhabitants in a perpetual state of fear. Chapter 175. The terrifying ghost marriage in a remote town. There resided a young detective named Lin Yu. He was slender in stature, yet his gaze was piercing, with disheveled black hair cascading over his forehead. One day, an unusual visitor arrived at his office. It was a haggard middle-aged woman, clad in a tattered black cotton coat, her hair a dull yellow and somewhat unkempt, tied back in a loose bun. Her eyes were sunken, framed by dark circles, as if she had not enjoyed a restful night in ages. Upon entering, she exuded an eerie aura. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and politely inquired, "Good day, how may I assist you?" The middle-aged woman trembled as she took a seat, her eyes scanning the surroundings in terror. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, "Sir, you must help me. I feel as though I am being haunted by a ghost." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He had encountered many such claims, but remained patient as he asked, "What leads you to believe that? Please, take your time." Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, she continued, "I live in the old house at the end of the village. Recently, every night, I hear strange sounds, like someone weeping or muttering incantations. Moreover, I constantly feel as if a pair of eyes is watching me from the darkness." As she spoke, Lin Yu jotted down notes, then asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual? Perhaps strange shadows or objects?" The woman pondered for a moment before replying, "Yes, I found a red cloth doll in my yard. Its eyes are drawn grotesquely large, and it gives me the creeps. I have never seen this doll before. I do not know where it came from. Since then, the noises at night have become even more pronounced." Lin Yu's expression turned serious. He sensed the gravity of the situation. "Does your village have any peculiar customs?" "Sometimes. These matters can be linked to local folklore." The woman's complexion paled further, her lips quivering as she replied, "In our village, there used to be a custom of ghost marriages. If an unmarried young person died, their family would seek out another unmarried individual for a ghost marriage. This practice has long since fallen out of favor, but I cannot shake the feeling that what I am experiencing is connected to this." A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine. He had heard of the terrifying custom of ghost marriages. He looked at the woman and said, "Please return home. I will visit your house tonight. However, you must promise me that no matter what sounds you hear, do not venture outside." The woman nodded vigorously and hurriedly left the office. Lin Yu watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation, aware that he was likely facing a highly intricate case. As night descended, Lin Yu arrived at the village, equipped with his toolkit. An ominous atmosphere enveloped the area, and an unsettling silence hung in the air. He followed the path to the woman's home, a dilapidated courtyard, its walls peeling, the yard overrun with weeds. He knocked on the door, and the woman opened it promptly, her face a mask of fear. She pulled Lin Yu inside and quickly shut the door. "Sir, you have arrived. The noises tonight seem even more terrifying." She trembled. "Do not fear," Lin Yu reassured her. "I will investigate." He commenced a meticulous search of the house, noticing a faint, foul odor permeating the air. Strange markings adorned the corners, reminiscent of fingers tracing patterns in the dust. Just as he crouched to examine these marks, a chilling wail echoed from outside. The woman clutched Lin Yu's arm tightly, her eyes wide with terror. "Sir, it is this sound, this very sound." Lin Yu's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure. "Stay here, I will check outside." He opened the door, moving towards the source of the cries. In the darkness, he relied on the faint moonlight to guide him. Suddenly, he glimpsed a white figure flitting through the trees ahead. "Who goes there?" Lin Yu called out. No response came, only the haunting wails continued to resonate. Taking a deep breath, he pursued the fleeting white figure into the woods. He switched on his flashlight, its bright beam slicing through the darkness. The woods were shrouded in fog, branches swaying in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound that resembled countless desiccated hands rubbing together. As he advanced, He felt his foot press against something soft. He glanced down and saw a tattered paper doll, its face drawn in an oddly grotesque manner, with slanted eyes and a crooked mouth, as if it were silently screaming. Lin Yu's heart tightened. He recalled the woman's mention of ghost marriage customs, where paper dolls were often integral. He carefully stepped around the doll and continued onward. The cries grew closer, and beads of sweat formed on his palms. He sensed he was being lured deeper into the woods, as if ensnared in a meticulously crafted trap. Suddenly, he spotted a mound ahead. Upon it rested a dilapidated bridal sedan chair, its curtains billowing in the wind, the mournful cries seemingly emanating from within. Approaching the sedan chair, Lin Yu's heartbeat resonated in the hushed forest. As he reached the chair, he slowly lifted the curtain. Ah! He gasped involuntarily. Inside sat a woman clad in a red wedding dress, her complexion as pale as snow, eyes tightly shut, yet her lips were a vivid crimson, as if stained by fresh blood. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring much of her face. Chapter 176. The Ghost Marriage in an ancient village nestled amidst towering mountains. Time seems to have come to a standstill. The villagers uphold various archaic and enigmatic customs, among which the most unsettling for Quan Han is the practice of ghost marriage. In a tavern, a group of young men huddles together. Have you heard? The daughter of old Zhao from the west end of the village fell into the water and drowned a few days ago. They are contemplating a ghost marriage for her. Li speaks, his face a tapestry of intrigue and dread. Zhang's eyes widen, his wine glass trembling slightly in his hand. Ghost marriage? Isn't that rather sinister? I've heard that unclean spirits appear during such ceremonies. Wang scoffs, feigning composure. That's utter nonsense. It's merely self-induced fear. As their debate intensifies, the tavern door creaks open, and the village elder, Grandpa Lu, enters slowly. His face, lined with wrinkles, carries an indescribable depth in his gaze. Li immediately rises to inquire. Grandpa Lu, have you heard about old Zhao's ghost marriage? Lu nods gravely. Ghost marriage is no trivial matter. The village has conducted it before, and each time strange occurrences followed. One family experienced the inexplicable deaths of their livestock, while another was haunted by eerie cries at night. A chill sweeps over the group as Zhang swallows hard. So what exactly is this ghost marriage about? With a heavy sigh, Lu explains. Ghost marriage is intended to provide companionship to those who have died unmarried, ensuring they are not alone in the afterlife. However, it can attract unwelcome entities. Li furrows his brow. Is there no way to prevent old Zhao's family from proceeding with it? Lu shakes his head. It is their choice, and we cannot interfere. You young ones should refrain from wandering at night, lest you encounter something unclean. With that, Lu turns and leaves the tavern. The atmosphere grows thick with dread, and the young men exchange anxious glances, their hearts heavy with fear and uncertainty. As the date of old Zhao's ghost marriage approaches, the village is enveloped in an eerie ambience. Whispers circulate among the villagers, a mixture of curiosity and trepidation regarding the mysterious ritual. Driven by a potent blend of fear and curiosity, Li, Zhang, and Wang resolve to secretly observe the ghost marriage ceremony. When the day finally arrives, the sky hangs low and foreboding. Old Zhao's courtyard is solemnly adorned, red lanterns swaying gently in the wind, casting a faint and eerie glow. In the center lies a pristine coffin, draped with a red satin cloth embroidered with dragon and phoenix motifs, surrounded by white paper flowers that exude an ancient scent. In a corner of the yard, a Taoist priest in a white robe sits in meditation. His face is etched with lines of wisdom, and his expression is grave as he firmly grips a peachwood sword, seemingly awaiting the emergence of malevolent forces. The Zhao family bears expressions of profound sorrow and fear. Old Zhao and his wife stand beside the coffin, tears streaming silently down their faces. Their daughter, taken from them at a tender age, has left an indelible void. To ensure her companionship in the afterlife, they feel compelled to conduct this ghost marriage. The ceremony begins as the Taoist opens his eyes and approaches the coffin. He brandishes the peachwood sword, chanting incantations in a hushed, raspy voice, as if communicating with souls from another realm. The atmosphere thickens with tension, nearly suffocating. Spirits of the earth, heed our call. Today we perform a ghost marriage for our departed daughter, praying for peace between the realms. The priest circles the coffin, his words resonating in the still air. Kneeling on the ground, old Zhao and his wife bow repeatedly, fervently wishing for their daughter's happiness in the afterlife. Their faces are etched with pain and despair. Suddenly, a chilling wind sweeps through the courtyard, extinguishing the lanterns in an instant. Darkness envelopes the scene, eliciting terrified screams from the gathered crowd. Li and his friends, hidden in the shadows, tremble in fear at this abrupt turn of events. The Taoist swiftly brandishes his sword, exclaiming, "Which fiend dares to cause trouble here? I am a Taoist of Maoshan, and I shall subdue you." In the darkness, something seems to stir, producing faint sounds. The crowd gazes around in terror, unable to discern anything. The priest continues his incantations, the peachwood sword glowing faintly in his grip. After a moment, the lanterns flicker back to life. A collective sigh of relief escapes the crowd, though their fear lingers. The priest gestures for old Zhao to open the coffin, allowing everyone a glimpse of the bride's visage. Trembling, old Zhao slowly unveils the coffin's lid, and an icy chill envelopes the onlookers. Inside lies a young woman, her complexion pale as parchment, lips sealed tightly, eyes gently closed. She is adorned in a striking red wedding gown, a phoenix crown atop her head, embodying a haunting beauty. Old Zhao gazes upon his daughter's face, tears flooding his eyes once more. Tenderly, he caresses her cheek, choked with emotion. "My dear daughter, may you find peace in the afterlife. Father has found you a good family. Rest easy." At that moment, the woman in the coffin suddenly opens her eyes. A collective scream erupts from the crowd as they instinctively recoil. The priest's expression shifts to one of alarm as he hastily wields his peachwood sword, chanting fervently. The woman's eyes gleam with a red light as she slowly rises, surveying the crowd with an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a soulless puppet. What is happening? Chapter 177. The Ghost Marriage 2. Once the ghost marriage ceremony concluded, the village seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of gloom. The villagers were gripped with fear, hastily closing their doors at dusk and refraining from venturing outside. Li, Zhang, and Wang were particularly shaken by the horrifying ritual. Haunted by the image of the woman who had risen from her coffin, their hearts heavy with trepidation and uncertainty. One restless night, Li tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Suddenly, he was startled by a faint weeping sound emanating from outside his window. The mournful cries were ethereal and plaintive, sending chills down his spine. In a panic, Li pulled the blanket over his head, yet the sorrowful wails seemed to pierce through, penetrating his ears. Trembling, he roused Zhang and Wang, who lay nearby. "Do you hear that? Is there a woman crying?" Li's voice trembled with fear. Zhang and Wang, too, were awakened by the haunting sound. They listened intently and confirmed the eerie sobbing. Could it be the ghost of the bride from the ghost marriage? Zhang's voice quaked with dread. Wang's face turned ashen, gripping Li's arm tightly. "What should we do? Perhaps we ought to consult the village elder." The three friends resolved to seek counsel from old Lu, hoping he could provide some guidance. Upon arriving at Lu's home, they found him sitting inside, smoking his pipe. Noticing their distressed expressions, he surmised the cause of their alarm. "Have you heard the weeping?" Lu inquired. Li nodded vigorously. "Old Lu, what on earth is happening? Is that bride's spirit seeking us?" Lu sighed deeply. The ghost marriage is inherently a sinister affair. Given the current circumstances, it seems the spirit of that woman is unwilling to rest. He warned them to be cautious in the coming days and to avoid venturing outside at night. After hearing Lu's ominous words, the trio felt an even greater sense of dread. They returned home and decided to keep vigil together, just in case. However, as midnight approached, the sorrowful cries returned, growing ever closer. The three huddled in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, they glimpsed a white figure drifting past the window. An apparition that seemed otherworldly. "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Zhang screamed in terror. Li and Wang were equally terrified, paralyzed with fear. Just then, the white figure halted outside their window, gazing silently at them. The three nearly fainted from fright. Summoning his courage, Li quavered, Who are you? Why have you come for us?" The ghostly figure remained silent, merely observing them. After a moment, she slowly glided away. The next day, the three resolved to inform the other villagers of their encounter. Upon hearing their tale, the villagers were filled with fear and uncertainty, debating how best to confront this mysterious woman. Some suggested inviting a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, while others contemplated leaving the village altogether. Yet, no one dared to take decisive action. Amidst the rising panic, an unfamiliar woman arrived in the village. Clad in black, her demeanor was stern, and her eyes emanated an aura of mystery. She stepped into the village square and declared, "I am aware of the situation regarding the mysterious woman, and I can assist you in resolving this matter." The villagers, intrigued by her words, gathered around her. Li, Zhang, and Wang exchanged curious glances at this stranger. "Who are you? How do you know about the mysterious woman?" Li inquired. With a faint smile, she introduced herself. "I am Lin Yu, a researcher of supernatural events. Upon hearing of the ghost marriage and the enigmatic woman, I traveled here to investigate." Lin Yu explained to the villagers that the mysterious woman might have transformed into a spirit due to complications arising from the ghost marriage ceremony. She urged the villagers to unite in finding a solution. Though apprehensive, the villagers, encouraged by Lin Yu, decided to take action. They began to investigate the identity and background of the mysterious woman in hopes of uncovering clues. Through their inquiries, they discovered that the enigmatic woman was named Su Yao. a girl from a neighboring village who had perished in an accident. Her family had sold her to the Zhao family, thus making her the bride of the ghost marriage. Lin Yu posited that Su Yao's spirit was appearing due to her discontent with her fate. She needed their assistance to find peace for her soul. Under Lin Yu's guidance, the villagers prepared for a ritual to help Su Yao's spirit find solace. They invited a Taoist priest, who erected an altar in the village. Clad in ceremonial garb and wielding a peachwood sword, the priest began to chant incantations. As the ceremony commenced, the priest lit incense candles, beseeching the earth deities for their blessings. He then recited scriptures intended to liberate Su Yao's spirit. The villagers knelt in earnest prayer, hoping for her to relinquish her grievances and depart, allowing them to live in tranquility. However, midway through the ritual, a fierce wind suddenly swept through, extinguishing the candles on the altar and scattering the priest's words into disarray. The crowd watched in terror, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Lin Yu's expression grew grave, recognizing it as Su Yao's spirit resisting their efforts. "Do not be afraid. We must persevere," Lin Yu urged resolutely. The priest regained his composure, reigniting the candles and resuming his chants. This time, his voice resonated with newfound determination, as if engaging in a fierce contest with Su Yao's spirit. After an arduous struggle, the tempest gradually subsided. The priest's recitations became fluid, imbued with an air of mystique. Chapter 178. The Ghost Marriage 3. After the completion of the purification ritual, the tense atmosphere in the village finally began to dissipate. However, the perplexities within Li, Zhang, and Wang remained unresolved. They could not comprehend why a ghost marriage would precipitate such a multitude of bizarre occurrences. Nor could they fathom the enigmatic tale of the mysterious woman, Su Yao. Lin Yu, perceiving their bewilderment, resolved to lead them on a deeper investigation into the truth behind the ghost marriage. Their first destination was the home of Old Zhao, where they inquired about Su Yao's background. Old Zhao and his wife wore expressions of deep remorse as they recounted the reasons for arranging their daughter's ghost marriage. They had long believed that such a union would ensure happiness for their daughter in the afterlife, unaware that it would lead to such turmoil. They knew little of Su Yao's origins, other than that she had been purchased from a neighboring village. Continuing their quest for answers, Lin Yu and her companions journeyed to Su Yao's hometown. After some inquiry, they finally located her family. Upon mentioning their daughter, Su Yao's parents were overtaken with grief. They revealed to Lin Yu and her group that Su Yu was a kind-hearted and diligent girl, whose life was tragically cut short by an accident. Initially, they had resisted the idea of their daughter becoming a victim of ghost marriage, but under coercive pressures, they were forced to make this heartbreaking choice. As their investigation deepened, Lin Yu and her companions uncovered a sinister conspiracy lurking behind the ghost marriage. It became evident that unscrupulous individuals were exploiting the villagers' superstitions surrounding ghost marriages for substantial profit. They scoured for unmarried women who had passed away, selling them to families seeking to conduct ghost marriages, thereby reaping exorbitant gains. Suya was one such victim, having been abducted from her hometown and sold to the Zhao family. During the ghost marriage ceremony, her spirit manifested, filled with resentment and fury, triggering a cascade of eerie events. Upon learning the truth, Lin Yu and her companions resolved to unveil this conspiracy to the public, liberating the villagers from their superstitions. They returned to the village and summoned all the residents, revealing their findings. The villagers were met with shock and indignation. They had never imagined that their long-held beliefs in ghost marriage were mere fabrications. Under Lin Yu's guidance, the villagers united to report the wrongdoers to the appropriate authorities, ensuring they faced justice. After considerable effort, the perpetrators were brought to account, restoring tranquility to the village. Through this harrowing experience, Li, Zhang, and Wang came to a profound realization regarding the dangers of feudal superstition. They vowed to approach life with scientific reasoning and methods, no longer easily swayed by baseless traditions and customs. As for Lin Yu, having fulfilled her investigative mission, she embarked on a new journey. She understood that many regions still grappled with feudal superstitions and mysterious phenomena, and she was determined to utilize her knowledge and courage to unravel these enigmas, liberating more individuals from the shackles of superstition. Months later, the village welcomed a new spring. The fields brimmed with vitality, and the villagers radiated happiness. No longer shrouded by the specter of ghost marriage, they toiled industriously to forge a brighter future. Li Zhong and Wang also discovered their life's purpose in this season of renewal. They resolved to collaborate and contribute to the village's development, believing that through collective effort, they could cultivate a more prosperous community. In this hopeful spring, the village, once enveloped in fear, finally embraced genuine peace. The harrowing ordeal of the ghost marriage became an indelible memory for the villagers, a constant reminder to eschew feudal superstitions and embrace a future grounded in science and reason. Chapter 179. The disappearing 13th floor. In the bustling heart of the metropolis, the building stood quietly, like a silent giant. Yet, it bore a chilling secret. The 13th floor of this edifice seemed to have vanished from the architectural blueprints, leaving no trace behind. Strangely, residents often claimed to have glimpsed the staircase leading to the enigmatic 13th floor at peculiar moments. Detective Li Ming, a man whose gaze radiated determination and wisdom, was summoned to investigate a peculiar missing persons case, the victim hailing from this building rife with eerie rumors. He resolved to personally uncover the truth within this forbidden locale. As Li Ming approached the building, sunlight bathed him, yet it failed to dispel the unease that lingered in his heart. He entered the management office, where he encountered a weary middle-aged man. The moment Li Ming mentioned the 13th floor, the manager's complexion paled, fear flickering in his eyes as he stammered, "Sir, that 13th floor is quite sinister. I implore you not to venture there. A few brave souls have ascended, but they have never returned." Li Ming, with unwavering resolve, fixed his gaze upon the manager and replied sternly, "I am a detective. It is my duty to unveil the truth. Please divulge everything you know about the 13th floor." With a resigned sigh, the manager began his tale. Sometimes at night, the elevator inexplicably halts at a floor it should not. When the doors open, a bone-chilling draft rushes out, accompanied by the faint sound of weeping. Additionally, residents have reported seeing a vague figure at the end of the corridor, vanishing in an instant, as if luring them towards something. On one occasion, a tenant awoke in the dead of night to find a trail of wet footprints leading to the staircase of the non-existent 13th floor. It terrified him. As Li Ming absorbed this unsettling narrative, a shiver ran down his spine. Yet, his professional duty propelled him towards the elevator. He pressed the button for the upper floors. And as the elevator ascended, his heart raced in tandem, as if he were about to step into a realm of terror unknown. Upon reaching the top floor, Li Ming meticulously examined every nook and cranny. Sunlight streamed through the windows, failing to warm the inexplicable chill that enveloped him. The upper level was desolate, littered only with debris and dust, devoid of any signs of abnormality. Furrowing his brow, he began his descent, scrutinizing each floor with heightened caution, wary of missing any clue. As he traversed the space between the 12th and 11th floors, an abrupt drop in temperature seized him, as if he had plunged from a balmy spring day into a frigid abyss. A shiver coursed through him, compelling him to halt and observe his surroundings. The air was thick with a musty scent, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of decay. In that moment, he heard faint footsteps, tap, 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 echoing in the silence of the corridor, each sound resonating in his chest like a drum. Li Ming's heartbeat quickened as he cautiously followed the sound, his eyes fixed ahead. The noise emanated from a dimly lit corner, where only a flickering light illuminated the space. As he approached, he was taken aback. What should have been a wall revealed a shadowy staircase, spiraling upward into darkness, seemingly leading to an unknown and mysterious realm. The banister was cloaked in dust and cobwebs, suggesting it had not been traversed in ages. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Ming gingerly ascended the staircase. The wooden steps creaked beneath him, lamenting the passage of time. An ancient odor filled the air as the flickering light above threatened to extinguish at any moment. Each step was taken with utmost care, his heart brimming with trepidation. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, an ethereal voice pierced the stillness. "You have finally arrived." The voice was haunting and ghostly, reverberating in the quiet space, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, Li Ming quickly glanced around, finding himself utterly alone. His heart raced to his throat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Who is speaking?" He called out, his voice trembling. Yet, no response came, only that eerie voice echoing through the air, as though it belonged to another realm. Suppressing his fear, Li Ming pressed onward, gripping the banister tightly, his palms slick with sweat. At last, he arrived at a floor marked with the ominous number 13. The numeral looked ancient, as if it had withstood the test of time. The door stood ajar, exuding an aura of mystery and foreboding. Li Ming hesitated briefly before pushing the door open. A pungent metallic scent assaulted him. He covered his nose and cautiously entered the room. The atmosphere within was unsettling, with strange symbols and patterns adorning the walls. These markings resembled an archaic script, distorted and unrecognizable, while the illustrations depicted bizarre creatures and scenes, steeped in malevolence and mystery. In the corner of the room, he discovered the corpse of the missing person. The expression on the deceased's face was one of sheer terror, eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed an unimaginable horror. The body was pallid, lips tinged with violet, devoid of visible wounds, yet marked with peculiar signs, as if ensnared by some enigmatic force. Li Ming examined the body with a heart full of confusion and shock. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings, seeking further clues. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. He swiftly turned, and there stood a figure clad in a long black robe, slowly approaching, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their features indecipherable. Chapter 181. The missing 13th floor. With a heavy yet resolute heart, Li Ming stepped into the enigmatic and uncharted edifice for the third time. He was acutely aware that unimaginable horrors lay ahead, yet he pressed on, driven by the urgency to unravel this mystery and in memory of the innocent lives lost. As he once again found himself before the mysterious staircase, the dim light flickered ominously, as if foretelling impending doom. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the flashlight and slowly ascended the stairs. Each step felt as if he were treading upon nothingness. The silence enveloped only by the echo of his footsteps and labored breaths. At last, he arrived at the 13th floor. The once pungent scent of blood seemed to have dissipated, replaced instead by a suffocating atmosphere of despair. Cautiously, Li Ming entered the room, scanning his surroundings in hopes of discovering clues previously overlooked. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound caught his attention, as if something was writhing in the corner. He directed his flashlight towards the source of the noise, only to find a rat scurrying through a pile of debris. Relieved, he turned away, but at that very moment, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "Did you think you could escape?" Startled, Li Ming spun around, yet found no one there. His heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Who's there?" he shouted, his voice laced with terror and tension. Yet, silence reigned in the room, the only sound being the lingering echo of that icy voice. Summoning his courage, Li Ming continued to search the room, discovering a hidden chamber concealed behind the wall, its door ajar, exuding an eerie aura. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to enter the dark room. A foul stench filled the air, with grotesque specimens and instruments adorning the walls, suggesting a place of malevolent experimentation. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which lay a book radiating an ethereal glow. Approaching the pedestal, Li Ming picked up the ancient tome, its cover worn and inscribed with bizarre symbols and patterns. The instant he opened the book, a powerful force surged forth, knocking him to the ground. He felt as though an invisible grip ensnared his body, rendering him immobile. In that moment, the lights flickered out, plunging him into darkness. Within the obscurity, he perceived countless distorted figures drifting around him, their faces twisted in agony as they emitted mournful wails. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. "This is your fate. You shall never leave this place." The cold voice returned, dripping with mockery and triumph. Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes, realizing he had fallen into an inescapable snare. The malevolent force had claimed him entirely, and his destiny appeared sealed. Time became an abstraction until sunlight once again illuminated the entrance of the building, restoring tranquility. Yet, within its confines, Li Ming's presence had vanished. The city's inhabitants continued their lives, blissfully ignorant of the horrors that transpired within those walls. The enigmatic 13th floor remained shrouded in darkness, awaiting its next intruder. In another corner of the city, a girl played joyfully with her mother. Suddenly, she pointed toward the distant building. "Mommy, I see a man crying inside that building." "Why is he crying?" Her mother followed the girl's gaze, seeing only an ordinary structure. Smiling, she patted her daughter's head. "Sweetheart, you must have imagined it. There's nothing there." Yet the girl insisted, "No, Mommy, I truly saw him. He looks so sad. It seems he is trapped in there." The mother's smile faded, a flicker of fear and unease crossing her features. She swiftly scooped up her daughter and hurried away, as if fearful of some lurking malevolence. The building stood silently, a witness to the city's transformations and the joys and sorrows of its people. Its secrets may forever remain unsolved, becoming an enduring tale of terror within the city. Years later, whenever the building was mentioned, a chill would wash over those who recalled it. Those who had experienced the eerie events within its walls bore an indelible shadow in their hearts. The missing detective, Li Ming, evolved into a mysterious legend, a cautionary tale warning against the perils of delving into the unknown. On a quiet night, the streetlights surrounding the building flickered to life, as though something stirred within the darkness. A passerby inadvertently glanced at the edifice, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived a vague silhouette at the 13th floor window, appearing to beckon him while exuding endless anguish and despair. Terrified, he quickened his pace, vanishing into the depths of the shadowy street. Meanwhile, the building remained enshrouded in its eerie ambience, continuing to inscribe its haunting and enigmatic narrative, reminding all who approached of the profound fear and chill that emanated from its depths, as if to caution that some secrets are best left undisturbed, some places never to be entered. Chapter 182. The Revenge of the Spirit of the Pen. As night fell, a mysterious darkness enveloped the entire city. Within the confines of an abandoned school, in a dimly lit old classroom, several young individuals gathered around a dilapidated table, their faces reflecting a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Among them were Lin Yu, Su Yao, Zhang Hao, and Li Yi, classmates and close friends. Recently, they had heard whispers of an enigmatic legend surrounding the spirit of the pen, which claimed that under specific conditions and through a designated ritual, one could summon this spirit, who would answer the summoner's inquiries. The allure of this tale sparked their curiosity, prompting them to embark on this forbidden game that very night. Lin Yu, a brave and inquisitive girl, had always been captivated by the mysterious. Su Yao, gentle yet timid, felt a twinge of fear but was swept up by Lin Yu's enthusiasm and chose to partake in the game. Zhang Hao, intelligent and composed, approached the endeavor with skepticism, yet was intrigued to witness any supernatural occurrences. Li Yi, with his humorous and cheerful disposition, found the game fascinating and wished to partake for a touch of excitement. They arrived at the forsaken school and selected an old classroom as their venue. The air was thick with a sense of antiquity. The paint on the walls had chipped away, revealing weathered bricks beneath. A rickety chandelier swayed precariously, casting a feeble glow. Scattered throughout the room were several worn desks and chairs, layered in dust and cobwebs. They located a relatively clean table and positioned it in the center of the classroom, laying a sheet of white paper upon it. From her backpack, Lin Yu retrieved a simple pencil, its lead nearly depleted. Placing it on the white paper, she declared, "Let us begin." Su Yao, feeling a surge of anxiety, grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, while Zhang Hao and Li Yi encircled the table, resting their hands upon the paper. Lin Yu cleared her throat and commenced the incantation to summon the spirit of the pen. Spirit of the pen, you are my past life. I am your present. If we are to reconnect, please draw a circle upon this paper. Her voice echoed hauntingly in the silent classroom, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. They closed their eyes, concentrating deeply, awaiting a response from the spirit. The classroom was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. Moments stretched into eternity, filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. Suddenly, they felt the pencil begin to tremble slightly in their hands. A jolt of surprise coursed through them. Could the spirit of the pen truly have arrived? Fearful of breaking the spell, they kept their eyes shut, gripping the pencil tightly. Attuned to its movements, the trembling intensified as if an invisible force were compelling it. A mixture of fear and fascination gripped them. Yet they dared not relinquish their hold on the pencil. They were uncertain of the origin of this power or what answers the spirit might unveil. Just as their dread peaked, the pencil swiftly traced a circle on the paper. Shock reverberated through their hearts. Had the spirit of the pen genuinely responded to their call? With a quivering voice, Lin Yu inquired, "Spirit of the pen, are you real?" The pencil moved deliberately across the paper, inscribing a single character, "Yes." Their hearts raced with a blend of fear and astonishment. They could scarcely believe they had indeed summoned the spirit. Lin Yu pressed further, "Spirit of the pen, can you answer our questions?" The pencil inscribed the character "Can." A surge of excitement washed over them. They were finally permitted to pose their queries to the spirit. Lin Yu pondered briefly before asking, "Spirit of the pen, what does our future hold?" The pencil glided across the paper, crafting vague inscriptions. They strained to decipher the letters, but the meanings eluded them. Lin Yu then asked, "Spirit of the pen, can you reveal some secrets about this school?" The pencil wrote the character "ing." Curiosity surged within them. They yearned to uncover the mysteries concealed within the school. The pencil continued its dance upon the paper, detailing the institution's history and legends. It revealed that the school had once been a mental asylum, where numerous harrowing events had transpired. Eventually, the asylum was repurposed into a school. Yet the chilling tales lingered on. As they listened to the spirit's revelations, a sense of dread and unease enveloped them. They were uncertain of the veracity of these tales. Yet they could feel an ominous aura permeating the air. While they were engrossed in the spirit's narrative, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles. Panic gripped them. They were oblivious to the cause of this disturbance. They attempted to open their eyes, only to find them firmly shut by an unseen force. Their hands clutched the pencil, yet they could not release it, bound by an intangible grip. They found themselves immobilized, enveloped in a chilling presence that surrounded them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in this state of paralysis. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the silent classroom, reverberating ominously. Terror clawed at their hearts. They could not discern the source of the laughter. Just as despair began to consume them, they felt the pencil slip from their grasp, and their eyes were freed. They looked around in terror, only to find the classroom engulfed in darkness, save for the pencil, which continued to tremble in their hands. Fearful of lingering any longer in that haunted space, they hastily gathered their belongings and fled the school. Their hearts were heavy with dread and uncertainty. They were unaware of the ordeal they had just endured. All they comprehended was that this forbidden game might have indeed awakened an enraged spirit. They could only pray for their safety from the misfortune this spirit might bestow upon them. Chapter 183. The Revenge of the Pin Spirit 2. On that harrowing night, Lin Yu, Su Yao, Zhang Hao, and Li Yi each returned home with a sense of unease following their experience with the Pin Spirit game. They attempted to convince themselves that it was merely a psychological illusion, yet the dread nestled deep within them lingered like a shadow. Lin Yu lay in bed, restless and unable to find sleep. Images of the pin gliding across the paper, the sudden chill in the air, and the eerie laughter echoed in her mind. She began to regret her impulsive decision to engage in that forbidden game. In a bid to distract herself, she picked up a book, but the words eluded her comprehension, leaving her heart laden with an unending terror. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Yu's face. She had hoped the light would dispel the gloom within. Yet the unsettling feeling clung to her spirit. After washing up, she prepared to head to school. On her way, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, wary of any abnormalities. However, as she approached an intersection, an out-of-control car suddenly barreled towards her. Eyes wide with terror, she instinctively darted aside, but the vehicle's speed was too great, grazing her body. She was knocked to the ground, pain radiating throughout her being. Passers-by rushed to her side, one calling for an ambulance. As she lay there, her consciousness began to fade, despair flooding her heart. Was this the curse of the Pin Spirit? Meanwhile, Su Yao faced misfortune in the school library. Seeking books on mysticism to glean more about the Pin Spirit and find a way to lift the curse, she navigated the shelves in search of knowledge. Suddenly, she felt an invisible force shove her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble down the stairs. Her body rolled painfully, and she cried out in agony. Fellow students rushed over to investigate, discovering Su Yao at the bottom of the staircase, injured and bleeding. They quickly called for help, whisking her away to the hospital. Upon learning of Lin Yu and Su Yao's plight, Zhang Hao and Li Yi were engulfed by fear. They began to believe in the reality of the Pin Spirit's curse. Uncertain who might be the next victim of misfortune, Zhang Hao fell silent, lost in thought as he sought a means to break the curse. While Li Yi attempted to alleviate the tension with humor, though his smile betrayed his underlying terror. In the ensuing days, both Zhang Hao and Li Yi experienced a series of peculiar accidents. Zhang Hao found himself struck by stones seemingly thrown from nowhere while walking, and Li Yi discovered strange objects in his food during meals. Although these incidents did not inflict severe harm, they heightened their mental strain. They recognized that the curse of the Pin Spirit was intensifying, and without a swift resolution, they would face even graver consequences. They began to recall that fateful evening of the Pin Spirit game, hoping to unearth clues. They remembered the indistinct characters inscribed by the Pin Spirit on the blank paper, pondering whether those markings concealed the key to breaking the curse. Resolute, they gathered once more to meticulously examine the writings. They found a tranquil spot and transcribed the characters, analyzing them one by one. Yet, the markings were too obscure for them to decipher. Despite their efforts with magnifying glasses, varied angles, and even computer software, none yielded progress. Despair enveloped them as they felt lost. They scoured for information regarding the Pin Spirit and methods to lift the curse, visiting mystical bookstores and consulting individuals reputed to study supernatural phenomena. Yet, the responses they received were vague and unsatisfactory. No one could provide a definitive solution. As their mental state deteriorated, they experienced insomnia, anxiety, and even hallucinations, feeling as though an invisible adversary surrounded them, poised to strike at any moment. They were uncertain of the curse's duration and whether they could escape this dreadful fate. Just as they teetered on the brink of hopelessness, an unexpected clue emerged. While organizing his backpack, Zhang Hao stumbled upon a book he had never seen before. The cover bore the title Introduction to Mysticism. Upon opening it, he discovered references to the Pin Spirit. The text explained that the Pin Spirit is a manifestation of the souls of those wrongfully deceased. If one unwittingly provoked the Pin Spirit, they would incur its wrath. Two methods existed to break the curse. First, to uncover the true identity of the Pin Spirit and offer an apology for forgiveness. Second, to perform a specific ritual to return the Pin Spirit to its original realm. Revitalized by this revelation, Zhang Hao and Li Yi resolved to pursue the Pin Spirit's true identity to lift the curse. They reflected on the Pin Spirit game, seeking clues regarding its identity. They recalled the references to the school's history and legends inscribed by the Pin Spirit, surmising that these tales might reveal its true nature. They decided to revisit the abandoned school to conduct a thorough investigation into its history and uncover the clues about the Pin Spirit. Chapter 184. The Revenge of the Pin Spirit. Zhang Hao and Li Yi, clutching the tome on occult studies, felt a mixture of trepidation and hope swell within them. They resolved to act promptly, seeking the true identity of the pin spirit in an effort to lift the dreadful curse. Their first destination was the school library, where they hoped to uncover more information regarding the abandoned institution through historical records. The library was steeped in the scent of aged tomes, sunlight streaming through lofty windows onto the shelves, yet it could not dispel the gloom that overshadowed their hearts. With the assistance of the librarian, they located several archives and old newspapers pertaining to the school's history. As they meticulously perused these documents, they discovered that the school had once served as a mental asylum. In those days, the treatment of the mentally ill was deplorable, with many enduring unspeakable torment. There were accounts of a young woman who had been wrongly confined in the asylum, persistently proclaiming her innocence, yet no one believed her. Ultimately, she succumbed to despair, her spirit condemned to linger within the asylum, eternally seeking vengeance. A chill coursed through Zhang Hao and Li Yi as they exchanged glances, suspecting that this woman might indeed be the pin spirit they had unwittingly provoked. However, they required further evidence to substantiate their theory. They decided to interview former teachers and staff who had worked at the school. After some inquiries, they located a retired educator named Teacher Wang, who had dedicated many years to the institution. Upon visiting Teacher Wang's home and recounting their harrowing experiences, they observed his visage darken with gravity. He reminisced about his tenure at the school, recalling strange tales he had heard. One night, while on duty, he had heard eerie sounds emanating from an abandoned classroom. Overcome with fear, he had mustered the courage to investigate, only to find the room desolate, a chilling aura enveloping him. Teacher Wang further revealed that within the school's basement lay a sealed room, once utilized for housing the most dangerous patients. He had heard whispers of a woman who had taken her own life in that very chamber, her demise marked by horror. Since that incident, the room had been shuttered, instilling fear in all who knew of it. Determined to uncover the truth, Zhang Hao and Li Yi descended into the basement. The air was thick with dampness and decay as they cautiously navigated the narrow passageway. At the end, they encountered a heavy iron door, its rusted plaque warning against entry. After a moment's hesitation, they pushed the door open with resolve. Inside lay a darkened chamber, infused with a noxious odor. With their flashlight illuminating the surroundings, they discovered decrepit hospital beds and medical apparatus scattered about. In one corner stood an old wardrobe, which they opened to reveal a white dress, stained ominously with blood, a sight that filled them with dread. Yet, they knew they must continue their search for clues. Eventually, they stumbled upon a tattered diary resting atop a worn table, its cover inscribed with the name Xiaoxian. As they began to read, the pages revealed a narrative steeped in sorrow and despair. Xiaoxian chronicled her wrongful confinement in the asylum and the torment she endured. Despite her pleas for justice, she was met with disbelief, leading her to a tragic end. At last, Zhang Hao and Li Yi confirmed their suspicions. Xiaoxian was the pin spirit they had inadvertently summoned. They realized they needed to find a way to lift her curse. With the diary in hand, they returned to the school, poring over the rituals outlined in the tome, seeking a method to guide Xiaoxian's spirit back to her rightful realm. However, they soon discovered that the rituals were intricate, necessitating rare materials and meticulous preparation. Doubts plagued their minds regarding their ability to successfully perform these rites. Nonetheless, they recognized they had no alternative. They must confront this challenge with courage, or remain shackled to the horrific curse indefinitely. As they prepared for the ritual, they encountered unsettling occurrences. One evening in the school garden, a fleeting white figure vanished into the shadows. On another occasion, a sinister laughter echoed throughout the classroom, sending chills down their spines. They understood that Xiaoxian's spirit was warning them against their attempts to break the curse. Yet, retreat was not an option. They were compelled to persist in their quest to end this nightmarish ordeal. After extensive preparations, they gathered all necessary materials and items for the ritual. They chose a night of the full moon to conduct the ceremony, setting up in one of the abandoned classrooms. Candles were lit, and various mysterious symbols and objects arranged meticulously. They began to chant the incantations, striving to connect with Xiaoxian's spirit. As they recited the words, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense, a palpable energy coalescing around them, as though an unseen adversary was observing. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind extinguished the candles, and in the darkness, they heard Xiaoxian's voice. "Do you think you can easily lift my curse? You must pay the price for your actions." Fear gripped Zhang Hao and Li Yi, but they understood retreat was not an option. They reignited the candles and continued their incantations, earnestly apologizing to Xiaoxian and pleading for her forgiveness. They vowed to perform good deeds in her honor, seeking to grant her soul the peace it so desperately needed. Chapter 186. The night of resurrection. At the edge of a tranquil and harmonious town, there stood an ancient mansion, its weathered exterior exuding a unique rustic charm. Yet beneath this seemingly serene facade lay a hidden, harrowing past. The mansion had been the site of a series of bizarre death incidents. The lives lost within its walls steeped in enigma and mystery, earning it the fearful moniker of a haunted house. The owner of this old residence was a man known as Old Wong. He had spent the majority of his life within its confines, witnessing the passage of time and the rise and fall of his family. A kind and diligent soul, he devoted his life to safeguarding this home. However, fate played a cruel trick on him, as Old Wong found himself afflicted by a grave illness, his body gradually succumbing to weakness. In the twilight of his life, he lay upon a time-worn wooden bed, the air thick with the scent of herbal medicine and the looming presence of death. His son, Wong, and daughter-in-law, Li, kept a vigilant watch by his side, their faces etched with worry and sorrow. As Old Wong's gaze grew increasingly murky and his breath more labored, he realized that his time was running short, filled with an overwhelming attachment to his family and a deep-seated concern for the mansion. One evening, the waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Old Wong's face. Wong held his father's hand tightly, tears brimming in his eyes. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Old Wong grasped Wong's hand firmly, his voice frail yet trembling. "Son, I cannot depart with my eyes closed. This mansion holds secrets. You must conduct a summoning ritual on the 7th night after my passing. I must return to reveal the truth to you." Upon hearing his father's words, Wong's heart jolted, disbelief widening his eyes as he gazed at Old Wong. "Father, please don't speak such nonsense. There are no secrets in this world. Focus on your recovery. You will get better." Old Wong shook his head, fear and unwillingness etched in his eyes. "Son, you must believe me. This mansion is not ordinary. I cannot simply leave. I must convey the truth to you." Recognizing the conviction in his father's gaze, Wong understood that this was not mere delirium. He nodded solemnly, declaring, "Father, rest assured, I promise to honor your wishes." Upon hearing his son's vow, a flicker of solace graced Old Wong's face as he slowly closed his eyes, his hands slipping from Wong's grasp. "Father! Father!" Wong cried out, his voice filled with anguish. But Old Wong had departed from this world forever. Wong and Li were engulfed in profound grief, the entire mansion shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Friends and family gathered to offer their condolences, attempting to comfort the heartbroken couple. After the funeral, Wong and Li commenced preparations for the summoning ritual on the 7th night. Despite their hearts being heavy with fear and apprehension, they resolved to face the ordeal bravely in order to fulfill Old Wong's last wish. They began by setting up a simple altar in the mansion's hall, Old Wong's portrait placed prominently at the center, his gentle gaze seemingly watching over the home. Offerings of incense and fruit adorned the altar, the smoke curling upwards, enveloping the hall in an air of mystery. Wong's heart felt particularly burdened as he arranged the offerings, memories of his father flooding his mind. He recalled the time spent playing in the yard, learning to read and write. He remembered his father's tireless labor, the sacrifices made for the family. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears streamed down Wong's cheeks once more. Li busied herself nearby, her complexion pale, fear evident in her eyes as she occasionally glanced at Wong, hesitating to voice her concerns. Finally, unable to contain herself, she spoke up. "Darling, I am frightened. Must we really go through with this? What if we summon something unclean?" Wong inhaled deeply, asserting, "This is Father's wish. We must see it through. Even if there is danger, I will protect you." Li, reassured by her husband's resolute demeanor, felt a slight calmness wash over her, though anxiety still lingered. As night descended, the mansion was enveloped in darkness, the absence of Old Wong rendering it exceptionally desolate and eerie. The wind whispered through the cracks, rustling the tattered curtains, producing a soft rustling sound. Wong and Li sat vigil by the altar, the candlelight flickering in the breeze, illuminating their anxious faces. "Honey, I feel as if something is stirring within this mansion." Li clutched Wong's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Wong comforted her, "Do not fear. It is likely just the wind. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily." Yet both knew that the mansion's sinister reputation was not unfounded. This night was destined to be extraordinary. As time ticked by, Wong and Li's tension escalated. They dared not close their eyes, fearing they might miss something crucial. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, extinguishing the candles and plunging the hall into darkness. "Ah!" Li screamed in terror. Wong, startled by the abrupt change, feigned calmness, calling out, "Do not be afraid. It was probably just the wind snuffing the candles. I will relight them." As Wong fumbled for matches, poised to rekindle the flame, a sinister voice echoed in the darkness, "I have returned." In that moment, their hearts raced, fear permeating every fiber of their being. Chapter 187. The night of resurrection, the midnight bell tolled heavily in the stillness of the town, each chime resonating deeply within the hearts of Wang and Li. As the last echo faded into the darkness, the soul-calling ritual commenced. Trembling, Wang clutched the soul-calling banner tightly, its white cloth fluttering eerily in the cold breeze. His lips quivered as he recited, "Father, if you possess a spirit, please return. Your son awaits with kindness, yearning for you to untangle the knots of the heart and reveal the truth." The wind seemed to intensify, rattling the windows of the hall. Suddenly, a fierce gust howled through, extinguishing the flickering candlelight and plunging the entire hall into suffocating darkness. "Ah!" Li's scream pierced the void, her voice laced with uncontainable terror as her body shook uncontrollably, her hands gripping Wang's garment tightly. Striving to steady himself, Wang called out, his voice quivering yet resolute, "Father, have you come?" At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows, whispering ominously, "I have come." The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth, imbued with a haunting coldness and sorrow, sending shivers down the spines of Wang and Li. Their hearts raced, pounding as though they might leap from their throats. Wang's forehead was slick with cold sweat. He fought against his fear and called out once more, "Father, please tell us. What secrets does this house hold?" In response, only an eerie laughter echoed back, resonating through the darkness as if countless invisible spirits mocked their ignorance and recklessness. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker erratically, as if on the brink of extinguishment. Under the strobing light, the portrait of old Wang appeared particularly sinister. His once kind visage now twisted into a grotesque form. More horrifying still, a strange bloodstain began to seep down the portrait, winding like a red thread, instilling dread. Li collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Husband, what shall we do? This is too terrifying. There must be something unclean lurking here." Wang's legs quaked with fear. Yet he struggled to maintain his composure, seeking a glimmer of courage. "Do not fear. Do not fear. This must be a message from Father." At that juncture, a peculiar sound echoed through the hall, reminiscent of heavy chains being dragged, inching closer with each step. The noise drew nearer, each sound seemingly pressing upon their hearts. Tap, tap, tap. Wang and Li clung tightly to one another, their eyes wide with terror, fixed on the source of the sound. Suddenly, a shadow emerged slowly from the dark, its form indistinct, yet exuding an aura of chilling dread. "Father, is that you?" Wang asked, his voice trembling. The shadow offered no reply, merely standing still, immobile. Their breaths nearly halted. Time felt suspended in that moment. After what seemed like an eternity, the shadow began to move, gliding toward Wang and Li at an agonizingly slow pace. "Ah!" Li screamed once more, nearly fainting. Wang, equally terrified, stumbled backward until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him no avenue of escape. Just as the shadow drew near, the light suddenly blazed to life, the intense brightness momentarily blinding them. As their eyes adjusted, they discovered that the shadow had vanished, leaving only their ragged breaths and erratic heartbeats echoing in the hall. Chapter 188. The night of resurrection. As the lingering atmosphere of dread enveloped the room, the lights extinguished once more without warning. Instantly, the hall was consumed by an inky darkness, a chilling cold permeating the air. In the depths of this void, a dull thud echoed as if a heavy object had fallen, followed by a heart-wrenching wail that pierced the oppressive silence. The sound was sharp and mournful, resonating as though it emerged from the abyss, laden with immeasurable sorrow and lamentation. Who could it be? Wang's voice trembled, betraying his palpable fear. Yet, in response, there was only the relentless weeping. Li, already paralyzed by terror, lay quaking on the floor, devoid of even the strength to cry for help. Wang groped blindly in the dark, desperate to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a soft, icy form, sending a jolt of frost coursing through him. "Ah!" Wang recoiled in horror, his heart pounding violently. At that moment, the lights flickered back to life, casting an eerie glow that rendered the scene before him even more grotesque. As the illumination stabilized, Wang's heart sank as he beheld Li, unconscious and sprawled on the ground. "Li, wake up, please," Wang pleaded, shaking her fervently, but she remained unresponsive. Despair and terror filled Wang's eyes. He was haunted by the dread of what might transpire next. Just then, old Wang's chilling voice echoed ominously in the darkness. "Beneath the house lies treasure, but also a curse." Wang's eyes widened in horror, his voice hoarse from fear. "Father, what curse? You must clarify." Yet, all he received in reply was a spine-chilling laughter that reverberated through the expansive hall, as if countless specters were mocking his helplessness. Wang trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking his back as he sensed innumerable eyes lurking in the shadows, watching him. Suddenly, strange footsteps echoed in the hall, soft yet deliberate, each step resonating like a hammer upon Wang's heart. Tap, tap, tap. He swallowed nervously, clenching his fists, bracing himself for the impending dread. As the footsteps drew nearer, a vague silhouette began to materialize, obscured as if shrouded in mist. "Who are you?" Wang managed to summon the courage to inquire. The figure remained silent, slowly raising a hand and pointing towards a corner of the hall. Wang followed the direction of the gesture, but saw nothing. "What is there? Please, tell me." Wang's voice edged on hysteria. However, in an instant, the figure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Wang's mind teetered on the brink of collapse. He was lost, uncertain of whom to trust or what to do. At that moment, peculiar sounds echoed throughout the old mansion, as if a multitude of phantoms were wandering about. Strange bloodstains began to appear upon the walls, and the floor creaked ominously, threatening to give way at any moment. Wang scooped up the unconsciously, determined to flee this nightmarish place. Yet, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was firmly locked by some unseen force, impervious to his desperate attempts to open it. "Help! Someone, please save us!" Wang cried out in despair, his voice echoing helplessly in the darkness. Just then, old Wang's voice resonated once more. "Those consumed by greed shall meet their demise." Fear and confusion gripped Wang's heart. He was bewildered by the nature of this curse and how he might lift it. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the lights suddenly blazed to brilliance, illuminating the entire hall. However, this unexpected radiance did little to soothe Wang. Instead, it intensified his anxiety and unease. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find that everything in the hall appeared profoundly unfamiliar, as if he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Chapter 189. The night of resurrection. Wang gazed upon the familiar yet alien hall before him, an intensifying fear swelling within his heart. In his arms, Li lay in an unyielding slumber, and he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Suddenly, from the corner of the hall, a low, rumbling growl reverberated, as though a ferocious beast was stirring from slumber. Wang turned in terror, witnessing a mass of black mist rising slowly from the corner, gradually coalescing into a colossal shadowy figure. The contours of the shadow were indistinct, shrouded in a veil of darkness, rendering its true form nearly indecipherable. Yet, its eyes, glowing with a blood-red luminescence, sparkled like two burning rubies, strikingly vivid and chilling. The gaze emanated an abyss of malevolence and resentment, imbued with an unfathomable dark power. Wang stared in horror at those eyes, his body trembling involuntarily. He yearned to flee from this dreadful sight, yet his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, immovable. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. As time elapsed, Wang sensed his courage dissipating, replaced by a profound despair. He understood that against such a terrifying presence, he stood no chance. Ultimately, he could only retreat repeatedly, hoping to distance himself from this ghastly creature. It was only when Wang's back pressed against the wall that he realized there was no escape. He pressed himself tightly against the wall, sweat soaking his garments, his eyes filled with helplessness and terror. In this moment, all he could do was pray, wishing for the nightmare to conclude swiftly. Who are you?" Wang stammered, trembling. The shadow offered no reply, instead emanating a chilling, sinister laugh, before slowly advancing toward Wang. With each step it took, the temperature around him plummeted, making his breathing increasingly labored. When the shadow stood before him, it extended a hand as dark as ink, gently caressing Li's visage. Wang attempted to intervene, yet found his body utterly paralyzed. "She is a fine offering." The shadow's voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell, cold and merciless. "No, you cannot harm her," Wang cried out in despair. The shadow disregarded his pleas entirely. With a sudden, forceful grip, Li's body lifted off the ground, suspended in midair, her complexion paling further as she trembled uncontrollably. "Release her." Wang's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted in fury as nightmares relentlessly encroached upon Xiao Xian. Her mental state deteriorated precipitously. Deep, dark circles underscored her eyes. Her complexion was ashen, and her once vibrant eyes were now devoid of luster, rendering her appearance haggard and weary. Even during daylight hours, hallucinations persisted. She would frequently catch glimpses of the Cheongsam-clad woman, her spectral form lurking in the periphery, only to vanish upon closer inspection. This ethereal presence kept Xiao Xian's nerves taut, driving her to the brink of madness. One day, while preparing a cup of coffee in the kitchen, hoping to alleviate her anxiety, Xiao Xian turned to retrieve a mug. To her horror, the reflection of the Cheongsam woman's face materialized in the glass door of the cabinet. She whirled around in terror, only to find herself alone. Yet, when she glanced back at the glass, the woman's face remained, her eyes brimming with sorrow and rage. Startled, Xiao Xian dropped the coffee pot, scalding liquid splattering across the floor. Disregarding the mess, she stumbled back to her room, burying herself under the covers, her body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Xian comprehended that this cheongsam was no ordinary garment. It seemed to harbor some malevolent force. Consequently, she resolved to delve into the origins of the cheongsam, hoping to find a way to escape the nightmares and hallucinations. Her first course of action was to consult antique experts in the locality. One seasoned expert, peering through thick spectacles, scrutinized the photograph of the cheongsam Xiao Xian had brought. His brow furrowed deeply before he sighed gravely. "Young lady," he said, "this cheongsam is no simple matter. Judging by its style and embroidery, it appears to be an artifact from the Republican era. However, it may conceal a tragic tale of which we are unaware." The old expert's words caused Xiao Xian's heart to leap into her throat. She urgently inquired, "Can you discern the specific story?" The old expert shook his head. "That I cannot say. But judging by the aura emanating from this cheongsam, it is certainly not benevolent. I advise you to exercise caution." Xiao Xian departed the expert's residence. Disheartened but undeterred, she immersed herself in the library, poring over historical records and old newspapers, hoping to unearth a clue about the cheongsam. After several days of relentless effort, Xiao Xian stumbled upon a relevant report in a yellowed Republican-era newspaper. The report detailed the mysterious death of a wealthy heiress on her wedding night, whose favorite garment was a cheongsam adorned with exquisite floral and butterfly embroidery. Comparing the description in the newspaper, Xiao Xian became increasingly convinced that the cheongsam she possessed was indeed the heiress's relic. To glean more information, Xiao Xian sought out individuals who had knowledge of the events. After considerable effort, she located an elderly man in his twilight years. As the old man reminisced about the past, his face was etched with melancholy. "That family," he began, "was once among the most prominent in the city. But who could have foreseen that the young lady would meet such a tragic end on her wedding night? It was rumored that the groom was responsible, seeking to seize her family's wealth. The young lady died unjustly, and ever since, strange sounds have emanated from that mansion, deterring anyone from approaching." The old man's voice trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian felt a chill run down her spine. She began to understand that everything she had experienced since donning the cheongsam might be the work of the wronged heiress's vengeful spirit. She realized that she had become the target of the spirit's retribution. Xiao Xian attempted to rid herself of the cheongsam, discarding it in a garbage dump. However, upon returning home, she found the cheongsam lying on her bed, as if mocking her futile efforts. She then took the cheongsam to the outskirts of the city and set it ablaze. Yet, when the flames subsided, the cheongsam remained unscathed, while inexplicable wounds appeared on her hands. Fear became her constant companion, plunging Xiao Xian's life into darkness. She dared not venture outside, interact with others, or even gaze into a mirror, lest she catch sight of the terrifying figure. At night, as she lay in bed, the wails of the vengeful spirit echoed in her ears, its voice seemingly recounting its grievances and hatred for Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian covered her head with a blanket, tears streaming down her face. She was at a loss as to how to escape this endless terror, unsure if her future held even a glimmer of hope. Chapter 192. The Curse of the Cheap House Spirit 3. The power of the vengeful spirit continues to grow, plunging Xiao Xian's life into an increasingly terrifying and bizarre existence. Horrific scenes that once resided solely in her dreams and hallucinations begin to manifest in reality. One night, as Xiao Xian finds herself alone at home, the wind outside howls fiercely, rattling the windows ominously. Suddenly, the lights in the room flicker erratically, casting an unsettling glow. Xiao Xian sits on the edge of her bed, gripping the covers tightly, her heart racing with trepidation. Without warning, the furniture in her room seems to be propelled by an invisible force, moving autonomously. Chairs scrape across the floor, emitting sharp, grating sounds. The table crashes against the wall, sending its contents scattering across the floor. Paralyzed by fear, Xiao Xian watches in horror, desperate to flee but finding her legs weak and unresponsive. At that moment, the television springs to life, revealing the silhouette of the vengeful spirit clad in a cheapao. Her visage is distorted, her gaze filled with hatred and malice. As she opens her mouth, it appears she is uttering something. Yet what emanates from the screen is a chilling, piercing scream. Xiao Xian claps her hands over her ears, despair enveloping her as she shuts her eyes. Yet, the scream follows her relentlessly, piercing her eardrums and sending waves of agony through her head. The curse of the vengeful spirit does not relent even when she ventures outside. On one occasion, while walking through a bustling street, the crowd around her suddenly freezes, their vacant, indifferent gazes fixated upon her. Instantly, the atmosphere darkens, and a powerful force constricts her, making it difficult to breathe. Xiao Xian struggles in terror, but her efforts are futile. Just as she feels she is on the brink of suffocation, everything abruptly returns to normal. The people resume their activities as if nothing had transpired, leaving Xiaoxian trembling alone in disbelief. Her friends, too, begin to suffer the consequences of the curse. During a gathering at a restaurant, as laughter and chatter fill the air, one friend suddenly pales, her expression vacant. She leaps up, seizing a knife from the table and slashing her own arm, blood gushing forth. The others scream in shock, and Xiaoxian, attempting to intervene, discovers her friend's strength to be astonishing. Amidst her self-harm, the friend mutters, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Xiaoxian realizes, with mounting horror, that the vengeful spirit is using her friend to convey anger and threats. As time passes, the frequency of these terrifying events escalates. Xiaoxian receives inexplicable, horrific images and threatening messages on her phone in the dead of night. Her car's brakes fail unexpectedly, nearly resulting in a catastrophic accident. Even while walking, she narrowly escapes being struck by falling flower pots. Xiaoxian's mental state teeters on the brink of collapse, leading her to shun all contact with others. Fearing she might bring them misfortune, she locks herself away at home, weeping incessantly, her once beautiful visage now a portrait of despair. However, the vengeful spirit shows no signs of relenting in its torment. One day, while bathing, Xiaoxian suddenly finds the water scalding hot. She reaches to turn off the faucet, only to realize it is beyond her control, the boiling water gushing forth and burning her skin. In agony, she screams, attempting to escape the bathroom, only to discover the door firmly locked. Just as she feels death closing in, a sudden cascade of cold water douses her, providing a fleeting moment of respite. Yet, deep down, she understands this is merely another cruel jest by the vengeful spirit. The true horror lies ahead. Crouched in the corner of the bathroom, Xiaoxian trembles uncontrollably. She knows she must devise a means to escape this nightmare. Otherwise, she will be condemned to an eternity of fear and suffering. Amidst the relentless dread and torment, Xiaoxian teetered on the precipice of utter despair. Yet, a faint ember of survival flickered within her, compelling her to confront the vengeful spirit rather than succumb to her fate. Under the silvery luminescence of a full moon, Xiaoxian donned the accursed cheongsam, her gaze now resolute, devoid of all fear. With heavy steps, she ventured into a dilapidated mansion, the very site where the affluent young woman had met her unjust demise, a place steeped in an atmosphere of decay and death. A chilling gust assailed her as she crossed the threshold, yet she pressed onward, steeling herself against the terror. Moonlight streamed through the decrepit windows, casting fractured patterns upon the floor of the grand hall. The echo of Xiaoxian's footsteps reverberated through the void, each footstep distinct. Suddenly, an eerie draft stirred her hair, prompting her to halt, her senses on high alert. The vengeful spirit materialized before her, features contorted, eyes ablaze with hatred and fury. "Why do you persist in haunting me?" Xiaoxian cried, her voice trembling slightly. The spirit responded with a piercing shriek, lunging at Xiaoxian, who narrowly evaded the attack. The spirit, however, seized her arm with astonishing speed, and an icy force coursed through Xiaoxian, inflicting excruciating pain. Xiaoxian gritted her teeth, wrenching herself free. She fled through the mansion, seeking refuge from the spirit's relentless pursuit. Yet, the spirit remained close behind, unerringly tracking her every move. Cornered in a dim chamber, Xiaoxian found herself trapped, her eyes closing in despair. "This is all your fault. You awakened my wrath by donning the cheongsam," the spirit hissed, her voice like a frigid gale. Xiaoxian opened her eyes, meeting the spirit's gaze. "I acknowledge your grievances, but I intended no offense. I offer to seek justice for you, imploring you to release me and those around me." The spirit scoffed. "Justice? It is far too late. You shall all atone for my suffering." With that, the spirit reached out, poised to strangle Xiaoxian. In that critical moment, Xiaoxian recalled the medium's words. To quell the spirit's resentment, one must find her most vulnerable point. Xiaoxian inhaled deeply and declared, "I comprehend your anguish. You were once a woman brimming with love and hope, only to be betrayed and wounded by a loathsome individual. But by dwelling on hatred, you are forever denied liberation." The spirit paused, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Xiaoxian continued, "I will find the descendants of the one who wronged you and ensure they pay for your death. But trust me, only by relinquishing your resentment can your soul find peace." The spirit fell silent, then slowly released her grip, her form becoming translucent, her vengeful gaze softening. "Is it possible?" the spirit asked, her voice frail and wavering. Xiaoxian nodded emphatically. "Believe in me, and I shall make it so." A faint smile, a smile of liberation, graced the spirit's lips as she dissolved into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. Xiaoxian collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Believing it was over, She exited the mansion, only to find the world transformed into a desolate wasteland. The streets were deserted, the buildings crumbling. As if the world had succumbed to the apocalypse. Xiaoxian ran in terror, seeking any sign of life, but found only desolation and ruin. The spirit's resentment, though her soul was at rest, had unleashed a curse upon the world. Xiaoxian knelt in despair, tears streaming down her face. "It is all my fault," she murmured. Suddenly, a dark rift rent the sky, and a powerful force engulfed Xiaoxian, plunging her into darkness. Her consciousness faded, and she vanished into the void. Thus, Xiaoxian was erased from existence, and the forsaken mansion stood in silent testament to a tragic past and an irreversible fate. Chapter 194. The zombie village. Nestled amidst the undulating mountains lies a village that resembles a hidden paradise, ensconced in the embrace of nature, seemingly shielded from the clamor and splendor of the outside world. This village, known as Yin Village, remains largely unknown due to its enigmatic and secluded nature. Young explorer Lin Yu, a person imbued with boundless curiosity and courage for the unknown, is tall and possesses a gaze that reflects determination and decisiveness. With a backpack filled with exploration gear, he resolutely embarks on a journey to uncover the mysteries of this secluded hamlet. Along the way, he traverses dense jungles, scales steep peaks, and endures countless hardships. At last, on a sunlit afternoon, Lin Yu catches a distant glimpse of the village's outline. Surrounding it are fields of golden rice, swaying gently in the breeze, as if welcoming this distant guest. At the village entrance stands a grand, old locust tree, its abundant branches and leaves resembling a benevolent elder safeguarding the village. Filled with excitement, Lin Yu steps into the village, where the cobblestone path winds and twists, narrating the tales of time. He curiously surveys his surroundings, observing the houses, which are arranged in an orderly manner, primarily constructed of stone and wood, with green vines climbing their walls. The villagers, upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Lin Yu, initially display surprise, followed by a glimmer of caution and suspicion. Nevertheless, they retain their innate simplicity and exhibit a degree of friendliness towards him. An elderly man with a head of white hair approaches Lin Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before inquiring, "Young man, from whence do you come? What brings you to our remote village?" Lin Yu replies with a smile, "Elder, I have heard tales of this place and am filled with curiosity about its mysteries, hence my visit." The old man furrows his brow and responds, "There is nothing to explore here. It is merely an ordinary village." With that, he turns and departs. Undeterred by the elder's indifference, Lin Yu continues to wander through the village. He observes children laughing and playing in the alleys, women washing clothes by the riverside, and men toiling in the fields, all appearing peaceful and idyllic. However, as night falls, an unusual stillness envelopes the village. There are no chirping insects, no birdsong, and not even the whisper of a breeze, as if the entire world has succumbed to slumber. Intrigued by this eerie silence, Lin Yu once inquired of a villager, "Why is the night so quiet in this village?" The villager's face instantly paled, his eyes filled with fear as he hurriedly replied, "Do not ask too much. Return home early at night." Lin Yu's sense of mystery surrounding the village deepens. One evening, while drinking in a tavern, he attempts to glean secrets about the village from the patrons. Upon mentioning the word zombie, the once lively tavern falls into an oppressive silence. All activity ceases, and the patrons fix their strange gazes upon him. A middle-aged man rises, approaches Lin Yu, and sternly warns, "Young man, do not speak such nonsense here. Our village harbors none of your tales." With that, he pulls the others away from the tavern. Confounded, Lin Yu cannot comprehend the villager's sensitivity regarding this subject. He resolves to delve deeper into the village's secrets. During the day, he roams the village, observing the villagers' lives. At night, he conceals himself in the shadows, monitoring the village's activities. One day, Lin Yu stumbles upon a dilapidated temple nestled in a corner of the village. The temple's door stands firmly shut, overgrown with weeds. Curiosity piqued, he pushes the door open, and a musty scent envelopes him. In the center of the temple stands a peculiar statue, its features obscured, emanating an aura of mystery. Lin Yu meticulously searches for clues within the temple and suddenly discovers an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. As he opens it, he finds it inscribed with ancient tales and secrets about the village. However, the text is cryptic, and he can only grasp fragments of its meaning. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoes from outside. Hastily, Lin Yu returns the tome to its place and hides behind the statue. A young villager enters, offering a prayer before departing. Emerging from the temple, Lin Yu's sense of intrigue intensifies. He is convinced that this village conceals a monumental secret, one that he must unravel. With the seal breached, the once serene village descended into unprecedented terror and disarray. As nightfall approached, The undead emerged from the darkened recesses, their visages grotesque, their movements stiff, and their presence reeking of decay, launching relentless assaults upon the villagers. Linyu bore witness to the zombies' ferocity. On one particularly sinister night, the moon obscured by a veil of clouds, the village was plunged into an oppressive darkness. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, and Lin Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He seized his weapon and rushed out. In the village square, a macabre tableau unfolded. Several zombies were lunging at a group of villagers, their nails as sharp as razors, instantly tearing through their throats. Blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. Lin Yu roared and charged into the fray, brandishing his long blade, engaging the zombies in a desperate struggle. His swordsmanship was keen, but the zombies seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly surging forward. With considerable effort, Lin Yu managed to repel this initial wave of attack. However, he knew this was merely the prelude to greater perils. As time wore on, the number of zombies swelled, seemingly driven by some malevolent force, relentlessly attacking every inhabitant of the village. The villagers' resistance waned, and casualties mounted. Lin Yu resolved to take the initiative and uncover the source of the zombies. He scoured the village, discovering that most of the undead emerged from the village cemetery, a place shrouded in gloom and permeated by an eerie mist. As he approached the cemetery, a potent wave of malevolent energy washed over him. Lin Yu's heart pounded, but he pressed on, resolutely entering the graveyard. Deep within, he discovered a vast cavern, its entrance exuding thick, black miasma. Cautiously, Lin Yu ventured into the cave, which reeked of decay and gore. At its far end, he beheld a colossal stone sarcophagus, its lid adorned with sinister runes. He realized this might be the origin of the zombies. As he prepared to approach the sarcophagus, a horde of zombies materialized from the shadows, encircling him. Lin Yu fought valiantly, but the zombies' attacks intensified, and he began to falter. Just then, a zombie seized an opportunity and raked its claws across his back. Lin Yu cried out in agony, his vision blurring. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he carved a bloody path and fled the cavern. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yu succumbed to his injuries and fell unconscious. The villagers discovered him and carried him back to his home. In his delirium, Lin Yu was tormented by nightmares of the zombies overrunning the village, slaughtering everyone. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in bed, his wounds bandaged. He struggled to rise and staggered to the window, where he beheld a scene of devastation. Corpses and bloodstains littered the village. At that moment, a young villager named Achong entered. Achong's face was etched with sorrow and fear. He informed Lin Yu that the village's food and water supplies were dwindling rapidly. If a solution could not be found, everyone would perish. Lin Yu was consumed by guilt and self-reproach. He knew that he had unleashed this calamity upon the village by breaking the seal. He vowed to find a way to eradicate the zombies and save the village. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and Achong rallied the villagers to bolster their defenses. They barricaded doors and windows, set traps around the village, and fashioned rudimentary weapons. However, these measures proved largely ineffective. The zombies continued to assault the village relentlessly, and the villagers continued to suffer casualties. Lin Yu was filled with anxiety. He knew they could not afford to remain passive. They had to take decisive action. Chapter 197. The zombie village. For Lin Yu understood deeply that they could no longer remain passive. They must take the initiative to seek a thorough method to eradicate the zombies. With the assistance of the villagers, he delved into the history and lore of the village, ultimately uncovering a secret concerning the cycle of life and death. It was said that long ago, the ancestors of this village had clashed with a malevolent sorcerer. Before his demise, the sorcerer cast a curse upon the village, condemning the deceased to unrest, transforming them into zombies that returned to the mortal realm. To break this curse, one must locate the sorcerer's staff and destroy it through a special ritual. Lin Yu, along with a few brave villagers, resolved to embark on a quest to find the staff. They traversed eerie forests and scaled treacherous mountains, encountering various perils along the way. At one point, they were ambushed by a horde of zombies in a valley. Lin Yu and the villagers fought valiantly, but the sheer number of zombies began to overwhelm them. Just then, Lin Yu discovered a cave within the valley, leading the villagers to seek refuge inside. The zombies lingered outside for a considerable time before finally departing. After enduring a series of arduous trials, they finally located the sorcerer's dwelling as described in the lore. It was a sinister ancient castle, shrouded in black mist. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions entered the castle, where a foul stench and an aura of malevolence enveloped them. Deep within the castle, they found the sorcerer's staff, emanating an eerie glow as if resisting their approach. Summoning his courage, Lin Yu reached for the staff, but the moment he touched it, a powerful force hurled him away. The other villagers quickly assisted Lin Yu to his feet, and despite his pain, he resolutely approached the staff once more. This time, he focused his mind and summoned all his strength to grasp the staff. Instantly, horrifying visions flooded his mind, scenes of the sorcerer cursing the village. Enduring the agony, Lin Yu yanked the staff from its pedestal. However, just as they prepared to leave the castle, the zombies within began to awaken, surging towards them. A fierce battle ensued as Lin Yu and the villagers fought desperately against the zombies, many villagers falling victim to their relentless assault. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with sorrow and fury as he wielded the staff, attempting to repel the advancing zombies, yet they continued to pour forth endlessly. Ultimately, only Lin Yu escaped the castle, staff in hand. Though battered and exhausted, his resolve remained unshaken. Upon returning to the village, Lin Yu discovered it had been ravaged by the zombies, flames and blood marking the scene of devastation. Overwhelmed by despair, he recognized that he could not afford to surrender. Lin Yu gathered the remaining villagers to prepare for the ritual to destroy the staff. As the ceremony commenced, he placed the staff upon the altar and recited an ancient incantation. With each word, the staff's glow intensified, a formidable energy surging forth from it. Yet, just as the ritual neared completion, disaster struck. A wave of dark energy abruptly interrupted the ceremony. The spirit of the sorcerer had materialized, mocking Lin Yu's audacity and attempting to thwart their efforts to break the curse. Lin Yu glared at the sorcerer's spirit, his fury igniting to an apex. Recklessly, he charged at the spirit, engaging in a final confrontation. In the heat of battle, Lin Yu gradually gained the upper hand. Channeling his last ounce of strength, he utterly obliterated the sorcerer's spirit. However, at that moment, the power of the staff spiraled out of control, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Lin Yu and all the villagers were engulfed in its fury. When the chaos subsided, the village lay in ruins, devoid of survivors. The zombies, too, had been reduced to ashes in the explosion, yet this once tranquil and harmonious village had vanished forever. Henceforth, the area became a desolate wasteland, with only the crumbling remnants silently recounting the horrific tragedy that had unfolded. Chapter 198. The mysterious package. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow in Ellie's cozy room. She hummed a tune, preparing to brew herself a rich cup of coffee to commence her leisurely day. However, the serenity was abruptly shattered by a rapid ringing of the doorbell. Ellie furrowed her brow in curiosity, wondering who could be visiting at this hour. She set down her cup and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she found a delivery person standing there, cradling a package in their hands. "Good day. This is your delivery. Please sign here." Ellie accepted the package, a wave of surprise washing over her. She hadn't ordered anything recently, so what could this be? Inspecting the parcel, she noticed the absence of a sender's name, address, or contact information, with only her own details neatly printed on it. With a mind brimming with questions, Ellie carried the package into the living room. Gently shaking it, she noted the lack of sound emanating from within. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously unwrapped the parcel. As it opened, a musty odor wafted into the air. Inside lay an assortment of peculiar toys, their shapes bizarre, some resembling distorted human figures, while others appeared as fearsome beasts. Their colors darkened as if aged by time. With a trembling hand, Ellie picked one of the toys up for a closer inspection. It was crafted from an unidentifiable material, cold and unyielding to the touch. The surface was etched with strange symbols and patterns that sent a chill down her spine. She attempted to decipher their meanings, but found herself utterly perplexed. Setting the toy back into the package, her unease intensified. She was at a loss regarding the origin of this enigmatic delivery and the strange toys it contained. As she reflected on her recent life, searching for any unusual occurrences, nothing came to mind. Deciding to set the package aside for the moment, Ellie hoped to unravel the mystery later. Yet from that instant, her life seemed to be enveloped by an inexplicable force. An indescribable dread began to spread within her heart, leaving her uncertain of what awaited. Ellie endeavored to dismiss the mysterious package and its odd toys from her thoughts, striving to continue her daily routine. Nevertheless, bizarre events soon began to unfold. That night, as she lay in bed attempting to sleep, the room was enveloped in silence, save for her gentle breaths. Gradually, she became aware of strange noises, a deep, resonant hum seemingly emanating from afar. Ellie opened her eyes, straining to listen. The sound appeared to originate from the direction of the package. A surge of anxiety washed over her. Could the toys be producing these noises? After a moment's hesitation, she rose to investigate. Approaching the table where the package rested, she carefully opened it. The peculiar toys lay silently within, devoid of any movement. Releasing a sigh of relief, she thought perhaps she had merely been overly anxious, imagining things. She resealed the package and returned to bed. However, the humming persisted, growing clearer as if echoing in her ears. A wave of terror washed over her. She was bewildered by the source of the sound. Desperate to block it out, she buried her head under the covers, but to no avail. The noise seemed to penetrate all barriers, reverberating incessantly in her mind. In addition to the strange sounds, Ellie noticed that the toys appeared to shift positions on their own. One morning, she awoke to find one of the toys had inexplicably relocated to her bedside. She distinctly recalled placing the package on the table in the living room the previous night. How could this toy have appeared here? A chill ran down her spine as she began to suspect that these toys were indeed under the influence of some malevolent force. As time progressed, the peculiar phenomena multiplied. While showering, Ellie would suddenly feel as though unseen eyes were watching her. She would glance around, yet find nothing amiss. One evening, while cooking in the kitchen, she was startled by a sinister laugh, causing her to drop her spatula in fright as she fled the room. Most haunting of all was the moment she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure in the mirror. It vanished before she could fully comprehend its form. Yet the terror of that instant remained etched in her memory. Ellie began to suspect that she was under a curse, with the string of toys as its source. Determined to uncover the reason behind these unsettling occurrences, Ellie sought clues. She scoured the internet for information on odd toys and supernatural phenomena, but found nothing of substance. She visited the library, poring over texts on mysticism and witchcraft, hoping to glean some insight. Yet, the theoretical nature of these books offered little practical assistance for her dire situation. Despair began to settle in. She felt lost, unsure of how to escape the bizarre happenings. She avoided the package and its contents, hoping that distance would restore normalcy. Yet, the strange occurrences persisted, plunging her life into chaos. Throughout this ordeal, Ellie's mental state deteriorated. Sleepless nights and a loss of appetite rendered her a shadow of her former self. Friends noticed her decline, inquiring about her troubles, but she feared revealing the truth, worried they would deem her insane. Realizing she could no longer endure this torment, Ellie resolved to confront the package and its toys once more, seeking clues to unravel the mystery that had ensnared her life. Chapter 199. The Mysterious Package 2. Eli sat on the sofa in the living room, her gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic parcel before her. A whirlwind of fear and confusion swirled within her, yet she understood that evasion was not the remedy for her predicament. She musters the courage to confront the unfolding mystery and unearth the truth. Taking a deep breath, Eli opened the package once more. The peculiar toys within still exuded an air of antiquity, as if whispering tales of an unknown history. She scrutinized each toy, endeavoring to discern any clues. However, aside from their bizarre shapes and the strange symbols etched upon them, they bore no other discernible characteristics. Eli resolved to examine the package itself. She inspected the wrapping materials and shipping labels, yet found no useful information. Even when she visited a nearby courier company to inquire about the parcel's origin, the staff were equally oblivious. Their responsibilities lay solely in the delivery of packages, leaving them uninformed about the sender's details. During her investigation, Eli encountered some peculiar phenomena. Whenever she approached the package, her phone would experience signal interference, with odd patterns and texts appearing on the screen. She could not ascertain whether this was mere coincidence or if it held some connection to the toys within. To delve deeper into the origins of these toys, Eli commenced an online search for information regarding mysterious toys and supernatural occurrences. She joined several esoteric forums and discussion groups, hoping to glean insights from fellow netizens. Within these forums, she encountered numerous discussions surrounding mysterious events and supernatural phenomena, most of which lacked scientific grounding. However, one particular post piqued her interest. This post recounted a similar tale, an individual who received a parcel devoid of sender information containing strange items. Subsequently, that person's life was plagued by various supernatural occurrences. The author postulated that these items might be cursed, with the source of the curse linked to an ancient legend. Following the clues provided in the post, Eli began her research into the ancient legend. It spoke of a malevolent sorcerer who crafted toys from a unique material and imbued them with sinister powers. These toys possessed the ability to manipulate thoughts and actions, bringing calamity to those who encountered them. Eventually, the sorcerer was vanquished by a brave knight, and his toys were sealed away. Yet, every so often, these toys would resurface, ushering in new misfortunes. Eli was uncertain of the veracity of this legend, but she noted the striking parallels between it and her own situation. She began to suspect that the toys she had received might indeed be the creations of that wicked sorcerer. If that were the case, how could she possibly lift the curse? In pursuit of further clues, Eli resolved to consult a mystic. She located the mystic's contact information online and arranged a meeting. On the day of their appointment, Eli arrived at the mystic's studio, her heart racing with trepidation. The mystic was an elderly man with flowing white hair and a gaze that held deep mysteries. Upon listening to Eli's account, he furrowed his brow in concern. He informed her that her situation was perilous, affirming that these toys could indeed harbor a curse. However, breaking the curse would not be a simple task. It necessitated identifying the curse's source and employing the correct method for its dissolution. The mystic requested Eli to present the toys for his examination. He meticulously scrutinized each one, closing his eyes as if attuning to some unseen force. After a moment, he opened his eyes and revealed to Eli that the toys were indeed cursed. Their malevolent power formidable. He further discerned that the symbols and patterns on the toys constituted an ancient magical language, comprehensible only to those versed in its meaning. The mystic informed Eli that he would require time to study the toys in the magical language. He instructed her to return home and await his communication. Though anxiety gnawed at her, Eli had no alternative. She returned home, laden with both hope and fear. During the interim while waiting for the mystic's news, Eli's life remained steeped in dread and unease. The strange phenomena continued unabated, pushing her psyche to the brink. She questioned how much longer she could endure and whether the mystic would uncover a means to dispel the curse, just as despair threatened to consume her. Eli received a call from the mystic. He informed her that he had discovered some clues, but required further investigation. He urged her to remain patient a while longer. A flicker of hope ignited within Eli. She resolved to trust the mystic and continue her vigil. Chapter 201. The Return of the Deceased. The mysterious subway incident in a bustling metropolis, where the streets are alive with the ceaseless flow of vehicles and throngs of people. The subway network lies beneath the surface, intricately woven like the veins of a living organism, carrying innumerable dreams and hopes as it transports passengers back and forth each day. On what seemed to be an ordinary day, sunlight filtered through the crevices of towering buildings, casting a warm glow upon the streets. The subway line numbered 07 glided smoothly along the tracks, as it always did. Inside the carriage, some passengers were engrossed in their phones, others rested with closed eyes, while a few engaged in quiet conversation, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and order. Old Zhang, the seasoned subway driver, had been traversing this line for many years. He skillfully maneuvered the train, his eyes frequently scanning the track ahead and the various gauges. To him, this job, though monotonous, was imbued with a profound sense of responsibility. He understood that the lever in his hands was crucial to the safety of every passenger aboard. As the 07 subway entered a lengthy tunnel, an inexplicable chill enveloped Old Zhang. This sensation unsettled him, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the lever, his gaze becoming more focused on the path ahead. The lights in the tunnel flickered dimly, as if whispering secrets hidden from the world. At that moment, Old Zhang caught sight of an unusual figure. A passenger clad in archaic attire stood out starkly against the modern surroundings, their clothing faded and out of place. A jolt of alarm surged through Old Zhang. He had never encountered such a person on the subway. The appearance of this passenger instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He strained to discern the passenger's features, but the dim light obscured everything but a vague outline. The figure remained motionless in a corner of the carriage, resembling a statue. Old Zhang's heartbeat quickened. He was perplexed by the origin of this peculiar passenger and the reason for their antiquated garb. Attempting to alert the dispatch center via the intercom, he was met only with static. Repeated attempts to establish contact yielded no results, and a wave of despair washed over him as he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, the subway lurched violently, jolting the passengers into a state of panic as startled cries filled the air. Old Zhang gripped the lever tightly, striving to regain control, but soon realized he had lost command of the train. It surged forward through the tunnel, accelerating uncontrollably as if propelled by an unseen force. Desperately, he pressed the brake, yet it appeared to have failed completely. He watched in horror as the speedometer's needle soared, his heart racing with dread. Inside the carriage, chaos erupted. Passengers screamed, wept, and scrambled in every direction. Some attempted to open the windows, but they were securely locked. Others clung to the handrails, praying for safety amidst the impending disaster. In this tumultuous moment, Old Zhang noticed the old-fashioned passenger slowly raise their head. Their face bore no expression, eyes vacant and cold. Old Zhang gazed at them in terror, as if confronting the specter of death itself. Just as the subway seemed on the brink of catastrophe, a blinding light suddenly pierced the darkness from the tunnel's end. Instinctively, Old Zhang shut his eyes. When he reopened them, the subway had vanished without a trace. The tunnel lay silent, as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon receiving reports of the subway's disappearance, law enforcement swiftly mobilized. They cordoned off the entire subway line, deploying a significant police presence to conduct searches. Meanwhile, technicians thoroughly examined the subway's surveillance systems in hopes of uncovering clues about its vanishing. However, the police were baffled to find that the surveillance footage had abruptly ceased at that moment, as if an invisible hand had erased all evidence of the subway's existence. A comprehensive search of the tunnel revealed only strange markings, unexplained scratches, indentations, and peculiar symbols, yet no direct correlation to the subway's disappearance could be established. As time passed, public interest in the subway's vanishing grew, with various theories and rumors circulating throughout the city. Some speculated that aliens had abducted the subway, while others believed it had slipped into another dimension or had fallen victim to a mysterious curse. Under immense pressure, law enforcement intensified their search efforts, employing cutting-edge technology, including drones, detectors, and satellite positioning systems. Yet the subway remained elusive, as if it had evaporated from existence. During the subway's absence, the city's transportation system descended into chaos. People were compelled to seek alternative means of travel, resulting in severe traffic congestion. Lives were significantly disrupted, with many experiencing fear and anxiety due to the subway's mysterious disappearance. In an effort to reassure the public, the police and government agencies consistently released updates on the search and urged calm. However, these communications failed to quell the rising tide of fear and uncertainty, instead amplifying concern over the incident. Amidst this enigmatic and unknown affair, individuals began to reevaluate their lives and the world around them. They pondered the meaning and value of existence, as well as the unseen forces lurking in the shadows. The subway's disappearance transcended a mere transportation incident. It became a profound event that stirred the souls of many, prompting a deep transformation in their understanding of the world. Chapter 202: The Return of the Dead. The mysterious disappearance of the subway. The police found themselves ensnared in a conundrum while investigating the subway disappearance, with no substantial leads to illuminate the train's whereabouts. Yet, the specter of a passenger clad in antiquated attire lingered in their minds like a haunting apparition. The investigators began to delve into a subway accident that had transpired a decade prior, a harrowing calamity wherein the train, during its course, unexpectedly suffered an inexplicable malfunction, resulting in derailment and subsequent explosion. The tragedy claimed numerous lives, leaving the scene a grotesque tableau of devastation. After arduous efforts in poring over archives and interviewing survivors, they gradually pieced together the narrative of that fateful incident. In the aftermath, rescue teams sprang into action, striving desperately to save the injured and locate the deceased. However, due to the severity of the disaster, some bodies remained elusive, only to be identified in subsequent recovery efforts. Who was this